Chapter 475. The Union of Yin and Yang. Enough chatter. Junior brother, it's your turn to shine. Bai Moxuan cast a sidelong glance and noticed someone approaching with a bow and arrow. Disarm him. No sooner had Bai Moxuan spoken than Chu Yan's powerful legs swept across the assailant's neck, resulting in a sickening crack as the cervical vertebrae shattered, and the would-be attacker fell lifeless to the ground. What a ruthless fellow, Bai Moxuan thought, unwilling to be outdone. He leaned forward, his hands slipping beneath the armpits of two individuals, hoisting them up with strength and hurling them forward. They crashed into the oncoming group, instantly creating chaos. Bai Moxuan and Chu Yan resumed their back-to-back stance. It's sufficient to leave one or two alive. Understood. In this place, killing goes unnoticed. Chu Yan replied with a gentle smile, decisive in action. In the vast desert, Bai Moxuan and Chu Yan unleashed their full potential, treating any obstructor as merely a casualty. The previous tensions between them melted away in the extraordinary camaraderie of battle. Uncertain of how many adversaries there were, they found that all but an elderly man and a youth who had descended into the water prison lay lifeless on the ground. Yingning watched in horror. Brother Moxuan, fear not. All is well, Bai Moxuan whispered reassuringly in Yingning's ear. I have my own plans and will never jeopardize my celestial path. With this reassurance, Yingning felt a sense of calm. The ground rat, having endured a night of humiliation, now stood with one foot on the elder's chest, causing water to spurt from his mouth, cleansing him of the liquid within. As he regained consciousness and his gaze wandered over the corpses, fear finally gripped him. His previously arrogant demeanor faded as he stammered, What do you want from us? Fulfill your desires. Go to the secret chamber, Bai Moxuan commanded, his hands clasped tightly. The sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. The young man remained dazed, while Chu Yan seized him by the throat, dislodging an obstruction from his windpipe. He awoke, but alas, he lacked even the strength to plead for mercy. His legs weakened beneath him, rendering him pitiful as he gazed at the others, emitting a whimper akin to a frightened cat. How many of you are there? Yu Qing suddenly inquired. Why are there no women? The elder's face twisted into a sinister smile. Once they bear children, they are promptly buried alive. They are not of the Yu lineage, thus cannot remain here. Those women were taken from outside. Their only value lies in preserving the bloodline for the descendants of the Yu. Once their utility is gone, they are interred in the sands. Bai Moxuan raised an eyebrow. So, there are no women left? Impossible, the elder replied, understanding the wisdom of knowing when to yield. Yet his restless eyes made Chu Yan uneasy. If there were any, they were suffocated at birth, buried alongside their mothers in the sands. Women are unnecessary here. Why are you fixated on a woman? Su Bai questioned, perplexed. The priority now is the secret chamber. Let us proceed, Chu Yan said, pulling the elderly man from the ground. To the secret chamber. Throughout the journey, the elder remained silent, occasionally glancing at Chu Yan's face. Chu Yan, feeling irritated by the scrutiny, thought to himself, what is there to look at? Are you curious about the appearance of a so-called royal descendant? It's merely 2 eyes and a nose. Nothing distinguishes me from you. No, that is not it. The man hastily interjected. I did not mean it that way. I meant to say that the young master resembles someone. Who? Chu Yan grunted. If I recall correctly, you once told us to let ourselves fade away slowly. This game is merely the beginning. Are you now eager to ingratiate yourself to us for survival? It seems you are nothing but a disjointed assemblage. Suddenly, the young man, with a sorrowful expression, exclaimed, I do not wish to die, Uncle Zhong. I do not wish to perish. Please, save me. The elder, referred to as Uncle Zhong, turned and shot a glare at the young man, his tone carrying a hint of menace. Stop your incessant wailing. Upon noticing Bai Moxuan's stern expression, he immediately softened his tone, adopting a humble demeanor. I am merely concerned that he disturbs you. What a cunning opportunist. The more humble Uncle Zhong became, the more Chu Yan felt repulsed. The arrogance of a petty man in a position of power is truly loathsome. Bai Moxuan, harboring even greater disdain than Chu Yan, directed a kick at Uncle Zhong's shin, causing him to kneel on the ground in pain, though he dared not express his resentment. Gritting his teeth, he forced a smile and said, If you are angry, take it out on me. I know I have caused you much suffering, and I deserve this. This spineless old fool. Bai Moxuan could not even bear to look at him. Chu Yan seized him by the collar. Enough of this nonsense. Lead the way swiftly. The young man, observing Uncle Zhong's submissive demeanor, felt perplexed. He knew Uncle Zhong was not one to easily concede. A spark of realization flickered in his mind, could it be? Uncle Zhong, now compliant, guided the group towards the hidden chamber. The layout of the palace of the Yu Kingdom was not particularly intricate. The secret room was situated at the innermost part of the palace, accessible via a straight path. The seemingly inconspicuous little room was, in fact, the legendary site of blessings and prayers. The low stone door bore no lock, only a peculiar indentation situated in the center, which seemed oddly familiar. This door could not be forced open. Mr. Wang had attempted numerous times. A cunning glint sparkled in Uncle Zhong's eyes. We have also tried various tools, none of which proved effective. All eyes turned to Chu Yan, the royal descendant of the Yu Kingdom and the young master. If he could not find a way, others would be even more at a loss. Chu Yan reached out, tracing the indented area. This shape felt eerily familiar. What could it be? Ying Ning exclaimed in surprise. Brother Yan, doesn't this resemble the shape of blood silk stone? However, it appears as though two pieces are conjoined. Having seen the blood silk stone in Chu Yan's possession, coupled with the one hanging around her neck, the two pieces together formed a shape in her mind that matched the indentation perfectly. Chu Yan gazed at Ying Ning with admiration. Ying Ning, you are truly my muse. How utterly sentimental. Su Bo, with a hint of jealousy in his voice, remarked, it seems the designer of this mechanism had long since left behind the key. Wang Deli must never have anticipated that 2 bloodstones are required to unlock the door to the secret chamber. Had he known, would the young master still be necessary? Uncle Zhong muttered this under his breath, immediately regretting it and wishing he could retract his words. Chu Yan's expression darkened. So, he has raised me all these years merely because the bloodstone in my possession alone cannot open the door to the secret chamber? Regret washed over Uncle Zhong, realizing he had spoken too freely. Speak, Chu Yan commanded, a single word that caused beads of sweat to form on Uncle Zhong's brow. Mr. Wang had long aspired to unlock the door to the secret chamber. He began his attempts 2 decades ago, after the passing of the young master's parents. He had even resorted to explosives and sought the expertise of the legendary locksmith of that era. Yet, despite the locksmith's prowess, a stone door must possess a lock to be unlocked. Uncle Zhong's mind raced with considerations of what should and should not be said, but unfortunately, none of this could escape the keen perception of Cui Ying, who meticulously scrutinized Uncle Zhong's face, fearful of missing even a fraction of a second in his expressions. You still have words unspoken, Cui Ying asserted, shaking her head. At this juncture, do you truly believe you have a chance to escape? Her words sent a chill down Uncle Zhong's spine. You may be unaware, given your long residence here, that there exists something called micro-expressions. In just 1/25th of a second, I can discern whether you are lying. You may control your words, but you cannot govern your expressions. A fleeting expression will never deceive. Chapter 476. The king of the Yuezhi. Uncle Zhong swallowed hard. The aura of this young lady was formidable enough to instill fear. Gathering his courage, he continued, Mr. Wang has always believed that this secret chamber conceals the power of the king of the Yuezhi. Should he obtain it, he could declare himself king. Alas, with the stone door remaining shut, Mr. Wang had no choice but to place his hopes upon the young master. For the latter bears the flame emblem, a symbol of royalty. The descendants of the Yuezhi are inclined to heed its call. However, the young master was but an infant at the time, and Wang Deli could only remain by his side, gradually unfolding his plans. As for what transpired thereafter, there is no need to elaborate. At Chu Yan's command, Uncle Zhong felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Ying Ning removed the bloodstone from around her neck and placed it in Chu Yan's hand. Here, Brother Yan, she said. Chu Yan then produced his own stone. And to their astonishment, when the 2 bloodstones drew near, they fused together with a sound akin to a clap, perfectly aligning to form the shape required for the door. It was indeed true. The young man exclaimed with excitement. There are 2 bloodstones, one representing Yang and the other Yin. Now, they are in perfect harmony. As the critical moment approached, Chu Yan's hand trembled slightly. Noticing this, Ying Ning grasped his wrist. Let us do this together, she encouraged. A wave of gratitude surged within Chu Yan, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Very well. Su Bo felt a tumult of emotions as he watched the 2 individuals place the bloodstone, fused together, into the recess. Both Chu Yan and Ying Ning sensed an inexplicable force emanating from the door, gently attracting the bloodstone. With a soft sound, the bloodstone perfectly adhered to the door, which was said to be impenetrable. The door creaked, gradually revealing the space within. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the mysterious chamber that lay before them, the fabled secret room. At last, the stone door opened to reveal a narrow gap through which one person could pass. In an instant, Uncle Zhong, who had appeared languid moments ago, sprang up and, with astonishing speed, squeezed himself through the opening. Bai Moxuan acted swiftly, but could only grasp Uncle Zhong's sleeve, tearing a piece from it. Uncle Zhong's triumphant laughter echoed. "Haha, you all thought you could join me." Suddenly, with a resounding thud, his voice ceased as the stone door shifted. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, and Ning Ning timidly inquired, "What has happened?" Yu Qing attempted to rush inside to investigate, but was stopped by Chu Yin. "No, let me go. This secret chamber is inextricably linked to Ning Ning and me. If this is fated, then it should be us who enter." Chu Yin stood firm before Yu Qing. Taking a deep breath, even he, usually composed, exhibited signs of tension. Finally, Chu Yin pushed the stone door, revealing an impenetrable darkness. He illuminated the space with a flashlight, only to recoil as he beheld Uncle Zhong's ashen face. The most horrifying sight was not Uncle Zhong's pallor, but the multitude of steel needles embedded in his flesh. These needles, as thick as an infant's pinky finger, had pierced his skin, covering his body like a grotesque target. Uncle Zhong's flesh turned an ominous shade of purple, indicating the needles were laced with deadly poison. Poor Uncle Zhong had calculated his ambitions, only to meet such a fate. All his flattery had merely been a ploy to access the secret chamber, believing his desires would be fulfilled, but he had instead hastened his own demise. Chu Yin stepped back, declaring, "There are traps inside." The young man, his legs giving way, collapsed to the ground, stammering, "Uncle Zhong is dead." "It seems you are the last one left." Bai Moxuan pondered, "Is that so?" The mere mention of it sent the young man into a fit of tears, his sobs mingling with snot as fear overcame him. Bai Moxuan, intolerant of such cowardice in a man, advanced and kicked him. "From this moment on, if a single tear falls, I will toss you inside." Gazing at the enigmatic chamber before him, the young man took a deep breath, forcing himself to stifle his tears. He gasped for air, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. "I beg you, do not make me go in there. I do not wish to die. I have never even left the desert." Chu Yin and Ning Ning exchanged glances, and in that moment, a profound sense of fate intertwined them. Ning Ning felt her heart racing, her hand gripping her clothing tightly. Why was her heart beating so swiftly? "Speak quickly. You have but a moment to reveal what you know." Bai Moxuan approached the young man, stating firmly, "Remember, focus on the essentials, avoid unnecessary chatter. Whether you can preserve your life depends solely on you." The young man found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his thoughts in disarray. Chu Yin interjected, "Perhaps you should begin by explaining why you are here." I have been in the desert since birth. My father was a member of the guard, but he has passed away. I recall him mentioning that we are here to protect the secret chamber." The young man struggled to steady his thoughts, acutely aware of the strikingly handsome man before him, whose expression was not merely intimidating. He could feel the weight of his own life precariously hanging in the balance. "Please, continue," Bai Moxuan urged, his brow slightly raised. The burial of the Yuezhi palace beneath the sands was the idea of the last Yuezhi king, the young man stammered, desperately trying to articulate his thoughts. "It was King Yin Gaozhen." "Is it he?" Su Bai's mind raced with the information. Yin Gaozhen, historically known as Katafizi II, was the third sovereign of the ancient Kushan Empire in Central Asia, reigning for 22 years. Gaozhen's name bore the characteristic Mongolian suffix, while Yin signified brother or prince in the Tungusic Manchu language. During Yin Gaozhen's era, the Kushan Empire expanded southward, gaining immense power and establishing itself as a colossal empire in Central Asia. The culture of the Yuezhi began to undergo Indianization. Following Yin Gaozhen's death, the empire fell into chaos and strife, marking the official end of the Kushan dynasty. Although a minor Yuezhi kingdom emerged thereafter, it was not recognized by the Yuezhi people, who believed the true Yuezhi dynasty had concluded with Yin Gaozhen as their final king. Returning to the matter at hand, Chu Yin clenched his fists. "Please, continue." Back then, the sands were deliberately directed to engulf the entire palace. Strangely, the palace maintained its independent existence, seemingly untouched by the sands, a phenomenon attributed to the secret chamber. The young man wiped the sweat from his brow, occasionally glancing at the corpse of Uncle Zhong within the chamber. The guards responsible for this event remained, along with their descendants, continuing to this day. Why bury the palace? Wouldn't it have been better to set it ablaze? Su Bai pondered aloud. If the intention was to protect this chamber, without the 2 bloodstone artifacts, it cannot be opened. Isn't this a superfluous act? I do not know my ancestors' reasoning, the young man replied, his voice tinged with sorrow. This is what my father told me. But that was many years ago. I am wronged. Bai Moxuan coughed softly. Have you forgotten what I previously stated? If you continue to cry, you will be thrown in. The young man hastily interjected, taking a deep breath before continuing his tale. After the palace was buried, all members of the guard descended underground to live, though their parents, wives, and daughters were sent away, leaving only their sons behind to carry on the lineage. Whenever a boy reached adulthood, a woman would be brought from the outside world. If a son was born, he would remain, while the mother was buried alive. If a daughter was born, both mother and daughter would be interred together, leaving no survivors. Thus, we have endured through generations. How cruel it is. Those girls were leading normal lives outside. Had you not sought them out, they could have married and had children, living a mundane existence of rice, oil, and salt without the threat of losing their lives. How could you do such a thing? Cui Ying's chest heaved with anger. Unable to contain herself, you bastards deserve to experience the horror of being buried alive. Chapter 477. The coffin fungus. Please, no? I have so much more to tell you. The man, terrified of Cui Ying's wrath, began to bow deeply before her, pleading, spare me, spare me. Before she could respond, he turned to Chu Yan, continuing to bow. Young master, we descendants of the Yuezhi are few in number. I am, after all, a descendant of the guard. Please let me live. I don't want to die. If you keep bowing, you truly will meet your end, Chu Yan retorted. Enough of your nonsense. Return to the previous topic. I don't recall where I left off. He stammered, his fear rendering him disoriented, having forgotten his earlier words. Cui Ying, exasperated, remarked, you were discussing how the descendants of the guard commit atrocities in the name of preserving the lineage. My mother was also buried alive. The young man suddenly wept. Do you think we are cold-blooded creatures? Our existence has always been a cruel joke. Who has ever considered our feelings? Yet, from birth, we have been indoctrinated with beliefs that differ from yours. We remain here out of duty, to protect the source of the Yuezhi royal power. We are not without purpose. Different stances render one an enemy, even if the other possesses a kind nature. This is the unfortunate reality where all conflicts arise. Standing in opposing positions, the other becomes an adversary. In that moment, the 8 of them fell silent. Was this young man a good person or a villain? There was no way to draw a conclusion. Ning even felt a twinge of pity for him. The reason the descendants of the guard remained here was to await the revival of the Yuezhi kingdom. One day, the magnificent palace of the Yuezhi would rise again, and the luminous pearl symbolizing the kingdom's fortune would astonish the world. Perhaps having unburdened his heart, the young man felt a weight lift, and his tone became considerably lighter. During the Tang dynasty, it was said to be our most hopeful opportunity. Unfortunately, it ultimately ended in failure. It was not until the young master was born and Mr. Wang devised the grand plan that we glimpsed the hope of returning to the surface. The affairs of the Tang dynasty need not be elaborated upon. It is lamentable that one sacrificed a kingdom for the sake of Shuexiang, only for the tale to conclude in tragedy. Fortunately, a lineage was left behind in the form of Yingning. Reflecting on this matter, Yingning curiously inquired about the 2 bloodstained stones. The bloodstained stones have always existed as a pair of yin and yang. Before the demise of the king of the Yuezhi, he bequeathed them to his 2 sons, each receiving one. It is said that these 2 men passed down the stones through generations, and it was only today that it became apparent they served as the keys to the secret chamber. The young man spoke with a sense of despair. I ask you, what connection exists between Tan Wuji and the Yuezhi? Furthermore, what of those Bon practitioners? Chu Yan seized the young man's collar. Those who perished in the desert were Bon practitioners, were they not? Why did they possess copper coins inscribed with Sanskrit? The young man's face fell, tears welling in his eyes. Just as you observed and surmised, those 2 were indeed Bon practitioners. They arrived at the Yuezhi kingdom alongside Tan Wuji. However, they did not travel together but encountered one another en route and thus reached the Yuezhi. After imparting numerous Indian Buddhist scriptures, Tan Wuji departed, while the 2 chose to remain. Before leaving, Tan Wuji presented them with the copper coins bestowed by the Yuezhi king as mementos, which explains the presence of the coins on their persons. Those 2. I recall now. My father mentioned that they were the ones who constructed the secret chamber. The chamber has existed since that time. The bloodstained stones were also left by them. Originally, each possessed one. Bai Moxuan's brow furrowed. If that is the case, the bond between these two bond practitioners and the Yuezhi king must have been quite profound. Yet, why did they appear lifeless in the desert, without coffins or burial garments? How did they meet their demise? Upon mentioning the two male corpses, Lu Shangxing perked up. They bore gourd-shaped marks upon their cervical bones. What could that signify? A gourd? The young man's eyes widened in terror. Could it be the legendary torture device? I have only heard of it. I have never seen it with my own eyes. I truly do not know. I do not know. At last, clarity began to emerge. At least the origins of the secret chamber and the bloodstained stones are now broadly understood. Those two bond practitioners came to the Yuezhi, constructed the secret chamber, and entrusted the key to the Yuezhi king. Yet for reasons unknown, they were ultimately betrayed and slain by him. The intricacies of this tale remain shrouded in mystery. Perhaps only by entering the secret chamber can the truth be uncovered. Chu Yin turned to Yingning, who appeared pensive. Yingning, do you wish to accompany me inside? Just the two of us? Yingning was taken aback. What will happen to the others? We are the bearers of the bloodstained stones, possessing the royal Yuezhi lineage. We bear the responsibility to unveil the truth more than anyone else. However, we cannot allow those unrelated to become entangled in this. A flicker of hesitation crossed Chu Yan's eyes, but he swiftly resolved. I believe your father once returned here. He came here? Suddenly, Yingning recalled her father's promise to her mother, vowing to take his wife and child to witness the most beautiful starry sky in the world. It is not found in the heavens, but beneath the earth, an unparalleled sight. Could that starry sky be right here? Yingning finally resolved her determination. I shall enter with you. No. Su Bai immediately cast his opposing vote. We came here as 8. If we are to enter, it must be all 8 of us together. No. Chu Yan's stance was even more resolute. It can only be me and Yingning. Why? Su Bai scoffed. We've come this far, and you wish to abandon us? Such an arrangement is far too convenient. My intuition tells me that only the descendants of the Yuezhi king can enter. Chu Yin shrugged, presenting an air of indifference. Thus, it is only the two of us. What a flimsy excuse. Su Bai attempted to retort, but Bai Moxuan surprisingly seized him. Very well, let them take the lead for now. Bai, have you lost your mind? You witnessed how that old man perished. Do you wish to endanger Yingning? Su Bai's urgency stirred a sweet sensation in Yingning's heart. Yet it only solidified her choice. I wish to enter with Brother Yin. I trust him and am willing to entrust my life into his hands. For Brother Yin is my kin. That final statement brought a smile to Chu Yan's face. Let us proceed. This time, Chu Yin took the lead. And without needing a reminder from Bai Moxuan, he picked up a stone from the ground and cast it inside. The stone rolled in without a sound. Su Bai was equally perplexed. How could such an impenetrable chamber appear one way before Uncle Zhong and another before Chu Yin? Could it truly discern lineage? Chu Yin shielded Yingning behind him, carefully stepping over Uncle Zhong's body. The stone door abruptly closed behind them, and the two blood-red stones above began to spin rapidly. Outside, Su Bai and the others could only hear the clicking sounds from within. When the noise subsided, Su Bai shouted loudly, Yingning, are you still inside? The silence within was deathly still, and Su Bai's face turned pale. Damn. The fate of the two inside became the primary concern for the 6 outside. Unbeknownst to them, as Chu Yin and Yingning's figures vanished into the darkness, the clicking sound akin to turning gears echoed, and the two plummeted downwards, almost instantaneously, into another abyss of darkness. Yingning felt herself landing on something soft. Extending her hand, she encountered a tender belly. Blushing as she called out, Brother Yin? I am here. Chu Yin replied softly. Are you unhurt? With you as my human cushion, how could I be? Yingning groped her way to stand, grateful for the enveloping darkness that concealed her bashfulness. A flashlight flickered to life in the dark, prompting Yingning to instinctively shield her eyes from the sudden brightness. Having finally adjusted to the darkness, her eyes now recoiled from the light. She stepped back, only to collide with a sound that startled her forward. As Chu Yin steadied her, it's nothing to worry about, just a coffin. Chapter 478, Multicolored Prayer Flags. But what is that? Yingning pointed at a fleshy protrusion emerging from the coffin lid, inquiring about the strange, fishy odor emanating from it. It's coffin fungus, Chu Yin remarked. The individual within must have consumed a copious amount of ginseng during their lifetime. After being interred, the essence of the ginseng coalesces and does not dissipate, causing the body in the coffin to exude fungal stalks, which then form mushrooms at the head of the coffin. The colors of these coffin mushrooms vary greatly, with this earthy yellow being the most prevalent. Ning nestled behind Chu Yin and asked, "Who could be lying in the coffin?" "We shall discover that upon opening it," Chu Yin replied, surveying the surroundings. "The arrangement here is simple, yet I am beset by an odd sensation." Ning commented, "This place is arranged so plainly. It evokes a sense of homeliness. Indeed, it feels like a home rather than a burial site." The mention of home brought a pang of sorrow to Chu Yan's heart. It is quite ironic for two individuals without a home to find themselves here. Ning's hand brushed against the glossy black coffin, and aside from the mushrooms atop it, the exquisite floral carvings caught her eye. "What kind of flower is this?" she inquired. "It is the desert rose," Chu Yan responded. "It also bears the melodious name of Tianbao flower." The desert rose, resembling a small trumpet, should have been a vibrant rose red, yet it had transformed into a lustrous black, its former splendor entirely absent. Chu Yan noted, "Such a contrast is truly subtle. Even the most beautiful flower loses its vibrancy and becomes a somber presence." "Brother Yin, may we open it now?" Ning tilted her head and asked. "Su Bo and the others are still waiting outside." Chu Yin gently lifted the coffin lid, and to his astonishment, it was not secured with nails. Upon lifting the lid, instead of the anticipated stench of decay, a fragrant aroma wafted forth. In ancient times, there was a fragrant concubine, said to be enveloped in scent. And this woman within the coffin was no different. She was draped in a mere layer of gauze, her graceful figure causing Chu Yin to avert his gaze. The intoxicating fragrance emanating from her body bore a hint of fermented wine. It seemed that with age, the scent had intensified, much like wine. "What a beautiful woman!" Ning exclaimed. "Brother Yin, you must look." Chu Yin hesitated to gaze upon her. The light glimmering from her mouth indicated she possessed a luminous pearl, which had preserved her body from decay, rendering her as vibrant as a living being. Her soft skin, curvaceous figure, and exquisite features portrayed a serene visage, as if she were merely resting, ready to awaken if disturbed. Ning finally detected Chu Yan's shyness and, tilting her head, teased, "Brother Yin, will you truly not look? I feel she bears a striking resemblance to someone." Curiosity piqued, Chu Yan turned to scrutinize her face closely. Upon doing so, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "Incredible! She resembles you remarkably." No wonder Ning found her familiar. This visage bore a striking resemblance to her own, save for a slightly higher nose bridge, lending her an exotic allure. The similarity between you two must hold significance, Chu Yan suddenly realized. Ning attempt to move her body and see if there are any mechanisms or accompanying artifacts beneath her. Ning found Chu Yan's bashful demeanor amusing and playfully remarked, "But I lack the strength, Brother Yin. It should be you who does it. She is entirely unclothed, save for a thin veil, and appears so lifelike. I find it rather awkward. You should do it, but please be cautious." Chu Yan's face flushed with embarrassment. Throughout his life, apart from Hong Jie and Ning, he had seldom interacted with women, and the one who occupied his heart was solely Ning. No longer teasing Chu Yan, Ning cautiously reached out to embrace the shoulders of the female corpse, only to have one of its hands grip her wrist tightly, startling her into a sharp scream. Chu Yan, disregarding whether the corpse was clothed, swiftly turned to pry away that hand. Upon touching the corpse's hand, he remarked with surprise, "It seems to still possess some elasticity. Perhaps it is due to the luminous pearl." Ning, still somewhat shaken, recalled. Boss Tang mentioned that the luminous pearl can prevent decay. The royal palace of the Yuezhi must house more than one such pearl. It is said that they were also brought from the western regions to the central plains. "How do you know so much?" "Su Bai taught me," Ning innocently replied. "Though the big guy has a foul mouth, he is a good and kind person." Chu Yan felt his eyes moisten. He smiled faintly and then lowered his head, saying, "All right, let us first move this female corpse aside." Ning nodded, her movements becoming more agile. The corpse, draped in sheer fabric, still possessed smooth skin, leading Ning to believe that in life she must have been a natural beauty, capable of captivating many men. As she propped up the upper body of the corpse, Ning discovered a hidden compartment beneath her, edged with crystal. "Brother Yin, come quickly and look." Chu Yan turned to see Ning's head nestled against that of the corpse, two strikingly similar figures, one alive, the other dead, yet so naturally intertwined. Chu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Regardless of the corpse's attire, he swiftly opened the hidden compartment, and the glimmering light below stirred something within him. Ning, move the corpse aside. Let us descend and take a look. I see there is a rope ladder leading down. Chu Yan, determined not to touch the lifelike corpse, displayed an endearing stubbornness that made Ying Ning smile. Noticing his embarrassment, she stifled her laughter and gently propped the corpse outside the coffin, resting her body against it, her head leaning against a carved celestial flower. If the flower still retained its color, it would surely look beautiful atop her head. Ying Ning found herself entranced, only returning to her senses when Chu Yan called her. The rope ladder hung just beneath the coffin, penetrating the rock wall below. Chu Yan descended first. Suspending himself on the ladder, he tugged at it to ensure its security before allowing Ying Ning to follow. As she leaned down, her body stiffened. What is the matter? Chu Yan, fearing for her safety, asked urgently, Are you feeling unwell? No, Brother Yan, what is that shining thing below? Ying Ning's voice trembled. Could it be what father spoke of, the starry sky? Tears cascaded down Ying Ning's cheeks as she faced Chu Yan below. The droplets fell upon Chu Yan's face, leaving him uncertain whether they were her tears or those shed from his own heart, aching for her. The starlit sky was not above but beneath the earth. It possessed a beauty more resplendent than the celestial glow. To Ying Ning, these floating orbs of light represented her father's profound affection for both her and her mother. Her heart felt as if it had been squeezed countless times. Though not painful, it ached with a bittersweet sorrow. Chu Yan wiped the tears from his own face and extended his hand to Ying Ning, urging her to follow. Through her tear-blurred vision, Ying Ning seemed to glimpse the visage of her father, a stranger yet familiar. She smiled and reached out, cautiously placing her feet upon the rope ladder, guided by Chu Yan towards that breathtaking underground sky. At last, they reached the end of the rope ladder, yet the celestial display remained tantalizingly out of reach. Trodden beneath their feet, as they drew nearer, Ying Ning discovered that the stars were animated, playfully darting about in the profound depths of the earth, their halos soft and elegant, yet dazzling against the backdrop of night. Standing so close to the beauty her father had once beheld, she wept anew. Chu Yan, touched in the most tender recesses of his heart by this girl, embraced her gently, exclaiming, Isn't it magnificent? My father once promised to show my mother and me the most beautiful underground sky, and now I see it. It truly is wondrous. As thoughts of her mother, still confined in the cold prison, flooded her mind, a wave of bittersweet emotion surged within her. If only my mother could witness this, how happy she would be. This is the most exquisite gift my father left for her, utterly unparalleled. Chu Yan, moved by her sentiment, took out his phone to capture the breathtaking scene below, assuring her, This way, your mother will surely be able to see it. Chapter 479. Colorful prayer flags. To these stars seem alive, Ying Ning remarked. Brother Yan, look. They have tentacles. They are not fireflies, Chu Yan affirmed. If your father had ever seen them, they must have a long lifespan. It's strange that he would return here. Ying Ning's gaze remained entranced by the stars, while Chu Yan surveyed their surroundings. He was drawn to the fabric strips hanging from the stone walls and approached them for a closer look. Though faded, he recognized them as colorful prayer flags. The colors represented blue, white, red, green, and yellow. The blue flag symbolizes the sky, the white flag represents clouds, the red flag signifies flames, the green flag denotes water, and the yellow flag stands for the earth. This established a fixed order for the flags. Much like the unchanging laws of nature where the blue sky is above and the yellow earth is below, the arrangement of the colorful flags, therefore, must remain constant. These flags are termed prayer flags because they bear inscriptions of Buddhist scriptures. Each flutter of the flags in the wind signifies a recitation of prayers, continuously conveying human wishes to the divine and seeking blessings. Thus, the prayer flags serve as a bridge connecting the divine and the human realm. The origin of this prayer flag is likely attributed to those two practitioners of Bon. Just as Chu Yan was about to depart, an unexpected gust of wind arose, lifting the colorful prayer flags and revealing a box beneath them. Chu Yan smiled faintly. The wind's arrival felt rather peculiar, intensifying the sense of destiny that enveloped him. He picked up the box and noticed the character for fire engraved on its surface, causing his heart to leap with joy. Ying Ning, come quickly and see this. The fire character made Ying Ning's heart skip a beat. She extended her trembling hands, but ultimately placed them despondently on her chest. Brother Yan, could you please open it for me? Ying Ning lowered her head, afraid that her hopes might vanish in an instant. Chu Yan sighed and resolutely opened the box, revealing white silk filled with handwritten words. He chuckled, Silly girl, look, This is a personal letter from your father, Huishuanxi, addressed to you and your mother. At that moment, she realized that she had yet to be born. Ning could no longer cry. A smile blossomed on her lips, imagining how eagerly her father had awaited her arrival. This letter was penned for his beloved wife and their future child. In witnessing the rare beauty of this world, Huishuanxi's thoughts were solely occupied by his two cherished ones. Huishuanxi had exquisite penmanship, and the letter conveyed heartfelt sentiments. If translated into contemporary language, it would roughly express the following: Shuexiang, Xiaobao. Father surely does not know whether the child in your womb is a boy or a girl. Hence the name Xiaobao, which is gender neutral. With tears of joy, Ning replied, so he intended to call me Xiaobao. You would never imagine. I am currently atop an incredibly rare and beautiful vista, gazing down at a sky filled with stars. In this moment, my greatest wish is to be with you both, to share in the enchanting underground starry sky. As I write this letter, I hope that one day, the three of us can return together and retrieve this letter. Shuexiang. It has been said since ancient times that the value of land and beauty is known only to the heart. Yet I have found my answer. Being by your side and that of our child is my ultimate haven. I have made a decision. I will put an end to this absurdity as swiftly as possible, allowing everyone to live freely and easily. Shuexiang, when we return here, it will surely be a day when we can live without burdens. Embroidered on the white silk was a pure white fox, alongside the signature of her father, Huishuanxi. A tumult of emotions surged within Ning. Her father had not only made a choice, but had also contemplated the path of retreat. Had it not been for the malevolent intervention of another, perhaps their family would have remained blissfully united. The thought filled her with bittersweet sorrow as she carefully tucked away the letter bearing her father's final words. Suddenly, she trembled and quickly wiped away her tears. But how did father manage to enter? This question left Chu Yin momentarily stunned, yet he quickly recalled. Yin Gaozhen divided the bloodstained stones among his two sons. Perhaps your father knew the location of the other stone. While this explanation appeared plausible, Ning sensed that matters were not so straightforward. She pointed at the rock wall. Brother Yin, is this Sanskrit? And doesn't this shape seem peculiar, resembling two standing figures? On the wall opposite the colorful prayer flags, two humanoid shapes were indeed discernible, accompanied by some rusted iron chains that hung heavily. As he approached, Chu Yin discovered that the marks were not carved, but rather bore a faint, unpleasant odor, an unmistakable scent of decomposing flesh. Could it be the remains of the two Bon practitioners? Ning remarked, observing their similar heights. Look, there are two gourd-shaped imprints on the wall. My heavens, could it be that the neck bones of these two individuals passed through, leaving an impression on the wall? No, quite the contrary, Chu Yin countered. I recall that when Lu Shangxing examined the corpses, the gourd marks were located on the back of the neck bones. If these two bodies were pressed against the wall, then the gourd must have protruded from within, striking their necks from behind. This could very well have been the cause of their demise. Chu Yin measured the distance between the two gourd imprints with his hand. The bodies must have been closely aligned, facing outward, and the mechanism would have struck their right neck bones. The likelihood of their deaths occurring here was substantial. Yet, if that were the case, how did their bodies end up in the desert? Ning's hand brushed against the wall, and suddenly, two gusts of wind whooshed towards her, startling her into retreat. From the stone wall emerged two sharp blades, causing her to inhale sharply. What immense force! Observing the gourd shapes at the ends of the blades, Chu Yin remarked. No wonder they could directly strike the bone and cause instant death. Such force could even shatter a heart. Brother Yin, look, the iron chain is broken in the middle, Ning exclaimed excitedly. Doesn't this suggest that these two individuals once managed to break free from the chains, attempting to escape? Therefore, they must have left this place, which explains their presence in the desert. Chu Yin admired Ning's insight. You are absolutely correct. I surmise that at that time, their hands were devoid of bloodstones, taken by the Yu tribe king. Hence, they did not return the way they came. Where could they have possibly exited? Chu Yan's gaze fell upon the starry expanse beneath their feet. There was no way out above, and he turned to Ning, asking, Are you brave enough to jump down with me? He sensed that the two Bon practitioners had departed from this very spot. Ning smiled gently and nodded. What is there to fear? Chu Yin grasped Ning's hand, wishing to hold it for a lifetime, never to release it. Counting down from 3, 2, 1. As the last note lingered in the air, they leaped hand in hand towards the starry sky. Plummeting down, they reached for the stars. Perhaps it would lead to death. Yet in their hearts, Both shared the same sentiment. If dying together could be seen as a testament of their devotion to one another, then they would embrace it willingly. Ying Ning, aware that she could not repay Chu Yin with her love, found solace in the notion that if this act could bring him peace, it would be worth it. As they descended, the act was fraught with peril, yet Ying Ning was prepared. Just before landing, she executed a graceful half-turn in midair, lightly descending while supporting Chu Yin. His astonishment was palpable. "How did you manage that? Did you forget?" "I possess the bloodline of a celestial fox," she replied. Ying Ning blinked and looked up. "Brother Yin, look. Those luminous insects only linger in the middle section. They neither ascend nor descend. They confine their activities strictly within designated boundaries." However, Chu Yan's attention was drawn to the ground. "Ying Ning, there are bloodstains here. More precisely, there were blood characters." A series of Sanskrit inscriptions displayed on the ground. The blood characters started off vivid and bold, but gradually faded, the once bright red hue darkening to black with the passage of time. As Chu Yin took a photograph with his phone, he swiftly translated the characters into Chinese in his mind. The truth slowly emerged amidst the lines of text, and Chu Yan's expression shifted from surprise to a sigh, ultimately settling into tranquility. Chapter 480. The final note. What does it say above, Brother Yin? Ying Ning, who did not understand Sanskrit, felt an insatiable curiosity clawing at her heart. "The backstory," Chu Yin replied. "I wish to share it with others once we get out. For now, we must wait." "Wait for what?" she inquired. "The rolling wind," Chu Yin explained. "Otherwise, we may not be able to escape." "Why not?" Ying Ning countered. "We can retrace our steps. I have a rope in my backpack, and the key is already on the door, isn't it?" "Ying Ning, the situation is far beyond our imagination. The two bloodstones combined into one can only be used once. After we entered, the stone door sealed shut. Even if the bloodstones remain outside, we cannot reopen the door a second time. The space above is controlled by two practitioners of the Ben sect, designed solely for entry, not exit. Even if they themselves are trapped here, their only option was to jump down and seek a chance to escape, and that chance is the rolling wind." Ying Ning listened, wide-eyed. "So we can only wait?" "Precisely. The blood characters on the ground are the final notes of the two masters. They clearly narrated the sequence of events. And most importantly, they perished here. They broke free from their chains and jumped down, but unfortunately, they did not wait for a chance at life. By the time the rolling wind arrived, they had already passed, yet their bodies were swept away. This explains why we might encounter their remains in the desert." Chu Yin elaborated. "Currently, we find ourselves in the same predicament the masters faced back then. We must be more fortunate. Not only are we alive, but we have also discovered your father's handwritten letter." Ying Ning gazed up at the starry sky, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. "There are no regrets now. Brother Yin, Mother and I will have no regrets. I have found my father's intentions here." "That's good. We shall patiently wait here." "The rolling wind typically occurs in the afternoon," Chu Yin continued. "When the rolling wind arrives, remember to hold my hand tightly and do not open your mouth. After that, our fates will be left to chance. We both understand the way of the Tao. We only need to endure for a moment. You wish to emerge alive to meet Su Bai, do you not?" At the mention of Su Bai, Ying Ning's desire to survive intensified, and she nodded vigorously. "And my mother? I must wait for her to be released. I want to personally deliver the letter into her hands." Chu Yin wrapped his arm around Ying Ning's shoulders. "We will wait together." While waiting, Chu Yin took the opportunity to reconfirm the bloodstains on the ground. He was uncertain how Wan Zifeng would manage to extricate their bodies from this place, but the extraordinary capabilities of these two masters, who had devised such a marvelous secret chamber, suggested there was indeed a rationale behind their choice to escape from here. Time passed slowly, yet fortunately, the two had provisions of food and water in their backpacks. The wait was arduous. Ying Ning occasionally took out her father's relic, gently caressing the embroidered little fox that adorned it. Even as her eyes glimmered with unshed tears, a smile graced her lips. This sight elicited both amusement and heartache from Chu Yin. "Little girl, if you don't hand it over to your mother soon, it might be worn out by your handling. Take good care of it. Be wary of Wan Zifeng taking it away." This ploy proved effective, and Ying Ning promptly tucked away the white silk. She smiled faintly. "Brother Yin, may I inquire how you have managed all these years?" "From birth, I have received elite education. I am proficient in foreign languages, skilled in painting, music, and acting, and I even possess knowledge of Taoist arts." Chu Yin responded with a subtle smile. "I cannot claim to know everything, yet I am indeed versed in many things. Like Su Bai, I have an IQ of 180, but I lack his happiness. However, I now see a glimmer of hope. Once we resolve the matters in this vast desert, the malevolent energy within you and me can be eradicated, and I can finally embark on the life I desire. Curious about how the malevolent energy could be eliminated, Ning understood that unless she and brother Yin were successfully taken out by Wan Zifeng, the answer was of little consequence. For two corpses, the presence or absence of malevolent energy was trivial. With her hands clasped tightly, she listened intently to the sounds outside. Wan Zifeng could lift houses and vehicles, and any movement would be unmistakable. At last, the ground beneath them trembled slightly. Chu Yin grasped Ning's hand firmly and whispered, "It's coming." He silently thought. Wan Zifeng could grant them life or usher them into death. Ning, I share this fate with you. There are no regrets. As Wan Zifeng enveloped them, Chu Yin held Ning close, their bodies no longer their own. Just before losing consciousness, Ning saw Chu Yin's lips part, whispering, "Do not fear." Darkness engulfed Ning, and she felt an inexplicable urge to break free. Uncertain of when her body had touched the ground, she believed she had perished. Her body felt heavy and immobile, yet she could still sense the firm grip of a hand around hers. A fragrant aroma wafted into her senses, and a soothing liquid slipped down her throat. That hand tenderly caressed her face, alleviating her parched throat, and Ning drifted back into slumber. Cui Ying, cradling Ning, was frantic, her eyes reddened with worry. She turned to the sand-covered Chu Yin and asked, "These two show no signs of movement. What on earth has happened?" "Their breathing is stable. It's only a matter of time before they awaken," Lu Shangxing replied. "It seems they have fallen, sustaining some superficial injuries. It's fortunate they are still alive. Are you dissatisfied that the Haven Tea died? Do you lack the stomach for dissecting corpses?" Bai Moxuan's voice dripped with menace. "To preserve your reputation as Asia's foremost physician, hasten their awakening." Ning listened intently to their conversation, yearning to utter the words "I am awake," but alas, her lips merely quivered without a sound. Fortunately, Cui Ying noticed. "Look, Ning is responding. Subai, why are you still dawdling? Bring some water." Subai, who had been fixated on the entwined hands of Ning and Chu Yin, snapped back to reality at Cui Ying's exclamation, hastily retrieving the water jug. Meanwhile, Yu Qing was also busy feeding water to Chu Yin. After a flurry of activity, both finally opened their eyes. Upon seeing them awake, Lu Shangxing shrugged. "Did I not tell you? They would surely be fine." Leaning weakly against Cui Ying, Ning inquired, "Where are we?" "At least 100 miles away from the Yu clan's palace," Cui Ying replied. "We were so worried. But I am alive, am I not?" Ning sniffed, strangely enough. "It is not you." "What?" Cui Ying curiously sniffed her own body. "I Haven Tea changed clothes in 2 days. There is a bit of an odor." "No, just now," Ning puzzledly said. "When I was unconscious, someone fed me water. I believe Brother Yin experienced the same. That person carried a fragrance, and in my haze, I thought it was you, but the scent is different." "Fragrance?" Bai Moxuan's expression shifted slightly. "Are you certain? This cannot be a dream, can it?" Startled by Bai Moxuan's demeanor, Ning asked, "What is it?" Bai Moxuan produced a withered yimi flower and held it beneath Ning's nose. "Is it this scent?" "It seems so." Observing Bai Moxuan's intense gaze, Ning affirmed, "Yes." "Are there others beside the descendants of the guard in this vast desert?" Di Laoshu wiped the sweat from his brow. "I say, superstar, what has happened to your face? Who owes you money and hasn't he repaid?" "It's nothing. Let us take them back," Bai Moxuan mused, reflecting on the events that transpired after he lost consciousness. Regrettably, aside from the lingering fragrance and the withered yimi flower, he possessed no leads. Perhaps the scalding underground river harbored clues to the identity of the other party. "Chu Yin, are you all right?" Bai Moxuan finally set aside his worries to check on his junior disciple. "I am not so easily dispatched," Chu Yin replied hoarsely. "We are twins. The company's golden geese. If one falls, the company will surely feel the sting." Chapter 481, The Bone-like Firefly. "If you can still jest. It seems you are truly unscathed. Let us depart." Bai Moxuan grunted softly. The 6 of them escorted Ning and Chu Yin back to the vehicle, only to find the young guard's figure absent. Chu Yin inquired, "Where did that fellow go?" Su Bai and Yu Qing exchanged glances, and Yu Qing explained. "He attempted to flee, but inadvertently triggered a trap and perished on the spot. We intended to spare him, but it seems fate had other plans. It appears that the last member of the underground guard has also been lost." Chu Yin closed his eyes, and Yu Qing kindly offered him water, then asked, When you entered, we had planned to follow you in. However, we found the stone door utterly unyielding. Cui Ying interjected, "What on earth transpired? How did you two end up outside?" It is a lengthy tale. As Chu Yin sipped water, he recounted the events in detail, leaving no nuance unaddressed. Upon hearing that Ing Ning had discovered a handwritten letter left by her father, Hua Sun Si, underground, Su Bai felt a surge of joy for her. Nevertheless, there were numerous aspects worthy of scrutiny, such as the blood inscriptions on the ground. Bai Moxuan inquired, "Now that everyone is gathered, can you reveal the content of the blood inscriptions?" "Very well, I shall disclose everything in its entirety," Chu Yin replied. The story begins with Tan Wu Jie's journey to the western regions in search of sacred scriptures. On his way to the Yuezhi kingdom, he encountered two Bon practitioners. In truth, Tibetan Buddhism and Bon share a common origin, yet the latter failed to flourish and faded into obscurity. These two Bon practitioners felt an instant connection with Tan Wu Jie and ultimately decided to accompany him to the Yuezhi kingdom. Had this circumstance not arisen, they would not have ventured to Yuezhi, nor would subsequent events have unfolded. A hint of sardonic amusement graced Chu Yan's lips. The unpredictability of life meant that a single decision could ripple through many occurrences, altering the fates of numerous individuals. Tan Wu Jie was merely passing through Yuezhi, which was not his final destination. However, the two Bon practitioners lacked a clear purpose. They were wandering aimlessly. Thus, after Tan Wu Jie departed, they chose to linger for a few days before continuing on their way. He bestowed upon each of them a copper coin inscribed with Sanskrit before pursuing his own objectives. Yet their plans were soon disrupted by unforeseen circumstances. The beloved consort of King Yin Gaozhun of Yuezhi fell gravely ill. The two Bon practitioners, versed in Tibetan medicine, devised a ginseng-based remedy in a bid to prolong her life. The female corpse that Ing Ning and I discovered in the secret chamber was indeed that of the king's consort, who had consumed copious amounts of ginseng during her lifetime, resulting in a unique coffin fungus formed from the residual ginseng essence after her death. Chu Yin continued, "That secret chamber was originally established by the two Bon practitioners for the favored consort and also served as a tomb set by King Yuezhi for them. The reasons behind this can be unraveled through the blood inscriptions. The two failed to save the queen, and upon learning of a spell within Bon that could perpetuate bloodlines, unchanged through the ages, the king became intrigued by the flame-shaped mark. Ing Ning began to grasp so. Those bearing the flame-shaped mark possessed the purest bloodline of both the king and queen of Yuezhi. Indeed, however, this secret art is prohibited within Bon. Initially, the two practitioners outright rejected the king's request, but he did not relent. A transaction was struck between them. Chu Yin remarked with a bitter smile. The price was the luminous pearl from the Yuezhi royal palace. It was the very pearl that hung at the apex of the Yuezhi palace, a gem renowned in legends, even rivaling the one taken by Qin Huang for burial. If the two Bon masters were swayed by it, one could only say it was fate. Su Bai exhaled deeply. That luminous pearl is truly astonishing. Nevertheless, wealth is but a transient matter. Exchanging it for the life of one's beloved is, in truth, a worthy trade. However, the king of the Yuezhi did not uphold his promise. This matter reveals shortcomings on both sides. The king sought to save lives yet hesitated to part with the symbolic night pearl of royal authority. The two masters of Bon Buddhism, who ought to embody asceticism, were also swayed by desires in the presence of the night pearl, resorting to forbidden spells. Chu Yin remarked that the very reason this secret technique was prohibited was due to the malevolent energies it harbored. Once the secret chamber was sealed and the incantation cast, the king of the Yuezhi, under a guise, imprisoned the two masters beneath the chamber. Despite their grave injuries, they struggled to escape, but alas, as they awaited the arrival of Wan Zifeng, they ultimately succumbed. Leaving behind a blood-written note, they departed from this world. Subsequently, Wan Zifeng arrived and carried their bodies from the chamber, which explains why we discovered their remains in the desert. The princess bore a striking resemblance to me, likely due to our shared lineage. Ing Ning remarked, "She is so beautiful. It is no wonder the king of the Yuezhi would dare to defy the heavens for her." Throughout history, many a hero has faltered before the allure of beauty, and countless monarchs have fallen to the charms of enchanting women. Cui Ying sighed, "Yet, I find myself puzzled about a few matters. Firstly, why did the king bury the palace beneath the sands? Secondly, how can we rid ourselves of the malevolent energies that afflict you? Lastly, where lies the tomb of the king of the Yuezhi? Of these three inquiries, I can confidently address two. The removal of the malevolent energies from Ning and myself is not a daunting task. It has been mentioned in the blood-written note that performing a proper bond funeral for the two masters will naturally lift the curse upon their ascension to the heavenly realm. As for the tomb of the king, Ning, do you recall the underground starry sky? Ning's eyes widened with disdain at Chu Yan's seemingly foolish question, and she replied helplessly, that underground starry sky holds great significance for our family. How could I possibly forget? Are you not curious about the glowing insects? Chu Yan inquired. The blood note mentioned something about bioluminescent fireflies. Thus, I suspect that these luminous insects are, in fact, the remnants of the king of the Yuezhi, Chu Yan posited. The field mouse exchanged glances with Su Bai and remarked, the bioluminescent fireflies indeed exist. Our ancestors' ancient texts reference them. These insects can thrive without consuming anything. Yet to produce them, one must ingest a phosphorus-laden poison consistently before death, followed by cremation, which results in these radiant fireflies emerging from the ashes, shining even more brilliantly than ordinary fireflies. If true, the king of the Yuezhi was indeed devoted, employing such a method to safeguard his beloved even in death. Chuaying expressed her lament, yet he treated the two masters of Bon Buddhism with such cruelty. To accompany a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger. Fortunate was the princess to have died young. Had she lived to see her beauty fade, who knows how the king would have treated her? Perhaps he would have simply buried her in an unceremonious grave. Su Bai, with a playful grin, interjected, women must see beyond mere appearances and not be beguiled by superficial romance. Oh, be quiet. Just when a hint of emotion was stirred, you had to ruin it. Chuaying retorted, pinching Su Bai sharply, eliciting a yelp from him. It seems that the only enigma left unexplained is the descent of the Yuezhi king's palace into the desert. Shrouded in mystery with no evidence to illuminate the king's state of mind or the motives behind such a decision. After a brief contemplation, Bai Moxuan ventured, the only plausible explanation may lie in the king's inability to let go. Throughout history, the strife incited by royal power has been countless. Even kin can turn against one another. The palace, along with that luminous pearl, represents the Yuezhi king's final yearning for sovereignty. Regrettably, this desire led future generations to sacrifice their own happiness in pursuit of an illusory resurgence. These words struck a chord with Ning, causing her eyes to redden. Chu Yan gently reassured her. All has passed. We must look forward, for our foremost concern now is to properly inter the remains of the two Bon masters. Yu Qing nodded in agreement. The Bon tradition holds that upon death, one must traverse two realms to attain rebirth. The first is a land of abundance and joy. The second, a perilous and dark world filled with suffering. The purpose of the funeral is to guide the deceased swiftly and safely through this darkness, redeeming their souls. Do you know the specific procedures involved? Inquired Chuaying. Besides ritual animal sacrifices, the body must undergo hair knotting, painting, dissection, pounding, and burial. As Yu Qing elaborated, it appears we have quite the undertaking ahead of us. Thus, the group split into two factions. One ventured out of the desert to procure livestock for the sacrifices, while the other returned to the salt pool to retrieve the remains of the two Bon masters. These two corpses had previously been subjected to bone steaming, their flesh having decayed. They could not help but jest about Lu Shangxing, who felt unjustly wronged. I unveiled the mystery of these two individuals for you, and instead of gratitude, I am met with scorn. How unfair this world is. All possible rites were performed, and when the living creatures were brought forth, a great fire blazed upon the desert. The two corpses were thoroughly entombed beneath a verdant mantle, which would prevent their remains from drifting aimlessly and forlornly. However, due to the incomplete nature of the remains and the rites, uncertainty loomed over their efficacy, particularly for Ning and Chu Yan, who gazed at the flames with pursed lips and silence. As the fire dwindled, no miraculous signs appeared. The souls of the two Bon masters remained hidden from view. In his disappointment, Chu Yan remarked, "It appears our fate is sealed." Ning tugged at Chu Yan's sleeve. "Brother Yan, you must feel this. The nape of my neck is burning," she exclaimed. "Chuaying, please take a look." Chuaying pulled back Ning's collar to reveal the flame-shaped birthmark, which was gradually fading. Excitedly, she patted Ning's back. "Girl, it's gone. Truly, it's about to disappear." Chu Yan also touched the back of his neck and found that the raised skin had indeed smoothed out. In astonishment, he exclaimed, "It seems the blood letter was accurate. The two Bon masters have fulfilled their promises." A gust of wind swept through, sending sand swirling around. Chu Yan raised his hand to shield his eyes, preventing the grains from blinding him. When he finally regained his sight, the sight of the fiery red plants on the ground filled him with immense joy. He clasped his hands in gratitude to the heavens, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed masters, for delivering this blessing." The vibrant flora before him was none other than the antidote to the poisonous Tongshin sword grass. Chu Yan picked one up and began to chew, experiencing a bitter astringency followed by a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of his own life. As he chewed, a sudden laugh erupted from him, tears streaming down his face. Ning, witnessing Chu Yan's mixed emotions, tilted her head and asked, "Brother Yan, why are you both laughing and crying? Are you happy or not?" To be overwhelmed with joy can indeed bring forth tears. No sooner had Chu Yan spoken than the ground beneath them began to tremble, causing everyone to sway unsteadily. The smallest among them, the field mouse, rolled onto the sand, exclaiming, "What in the world is happening? Is this an earthquake?" Subai pondered, "No, that can't be right. If it were an earthquake, it wouldn't only affect this area. Look, there's no movement ahead. Isn't that the Yuezhi royal palace?" Indeed, within the confines of the erstwhile Yuezhi palace, the earth quaked violently. Bai Moxuan speculated, could it be that the palace is collapsing? Chu Yan gazed skyward. The scorching desert was suddenly enveloped in a refreshing coolness as raindrops began to fall. It is well known that rain is a rarity in the desert. So the few drops evaporated swiftly, leaving only the oppressive heat behind as the tremors subsided. Bai Moxuan declared, "I shall investigate." However, despite his efforts, he could not locate the entrance. The movable plank had vanished entirely. Perhaps all of this was meant to bring about a more fitting conclusion. As both the luminous pearl, symbolizing royal authority, and the Yuezhi palace faded into oblivion, along with all desires and ambitions. Standing amidst the tranquil sands of the desert, Chu Yan spread his arms wide and shouted, "It is over! It is over!" Ning burst into laughter, suddenly reminded of the silk handkerchief left by her father. She rummaged through her bag and, thankfully, found it still intact. Holding the handkerchief, her eyes glistened with tears as she murmured, "Father, everything has come to an end." Upon returning from the desert to the nearest verdant town, the 8 companions were utterly exhausted. From a distance, the town appeared distinctive, with its numerous signposts and winding paths. One could easily stray into the depths of residential areas if not careful. After some inquiries, they learned that this town was once a strategic military hub in the ancient conflicts among the 36 nations of the western regions. Such design had its purpose. If enemies approached, the maze-like alleys would serve as a tightly woven trap, transforming scattered foes into prey. They found a guest house, squeezing into the modest accommodations. Throughout the journey, Bai Moxuan remained unusually subdued. Subai, intrigued, asked, "What's the matter? This time has been a resounding victory. You're not lamenting the loss of that luminous pearl, are you?" Bai Moxuan shot him a glance, arms crossed and silent, while Cui Ying, ever observant, inquired, "Are you still thinking of the one who saved you?" Ning was holding a pancake when she mentioned a particular matter, and upon addressing it, she set aside her food. "I believe that when my brother Yin and I lost consciousness, the person who provided us with water and saved brother Imo Xian was the same individual. Moreover, it must have been a woman. After all, what man possesses such a delightful fragrance?" In the ranks of the Yushur National Guard, there were no women. If one were to suggest that a woman from the past had miraculously survived, how could a young lady endure such dire circumstances? Bai Imo Xian recalled the scalding underground river. It was intimately connected to the salt pools, and she was well acquainted with that environment. The more Bai Imo Xian pondered, the more despondent she became. Never had she seen Bai Imo Xian so concerned about a woman. Cui Ying jested, "Indeed, beauty arises from mystery. Despite the many enchanting women who have admired you, none have managed to thaw your heart. Poor Dai Jieli, even in death, still yearned for you, only to be reborn into obscurity. A chance encounter in the desert, and who knows if fate will allow you to meet again. Even if you do, you may not recognize each other. Trust me, consider it merely a dream in the desert. Now that the dream has ended, we must return to reality. You, Bai Imo Xian, remain that illustrious star." Cui Ying's words prompted a muffled grunt from Bai Imo Xian. "Am I truly someone who cannot let go? You underestimate me." With a defiant tone, Su Bai seized the rare opportunity to tease Bai Imo Xian. "I have long wished to see what sort of woman would make you." Bai Imo Xian, so emotionally invested. "You shall not have the chance. Bai Moxuan replied, disliking the current sentiment, particularly as even the foolish Su Bai felt emboldened to challenge him. He swiftly redirected the topic. Chu Yin, what are your plans for the future? Being a star isn't a bad option, Chu Yin replied. If I find some free time, I would like to try my hand at interior design, incorporating feng shui, which is sure to appeal to clients. Su Bai swallowed hard. He found it peculiar to hear a descendant of the illustrious Yushe royal family discuss career aspirations in such a manner. He turned to Di Lao Shu, brother rat. What are your plans? Di Lao Shu, who harbored thoughts of the luminous pearl, sighed heavily at this inquiry. Alas, this time has truly been unfortunate. Not only did I get injured, but I also gained nothing beneficial from it. What a loss. Worry not. I shall compensate you for your troubles, Su Bai generously offered. Di Lao Shu pondered, leaning against the wall, and replied with resignation, Can I accept your money? Were it not for you, I would have perished long ago. I owe you a lifelong debt. Di Lao Shu sensed that the moment of parting was near, and his words carried a melancholic undertone. Su Bai chuckled. There will be many more opportunities like this in the future. As long as you are willing, brother rat, you shall always have a share in our endeavors. Chapter 483. Shallow ink when it's a deal, Di Lao Shu exclaimed, suddenly cheerful. Lu Shangsheng had been facing away from the group, and Su Bai gave him a light pat. Doctor, how are you feeling? Any thoughts? Nothing much, Lu Shangsheng replied haughtily. While you discuss your plans, allow me to share mine. Before coming to the desert, I accepted an invitation from a renowned hospital in Asia. In the future, should you wish to see me, it may prove quite challenging, so make the most of the present opportunity. This fellow is indeed rather arrogant. After a lively exchange among everyone, they finally embarked on their journey back to the capital, each returning to their respective homes. It is worth noting that when Chu Yin and Bai Moxuan walked side by side into the brokerage firm, the entire establishment was abuzz. Who would have imagined that the typically aloof and proud Bai Moxuan would willingly walk alongside his junior? It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Upon returning to the shop, the foremost concern for Ying Ning was when her mother would be released from prison. Bai Moxuan calculated that there were still 3 months left until her father Jia Yin's grand birthday celebration. Before that day, he would issue a decree as the clan leader for a general amnesty, and Shuexiang would naturally be released, allowing for a mother-daughter reunion in just 3 months. Ying Ning marked the date on her calendar with a red pen. As tranquility returned, the source of Su Bai's greatest vexation was Chu Yan's frequent visits to Ying Ning, which had become increasingly overt. Even Shui Ying had expressed a welcoming attitude, leaving Su Bai feeling unjustly accused of being petty. To illustrate, the boy had come again, bringing along some famous local delicacies, which, in reality, were merely donkey meat pies, nothing more than a means to charming Ning. Unbeknownst to him, Shui Ying had stealthily positioned herself behind Su Bai and gently cleared her throat. Are you feeling jealous? Me? A dignified man of 7 feet tall, jealous? Su Bai adamantly refused to concede. I merely find it bothersome. It was one thing to have Bai Moxuan around, but now there's a celebrity as well. This is an antique shop, not a talent agency. Shouldn't we be focusing on our business? Just admit it, Shui Ying said. When will you express your feelings to Ying Ning? Haven't you already resolved to accept her? I just can't seem to clarify my emotions, Su Bai admitted, displaying signs of agitation. If it weren't for Chu Yin, I might not have realized how much I care for Ying Ning. But now, with Chu Yin in the picture, I am uncertain of her feelings, and I can't shake the impression that you offer her less than what Chu Yin does. Shui Ying succinctly remarked, is that so? Women can be truly formidable. Su Bai nodded helplessly. Indeed, and that's why I feel I don't love Ying Ning as deeply as Chu Yin does. Perhaps Chu Yin is more suited for her. He is no longer the person he used to be. It is quite the predicament, as Auntie had meticulously planned to bring these two together, but now with Chu Yin's presence, a chasm has emerged between them. Su Bai playfully nudged Shui Ying. Enough about me. You and Yu Qing have both met each other's families. When are you planning to tie the knot? What does that matter? Shui Ying, embodying the nonchalance of the overseas elite, shrugged. As long as 2 people love each other, that's what counts. A marriage certificate is merely a piece of paper. Dear sister, you are utterly mistaken. A legally recognized relationship is fundamentally different. Take some time to sort it out. Su Bai chuckled. But Yu Qing has always been devoid of romantic entanglements, so he is safe. Right, dear sister? Are you indirectly accusing him of lacking charm? Shui Ying is certainly not one to be underestimated. She promptly seized upon the flaw in Su Bai's words. How could you, as sworn brothers, be so malicious? Well, I suppose I was mistaken, Su Bai replied with a chuckle. He then earnestly stated, think carefully about my suggestion. The relationship recognized by law carries considerable weight. The process is quite simple, merely 9 yuan. My dear, just 9 yuan. Cui Ying recognized that Su Bai was jesting, yet a flicker of hesitation crossed her mind. Their relationship had naturally progressed to this point. Should she seize the opportunity to obtain that formal document? Ultimately, with a touch of annoyance, Cui Ying delivered a playful punch to Su Bai's chest, exclaiming, you're always rambling nonsense. I'll draw a circle and curse you to lose to Chu Yan. Truly, he had touched upon a sensitive subject, leaving Su Bai utterly speechless. I shall ignore you. Raising a white flag, he walked away, and at that moment, Cui Ying felt a wave of boredom wash over her. Today, Yu Qing was absent from the shop, having gone home for a visit. After all, he had not returned since coming back from the country. Suddenly, Su Bai turned back and gave Cui Ying a gentle shove. Since you have nothing to do, hurry to your in-laws and bring him back, and take the opportunity to bond with your future parents-in-law. Go on, go on. Su Bai's intent was merely to find some peace, for Cui Ying possessed an astute eye, capable of reading the expressions of others. Before her, he felt utterly exposed. Little did he know, his jest about sending Cui Ying to U.S. family would manifest into reality. Cui Ying changed into a new outfit and purchased some fruit before heading to U.S. home. Yu Bai and Xie Yu were both understanding individuals, not bound by rigid thoughts. In their company, Cui Ying felt genuinely at home, especially given the considerable age difference with Yu Qing. It was truly rare that her future in-laws held no objections. Cui Ying believed she must cherish this fateful connection woven by the matchmaker. Upon ringing the doorbell, a smile adorned her face as she awaited Yu Qing to answer the door. However, when the door opened, it was not Yu Qing who stood behind it, but a woman she had never seen before. The woman appeared to be of a similar age to Yu Qing, sporting a high ponytail, skin of a similar wheatish hue, yet with striking almond-shaped eyes, elegantly arched eyebrows with a small red mole at the corner. Not to mention, the woman had a remarkable figure, exuding femininity. Cui Ying was never one to withhold compliments from other women. She was not the type to harbor jealousy. Whom are you looking for? Unfortunately, the moment the woman spoke, she emanated an unmistakable aura of authority. In that instant, a thought flickered through Cui Ying's mind. Surely, she had knocked on the wrong door. Perhaps even on the wrong floor. Was this not Yu Qing's home? Indeed, I am Yu Qing's fiancée, Cui Ying replied, her polite smile momentarily frozen on her face. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and Yu Qing pulled the woman aside, his face awash with panic. Cui Ying, let me explain. I don't know her at all. Had he remained silent, it might have been better. That seemingly nonsensical statement struck Cui Ying like a bolt from the blue. At that moment, she had no heart left to scrutinize the fleeting expressions on Yu Qing's face. The woman, seething with anger, turned to Yu Qing but wore a sly smile. You claim he is not my fiancé. Perhaps you should show me the lock on your ankle. A lock? Cui Ying, having finally regained a semblance of clarity, found herself once again enveloped in a thick fog of confusion. Fortunately, Jie Yu emerged just in time, taking Cui Ying's hand and leading her inside. Upon witnessing her aunt's troubled expression, an ominous premonition settled over Cui Ying. Aunt, what on earth is happening? Jie Yu hesitated, her grip on Cui Ying's hand tightening. Cui Ying, please do not be anxious. Let Aunt explain the current situation to you, if you would. Being an insightful woman, Cui Ying nodded in agreement and allowed Jie Yu to guide her into the room. Tension gripped her jaw as Jie Yu fell silent, leaving her feeling a deep sense of guilt. Cui Ying, before I reveal the truth, I must express the sentiments held by both myself and Yu Bai. We hold you in great affection, sincere affection. Our previous acceptance was heartfelt, but certain matters lie beyond our control. Cui Ying swallowed hard, understanding their intentions and never doubting their authenticity. Please, speak plainly. Is the jade pendant still with you? Jie Yu inquired with concern. Chapter 484. Light ink. 2. Cui Ying promptly retrieved it. I have carried it with me at all times. Jie Yu felt warmth in her heart. Cui Ying, you truly are a wonderful young lady. Holding the jade pendant inscribed with the character Pei, Cui Ying began to comprehend the deeper significance of the piece. This pendant had a long history. In fact, it was part of a pair, one inscribed with Yao and the other with Pei. The tale intertwined with the origins of the princess of the Qin kingdom. Pei Yao was the mother of the princess, a Han woman, while her father was the renowned General Yi Lixio from the Liao kingdom. After sustaining grave injuries while being pursued by the Song army, Yi Lixio disguised himself as a Han person to evade capture. During his flight, he encountered a maiden named Pei Yao, and they fell deeply in love. He commissioned 2 jade pendants as tokens of their commitment, each engraved with their respective names, Pei and Yao. At that time, relations between the Song and Liao states were tumultuous, leading to the lovers' separation, each holding onto one pendant. Pei Yao retained the one inscribed with Pei, while Yi Lixio kept the one marked Yao. They vowed to reunite once the conflict subsided and relations between their nations improved, at which point Yi Lixio would forsake everything to be with Pei Yao. After recovering, Yi Lixio returned to the battlefield, but when they met again, Pei Yao was already with child. They believed the time was not yet right for their union, especially given the enmity between their nations. Bringing Pei Yao back to the Liao kingdom would only complicate matters. Although reluctant to part, Pei Yao resolved to remain by Yi Lixio's side. However, circumstances forced their separation. After Pei Yao gave birth to a daughter, the child was abducted, leaving only a note stating that a former friend of Yi Lixio's took her to fulfill his last wishes, as Yi Lixio had already passed away. Despite losing her daughter, Pei Yao gleaned from the note that Yi Lixio had always cherished them and held no resentment in his heart. Regrettably, they never laid eyes on each other again after their separation until the day of Yi Lixio's demise. The abductor was Yi Lixio, who publicly claimed the child as his own, presenting Yi Lixio's jade pendant to Yi Lixian, who was subsequently conferred the title of princess of the Qin kingdom. In the years that followed, Pei Yao adopted a son, and before her passing, she entrusted her jade pendant to him, ensuring its legacy would endure through the ages. Jiyu is indeed a descendant of Pei Yao's adopted son, the possessor of the jade pendants. Thus, is this young lady connected to the 2 jade pendants? Cui Ying remarked, "Aunt. She claims to be the fiancée of Yu Qing, yet he denies any acquaintance with her. I trust Yu Qing's words, therefore. Her presence must be due to other motives. This matter is rather intricate. The girl asserts that she is a descendant of Yelv Longqing." Jiyu interjected. Yelv Longqing is the adoptive father of the princess of the Qin kingdom. However, how does this relate to Yu Qing? Cui Ying still appeared perplexed. The girl brought forth a lock. Jiyu explained. Her assertion that Yu Qing is her betrothed feels rather abrupt. This lock is peculiar. It is merely a circular ring. Yet without hesitation, she secured it around Yu Qing's right leg. Strangely, upon placing it on him, it tightened automatically. Seeing this, she became all the more convinced that Yu Qing is the person she seeks, now clamoring to marry him. Cui Ying gasped. She wishes to marry Yu Qing? Indeed. She claims that Yelv Longqing had made an agreement with Pei Yao's adopted son for their descendants to unite in matrimony. This ring serves as a token of their pact, imbued with mystical power. If the other party is indeed one's true match, it should tighten on its own. Jiyu observed the growing despondency in Cui Ying's gaze and said helplessly, "You Bai," being skeptical, attempted to remove it himself, but to no avail. Cui Ying suddenly laughed. "So that is the case. I can rest easy now. You are not angry?" Jiyu asked. "I was unaware of this matter, but that ring," Aunt Cui Ying burst into laughter. "So it is merely her self-proclamation. I need not concern myself with her." Jiyu's lips quivered, her expression returning to one of distress. Cui Ying's previously lightened heart sank again. Is there something else? If Yu Qing does not marry her, the lock may tighten further, ultimately threatening his life. Jiyu smiled wryly. That is what the girl conveyed to us. She does not appear to be jesting. Cui Ying's complexion turned pallid. "Aunt, is there nothing uncle can do? He has tried, and it cannot be removed." Jiyu replied. "Now we must seek Sancheng's assistance. If he cannot help either, I fear, my child, this may impose a burden upon you." Cui Ying was instantly frozen. To impose upon myself? What does that mean? To save Yu Qing's life, I must helplessly watch him marry another woman? Ah, the heart of a parent is a sorrowful one. Jiyu grasped Cui Ying's hand. "Child, I speak of possibilities. Should that girl speak the truth, Yu Qing's life may be in peril. I hope you can forgive him when the time comes." "Aunt, what are you saying? There is no conclusion yet, and with Master Tang's prowess, how could he not handle a strange lock?" Cui Ying replied with a smile. "Isn't there the Lock King as well?" She smiled, yet the shadow in her eyes betrayed her. Tears streamed down Jiyu's cheeks. "Child, I only wish to forewarn you of potential outcomes. I do not want you to be harmed." "I understand," Cui Ying, being a sensible modern woman, responded. "Aunt, let us take it one step at a time." Just as Cui Ying's spirits began to lift, a sudden loud crash echoed from outside, followed by Yu Qing's furious shout. "You shall not touch her. Chui Ying's expression shifted subtly, while Jie Yu's face flushed with anger. The two stepped outside, only to find a woman wielding a long whip. Yu Qing's countenance betrayed his fury. The whip had been aimed at him moments ago, yet he had deftly evaded it. Now he firmly grasped the other end of the whip. Upon seeing Chui Ying emerge, Yu Qing commanded, "You should return." Chui Ying surmised that the woman had likely discerned her identity and intended to make things difficult for her. Upon hearing that Chui Ying was leaving, the woman exerted force to reclaim the whip, but Yu Qing refused to relinquish his hold. The clash of their strengths resulted in a painful gash across Yu Qing's palm. Observing this, Jie Yu shouted, "Qian-mo, cease at once." The woman's name was revealed to be Qian-mo, though her name sounded elegant. Her demeanor was reminiscent of a fierce woman from ancient steppes. Seeing Yu Qing protect her so fervently brought a sense of relief to Chui Ying, and she nodded in gratitude before hastily departing the contentious scene. As Chui Ying left, Qian-mo struck the ground with the whip, declaring, "The more you protect her, the more I shall ensure she suffers." Furrowing his brow, Yu Qing retorted, "If you wish her harm, you stand against me. Matters of engagement are beyond my concern. I recognize only Chui Ying now. Qian-mo, I have known you for but a day. While I can consider you a friend, I shall never accept you as a wife. Depart from here at once." Jie Yu felt a surge of joy. Her son's disposition had significantly transformed. In the past, he would have offered gentle counsel, his words tinged with ambiguity. Today, however, he spoke with clarity and decisiveness. Qian-mo huffed in annoyance. "No wonder there are trustless individuals in this era. After enduring great hardship to find you, you seek to cast me away. I may leave, but once this lock is secured, it cannot be removed. It will only tighten, jeopardizing not just your leg, but also your life. Ponder this carefully." Qian-mo retracted the whip and exited the Yu residence. Jie Yu approached Yu Qing to tend to his wound, saying, "Yu Qing, this girl's emergence is rather peculiar. I cannot discern the truth of her words. If what she claims is valid, this lock will remain a peril. What if it truly unfolds as she predicts? I refuse to succumb to this superstition. Surely even Boss Tang cannot be powerless against this." Yu Qing remained optimistic. Early the next morning, Yu Qing returned home, brimming with the joy of visiting his parents. Little did he know, upon stepping through the door, he was abruptly confronted by Qian-mo, who inquired, "Are you Yu Qing?" The ensuing events spiraled out of control. With a heavy sigh, Yu Qing sat down and rolled up his pant leg. The lock was essentially a metallic ring, inscribed with peculiar symbols. Before it was locked, it resembled a bracelet. Yu Qing racked his brain, unable to fathom how it had come to rest upon his leg. Once secured, it had closed tightly, leaving not even the slightest gap. Chapter 485. The bond of fate visually akin to brass. The lock felt somewhat pliable to the touch. Yu Qing chuckled wryly. "Where's Boss Tang?" Just as he spoke, as if summoned, Yu Bai ushered Tang San Chung into the room. Upon entering, Tang San Chung glanced at the lock, his brow furrowing slightly. "Where did this contraption come from?" Yu Bai replied with irritation. "Didn't I already tell you on the way here? It was that girl who suddenly appeared and brought it. I have no idea what it is. I used a saw and a cleaver, and although it is said to possess spiritual energy, my cultivation is not insignificant, yet I still cannot open it. So stop your idle chatter and take a look. It seems the one babbling is you." Tang San retorted with a sly smile. "All right, let me take a look." With his palm facing down, Tang San gently touched the object. Just as Yu Bai had said, the lock exuded a certain spiritual aura. Upon contact with the true energy released by Tang San, wisps of white smoke began to rise. Suddenly, Tang San discerned the pattern on it. Tilting his head slightly for a clearer view, he pursed his lips and said, "Yu Bai, how could you not recognize what this is?" "What do you mean?" Yu Bai asked in confusion. "What is it?" "You need to view the pattern from a different angle," Tang San instructed. "Look closely. This is the marriage charm." Tang San grunted. "This marriage charm is a spell from Taoism, and this object is made with cinnabar. You consider yourself a distinguished practitioner of Maoshan, yet you cannot even recognize this." Yu Bai, who had always held himself in high esteem, found himself at a loss for words after being reprimanded by Tang San. They say that anxiety disrupts one's clarity of thought. The fact that his own son was in trouble sent him into a panic, leaving him unable to identify the object. Yu Qing's face turned slightly red. "Boss Tang, I hadn't noticed that detail myself. I've heard that the marriage charm is meant to unite pairs, but is it truly effective if it's only her unilateral wish?" "It has already taken effect," Tang San replied. What that girl said was not mere exaggeration. What if we forcibly break it? Bai inquired. Haven't you already tried that? Tang San asked irritably. What was the result? It tightened further, Bai said dejectedly. At this rate, my leg will surely be crippled. To untie the knot, one must seek the one who tied it. If we want to resolve this, we can only rely on the one you referred to as Qian-mo, Tang San stated. Bai, who would have thought your son would attract such romantic entanglements? Is this the time for you to gloat? Bai retorted angrily. That girl is truly amusing. Believing in rumors from years past. She and Yuqing have only just met today, and she wishes to bind their lives together for eternity. How is that even possible? What era are we in, clinging to such archaic thoughts? A thought struck Jieyu. Bai, I have a feeling there is more to this. Tang San smiled slightly. Sister-in-law understands the situation far better than you, Bai. Yuqing adjusted his trousers. Boss Tang is right. I think we should investigate who this Qian-mo truly is. The surname Yel has long since transformed into the Yi surname. Have you asked her what her real name is? Tang San inquired. Jieyu paused for a moment. The situation unfolded so suddenly. She introduced herself as Qian-mo, but we didn't inquire further. Bai grasped Tang San's hand. Tang San. Since Yuqing is in your hands, you cannot neglect this matter. I never said I wouldn't handle it. I am currently devising a solution, Tang San replied. Tang San Chung remarked. That young lady has something on her mind. We must ascertain what it is and where she resides. Clearly, you are unaware of this. If she returns, ensure you maintain composure around her. Yuqing, exercise restraint. Offer her some gentle reassurance. Blushing, Yuqing inquired, what about Chuaying? Such a spirited girl as she is should be reasonable. I will explain things to her, Tang San Chung replied. Be courteous to that shallow ink and inquire diligently about her obstinacy. Yuqing felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing there was no alternative but to acquiesce for the time being. Meanwhile, Chuaying stood dazed by the roadside after leaving Yuqing's home when suddenly a man appeared before her. In a foul mood, she coldly said, "Step aside. Miss, would you be interested in modeling? Here is my business card." The man, evidently well-versed in such encounters, remained unfazed by Chuaying's disdainful demeanor. Offering his card with unwavering courtesy, "Feel free to reach out." Irritated, Chuaying accepted the card merely to dismiss him. The man, perceptive enough to sense her disinterest, eventually departed, but not without reminding her to keep in touch. Grasping the card tightly in her palm, she unconsciously crumpled it into a tight ball. The preventive measures suggested by Jieyu were now proving effective. She was unaware of how long she had been waiting at the platform when a cold voice from behind startled her. Are you distressed because you know you are to be abandoned? Chuaying turned around to find that woman standing right behind her, a whip coiled around her waist. Such a brazen display attracted the attention of passers-by, but the woman seemed utterly indifferent to their gazes, returning their scrutiny with a fierce glare and a hint of arrogance at the corners of her mouth. Abandonment? Chuaying laughed. Clearly, you misunderstand the meaning of that term. I do not blame you. You must have never truly loved a man, have you? The corners of Qian-mo's lips stiffened, and her earlier smugness evaporated. Regardless of the circumstances, Yuqing must marry me. Only by uniting our hearts and souls can he be saved. Why would you do such a thing? Chuaying challenged. If you truly loved him, this would suffice. Instead, you are merely coercing him. Feeling heartbroken? Qian-mo retorted coldly. Well, that shall hasten your surrender. She hailed a taxi and departed, leaving Chuaying feeling powerless, not wishing to ascend the stairs and burden Yuqing further. She returned to the antique shop to await the outcome, hoping that Boss Tang could successfully unlock the shackles binding Yuqing's ankle. Unfortunately, the revelation brought her immense disappointment. Ning and Su Bai, having just learned of the situation, gazed at her with pity. Chuaying forced a smile. It's all right, if it is for Yuqing's benefit. I have no objections. Tang San Chung remarked. That woman named Qian-mo is said to be exceedingly difficult to restrain and is adept with a whip. She certainly does not behave like a girl raised in a metropolis. Her actions are surely unconventional. If she provokes you, do not fall for her tricks. Reflecting on the incident at the platform, Chuaying experienced a sudden realization. I understand now. She is deliberately targeting me, attempting to provoke me in hopes of pushing me away from Yuqing, thus facilitating her own ambitions. The woman harbors no genuine affection for Yuqing, Ning remarked. If it were true love, would one resort to such measures? To wager Yuqing's life, when true love would compel one to risk their own life for the other. Risk one's life? Su Bai thought of Chu Yen, who loved Ying Ning with a devotion that was tantamount to giving his life. And what of himself? A wave of melancholy washed over Su Bai, leaving him to conclude that he was simply unworthy. Shui Ying gasped, leaning against Ying Ning's shoulder. How could such a thing happen? It's all right, as long as Yu Qing's heart belongs to you. That is what matters. Ying Ning smiled brightly. However, there truly exists a spell of fate in this world. I once believed only the heart-locking talisman was effective. Tang Sen Chong, sensing the atmosphere lightening, promptly rose. The Yin organization will officially take over this matter. We shall arrange for an investigation into the background of that girl, Qian Mo. We will be in touch if necessary. Shui Ying called Yu Qing, relieved to learn he was still mobile. She wanted to visit him, but worried about encountering Qian Mo, whose erratic behavior was unpredictable and could potentially endanger Yu Qing. Thus, she ultimately chose to remain patient and stay in the antique shop. Chapter 486. A tragic end. As the antique shop neared closing, Officer Gao Mingyuan arrived, his extroverted nature unchanged. Spotting Su Bai, he cheerfully exclaimed, I heard from Schweffen that you all went on a trip. I've missed you terribly. Su Bai chuckled. Officer Gao, you usually come with a case. What brings you today? Not every visit can be so fortuitous. I'm here to see Schweffen. Schweffen emerged, dressed in a sleeveless floral long dress, which surprised Ying Ning. The Cheongqiu clan favored white, and it seemed that love had transformed her tastes. Schweffen and Gao Mingyuan naturally took each other's hands. We'll be on our way now. As they stepped out of the antique shop, Schweffen looked up at the stars. You come here every night. You must be exhausted. Not at all, Gao Mingyuan replied enthusiastically. I spent the entire day looking forward to seeing you after work. It kept my spirits high. That won't do during investigations, Schweffen cautioned. Letting evidence slip away would be detrimental. Gao Mingyuan chuckled. There haven't been any major cases lately. It's time for a little relaxation. What would you like to eat tonight? At that moment, as they walked behind a building, they approached a narrow path leading to Central Park, where a food street awaited, frequented by the couple. Schweffen understood that with Gao Mingyuan's salary, extravagant dining was impractical. So she often suggested casual eateries. Gao Mingyuan appreciated her thoughtful nature and felt fortunate for such a stroke of luck, believing it was a reward for his past virtuous deeds. Just as they were about to cross the street, Schweffen halted. Did you hear that? Hear what? Gao Mingyuan asked, puzzled. Someone is calling for help. The expression on Schweffen's face changed slightly. Listen carefully. This time, Gao Mingyuan finally heard it. Driven by instinct associated with his role, he hurried towards the source of the distress call. Generally, to intimidate criminals, one would deliberately issue a rebuke. Never underestimate the power of such a command, for it might save a life or halt further harm. Gao Mingyuan acted purely on professional instinct. Who is it? Indeed. A shadow hurriedly vanished into the night, while the injured man on the ground extended a hand, pleading, help me, help me. Schweffen glanced over and was taken aback. The young man lying on the ground seemed disoriented. As the saying goes, humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. And the absence of even one soul or spirit can severely affect one's body. The man appeared uninjured, yet he lacked 2 spirits, which affected his vitality. Having experience in criminal investigation, Gao Mingyuan helped the young man to his feet, but sensed something was amiss. Are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital? The young man's gaze was vacant, his eyes unfocused as he muttered, I want to go home. I want to go home. Schweffen placed her hand on the back of his neck and applied pressure. His eyes cleared slightly. He looked up at the man and woman before him. Confused. How did I end up here? Struggling to rise, he patted his head, seemingly devoid of any memory of recent events. Gao Mingyuan remained concerned about the shadow that had fled moments earlier. Were you attacked? I don't know, the young man replied, perplexed as he stretched his arms and legs. I just feel really sore, like after climbing a mountain. Thank you both, but I'll be on my way. Schweffen said calmly. You should really get checked at the hospital. Reluctant to enter a hospital without cause, the young man frowned slightly, smiled, and then departed. Gao Mingyuan, relieved, patted his chest. It's all because of that scare from Su Bai. To be honest, whenever they are around, I seem to encounter major cases more frequently. It's as if death follows me wherever I go. All right, it's over now. Schweffen sighed. Gao Mingyuan, anxious, asked, what's wrong? It seems I've cut my finger. Schweffen extended her pinky, a thin line of blood oozing from it. Could you fetch me a Band-Aid? I'll wait here. Upon her command, Gao Mingyuan dashed off. Once he was a distance away, Schweffen hurriedly pursued the direction the young man had taken. He walked with great difficulty, hunched over like an elderly man. Xuefeng quietly thought that this was not good. The aftereffects of having two spirits drawn away were beginning to manifest. Without any talismans on him, she quickly traced a soul-calling symbol on the young man's back with her pinky. Remarkably, he did not notice her considerable action. Having completed the symbol, Xuefeng sighed in relief. Watching as the young man continued on his way, judging by his silhouette, the fleeing shadow appeared to be a woman. Was she merely a passerby, or the culprit responsible for stealing the young man's two spirits? Xuefeng swiftly returned to their previous location, waiting for Gao Mingyuan. As she saw him sprinting towards her, a wave of emotion surged within her. Seeing that her finger had turned pale, Gao Mingyuan, filled with concern, exclaimed, "What happened? In such a short time, you're nearly bleeding out." Such nonsense. If blood is nearly drained, wouldn't that mean death? Xuefeng gently laughed. All right, just one band-aid will suffice. You wouldn't want to wrap me in the entire box, would you? Gao Mingyuan chuckled, finally dismissing that notion. The earlier incident did not dampen their romantic evening. However, as soon as they settled down, Gao Mingyuan spotted an acquaintance. "Little junior sister, you're dining here too?" The young woman addressed by Gao Mingyuan as little junior sister was Su Xiaoxiao, a recent graduate from the police academy, assigned to his team just 3 months prior. Petite in stature, she had round, sparkling eyes. Upon seeing Gao Mingyuan holding Xuefeng's hand, a flicker of melancholy crossed her gaze as she feigned nonchalance. "You two lovebirds can come, but I can't?" Gao Mingyuan responded with a sweet smile. "That's not what I meant. I've finished my meal, so I'll take my leave. Enjoy your dinner, both of you." Su Xiaoxiao winked. "Take your time." As they watched her depart, Xuefeng remarked, "That girl is quite interesting. She's still fresh out of school, brimming with innocence, and many of the young men in the team are fond of her." Gao Mingyuan replied earnestly, "That's just ensuring the good fortune stays within our own." Xuefeng fell silent, contemplating. Who could possess a keener insight than the celestial fox? The emotions mirrored in the young woman's eyes were unmistakable. She understood that it wasn't only she who could appreciate Gao Mingyuan's merits. After their date concluded, Gao Mingyuan routinely escorted Xuefeng to the entrance of the antique shop. Just as he was about to turn away, "Mingyuan," Xuefeng called out. He felt a pair of remarkably gentle hands wrap around his waist, an enchanting fragrance enveloping him, as a soft kiss graced his lips. Gao Mingyuan felt warmth flooding to his forehead. Xuefeng's tender kiss lifted him to the clouds. She eventually released him, standing there with a radiant smile. "Good night." "Good night." Gao Mingyuan stuttered, excitement coursing through him as he stumbled away. Chueying appeared mischievously behind Xuefeng. "Annie, you were quite forward today, you little rascal. I noticed you spying earlier. And you too. Ning, why are you hiding?" Xuefeng pretended to be angry. Ning shyly stepped forward. "Auntie, you were demonstrating. So we just wanted to learn." Xuefeng cleared her throat. "All right, enough of this nonsense. Something peculiar happened tonight. It seems someone is attempting to capture a living soul." Such occurrences had transpired in the past, with shadows like Yaoguang seizing the souls of the living to enhance their own power. Yet, the intention of the shadow today remained a mystery to Xuefeng. With the soul-calling talisman inscribed on the young man's back, if both souls remained, there was hope for his return to his body. If unsuccessful, his life would surely be forfeit. As he bore no external injuries, it would certainly escape Gao Mingyuan's attention, let alone prompt an investigation. Chapter 487. The Chitin Treasure with Yuqing absent, and Bai Moxuan mostly staying at home these days. Chueying felt a pang of disappointment at this change, wishing they were present for her aunt to consult with them. If it were merely a chance occurrence, there would be no need for concern. Xuefeng gazed up at the moonlit sky. Let's wait and see. After a day and a night of waiting, when Xuefeng saw the body identification notice in the newspaper, her complexion drained of color. She turned to see Chueying staring in shock, and Xuefeng remarked, "This is the young man, the one who lost 2 souls." The corpse had been discovered behind a garbage bin at the parkside entrance. The cleaner first noticed his feet and took a step forward, only to emit a piercing scream. The young man's head had struck a decorative stone sculpture, and the blood that flowed from it stained the green grass beneath. The identification notice was tragically brief. It was sorrowful to think that the end of such a vibrant life was reduced to mere 2 lines of text. This sense of loss left Xuefeng deeply troubled. She was grateful that she had not stood idly by and had offered help within her means, yet the outcome remained disheartening. Xuefeng put down the newspaper, realizing that the most pressing matter was his death. Her aunt suggested that if he had accidentally collided with something, it indicated that his body had been affected after losing 2 souls, which would imply accidental death. However, if someone had pushed him, it would be murder. Chuaying struggled to comprehend this. In essence, the former scenario could also be considered murder, as the cause and effect were evident. Xuefeng explained, ordinary people cannot endure the loss of two souls. Their attention, concentration, and physical strength would be significantly compromised, which could be a crucial factor in his demise. I wonder how the police will assess his death. Ultimately, the young man's passing did not stir any ripples. All evidence suggested it was an accident, leaving behind the sorrow of a white-haired person mourning a black-haired one, a young life extinguished. Gao Mingyuan conveyed to Xuefeng that there were surveillance cameras around the park. The young man had stumbled while passing by and subsequently fell. Although a few people passed by afterward, none noticed him, and his blood gradually seeped away. Thus, life faded away in solitude. Xuefeng felt immense grief. Her spirit-recalling talisman had failed to save him. She became increasingly concerned about the shadow that had vanished into darkness and intentionally passed by that spot each night, hoping to uncover something. Despite his confusion over her stubbornness, Gao Mingyuan continued to heed her wishes. That night, they walked hand in hand along the narrow path once more. This time, Xuefeng noticed a somewhat incongruous girl standing there with a frown, a peculiar belt wrapped around her waist. As she approached, Xuefeng realized it was a whip. The girl's bizarre attire piqued Xuefeng's interest, and noticing their presence, the girl quickly vanished into the night, her face icy. Gao Mingyuan shook his head repeatedly, remarking, "What is wrong with women these days? How can they dare to dress so strangely? Could it be her?" Xuefeng recalled Chuaying mentioning a girl named Qianma, known for wrapping a whip around her waist. "Do you know her?" Gao Mingyuan asked, somewhat surprised. "I do not." "Let us go," Xuefeng replied. "Starting tomorrow, we shall avoid this route." When disparate coincidences fortuitously intertwine, events often unfold in unforeseen directions. The discovery by Xuefeng exhilarated Chuaying. "Aunt, are you certain that the girl had a whip wrapped around her waist?" "I cannot be mistaken," Xuefeng replied earnestly. "Yet this is merely my intuition and does not represent the truth. The shadow I saw that day was undoubtedly a woman, her height and build strikingly similar." I pondered. Could they be the same person? Chuaying gasped in horror. "Let us hope not. If so, what manner of betrothed has Yueqing encountered?" For an entire week, Yueqing had been conversing with her nightly, offering reassurances that all was well, claiming her leg was free of pain. Yet, if there was no pain, why insist otherwise? The fact that this woman had employed such methods to coerce Yueqing was what truly incensed Chuaying. This Qianma now appeared once again at the scene of the young man's demise, rendering the situation increasingly enigmatic. Yueqing never anticipated she would descend to such depths. Qianma relentlessly inquired each day, "When will you marry me? When will we share a bed?" This question resurfaced once more, prompting Yueqing to furrow her brow slightly. "Impossible. Does life mean nothing?" Qianma scoffed derisively. "What is it that troubles you? Such a fortuitous circumstance is something most men could scarcely dream of. Your time is running short." "What does that mean?" Jiuyu's hand trembled slightly at her side. "The bond of fate has a time limit. If the curse is not broken by the deadline, the bond will tighten relentlessly. You must take heed of this." Today, Qianma donned a denim ensemble, and the whip coiled around her waist seemed less conspicuous. With impatience, she declared, "Your life belongs to you. It bears no significance to me." Jiuyu, in a fit of exasperation, rose abruptly. "Qianma, why must you pressure Yueqing?" "There is one more demand," Qianma stated. "The jade pendant, I must have it." This request was even more outrageous. Jiuyu had already given that pendant to Chuaying, a token of the Yu family's future daughter-in-law, and this demand would deeply wound Chuaying's heart. "The pendant is not in our possession." Jiuyu glanced at Bai, noting his stern expression, and surmised he too felt anger. "I care not where the pendant resides. I only wish to possess it in the end." Qianma rose decisively. "This is your final ultimatum. 24 hours. After 24 hours, I demand the pendant and Yueqing." Her tone was resolute, and before Yueqing could respond, Qianma parted her lips. "By the decree of Master Puan, may heaven bless my daughter. I shall manifest my desires." The sharp pain in her calf surged to Yueqing's central nervous system. She bit her lip tightly, feeling the binding constrict, embedding itself into her flesh. Blood seeping forth and trailing down her leg. Observing Yueqing's silent struggle, Qianma let out a muffled sound. "You're quite the man. Remember, 24 hours. As Qianma departed, Jiuyu swiftly rolled up Yueqing's pant leg, The binding had completely embedded itself into her flesh, the skin torn, blood flowing freely. Her socks had become soaked, and due to the coagulation, they began to harden. Only then did Yueqing softly utter, "It hurts a little." Tears cascaded down Jiayu's cheeks. That girl was not jesting. What should I do? There are only 24 hours left, and with the jade pendant given to Cui Ying, it cannot be reclaimed. Yuqing resolutely declared, "Mother, this woman is utterly deranged. I would rather lose a leg than grant her wish." Foolish child. Jiayu's heart was a tumult of emotions as she glanced at the wall clock. Qian Mo must have calculated the time precisely. It was now noon. By this time tomorrow, Yuqing's leg would truly be beyond saving. Gently coaxing Yuqing into the room, Jiayu discreetly sent a text to Cui Ying. Holding her phone, Cui Ying swallowed hard, a sense of dread tightening in her chest. She retrieved the jade pendant she carried and summoned Ning. "Deliver this to Yuqing." Ning blinked in confusion. "Why must it be me? Just do as I say. Why are you so talkative today?" Without further ado, Cui Ying thrust the pendant into Ning's hands and pushed her outside. Once Ning left, Cui Ying collapsed into a chair. The wall she had built in her heart crumbling completely. The fear of losing enveloped her tightly. Ning crouched behind the door, listening to the suppressed sobs from within, her own eyes welling with tears. Just as she contemplated leaving, Su Bai pulled her aside. As she opened her mouth to speak, Su Bai shushed her, dragging her toward Bai Yi's office. Chapter 488. The act I still have to deliver something. Ning shook off Su Bai's hand. "No need to deliver it." Su Bai replied, "What kind of nonsense are you and Cui Ying up to? Don't you trust the organization's capabilities?" Tang Sanqing chuckled heartily. "All right, let us put the pendant aside for now and discuss serious matters. Ning, I need your assistance. Come closer." As Ning listened to Tang Sanqing, her eyes widened in astonishment, eventually covering her mouth with her hands. "It's over." Without sparing a glance at Su Bai, she lowered her head and left. Su Bai felt a pang of anxiety. "Boss Tang, what scheme are you concocting? For the happiness of your good brother, we are leaving no stone unturned. This time, we must employ every tactic." Tang Sanqing chuckled. "We have traced the woman's origins. She hails from Yunnan." "Yunnan?" Su Bai questioned, perplexed. "But aren't the descendants of the Khitan primarily concentrated in the northeast?" "Exceptions do exist," Tang Sanqing replied. "Aren't you the walking encyclopedia?" Su Bai searched his mind and quickly recalled, "I see. The Baoshan area in Yunnan province has over 100,000 individuals claiming descent from the Khitan, belonging to about 10 ethnic groups, who have long sought to clarify their lineage." Bai exchanged knowing glances with Tang Sanqing, aware that this young man could not be easily outsmarted. After the fall of the Liao dynasty, a faction of the Khitan, under the leadership of the Liao royal Yel Tuhua, pledged allegiance to Genghis Khan. In 1254, his grandson, Yel Mangu, accompanied Kublai Khan to conquer Dali and was tasked with guarding Yunnan. The descendants of this small group of Khitan still use Khitan script on their ancestors' tombs. Before the Ming and Qing dynasties, they retained surnames like a Mang Jiang, a Mang Yang, and a Mang Li, which have since changed to Jiang, Li, Zhao, He, and Cha. What is the surname of this Qianmo? She is surnamed Cha Qianmo. Bai Yi remarked, knowing that she is indeed the person has considerably broadened our leads. This matter may be connected to the Khitan treasure, which we shall investigate separately. For now, we must prioritize saving Yuqing. That young lady desires both Yuqing and the jade pendant. Let us simply grant it to her. Granted. Su Bo expressed astonishment. Is this truly the solution proposed by both of you esteemed predecessors? We shall see the outcome in 24 hours. Bai Yi continued. From this moment forth, keep a close watch on Cui Ying. Do not allow her to step outside the antique shop for even a moment. It seemed that the resolution to this matter would only be revealed the following day. Finally, after a long wait until noon of the next day, the group found themselves not at Yuqing's residence, but rather at an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Cui Ying, having remained inside the shop for a full 24 hours, was now losing her composure. "Boss Tang, Boss Bai, what is the purpose of our visit here?" "To congratulate Yuqing on becoming a true man," Bai Yi replied, his expression betraying no hint of jest. Cui Ying clenched her fists, her throat tightening. "Is there truly no better way? If there were, we would not be here." Bai Yi stated, "This is the location chosen by Yuqing. Being away from the Yu family home serves as your final consolation. Does such consolation hold any significance?" Cui Ying scoffed coldly. "If that is the case, why summon me here? Do you wish to see me weep? This is a splendid drama that must not be missed," Bai Yi asserted, pointing to the second floor of the factory. Let us ascend. The countdown to the performance has begun. The group made their way to the second floor, where Bai sought a discreet location near the fire escape closest to the ground floor. They took their positions, observing as Yuqing faced off against Cha Qianmo, who stood before him, her hand poised at her waist. Yuqing limped closer, stating, I am in this condition, yet you still harbor concerns? This is your jade pendant. But I have a stipulation. Upon catching sight of the jade pendant in Yuqing's hand, Cha Qianmo's excitement surged, and she stepped forward, demanding, hurry, give it to me. Once the shackles on my feet are removed, I will naturally return it to you, Yuqing replied. Surely, you do not wish to be associated with a cripple? Are you attempting to negotiate with me? Cha Qianmo snorted. Suddenly, Yuqing produced a small vial, declaring, inside this vial is potassium cyanide. In 10 seconds, you shall be staring at a corpse. Cui Ying's body trembled at the implication. What was he intending? I refuse to believe you would dare take your own life. Cha Qianmo sneered. Yuqing smiled faintly. I am uncertain of your intentions, but should I perish, acquiring the jade pendant will be of no use to you. Time was of the essence, and in a swift motion, Yuqing uncapped the vial and began to pour its contents into his mouth. Cui Ying gasped in disbelief. Yuqing, before she could utter another word, Bai covered her mouth, shaking his head to signal her to remain still. As Yuqing teetered on the brink of collapse, Cui Ying could no longer contain herself. She forcefully broke free from Bai Yi's grasp, crying out, Yuqing. Her anguished scream drew Cha Qianmo's attention. Yet, by the time she turned back, Yuqing had already crumpled to the ground, his limbs convulsing, eyes rolled back, revealing only the whites. In mere seconds, Yuqing lay lifeless on the floor, still clutching the jade pendant tightly in his hand. Qianmo stood frozen in place, having underestimated Yuqing's resolve. Her meticulously crafted plan lay in ruins, igniting a furious fire within her. With a forceful tug, the long whip at her waist sliced through the air with a sharp crack, and she took a bold step forward, raising the whip to strike Yuqing. At that moment, Bai Moxuan, clad in white, leapt from the side, grasping the whip mid-air. With a powerful yank, Qianmo found herself soaring like a swallow, her body light and agile as she aimed a kick at Bai Moxuan's neck. Surprised by her unexpected skill, Bai Moxuan deftly dodged her attack and countered with a palm strike aimed at her, only to miss yet again. Qianmo performed a backflip, landing gracefully on the ground while tightening her grip on the whip. Who are you? She demanded. Not interested in revealing my identity, Bai Moxuan replied with a muffled grunt. Considering your impressive skills, you still have time to surrender. Nonsense, Qianmo retorted, her anger flaring. The outcome is far from certain. Bai Moxuan merely smiled, stepping back 3 paces. Qianmo, emboldened, taunted, what's this? Are you afraid? Seeing only his condescending smile, her rage intensified as she advanced 3 steps closer. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson as the ground beneath her softened, causing her to sink halfway into a concealed pit. The abrupt turn of events left her both embarrassed and furious. She realized that Bai Moxuan's retreat had been a clever ploy to lure her into a trap he had long since prepared. Bai Moxuan crouched before her, saying, Welcome to your doom. At that moment, Cui Ying had descended the stairs and rushed towards Yuqing's lifeless body, her insides feeling hollow. Her legs trembled as she approached, tears streaming down her face. Yuqing, Yuqing. Ying Ning's nose reddened in sympathy. She could not believe Yuqing was truly gone. Trembling, she reached out to check for breath beneath his nose, convinced there must be some sign of life. Finally, she broke down in a wail, Yuqing. How could you do this? You fool, you absolute fool. Bai Moxuan fixed an unyielding gaze on the immobile Qianmo. Look what you've done. A life has been lost. A couple separated by death, and now, you find yourself with nothing. Qianmo's throat tightened, rendering her speechless. The intricacies of the trap beneath her were insurmountable, and no matter how she struggled, she could not free herself. Ying Ning walked beside Cui Ying, her voice tinged with pity. Cui Ying, please don't be this way. Cui Ying's heartache was beyond words, memories flooding back. Their first meeting in the underground tomb, the initial deception that led to their bond, and the joy of their shared understanding when Yuqing had been possessed by the spirit of Zhaoguang. Those cherished moments, long buried in the past, surged back to her mind, now forever separated by the veil of death. Chapter 489. The performance to Yuqing, your life is mine, without my approval. How dare you take it upon yourself to abandon everything? Have you considered the feelings of your living parents? Yu Qing, how cruel you are. Cui Ying clutched Yu Qing's body, her eyes completely red. How am I to live now? Tears cascaded down her cheeks, and Ying Ning, with a pained expression, could no longer hold back, letting her own tears flow. Su Bai pulled her aside. She is already so heartbroken. Your tears will only exacerbate her sorrow. Ying Ning, with a forlorn look, remarked, this is far too cruel for her. Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi descended, exchanging glances and sighing in unison. Ti Qian Mo observed Cui Ying's anguish, a flicker of inexplicable emotion passing through her gaze, which happened to catch Bai Moxuan's eye. Do you regret it? I have no other choice. Ti Qian Mo let out a muffled sound. I have my responsibilities. Responsibilities should not require the sacrifice of others to fulfill. Bai Moxuan scoffed. You presume to understand everything, yet you are a fool, comprehending nothing. Cui Ying's sobs finally subsided, replaced by a pallid expression. She gently patted Yu Qing's head. Yu Qing, sleep well. I will treat your parents as my own. Rest assured, I can do this. Yu Qing, we may lack fate in this life, but in the next, you must hold my hand tightly. You must hold my hand tightly. A faint sound resonated. And through tear-filled eyes, Cui Ying turned towards the source. The lock, having embedded itself into Yu Qing's flesh, had snapped in two. Su Bai immediately bent down to retrieve it. It is finally opened. Once a person dies, this marital curse naturally loses its potency. Tang Sancheng smiled at Ti Qian Mo. Did I not speak the truth? If you refuse to break the curse, death is the only solution. Ti Qian Mo, upon seeing Tang Sancheng's smile, felt a sinister thought arise. You all, are you suggesting? Su Bai interjected with a scoff. How could we allow our dear brother to perish? Besides, my sister is still awaiting him to place a ring upon her finger. Cui Ying's heart stirred, and she raised her head. What are you discussing? Bai Yi took out a small vial from his pocket, squatting down to pour the liquid into Yu Qing's nostrils. Yu Qing's body trembled before erupting into a violent cough, startling Cui Ying, who had just witnessed him breathless moments ago. Cui Ying, I'm sorry, but they wouldn't let me tell you, Ying Ning said cautiously. Seeing you in such distress, I feel so sad. Yu Qing had consumed cyanide, had he not? That substance is lethal. Cui Ying exclaimed. How can he possibly come back to life? That was merely what he claimed. Tang Sancheng remarked. I have been contemplating that the love curse is merely a manifestation of one's mental power, originating solely from Miss Qianma. She possesses a partner and has consistently relied on her own will to activate the curse. To dispel or break such a curse, one must address its source. This unilateral mental influence is difficult for outsiders to disrupt. Thus, both you Bai and I find ourselves powerless. However, upon further reflection, it occurs to me that the love curse is inherently tied to the relationship between men and women, predominantly driven by the woman's obsession with the man. Should that man perish, the intensity of such an obsession would undoubtedly wane, consequently diminishing the curse's potency, as the target would cease to exist. Ti Qianma let out a muffled sound, still unconvinced. Bai Moxuan coldly stated, I have a profound aversion to women who lack reason. Ying Ning interjected, yesterday, Boss Tang entrusted me with a task to inquire with Fu Yu whether she possesses any substances capable of inducing a state of apparent death, ideally mimicking genuine death. This revelation left Ying Ning astounded. She had not anticipated the existence of such a thing. It was said to be concocted from cobra venom and a rare pollen, capable of sustaining a death-like state for a quarter of an hour. You must be terrified, Su Bo remarked, touching his nose. Our collaboration to deceive you was merely to create an illusion. Otherwise, how could it have influenced her to be utterly convinced of Yu Qing's demise? Cui Ying, having shed countless tears, now experienced a torrent of emotions upon realizing the deception. Both fury and relief surged within her. Her tears flowed once more as she directed her ire toward Yu Qing. You scoundrel! How could you conspire with them to trick me? Yu Qing bore her outburst in silence, unable to retaliate, merely smiling at her. Exhausted from her emotional turmoil, Cui Ying eventually leaned on Yu Qing's shoulder and wept. Yu Qing sighed. Isn't everything just fine now? Look, my life and legs are intact. Having traversed this emotional roller coaster, the focus shifted back to Ti Qianma as Tang Sancheng approached her. Your surname is Ti, and you are indeed a descendant of the chitin, which is evident. Ti Qianma appeared taken aback by Tang Sancheng's revelation. How did you know? You selected a commendable opponent, Tang Sancheng replied. It is quite an achievement for you to have located Yu Qing. Nothing can deter me, Ti Qianma asserted. You may indeed cast another curse upon Yu Qing. However, before that, I shall invoke an ancient protective spell for him, ensuring that no harmful curse can manifest against him. Since you are familiar with the love curse, you should recognize that few possess the ability to wield ancient spells. Tang Sancheng did not intend to boast of his prowess. Rather, he understood that a girl with such a fiery temperament must be met with equal fervor. Upon hearing the phrase ancient protective spell, Ti Qianma suddenly fell silent. Realizing that Tang Sancheng's strategy had taken effect, he secretly chuckled to himself, knowing that while he could indeed utilize ancient spells, there was no such thing as a protective spell within them. This notion was merely inspired by Fu Yu's protective charms, designed to dissuade Ti Qianma from attempting her previous tactics. Cui Ying was examining Yu Qing's injuries. The wounds on his leg would not heal anytime soon. Angrily, she turned her gaze towards Cha Qianma and declared, "If you dare to harm Yu Qing even the slightest bit again, I will take a stand against you decisively. I could even resort to murder if necessary. Other men's affairs do not concern me." Cha Qianma let out a muffled sound of disdain. "He does not pique my interest." "Oh, then what is your objective? Is it Yu Qing or the jade pendant?" Suddenly, Bai Moxuan produced his phone. Recently, rumors have swirled across the internet about women in the capital wielding whips, and wherever they appear, accidents ensue. It is said that those affected seem to have lost their sanity. For instance, one individual, having lost 2 souls, was gravely injured after colliding with a stone statue, resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Cui Ying and Ying Ning were both aware of this incident, and Aunt Xuefan had even crossed paths with the unfortunate young man. Yet, when did Bai Moxuan begin to take an interest in such matters? She had assumed his focus was solely on his career in the entertainment industry. Noticing a subtle shift in Cha Qianma's expression, Bai Moxuan continued, "These events have yet to attract the attention of the police. However, a few enthusiasts of the supernatural have taken note. They compiled a list of recent victims and found that all were young men who exhibited a common symptom of an inability to concentrate. Some even reported sightings of a strange woman, one who wraps herself in a whip. Aside from you, there is no one else in this city." Subo interjected, "It seems you've landed in quite a predicament, a serious one indeed. If this escalates, you will surely be summoned to the precinct, siphoning souls and shortening lifespans." Tang Sancheng added ominously, "You may find yourself judged in the underworld after your demise." Cha Qianma remained silent, prompting Ying Ning to inquire, "What shall we do with her?" "Leave her to the police," Bai Moxuan suggested, "to prevent her from causing further chaos." Finally, Cha Qianma spoke, "I did not commit these acts. You cannot restrict my freedom. I have many matters to attend to. Those are irrelevant to us," Bai Moxuan shrugged. "You may express your defense once you are confined." Cui Ying understood that Bai Moxuan was merely attempting to intimidate her, for without evidence, these accidents were not even officially reported. However, Cha Qianma was unfamiliar with urban life, and Bai Moxuan had seized upon her vulnerability. Chapter 490. No escape, regrettably. After her denial, Cha Qianma fell silent once more. Bai Moxuan remarked, "At this rate, we have no choice but to detain you for now, father?" Cha Qianma exhibited a look of surprise, as Bai Moxuan and Bai Yi were more akin to brothers than father and son. Bai Yi nodded. "It seems to be the only course of action, Miss Qianma. Until we uncover the truth, we must confine you, which may ultimately serve your interests. If you are innocent, and similar incidents occur while you are detained, your name will be cleared." Cha Qianmo remained unwilling but recognized her lack of options. "Do I truly have no recourse?" "None." Bai Moxuan replied decisively. "Accept the consequences of the gamble. Let us proceed." Bai Moxuan's hand descended, pressing a mechanism that loosened the sturdy wooden board restraining Cha Qianma. As her eyes darted, she intended to slip away, but Bai Moxuan swiftly struck the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. He hoisted her over his shoulder, muttering about the troublesome nature of unruly women. "Where shall we confine her?" Ying Ning inquired with curiosity. "It cannot be for a lifetime, can it?" "Foolish girl. Of course not," Su Bai replied tersely. "Now that Yu Qing is safe." Yu Qing, having been assisted to his feet by Cui Ying, had been completely oblivious to his near demise and remained unaware of Cui Ying's prior emotional turmoil. Upon hearing Su Bai's mention, he fell into a contemplative silence, his feelings for Cui Ying deepening. Bai Yi had made prior arrangements. This abandoned factory had served as a meeting place for the shadowy organization. However, due to Bai Yi and others discovering it, and the increasing likelihood of its exposure over time, they abandoned it to ensure the confidentiality of their gatherings. The meetings were relocated to a tea house behind an antique shop, though the underground chamber was preserved for emergencies. The group temporarily detained Cha Qianma there, providing her with water and food, while assigning Su Bai and Ying Ning to guard her. Su Bai expressed his discontent with the arrangement. Why us? Because you two have the most free time, Bai Moxuan retorted brusquely. One must possess self-awareness. Su Bai was left utterly speechless. Tang Sanqing added, this girl has a fiery temperament and will seek opportunities to escape, but the setup here is exceedingly intricate, equipped with traps and formations. You may rest assured. Just ensure a steady supply of food and water. Thus, the task became relatively effortless, and the two readily agreed. Yu Qing, injured in the leg, needed to seek medical attention. Once the three were settled, the others promptly withdrew, leaving only the two of them behind. Ying Ning appeared somewhat awkward, as the room they occupied was merely a wall away from where Cha Qianma was confined. She approached the wall, feigning interest in the sounds from the other side. Su Bai scratched his head, inquiring, can you hear anything? Ying Ning was not truly listening. Rather, she felt uncomfortable in the confined space with Su Bai. Her palms were sweaty from anxiety as she lowered her head. She is very quiet. The atmosphere grew peculiar, prompting Su Bai to laugh awkwardly. Why have you been avoiding me lately? I haven tea. Ying Ning wished to deny it, but being an honest girl, she faltered. There hasn't been much happening recently. So, although they were all present in the antique shop, encounters were rare. Su Bai had not returned home to see his parents, but had merely called to inform them of his safe return from the desert. Frowning, Su Bai suggested, why not let me move back home? The title of shopkeeper here is merely a facade, and it would alleviate your discomfort. Su Bai was not throwing a tantrum. He recognized Ying Ning's fondness for freedom. Confined to the shop daily, unable to move freely, he felt a pang of sympathy. Moreover, Ying Ning had no place to go, while he had a home. Upon hearing Su Bai's proposal, disappointment flooded Ying Ning's eyes, and a stubborn resolve welled up within her. All right. I was just thinking the antique shop felt cramped. If you move back, it will be much more spacious. Su Bai was engulfed by an inexplicable surge of jealousy. Indeed, when that young master arrived, it became far more convenient. Ying Ning's tears brimmed in her eyes, but as she lifted her gaze, the tears vanished, replaced by a smile. You make a valid point. When you leave this place, I shall assist you with your luggage. It's not too much, is it? This girl? When did she become so eloquent? Most likely it was due to that Chu Yan's influence. Su Bai let out a soft grunt. There's no need. It's just a few pieces of clothing. I know you're eager to go home for a meal, but I won't let you succeed. Ying Ning pouted. If you don't want me to go, then I want tea. What is the big deal? A mocking voice interrupted from next door. You two are truly childish. Do you think you're still 3 years old? It was Cha Qianma, who could no longer endure the scene. Despite lacking romantic experiences herself, she could discern the mutual affection between the two, yet they stubbornly refused to confront it, and finally, she could not restrain her voice. Su Bai scoffed. I see you're not that old yourself. Spare us your pretentious maturity. Otherwise, you wouldn't engage in such foolish acts as siphoning away souls. It's fortunate you are capable of such behavior. Those individuals have been indirectly harmed by you. At once, the other party fell silent. Su Bai and Ying Ning remained in the secluded chamber, routinely delivering food and water to Cha Qianma, which Bai Yi and Tang Sanqing had prepared early each day. Judging by the quantities, there were only provisions for 3 days, perhaps indicating that the two proprietors believed they would be able to depart from here after that duration. As expected, 3 days later, Bai Yi and Tang Sanqing arrived punctually. Su Bai clutched the last bottle of water, tears nearly spilling as he saw the two proprietors descend. You've finally come. I was just thinking, with our food and water depleted, how are we to survive? This isn't a survival competition. Such a pity. Tang Sanqing remarked with resignation. You may return to the surface now. Ying Ning could not have wished for more. These 3 days had been sheer torment. She had never spent such an extensive time alone with Su Bai, and their interactions were mostly silent, with occasional exchanges that never quite resonated. Bai Yi opened the door to the adjoining room, revealing Cha Qianma, whose condition appeared rather poor. After 3 days in the underground chamber, her once sun-kissed complexion had paled considerably, now resembling a sickly hue. She lifted her head. What is this? Are you going to release me? Another woman appeared. Bai Yi spoke. During the 3 days you were confined, another soul was siphoned away, one who shares a connection with you. Does she not? Bah. Cha Qianma spat on the ground. I am in no way associated with her. If I weren't worried about her jeopardizing my important affairs, I wouldn't care about her at all. So they were acquainted, Tang Sanqing declared triumphantly. realizing she had inadvertently revealed some information. Cha Qianmo regretted her words and turned away in silence. Tang Sanqing continued, I know a Taoist friend from Yunnan. It is rumored within her clan that the legendary treasure of the chitin remains buried underground. The internal strife among her clan is over this treasure, with the key clues hidden within 2 jade pendants. It is said that Yel Shioka was the one who escorted the buried chitin treasure, and he concealed the clues within these 2 pendants. Am I correct? For the sake of this lead, Tang Sancheng and Bai Yi have tirelessly dedicated themselves day and night over the past 3 days, leveraging all their connections to investigate the origins of the matter at hand. Given the involvement of Yi Lu Xiaogu, they naturally revisited past records, ultimately uncovering a 3-month gap in the annals of Liao history concerning Yi Lu Xiaogu, a renowned general known for his martial prowess who mysteriously vanished at a critical juncture of warfare. This anomaly defies logic. Moreover, when considering that Cha Qianmo's arrival coincided with a request for the jade pendant and Yu Qing, one cannot help but ponder the motives behind such actions. All conclusions stem from this premise. In truth, Tang Sancheng's acquaintance did divulge certain information, albeit imprecise. This friend had resided in the same locale for an extended period and merely heard whispers of discord within the clan. The reason Tang Sancheng dared to draw conclusions was merely an act of bold conjecture, yet from Cha Qianmo's demeanor, it seemed he was not far from the truth. Chapter 491. Bubbles. Currently, the jade pendant belonging to the Princess of Chun is in an antique shop, while another piece resides with Cui Ying. The advantage now lies with the antique shop. What do you intend to do with me? Cha Qianmo inquired. If you wish to kill me, then do so at your discretion. The times have changed, Bai Yi reflected. In a bustling metropolis, murder lacks rationality. Yet there are always means. His words hinted at unspoken depths. There exist numerous ways to commit a crime without leaving traces, especially with an eccentric like Tang Sancheng at his side. Bai Yi clasped his hands behind his back. We do not intend to kill you. Rather, we are preparing to set you free. Is it truly so favorable? Cha Qianmo mused. You plan to fish for bigger catches by letting me go, seeking to exploit my connections to find them, hoping to partake in the spoils. Bai Yi responded with a mysterious smile, saying nothing further, but instead opened the door and exited with Tang Sancheng. Su Bai and Ying Ning exchanged glances and swiftly followed. As the door swung open, Cha Qianmo pondered deeply before ultimately deciding to follow. Upon returning to the ground level, Tang Sancheng and the others had already distanced themselves. Cha Qianmo remained in place, furrowing her brow in contemplation for some time before setting off towards the city center. Standing before a modest inn, Cha Qianmo hesitated at the entrance, only to be confronted by the innkeeper, who stood with her hands on her hips. You look respectable enough, and despite lacking identification, I allowed you to stay. Yet now, you have failed to pay, disappearing for 3 days and nights. Is it your intention to abscond? If I intended to flee, I would not return now, Cha Qianmo retorted, producing 200 yuan notes and placing them in the innkeeper's hand. Will this suffice? Yes, it is sufficient, the innkeeper exclaimed, her demeanor transforming instantly. Where have you been all this time? As she spoke, her gaze flicked to Cha Qianmo's waist. A thought crossed Cha Qianmo's mind. Prior to entering the city, she had deliberately detached her long whip. The innkeeper, having not seen the whip, visibly relaxed. Cha Qianmo, rarely amused, smiled. I have merely been exploring the area. Having traveled such a distance, I had yet to properly admire the scenery. I wandered far into the suburbs and almost lost my way. Oh, well then, do take some time to rest. The proprietress entered with a smile, firmly closing the door behind her. Through a small window, Cha Qianmo caught a glimpse of a newspaper resting on the table, featuring a blurred figure. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, it sent a chill down her spine. In a moment of panic, she dashed back to her room, grabbed her meager belongings, and leapt from the second-floor window. Upon landing, she heard a familiar voice. Running away is not a viable solution. Is that you? Cha Qianmo clutched her heart. Was the photo in the newspaper you're doing? We are not so capable. Bai Moxuan leaned against the wall, exuding an air of nonchalance. A well-meaning individual conducted a private investigation and inadvertently captured a suspicious figure, selling it to the press for a bit of profit. Gaining attention is not our style. TSK, it does bear a striking resemblance to you. That is not me, and you know it, Cha Qianmo retorted, her anger flaring. You know where I have been these past few days better than anyone. If we don't speak, no one will know it isn't you, Bai Moxuan grunted. The other party is more cunning, adept at self-preservation. At least she has not been exposed. But you, my dear, have already caught someone's eye. Fortunately, you used your wits to untie the whip around your waist, which is not entirely foolish. His words were infuriating, as if he delighted in provoking her to the brink of fury. However, recalling the proprietress's gaze upon her, Cha Qianma felt a flicker of guilt. At that moment, another question arose in her mind. What are you doing here? With your financial means, you certainly cannot afford a high-end hotel, and your attire is out of place in this city. Finding you would not be difficult. My curiosity lies in where the other party might be staying. Bai Moxuan sighed. Are you suggesting that her usual attire does not resemble yours, only adopting your appearance when it is time to drain the life force from others? Cha Qianma found herself begrudgingly convinced, responding awkwardly. That is not impossible. That is precisely why I have appeared here. Bai Moxuan tossed a bag to Cha Qianma. Change. Upon receiving the bag and opening it, she discovered not only a dress but also a brand new set of undergarments, which were surprisingly sheer, causing her cheeks to flush. Bai Moxuan appraised her. It should fit well. I won't wait for you too long. Be swift. Cha Qianma wished to inquire further, but Bai Moxuan had already turned away. She hastily found a secluded corner to change out of her current attire. Although she was somewhat coarse in appearance, it was merely due to her lack of interest in grooming. She was inherently beautiful. As the saying goes, a person is defined by their attire. Clad in a finely crafted dress, she appeared much more refined. Bai Moxuan nodded in approval. Not bad. Let's go. Why should I go with you? Cha Qianma replied defiantly. Do not presume I will obediently follow your orders now. Do you have another destination? Bai Moxuan inquired. The situation is escalating, and you are intricately involved. Currently, it is merely gossip. Should it solidify, you will become a target, with nowhere to flee. What exactly is your aim? Cha Qianma's mind raced with the potential outcomes, her throat tightening with anxiety as she struggled for one last stand. Do not underestimate me. Bai Moxuan grew weary of engaging in verbal games with her and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the alley, he suddenly halted, feeling the presence of Cha Qianma collide with his back. Why did you stop? She inquired. Bai Moxuan leaned to one side, saying, I want to observe that woman. From a distance, the woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Cha Qianma, with a similarity rate of 90%. Upon seeing her, Cha Qianma seethed with anger, exclaiming, It's her. She's responsible for everything, and it has nothing to do with me. I refuse to pursue the soul fragment. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Why don't you apprehend her? Bai Moxuan rolled his eyes in response. Do not command me. He retrieved his phone to contact someone on the other end, then pulled Cha Qianma away, instructing, Ensure she does not notice you. Cha Qianma, being led by Bai Moxuan, felt somewhat bewildered. Having grown up among boys, her interactions had always been playful camaraderie, devoid of any romantic inclinations. However, a sudden flutter of emotion stirred within her. This man was entirely unlike her childhood companions or brothers. Sensing the precariousness of her thoughts, she shook off Bai Moxuan's hand, asserting, I can walk on my own. Bai Moxuan brought Cha Qianma to an apartment and stopped before a door on the 17th floor. Placing a key in her hand, You will stay here for the time being. Why are you helping me? Cha Qianma asked, staring at the key. I nearly caused the demise of your friend. Because you still possess value, Bai Moxuan replied. Tell me, you have designs on Yuqing, and that woman surely has the same intentions, correct? She targets the owner of the jade pendant, Cha Qianma responded. That depends on who possesses the pendant. Then, is Chuang in danger? After all, the pendant is currently in her possession. That woman is closely following Cha Qianma, and they likely share similar information, Bai Moxuan mused, suddenly biting his finger to draw a spell on the door. As he moved his finger, a faint red light trailed behind, and upon completion of the incantation, the light vanished into the sigil. Fire cloud spell, Cha Qianma noted. You indeed understand your craft. Since you recognize this as the fire cloud spell, refrain from recklessly using your true energy while in this house. The consequences are well known to you, Bai Moxuan cautioned. Cha Qianma was aware that if her true energy surged, the fire cloud spell would activate, inflicting harm upon its master. This man clearly wished to prevent her from employing any form of sorcery within these walls. Once Bai Moxuan departed, Cha Qianma promptly secured the doors and windows, locking the balcony door tightly. She rummaged through her luggage and unearthed an ancient robe, a relic from her grandmother, who had claimed it once belonged to Yel Shioka. Cha Qianma murmured, Grandmother, I will surely uncover the chitin treasure and fulfill your wish. The Chaz are not to be underestimated. Chapter 492, Liao Territory Outside. Bai Moxuan let out a muffled grunt. Returning was the most effective method for gathering information. Cha Qianmo's quest for the chitin treasure was undoubted. Yet her motives appeared more straightforward than anticipated. Upon returning to the antique shop with this question lingering in his mind, Bai Moxuan found that Bai seemed to have anticipated the situation. Meng, Jiang, Cha are the surnames of the four great clans. However, the Jiang clan possesses the most formidable power among them. The Cha lineage is rather weak, hardly regarded by the Jiang clan. Yet, the A clan engages in a relentless struggle against the Jiang clan, vying fiercely for the chitin treasure for centuries. It is highly likely that those who followed Cha Qianmo here are affiliated with these two surnames. The number of individuals remains unclear, and how they discovered the Yu family warrants further investigation. With bandages still wrapped around his leg, Yu Qing sat in contemplation, suggesting, "Perhaps we should first examine the jade pendant." Bai nodded and placed the pendant on the table. Cui Ying took out her own piece, and the two jade pendants nestled closely together, evoking thoughts of the star-crossed lovers Yi Lu Xiu Gu and Pei Yao. In a chaotic world, it is lamentable that they could not remain together in the end. Their fates, along with that of the princess of the Chun state, ended in sorrow. Both pendants, exquisitely carved from white jade, took the forms of a fish and a lotus flower, detailed with delicate engravings of eyes, gills, abdominal fins, and tails. The mouths were perforated for threading with a gold chain for wearing during the Liao dynasty, showcasing the craftsmanship of these remarkable pendants. The words Pei and Yao were inscribed upon the fish's belly. As the two fish-shaped pendants faced each other, Cui Ying observed, "Look, the positioning of their eyes is slightly different, making them appear to scrutinize one another." Ying Ning added with a sigh, "Indeed, the design is so intricate, resembling a pair of lovers gazing into each other's eyes. As tokens of affection, it was certain that the illustrious Yi Lu Xiu Gu would have exerted great effort to avoid presenting anything ordinary." Su Bai bent over to examine the pendants closely, pondering. If the clues to the chitin treasure were concealed within the jade pendants, where might they be hidden? Gently tapping the two pendants on the table, Bai listened intently to the sound. After a moment of hesitation, he remarked, "The jade seems solid." "What do you think, Tang Sancheng?" "It's difficult to discern," Tang Sancheng replied, shaking his head. "The jade is too small. Could it possibly be within the fish's belly? If not there, where else could it be?" Having encountered various mechanisms before, particularly the classic seven-trick lock related to Tang Sancheng's heritage, he found himself at a loss for ideas. Pointing at the mouths of the two jade fish, Su Bai suggested, "Doesn't this resemble a dragon spouting water? This position seems somewhat fitting." Inspiration struck Tang Sancheng. "Let us try it in a basin of water." Cui Ying and Ying Ning quickly left, and soon returned with a basin of water, its surface undisturbed. Tang Sancheng tossed the two jade pendants into the basin, and as they sank slowly to the bottom, a wave of apprehension washed over everyone. Fortunately, after 5 seconds, the situation began to change. Ying Ning exclaimed, pointing at the basin, "Look, so many bubbles." The basin emitted a continuous bubbling sound as numerous bubbles emerged from the mouths of the two fish, leaving Ying Ning in astonishment. The bubbles initially settled at the bottom but gradually gathered at the surface, forming a plethora of bubbles, filling the entire basin. Yelyo Zugo is indeed quite whimsical, using this method to blow bubbles for Pei Yao. Cui Ying is utterly perplexed. "Su Bai, could you elucidate the principle behind bubble formation?" Typically, bubbles arise when air is present underwater. Under the requisite pressure, they manifest due to the lower density of oxygen compared to water, causing them to ascend from the depths to the surface, a phenomenon often encountered by fishermen. Su Bai remarked, "The two jade pendants were just heard by Boss Bai, who believes they are not hollow. Personally, I think, Boss Bai, with all due respect, your conclusion may be erroneous." Bai nodded vigorously. "I concur. My conclusion is not necessarily correct, as I lack certainty." Su Bai, concerned about undermining Bai Yi's dignity, realized he had overthought the matter upon witnessing Bai Yi's candidness and chuckled, "I suspect there could be a minute's space, yet insufficient to reveal its hollowness. To ascertain this, we would likely need to dismantle these two jade pieces." As soon as Su Bai's words echoed, Yu Qing and Cui Ying exchanged swift glances. These jade pendants held significant value for them. The term destroy implied they would have to dissect them entirely to uncover their inner structure. Observing the two in a state of distress, Bai Yi interjected, "I do have a makeshift solution." "What solution?" Bai Yi replied, to unveil the secrets within. Dissection is indeed the only method. However, I can assure you that someone can perfectly restore them, ensuring they appear identical, utilizing the very fragments of these jades. Oh, Tang Sanqing understood. You mean Luo Tian. Who is Luo Tian? Su Bai inquired curiously. An astute individual, Bai Yi sighed, shaking his head. The organization did consider recruiting him. Yet he perceives matters with exceptional clarity and resolutely declined. In fact, he once concocted an excuse to spend several months abroad to avoid the organization. He is a virtuoso in the antique realm, renowned as a genius appraiser. Restoring antiques is well within his capabilities. Destruction followed by restoration is currently our only recourse. Chuaying, what are your thoughts? Yu Qing asked with concern. Your mother gifted you the jade pendant. You are its rightful owner. One must not be selfish. Chuaying firmly nodded. I agree. Let us open it and see what treasures lie within. With the owner's consent, Bai Yi signaled Bai Moxuan to fetch a hammer. And with a few decisive strikes, the jade pendant shattered into several pieces. Tang Sanqing reached in and felt around, soon discovering two cylindrical objects. These entirely black items were familiar to everyone. They were wrought iron, often referred to as the wrought iron dynasty of the Khitan Empire. Their prior encounter with this material occurred during the discovery of the golden mask, thanks to Yi Chongqing. Were it not for his orchestrated revenge scheme, they would not have had the chance to engage with wrought iron. Tang Sanqing and Bai Yi each picked one up. They were diminutive enough to be pinched between fingers. Bai Moxuan glanced over, growing somewhat excited. We are getting closer. Bai Yi suddenly smiled. This time, I am certain of my assertion. These two items are entirely sealed. For the mystery lies on the surface. Moxuan, bring over a magnifying glass. With a magnifying glass in hand, Bai Yi examined the intricate patterns before him, exclaiming, Do you not see? This design resembles an ancient map. The two iron pillars were adorned with ornate carvings, and when combined, they indeed evoked the imagery of a bygone cartographic era. Ancient maps, particularly those from China, trace back to the early Xia dynasty, a testament to the rich history of Chinese civilization. Since the Xia period, various dynasties have produced an abundance of maps, both in diversity and quantity. However, the number of ancient maps that have survived through the ages is exceedingly scarce. This scarcity can be attributed to the fragile materials of ancient maps, which are difficult to preserve, coupled with historical incidents of book burnings. These two factors combined render existing ancient maps a true rarity. Conversely, engraving maps onto iron is a method that ensures durability, allowing such carvings to endure for millennia. Su Bai, having procured a camera, captured the enlarged map and transferred the images to a computer where both maps were now digitally recorded. After scrutinizing the images, he noted, These two maps should be merged into one. Let me attempt to identify the connecting points. Chuaying, possessing commendable computer skills, promptly seated herself beside Su Bai, and together they worked diligently. Approximately 20 minutes later, the two maps were seamlessly integrated into a flawless union. The primary challenge with ancient maps lies in their stark divergence from modern geographical locations. As time progresses, the true names of places have been obscured by the annals of history, making it a formidable task to align them with contemporary coordinates. Even with an IQ of 180, Su Bai found himself at an impasse, exclaiming, Gentlemen, this surpasses my capabilities. I concede defeat. Chapter 493. The soul-capturing spell Tang San and Bai Yi simultaneously uttered. Seek out Luo Tian. Is Luo Tian truly that remarkable? Su Bai pondered, intrigued by this man named Luo Tian. Could he possibly be a polymath? Since you were so curious about him, why not join me? Bai Yi suggested. The antique shop had originally been located on Antique Street before relocating to its current position, and Bai Yi was quite familiar with Luo Tian. Carefully wrapping the shards of jade that had been separated during their earlier mishap, Bai Yi prepared them for Luo Tian's restoration, bringing along the printed map from the computer. He then led Su Bai to Antique Street. Having visited Antique Street before, Su Bai had often fantasized about unearthing a hidden treasure or having a fortunate encounter where an antique shop owner might overlook something valuable, thereby securing his fortune and freeing himself from the burdens of life. Regrettably, the market for genuine antiques was sparse, with counterfeit goods vastly outnumbering the authentic. Despite Su Bai's high intelligence, his luck was not equally exceptional. Upon confirming Luo Tian's name, he suddenly realized that this was the legendary figure known for never failing to seize opportunities, a master of stone gambling, and an unparalleled appraiser. Arriving at the entrance of Luo Tian's antique shop, the staff inside appeared very familiar with Bai Yi, ready to greet him. Bai Yi, with a mischievous smile, playfully covered the young attendant's mouth, saying, "Young man, are you trying to alert your boss? That trick is so worn out, it won't work today." Luo Tian lifted the curtain, scolding, "How clever of you. If he has made it here, he must have employed some methods. Very well, let him in." Su Bai glanced at Luo Tian, swallowing hard. "So young?" Upon hearing the words, Luo Tian scrutinized Su Bo from head to toe and exclaimed, "Ah, we have a new face recently. Nothing escapes your notice." Bai Yi introduced, "This is Su Bo." Without further ado, Luo Tian inquired, "What is it that you require me to do?" Luo Tian was refreshingly straightforward. "Hurry up. Do you have any idea how valuable my time is? I'm working for you for nothing." Bai Yi wore an expression of helplessness, awkwardly chuckling, while Su Bo nearly burst into laughter. It was rare to see Boss Bai in such a predicament. Bai Yi dragged Su Bo inside, firmly shutting the door, and articulated his intentions. Luo Tian immediately crossed his arms, and Bai Yi playfully punched him, saying, "At worst, I'll pay. That's not the issue. Money is not a concern for me." Luo Tian retorted, shaking his head, "I want to know the underlying matters." Bai Yi appeared troubled. "You know how organizational matters are. You are unwilling to join. Yet you wish to be privy to the excitement. Such a thing is impossible. Please don't put me in a difficult position." Luo Tian spread his hands in exasperation. "Without knowledge of the underlying situation, it's hard for me to provide a solution. Which era does this map belong to? Is it a military map or a societal one? These factors will influence my final conclusion." Su Bo was thoroughly impressed. This appraiser was remarkable, skillfully pressing Bai Yi on his weak points. Bai Yi's eyes darted. "Then I must add another request." Luo Tian's expression stiffened slightly. "I knew you would say that. Go on." Bai Yi continued, "The painting I mentioned last time. Can you deliver it to me today? You never accept a loss." "It's all my curiosity's fault," Luo Tian conceded. "Deal." Su Bo was left dumbfounded. This was indeed the adult world. A back and forth that appeared calm, yet led to a successful transaction, with each party achieving their aims. He realized how naive he truly was. After listening to Bai Yi's account, Luo Tian retrieved his computer, stating, "Then it must be a map from the Liao dynasty." Su Bo craned his neck for a glimpse and gasped. Luo Tian's computer astonishingly contained a restored map of the Liao dynasty, with each region meticulously marked to correspond to its current location. Observing Su Bo's astonishment, Luo Tian sighed. This endeavor took an entire year to complete. Correlating ancient maps from various dynasties with contemporary locations is no easy feat. Bai Yi, how could you bear to ask for that painting? Bai Yi waved his hand dismissively. "I don't want it anymore." "Is that satisfactory?" "Good. That's for the best." Luo Tian managed to regain some ground at the last moment. In just over 10 minutes, Luo Tian presented a modern version of the map before the two men. Generally speaking, such maps do not convey the information they appear to present. "You will need to study it further. This is all I can assist you with." "Thank you," Bai Yi said, delivering a playful punch to Luo Tian. "It's always a pleasure collaborating with you." Luo Tian remarked knowingly, "Indeed, there is pleasure as well as pain. Those two jade pendants will require some time. I will entrust them to a restoration company. Come back in a week to collect them." "Thank you." Bai Yi couldn't resist complimenting. "I knew you would come through. Now please hurry along." Luo Tian waved his hand, signaling the end of their meeting. After bidding farewell to Mr. Luo at the antique shop, Su Bai began to examine the map in the car. The marked location was atop a mountain, situated in a vast northern prairie, nearing the border of Outer Mongolia. Su Bai remarked, "Mr. Luo is truly remarkable. He has accomplished an extraordinary feat. If he so desires, he could achieve much more." Bai Yi replied, "However, he is acutely aware of what he can and cannot do, consistently restraining himself, which is his most admirable quality." Su Bai pondered this, and upon returning to the antique shop, everyone was invigorated, except for Bai Moxuan, who frowned slightly. "Now that we have the map, how shall we deal with Cha Qianma?" he inquired. "I have a suggestion, contingent upon your agreement," Tang Sancheng stated. "The girl's motivations are not merely driven by greed. I find her to be somewhat genuine. However, our adversaries do not share this simplicity. I believe we may be able to form an alliance with Cha Qianma. She is an insider, familiar with the circumstances, and shares the same objective as you." Cui Ying harbored some reservations, as she had nearly caused Yu Qing's demise. and she remained skeptical about Cha Qianma. I do not reject her joining us, but I will certainly not place my complete trust in her. When shall we depart? Bai Moxuan asked. There is no rush. There are still numerous matters to attend to in this city. We are not the city guard. Yet when it concerns the chitin treasure, we must take action when necessary, Tang Sancheng replied. The soul devourer has irked me. Moxuan, go speak with that girl. Without the map, she cannot venture anywhere. Yuqing, how is your leg? Bai Yi inquired. I cannot run, but walking is completely fine, Yuqing responded. Patting his leg a few times, it feels sturdy. Find a way to capture that soul-devouring fiend, Bai Yi commanded. Eliminate this lingering concern. Yuqing understood, I see. We have a ready bait. Su Bai shivered slightly. Am I to be the bait again? That person only seeks young men, clearly valuing the quality of the soul. Who could compare to you, Su Bai? Yuqing winked. Born with a natural reverse scale, during the time of the strongest yang energy, this physique is the finest bait. Su Bai lowered his head, bumping it against the table. I knew it would come to this. While Su Bai was being dragged out by Yuqing for a stroll, Bai Moxuan approached Cha Qianma. The fire cloud spell in front of the apartment was undisturbed. As soon as Bai Moxuan stood still, the door swung open. And Cha Qianma exclaimed, How long must I wait for my innocence to be restored? How much longer must I remain here? We have discovered the treasure map within the jade pendant. Bai Moxuan's words silenced Cha Qianma instantly. Her heart constricted momentarily. Her expression was complex. While it was expected that the map would be in the jade pendant, the fact that it did not fall into her hands was a significant surprise. She retorted, So, you have come merely to gloat? I am here to discuss a collaboration, Bai Moxuan replied with a grunt, if you are willing to compromise. Seeing Cha Qianma blocking the doorway, Bai Moxuan added, Since you allowed me to enter. Cha Qianma glared at Bai Moxuan, finally stepping aside. After Bai Moxuan entered, he casually closed the door behind him. Now we can officially commence a 3-7 split. Bai Moxuan's tone was imperious. We take 7, you take 3. Chapter 494, The Soul Capturing Spell 2. The demand for money was so brazenly direct that it far exceeded Cha Qianma's expectations. She retorted with indignation. The chitin treasure belongs to all descendants of the chitin. You are merely inflating the price. If it truly belongs to all chitin descendants, then what of your internal strife? Bai Moxuan scoffed at Cha Qianma's assertion. There is not a soul in this world devoid of greed. Left speechless, Cha Qianma clasped her hands to her chest and closed her eyes. After an indeterminate passage of time, she reopened them. Very well, 7-3 it shall be. But only on the condition that the treasure is indeed found. Moreover, how can I trust you? Bai Moxuan shrugged. You are free to go it alone. I have no objections. Was there any choice left for her? Cha Qianma finally acknowledged that she had no option but to align herself with this group. She swallowed hard. It's a deal. When do we set forth? Not yet. There are still matters to attend to, Bai Moxuan replied, raising an eyebrow. Su Bo and Yuqing were currently engaged in a rather pedestrian task, deliberately avoiding the bustling thoroughfares filled with crowds to create opportunities for their adversaries to strike. To facilitate this, Yuqing and Su Bo maintained a considerable distance between them, with Su Bo walking ahead alone. The night was deep, and the alley was so quiet that only his footsteps echoed. He exhaled and turned around, only to find that Yuqing was nowhere in sight. This fellow. We agreed not to stray too far. Where has he vanished to? Su Bo muttered, stamping his foot in frustration. Yuqing, where have you gone? No response. Annoyed, Su Bo waved his hand to shoo away a mosquito buzzing around him. This boy is becoming increasingly unreliable. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him, causing Su Bo's scalp to tighten. Young man, if this is a prank you're pulling on me, I swear I won't let you off easily. He spun around to find a pale face looming near, but thankfully, it was merely a white mask. Su Bo quickly stepped back. Who are you? Upon noticing the whip coiled around the stranger's waist, he cursed inwardly. Why does Yuqing always falter at critical moments? In accordance with the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best policy. Su Bo turned and bolted, only to hear a swift whoosh as the whip ensnared his waist, the force yanking him backward. The stranger's eyes gleamed with excitement as they murmured, What a fine catch. Fine catch my foot. Su Bo roared internally, I'm no mere trinket. He pivoted, seizing the whip with both hands, leveraging his strength against it. Perhaps due to the influence of the nether pearl, Su Bo's strength had significantly increased, surprising his opponent. As they tugged with one hand, the other drew a dagger aimed straight for Su Bo's chest. Su Bo had never encountered such a formidable confrontation before. Feeling a surge of anxiety, his grip loosened, and his opponent seized the opportunity, swiftly pulling him closer. A finger, tainted with cinnabar, pressed against Su Bo's forehead, and a five-colored thread was drawn forth, evenly adorned with death knots, which enveloped Su Bo's face. The woman chanted incantations. Heaven hasten, earth hasten, night and day. Spirits come forth, summon this soul while not pursuing others. Urgently call this spirit to connect with the soul vessel. Manifest the soul-capturing method, harmonize and sense. As her incantations flowed, Su Bo felt a chaotic warmth surging within him, as if something was violently colliding inside, nearly overwhelming him. This must be the sensation of the soul being forcibly drawn from the body. The woman's eyes gleamed with excitement, on the verge of achieving her goal, when unexpectedly, someone lunged from behind her, knocking her to the ground. The captivating force abruptly ceased. Su Bo shook his head, regaining clarity. He forcefully yanked the whip into his grasp, and upon glancing, realized his savior had arrived just in time. Not Yu Qing, but Chu Yan. Chu Yan pressed down on the woman and then looked up, asking, "Are you all right?" "No, I'm fine," Su Bo replied, his irritation mounting as he heard hurried footsteps behind him. He turned around, scolding, "Where have you been, you little rascal?" Yu Qing had run in a sweat, having merely stepped out to buy 2 bottles of water, unaware that he would miss such a critical moment. Luckily, Chu Yan had fortuitously appeared nearby. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. He placed his hand on Su Bo's chest, white light swirling beneath his palm. Fortunately, the 3 souls and 7 spirits remain. Of course, Su Bo impatiently brushed aside Yu Qing's hand. "Quick, see who she is." As Chu Yan removed the woman's mask, he paused, taken aback by the large red birthmark that marred her otherwise delicate features, positioned just below her eye. The mark distorted her beauty and filled her with fury, nearly spitting in Chu Yan's face. He turned away just in time, and in the ensuing chaos, an object fell to the ground, releasing thick smoke accompanied by a noxious odor. Realizing the danger, Chu Yan quickly reached down, only to find the woman had vanished. He dashed forward for several steps, only to collide with a wall. As the smoke finally dissipated, revealing an empty space, Su Bo lamented, "She actually escaped. She likely has accomplices outside, observing the situation here, which is why she was rescued." Chu Yan inquired, "What exactly happened?" "That woman just cast a soul-capturing spell on you." "A soul-capturing spell?" Yu Qing was taken aback. The soul-capturing spell was an incantation from the Moxuan tradition. The fact that the woman knew such a spell, alongside the marriage spell previously used by Cha Qianmo, indicated that her clan might also be versed in Moxuan techniques. A direct confrontation would indeed amount to a grand duel of Taoist arts. "That was close. Today, I nearly lost both the lady and the soldiers," Yu Qing mused curiously. "Chu Yan, how did you manage to arrive?" "By the orders of my senior brother," Chu Yan replied. "He was concerned that you might not be able to handle it alone, so he instructed me to discreetly follow you. And it turned out to be quite useful. So it was the arrangement of Bai Moxuan." Su Bo exhaled a sigh of relief. "He has certainly earned some merit this time. After all, he saved my life." "Thank you." Chu Yan smiled faintly, lamenting the escape of their target. It was an unavoidable circumstance, if only he had not been distracted. Yu Qing still felt regret over his premature departure, thinking they could have captured a live one. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. Su Bo examined the whip in his hand, a finely crafted instrument made from long strips of leather, one end affixed to a wooden handle. The whip exhibited remarkable flexibility. Chu Yan stroked it thoughtfully, noting it was not made of cowhide, but bore a resemblance to tiger skin, making it quite valuable. Suddenly, Su Bo remarked, "Using tiger skin is illegal. However, in the remote mountains, such matters often go unnoticed." And given its hue, it appeared to be quite aged. Chu Yan turned the whip, revealing a glossy sheen, a testament to years of contact with skin, having absorbed human oils, much like the process of polishing jade. Cha Qianmo possessed a similar whip. "Identical," Su Bo noted. "Now we must return with this to fulfill our obligations." Yu Qing still felt a pang of guilt upon returning to the antique shop. Unable to lift his head for a while, Cha Qianmo was present, now temporarily a part of their group. Upon seeing the whip in Su Bo's hand, she sprang up in alarm. "Is she dead?" Su Bo retorted, "She fled, as she had accomplices." "What does this whip signify?" Yu Qing inquired. "It resembles yours," he added. "Not quite. Although both are made of tiger skin, the wooden handle bears our surname." Cha Qianmo produced her own whip. "Look." Mine is engraved with the character for Cha, while hers bears Jiang, and is inscribed not in Chinese characters, but in Khitan script. They are heirlooms. Chu Yan affirmed her statement. This whip holds great significance for her. Our lineage comprises 4 surnames: A, Meng, Jiang, and Cha. Each surname has a tiger skin whip inscribed with its name. Entrusted to the agent during missions, which must be returned intact, or the bearer shall face punishment. Her name is Jiang Xinger, born in the same year as I. And she is the agent dispatched by the Zhang clan. At least 3 others accompanied her. The Zhang clan's involvement means the A clan cannot remain passive. They will likely arrive shortly. Chapter 495, Xiaoyuer. Bai Yi had mentioned that among the clans, Jiang and A were the most formidable, perpetually at odds. However, what of the Meng clan? Why do they seem so indifferent? Su Bo inquired with curiosity. They are not uninterested. Rather, they lack the power. Many of the younger generation have left for the metropolis, reluctant to return home, leaving mostly the honest folk who toil the land. Competing with the A and Jiang clans is simply beyond their reach, Cha Qianma explained. In truth, the Cha clan also lacks the means to contend with them, which is why I fight alone. Why persist so stubbornly? Is it merely because you are of Khitan descent? Su Bo remarked. I see you. Though you were harsh with Yu Qing last time, you do not seem like a villain. My grandmother informed me that our ancestral lineage, the Cha clan, can be traced back to Yel Longqing, who once cherished a lady named Xiaoyuer. However, Xiaoyuer was ultimately betrothed to his dear brother Yel Xioga. Although she became Yel Xioga's legitimate wife and bore him 2 sons, none could compare to that Han woman. Cha Qianmo remarked. Moreover, I have perused all available records, and none mention Yel Xioga's wife. They merely note that he had 2 sons. Before her passing, my grandmother expressed a deep yearning to know whether Xiaoyuer's tomb lies within Yel Xioga's mausoleum. She believed that Yel Xioga was the most remarkable general of the Liao dynasty, and after his death, his tomb went unrecognized, most likely resting alongside the legendary treasures of the Khitan. Thus, if I follow the clues to uncover the treasure, it would suffice. Furthermore, even if we cannot locate Yel Xioga's mausoleum, discovering the treasure would greatly enhance the standing of the Cha clan, allowing your family to thrive. Bai Moxuan coldly responded. Is this your plan? Perhaps, to some extent, the latter motivation is more compelling. Cha Qianma huffed. In these times, possessing wealth is undoubtedly advantageous. Cui Ying felt a stir in her heart. Cha Qianma's gaze had wandered momentarily. She was lying. Which part of her words was fabricated? I shall investigate Xiaoyuer. Su Bai said, swiftly opening his laptop to search for the name. As anticipated, there were no records related to it, just as Cha Qianma had asserted. Hey, are you speaking the truth? Of course it is true. The Yel and Xiao clans could only intermarry with different surnames. Yel Xioga's wife must be surnamed Xiao. That is a certainty, Cha Qianma replied, her excitement palpable. Surname Xiao? If there are no records, how did your grandmother know she was named Xiaoyuer? How could she know about Yel Longqing's betrothal discussions with Pei Yao's adopted son? There is no record of Yel Xioga's legitimate wife. Yet there are supposed records of Yel Longqing's arrangements? Cui Ying countered sharply, forcing Cha Qianma into a stunned silence. Her eyes darted. I understand you harbor grievances against me. I compelled Yu Qing to marry me using a marriage spell, but that was merely to obtain the jade pendant legitimately. You may resent me for this. Yet you cannot unjustly accuse me. Xiaoyuer indeed existed. Cui Ying was incensed, leaping to her feet. This woman is truly adept at arguing. I have been forthright. Believe it or not, Cha Qianma insisted, growing increasingly assertive. Enough, Cui Ying. Do not let your temper flare. Yu Qing quickly pulled Cui Ying aside. Why must you engage with her so fiercely? Cui Ying whirled around, her gaze piercing into Yu Qing's eyes. Are you defending her now? This was as absurd as snow falling in June. Yu Qing felt he had been wronged. I am not. I simply wish to avoid conflict. Is this not the time for serious discussion? Bai Moxuan rubbed his nose. It appears the matter is clear. Apart from you, 2 other factions may emerge. Since we have not apprehended anyone surnamed Jiang, let this matter rest for now. Let us prepare to set forth soon. It will be my first treasure hunt. And I am already brimming with excitement. Chu Yan's expression subtly altered, which did not escape Bai Moxuan's notice. With a muffled grunt, Bai Moxuan remarked, Chu Yan, there is a meeting at the company tomorrow. I will arrive a bit late, and I rely on you to hold the fort. Chu Yan quietly responded. It's fine if you're late. Just make sure you come. Why did a sudden tension arise between these two? Su Bo was perplexed. unaware that Chu Yin and Bai Moxuan had long been engaged in a peculiar rivalry within the company. Both were the prized dual talents nurtured by the firm, anticipated to engage in fierce competition, a scenario the company welcomed. Yet, after both had disappeared for a spell, Chu Yin had undergone a significant transformation. Previously obedient, he now exuded a similar nonchalance to Bai Moxuan, albeit still retaining his warmth. Currently, the company had a significant film audition opportunity, which should have ignited a fierce scramble between the two. However, they surprisingly displayed mutual deference, leaving their associates astounded. Bai Moxuan, preoccupied with the search for the chitin treasure, was naturally reluctant to audition, and Chu Yin surprisingly lacked a strong desire to do so as well. Tomorrow marked the final discussion meeting to decide who would represent the company for the audition. Chu Yin, wary of Bai Moxuan's potential absence, felt compelled to issue a reminder. Bai Moxuan was resolute in his decision to attend the meeting the following day, having meticulously planned everything. After the company leader's introduction regarding the film's grand scale and its promising market potential, the room fell into a profound silence. The leader, with a meaningful expression, stated, "Well, I believe both of you are quite suitable, but ultimately, it's a choice between two." Bai Moxuan smiled slightly. "Newcomers require opportunities more. Let Chu Yin take it." Chu Yan's facial muscles twitched slightly. "Senior, you possess more experience. Wouldn't my participation squander such a splendid opportunity?" Bai Moxuan smirked, realizing that with a promising newcomer to temporarily shield him, he could occasionally slip away. This fellow truly underestimated him. If the senior monopolized all the opportunities, when would newcomers ever have a chance to shine? Bai Moxuan, unwilling to be shackled by work, found the chitin treasure far more alluring than any audition opportunity. "Chu Yin, go ahead and give it a bold try." The agent gently tugged at Bai Moxuan's sleeve, exasperated that he seemed prepared to relinquish such a rare opportunity. Ignoring the agent's hint, Bai Moxuan observed Chu Yin preparing to retort and suddenly laughed. "I heard you recently have a crush. What? Are you willing to forsake your career for love? What was her name again?" "I believe it was Ing." Chu Yin was taken aback by Bai Moxuan's audacity. Upon hearing this, the leader indeed frowned. Given Chu Yan's rising career, dating was a significant taboo for the company. In that case, let it be Chu Yin. "Moxuan, you've made it difficult for yourself." "It's nothing," Bai Moxuan stretched lazily. "I understand the importance of mentoring juniors." Chu Yin shook his head helplessly. In terms of strategy, he was no match for Bai Moxuan. Once everyone had departed, Chu Yin said, "Take good care of Ing Ning for me." "I never intended for Ing Ning to join in the perilous adventure," Bai Moxuan replied. "That statement should rightly come from me. Su Bai will indeed go. There is no doubt about that." Chu Yin remarked, "She is quite easy to understand." Bai Moxuan momentarily fell silent, patting Chu Yin on the shoulder. "Regardless of the outcome, this time, I truly appreciate your efforts. It is imperative that you succeed. Otherwise, our lives will be far from pleasant." Chu Yin smiled faintly, replying, "I understand." Bai Moxuan finally withdrew, focusing all his energy on preparations for the northern journey. The city settled into a temporary calm. The previous rumors persisted, but there was no fresh gossip. Concerning the enigmatic whip-wielding woman, there was no further news. After her encounter with Su Bai, the individual quietly retreated, refraining from further action. Gao Mingyuan, who had originally been persuaded by Xue Fun to investigate, abandoned that notion, finding himself at peace with the current state of affairs. There was no avenue to pursue. Chapter 496. Yin Mountain indeed. Ing Ning insisted on accompanying them, precisely what Su Bai had hoped for. Rarely agreeing, she eagerly assisted in gathering supplies. To facilitate their journey, they traveled in 2 carriages, merging with the group from the antique shop. Cui Ying remained skeptical of her, maintaining a cold demeanor after their departure. Ti Qianma, aware of the tension, deliberately avoided interactions with Cui Ying and Yu Qing. During a rest period, she often sat alone. "Here, have something to eat," Bai Moxuan offered, handing her some provisions. "You needn't be so apprehensive around us. We are all in this together. Finding the treasure benefits everyone." Ti Qianma was taken aback. "You don't harbor any resentment towards me? If Yu Qing were dead, I would hold you accountable," Bai Moxuan replied, glancing at the lively Yu Qing. "But he is very much alive." Ti Qianma turned her gaze, but upon meeting Cui Ying's eyes, she quickly looked away, quietly nibbling on the bread in her hand. Cui Ying let out a frustrated huff. "Honestly, it's as if I intend to devour her. If we were to truly confront each other, I doubt I would fare well." "Your legs are still quite impressive," Su Bai chuckled. "Do you remember how you dealt with the green orchid?" You simply extended your leg, and she was rendered incapacitated. Enough, Cui Ying retorted sharply. Did you notice anything odd about the people and vehicles earlier? None that I can recall, Su Bai answered. We set off in the dead of night to avoid those bearing the surname Jiang. They are not monitoring us. They are likely focused on her. Cui Ying's gaze fixed on Ti Qianma. Yu Qing scratched his head, feeling somewhat troubled. Cui Ying, are you perhaps being overly sensitive? Remember, I observe micro-expressions. I am certain I did not misinterpret. At least part of her account that day was not truthful. She is concealing something from us. Cui Ying shrugged, of course. That is only natural. We have not fully entrusted her. Why should she place complete faith in us? However, let us remain cautious. Yu Qing grasped Cui Ying's hand firmly. I believe in you. I will certainly help keep a watchful eye. Cui Ying nodded silently. Should she fail to validate her suspicions about Ti Qianma, she would truly be the overly anxious woman. After resting, the group boarded their carriages and continued their journey. Ti Qianma intentionally avoided the vehicle with Yu Qing and Cui Ying, opting to ride with Su Bai, Bai Moxuan, and Ying Ning. Suddenly, Su Bo inquired, what purpose does one have for consuming a human soul? Bai Moxuan replied, the soul possesses numerous applications. For instance, previously, the Yao Guang consumed souls to elevate their cultivation. This is but one method. Another is to use them as nourishment. Nourishment for what? Su Bo felt a wave of revulsion. Those who devour human souls are likely not of reputable character. Bai Moxuan responded, it is probably the soul-eating worm. You are familiar with the soul-eating worm? Cha Qianma expressed surprise. My mother is a renowned Gu master from Miaojiang. The soul-eating worm was originally employed in Gu magic. However, since the end of the Qin dynasty, such techniques have gradually faded, as few Gu masters possess the knowledge of both Gu magic and sorcery, making successful cultivation rare. Is there someone in Yunnan who still comprehends this art? Bai Moxuan questioned. I have not practiced such techniques, Cha Qianmo replied. Yet, I have heard rumors that a member of the Jiang family has inexplicably succumbed to madness. It appears that Xing has been secretly practicing the soul-capturing spell. Whether the soul-eating worm truly exists remains unknown. Xing Ying Ning tilted her head. You call her that, so you must be quite familiar. We grew up together. But after 13, we seldom crossed paths, Cha Qianmo remarked. I personally value hierarchy. The Jiang family is prominent and looks down upon our Cha family. Is that so? Was her birthmark natural? Su Bo recalled that striking face. The blood-red birthmark was indeed alarming. Birthmark? What birthmark? Cha Qianma was taken aback. Su Bo fell silent. If it was not natural, could that person be the Xing she mentioned? Shifting the topic, Su Bo directed his attention to Cha Qianma. Yu Qing mentioned that your practice is essentially Maoshan magic. Where did you learn it? I do not know. As far back as I can remember. Our family has practiced Maoshan magic, Cha Qianma said, her tone suddenly displeased. Are you interrogating me? She added. A woman's mood can shift like the weather in June. And Su Bo, undeterred, grinned. I am merely curious. In these times, descendants of the Yuezhi and Khitan are indeed rare. Cha Qianma curled herself into a ball at the edge of her seat, resembling a wary cat. Observing this, Su Bo stuck out his tongue and ceased his inquiries. Instead, Ying Ning cautiously nudged Cha Qianma. The tall one is not a bad person. Please do not be upset. I am not upset, Cha Qianma replied, unable to resist Ying Ning's innocence. I merely worry about finding the treasure in the tomb of Yel Shoka. That's good, Ying Ning said. After tonight, we shall reach our destination by tomorrow. The vehicle traversed a vast grassland under the night sky. Beyond lay a rugged, muddy path, riddled with holes. Fortunately, the car's chassis was high enough to struggle through the mire, and a mountain loomed ahead. Bai Moxuan halted the vehicle, retrieving a map to confirm their location. Indeed, this is it, the Yin Mountain. From the current vantage point, the mountain exhibits an asymmetrical disposition, with the southern slopes steep and formidable, while the northern incline is comparatively gentle. The verdant flora is sparse, merely a ring of greenery gracing the midsection, while the summit lies stark and barren. The mountain is predominantly characterized by a series of stone-laden ravines, layered upon one another throughout its expanse. Isolated from the grasslands, it stands alone, solitary in its presence. Bai Moxuan opened the car door, and the vehicle behind him came to a halt. Yu Qing leaned out, inquiring, have we arrived? Not yet, but we are close. Bai Moxuan replied, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. The road ahead is rather treacherous. An irrigation channel obstructed the path, cleaving the roadway in two. The car could only make a leap over it. Observing this, Yuqing decided to disembark. Chueying, we must proceed on foot. Strange, why is there no one around? Chueying remarked as she exited the vehicle. During this season, the grasslands are typically bustling with activity. Yet here, there is not a hint of life. Indeed, the ground bore no signs of maintenance. Even the channel that blocked their way was choked with debris, transforming what should have been a conduit for water into a repository for filth. Yuqing commented, "This mountain is rather peculiar. Although the area is rich in water resources, it has failed to cultivate a verdant peak. My earlier annoyance has dissipated upon arrival here. It seems this is not a site of auspicious fortune." Su Bai suddenly recalled what Luo Tian had mentioned. Generally, maps do not reveal the truth beneath their surface. You all need to conduct further research. My assistance is limited. He mused. Could it be so ominous? Su Bai muttered to himself, while the others had already retrieved their backpacks and commenced walking. Ying Ning called out, "Big guy? Stop daydreaming and let us move. Nightfall approaches." Unlike their previous journey to the desert, Ying Ning's mindset this time was one of leisure, and she cheerfully bounded ahead, soon outpacing the group. However, when they caught up with her, she was wiping sweat from her brow, bewildered, and remarked, "It's strange. Despite walking for quite some time, it feels as though we haven't advanced at all." Bai Moxuan and Yuqing exchanged glances. An understanding dawned on Yuqing as he produced vermilion powder and scattered it at his feet. "Let us continue forward." The group walked for approximately 10 minutes, and upon looking down, Yuqing noticed the vermilion powder remained undisturbed. "Brother Moxuan, what is happening?" Ying Ning inquired. Bai Moxuan remained silent. But Yuqing began to comprehend. No wonder my earlier irritation turned to confusion upon arrival. Tian Mo, well-versed in the arts of Maoshan, quickly formulated her own conclusion. It must be a formation that obstructs our passage, though I cannot ascertain which one. Chapter 497. The mist. Bai Moxuan extended a hand, seemingly reaching for the air before him. Upon contact, a tingling sensation coursed from his fingertips to his central nervous system, prompting him to retract his hand swiftly. Yuqing retrieved a compass, observing the needle oscillate violently. "Bai Moxuan, the Bagua and the 5 elements are in disarray," he declared. "If we combine our efforts, we can force our way through. By the way, how is your strength?" Bai Moxuan inquired of Tian Mo. "It is adequate." She hesitated momentarily. Adding a bit of power should pose no issue. With the addition of Ying Ning, there were a total of 4 individuals. It was feasible to forcibly create a breach in the formation. The group quickly deliberated and decided that Chueying and Su Bo, who were unfamiliar with the art of Tao, would enter first. The 4 of them combined their energies and forcefully channeled their vital essence into the imperceptible barrier. As they felt the energy being infused, Yuqing urged, "Hurry inside." As Chueying and Su Bo stepped in, the moment their feet touched the ground, Su Bo was immediately struck by an icy wind, chilling him to the bone, accompanied by eerie howls and wails. Startled, Su Bo shrank back, asking, "Sister, what is that sound?" "I don't hear anything." Chueying listened intently for a while before shaking her head in denial. Curiously, Su Bo gazed upward at the ominous, dark clouds looming overhead, feeling as though he could reach out and touch them. The oppressive darkness weighed heavily on his heart. Why haven't they come in yet? He wondered. Just as he spoke, the others tumbled in, and as Bai Moxuan regained his footing, he remarked, "The air is thick with energy. No wonder I feel so cold." Su Bo, unable to control his trembling body, shook uncontrollably. Chueying, however, felt nothing, her feminine constitution being more attuned to the cold. Yuqing understood that this did not mean Chueying was immune to the oppressive energy, and when she eventually recognized her discomfort, it would be too late. He quickly retrieved 2 talismans, infused them with his essence, and affixed one to Chueying and the other to Su Bo, cautioning, "Proceed with care. Look ahead. There are many small mounds." Ying Ning pointed out. The ground was dotted with numerous small mounds, obscured by thick white mist, arranged with meticulous precision, suggesting a premeditated design. Behind these mounds loomed the ominous Mountain, its steep peaks shrouded in fog. The visage of Mountain had transformed entirely. The perspectives from within and outside the formation were starkly different. Yuqing bit his finger, letting his blood drip onto his forehead, intoning, "Open the eye of wisdom." No, it was more profound than merely opening the eye. Tian Tong Bai Moxuan interjected, "Yuqing has already opened his eye of wisdom, allowing him to perceive the ethereal beings. Now, he seeks to uncover what lies beneath these mounds." Yu Qing pressed his palms together, chanting incantations, and his gaze became fervent as he focused on the mounds. Beneath each one lay a skeleton. "That's enough," Bai Moxuan said, growing concerned over Yu Qing's prolonged exertion. The technique of Tian Tong could only be employed once a year, and prolonged use could damage his Tao. It was prudent to know when to withdraw. Yu Qing swayed slightly before retracting his power, articulating with deliberate clarity the underworld of the mortal realm. What could the underworld of the mortal realm be? With the talismans, Su Bo felt considerably better and now had the capacity to satiate his curiosity. Legends spoke of a desolate place deep within Mount Taibai, housing countless ancient tombs over 1,000 years old, spanning over 30 miles. The terrain was treacherous, with deep ancient caves. During the day, heavy fog enveloped the area, while at night, ghostly lights flickered, earning it the moniker of the mortal realm's underworld. Ancient practitioners utilized this site to construct the formation. Once ensnared within, one would lose their sense of direction. A single voice could evoke the echoes of thunder from all directions, instilling dread. Bai Moxuan cautioned, "This place may not rival Mount Taibai, yet with such densing energy, we must remain vigilant. The map can only lead everyone this far. From now on, it is utterly ineffective." Bai Moxuan strides ahead, accompanied by Cha Qianma, while Su Bai and Cui Ying walk side by side behind them. And Yu Qing and Ning Ning bring up the rear. As they approach the small mound, the mist thickens ominously. Su Bai feels a strange draft at the back of his head. Turning around, he finds Ning Ning closely following him. She inquires, "What's wrong?" Observing her innocent gaze, Su Bai quickly shakes his head. "It's nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking it." As he turns back, Ning Ning stifles a laugh. For it was she who had playfully blown air at the nape of his neck, and she is amused by how easily he is startled. Not long after, as the six continue forward, the dense fog on the ground suddenly swirls upwards, quickly enveloping their calves and then rising to their waists. In that moment, they all hear two long howls. Bai Moxuan opens his palm, revealing a Zhengyang talisman resting within. With a slight exertion of energy, the talisman ignites into flames, dispersing the gathering malevolent mist. Just then, two elongated monsters leap towards them from either side. One of the creatures vaults over Bai Moxuan and Cha Qianma, crashing down upon Su Bai, its right claw aimed directly at his left eye. Su Bai, struck by terror, realizes that this time he has brought the 8-foot divine mirror with him. He swiftly retrieves the mirror and, in a moment of desperation, brings it crashing down upon the monster's head. The creature shatters into a cloud of dark mist, while the 8-foot divine mirror emits a blinding white light. The other monster lunges directly at Bai Moxuan, who still possesses an unspent Zhengyang talisman. He seizes the opportunity to slap it against the creature's forehead, and a chilling wail erupts as the monster is hurled backward, also dissolving into a torrent of black mist. Just as the group exhales in relief, they witness the black mist swirling in the air, gradually coalescing to reform the elongated shadow beasts. They can indeed disperse and reassemble. Cui Ying has already drawn her vermilion powder gun, and Yu Qing has replaced the bullets with the finest red sand. Su Bai cautions, "Sister, this place is delicate. Hold the mirror close to your chest as a shield." Heeding his advice, Cui Ying positions the mirror accordingly, gripping the gun as she stands back to back with Su Bai. He cannot help but chuckle at the irony of two novices fighting back to back. These shadow beasts have thrived on the dense negative energy of this place. Although they were momentarily disrupted, they are in the realm of the underworld, saturated with dark energy, allowing them to quickly regain their form. The negative energy beneath these small mounds plays a significant role, as Cha Qianmo remarks. Even if we scatter them, they will rapidly reform. As long as this negative energy remains, these shadow beasts will not vanish. Bai Moxuan grunts in agreement. Yu Qing draws the bloodlight blade, setting up a thunder pool formation around the six of them. Let us hold them off for a while and deliberate further. Engaging in a drawn-out battle with these shadow beasts will only deplete our strength. Yu Qing's words resonated with reason. The six individuals huddled together, surveying their surroundings. To venture into the mountains, they must first traverse this realm of shadows. Suddenly, Su Bai recalled, "I remember the ghostly child was also suffused with malevolence. Ultimately, destroying his remains resolved the matter. The malevolent energy here emanates from the corpses buried beneath. If we could obliterate them all, would we not dispel the shadows that haunt this place?" Moreover, Cha Qianmo interjected, "This is also a point of convergence for the Earth's energies. A location where the yang energy is at its weakest and the yin energy at its strongest is referred to as a ground eye. This area naturally attracts malevolent energies. Compounded by the multitude of corpses, the timing, location, and circumstances are all fortuitously aligned. Dismantle the corpses? Yingning shook her head in disbelief. How is that feasible? There are simply too many corpses here. Excavating them all would take an eternity. Are we to await our demise here? Su Bai lamented. What a cursed place for the chitin treasure to be hidden. Bai Moxuan had kept his eyes tightly shut. At last, he spoke. Yu Qing, did you bring the powdered stone? I did, but with so many of us, it is hardly sufficient, Yu Qing replied, visibly troubled. Moreover, during the process of movement, some will inevitably fall to the ground, exposing our yang energy. No, it will suffice if it is used solely on me, Bai Moxuan asserted. Big guy, hand over your mirror, as well as Cui Ying's. Both are needed. Chapter 498. Exorcism 1. Yu Qing seemed to grasp the intent. You plan to confront the ground eye directly? Precisely, Bai Moxuan confirmed. First, we must find a way to subdue the ground eye. Bai Moxuan tucked 2 8-foot mirrors into his clothing, while Yu Qing sprinkled the powdered stone over him, ensuring not a single corner was overlooked. To prevent Bai Moxian's yang energy from being exposed, Yu Qing took a bold step and emptied the entire pouch of powdered stone, discarding the now empty bag onto the ground. The burden now rests on you, he declared. With a shift in thought, he retrieved several talismans, affixing them to Bai Moxian's chest and back, thereby adding another layer of protection. Bai Moxian smiled. Await my triumphant return. He stepped across the thunderpool formation, where 2 shadow beasts lay in wait, their eyes keen and alert. Perhaps sensing an unusual aura, they suddenly lifted their heads, intently scrutinizing the air. At that moment, Bai Moxian noticed that both beasts possessed only one ear each, one with a left ear and the other with a right. Their bodies bore resemblance to wolves, but were more robust in build. They were exceedingly sensitive to the sense of this environment. Although Yu Qing had employed the thunderpool formation to isolate the malevolent energies, the beasts remained poised, ready to spring from the spot closest to the formation. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Bai Moxian quickened his pace, swiftly bypassing the 2 shadow beasts. As he passed, they glanced around with suspicion, lacking eyes. These creatures relied on their acute sensitivity to yang energy to locate their targets. Sensing something amiss, they rose to their feet, beginning to wander about, yet ultimately lost their quarry amidst the thick layer of gravel and the yin talismans. After a vigilant survey and restless movement, they eventually settled back onto the ground. Bai Moxian felt a profound sense of relief. Within this earthly realm of shadows, the 2 beasts were nearly invincible. Even if dispersed, the abundant yin energy would allow them to swiftly reconstitute themselves. Truly, they were the unkillable cockroaches of this domain. As he traversed the small mounds of earth, a putrid odor wafted through the air. Initially attributing it to decomposing corpses beneath the surface, Bai Moxian soon realized, upon noticing the peculiar coloration atop the mounds, that they were smeared with corpse oil. The corpse oil, the earthly eyes, and the bodies interred below formed this unique earthly realm of shadows. As Bai Moxian continued his journey, bits of gravel fell away. Observing this, he hastened his steps towards the earthly eye, lacking any definitive symbols. Its only feature was its overwhelming yin energy. When Bai Moxian felt a force resisting his approach, a sense of elation surged within him. This was the place. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that the earthly eye was centrally located among the small mounds. Above it stood a stone tablet inscribed with chitin characters in 3 vertical rows, characters he could not comprehend and had no time to decipher. He retrieved 2 ancient 8-foot mirrors, placing them at the earthly eye, one facing south and the other east. These mirrors, having been buried underground for a millennium, possessed a potency far exceeding that of ordinary bagua mirrors. However, their capacity alone would not suffice to repel the dense layers of yin energy. With palms facing downward, Bai Moxian heard 2 soft thuds, and blue flames ignited beneath his hands. He positioned each hand before the surfaces of the mirrors, which refracted the azure light, sending forth 2 beams that penetrated the thick fog. The mist swirled and began to disperse, and within the thunderpool formation, Yu Qing noticed the path ahead becoming considerably clearer as the dense fog gradually dissipated, visibility improving significantly. Bai Moxian had located the earthly eye. Su Bai exclaimed in excitement. only to be swiftly silenced by Yu Qing's hand covering his mouth. Do not speak so loudly. Su Bai obediently nodded, now awaiting to see if the great star could disrupt the layout here. Furthermore, Bai Moxuan's yang fire, birthed from his cultivation, could not sustain itself for long. Even with his six-tailed prowess, limitations existed. Upon witnessing the mist completely clear, Bai Moxuan dared not take further risks. He inhaled deeply and withdrew his hands, instantly extinguishing the flame beneath them. Yu Qing observed the two shadow beasts, momentarily stunned by the transformation before them. Soon, their bodies arched high, heads pressed against the ground, exhibiting signs of agitation. Yu Qing recognized that the moment had come, if not to act now, then when. He clasped his hands together and intoned, "The utmost joy is folly, the utmost stillness is purity. The utmost private use of heaven is for the utmost public good. The regulation of creatures lies in their essence. For the living, it is the root of death, for the dead, it is the root of life." The crimson lotus soared forth, enveloping the two shadow beasts within its radiant glow. The beasts were forcefully pressed down to the ground, emitting a cacophony of strange cries. At last, the lotus gradually unfurled, causing the shadow beasts to dissipate into wisps of black mist. Su Bai's gaze was fixed intently on the vanishing mist, and as it disappeared entirely into the air, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thank heavens, it's finally over. I should check on Bai Moxuan. By the time Yu Qing regained his composure, Su Bai had already darted far ahead, eluding his grasp. Helpless, Yu Qing turned back to look at Chueying, only to find her pale as a ghost. "Chueying, why do you look so distressed?" Chueying's lips quivered, but no words escaped her. Yu Qing then glanced at Ning. Not long after Su Bai had bolted, he spotted Bai Moxuan sitting on the ground, head bowed, utterly motionless. A surge of alarm coursed through Su Bai, prompting him to quicken his pace. "Hey, superstar, are you all right?" He nudged Bai Moxuan, who slumped limply to the ground. Su Bai was thoroughly shocked. "Bai Moxuan, I'm fine," Bai Moxuan replied, his forehead beaded with sweat. He was merely exhausted from expending such immense energy. After all, he was still human. What about the others? They're fine. Yu Qing took care of those two monstrous entities, and the fog has dispersed. That mist was indeed the shadow energy, wasn't it? Su Bai only now grasped this fact. Well, that was a timely realization, Bai Moxuan retorted with a hint of irritation. "Help me up." Su Bai quickly assisted Bai Moxuan to his feet, and as they approached the thunderpool array, he halted abruptly. "No, something's amiss. Bai Moxuan, where are the others?" The bloodlight blades lay scattered across the ground, and Su Bai noticed fragments of clothing. Ning's floral fabric. Bai Moxuan furrowed his brow, picking up the bloodlight blades, 28 in total, not a single one missing. Gripping the blades, he felt an ominous foreboding. This situation seems dire. All four of them have vanished. It certainly isn't a good sign. Su Bai was frantic, pacing restlessly. Where could they have gone? Did someone with the surname Zhong come looking for them? That possibility cannot be dismissed, Bai Moxuan said, scrutinizing the footprints on the ground. If it were an accident, there wouldn't have been time to manipulate the tracks. Yet, the footprints were deliberately intertwined, causing Bai Moxuan's fists to clench. He turned his gaze toward the shadow mountain. The absence of blood is a good sign. They must have headed toward the mountain. Then we must hurry, Su Bai urged anxiously. They likely took a different path up the mountain. There's no need to rush. Observe the shadow mountain. The lingering shadow energy is still pervasive. Bai Moxuan maintained his composure despite his inner turmoil. While we have temporarily dispelled the shadow energy below, these vengeful spirits remain. If they are not transcended, the shadow energy will inevitably return. Transcend? Now. Su Bai placed his hands on his hips. Yu Qing and the others are missing. With their youthful prowess and Chueying's vigilance, who could have ambushed them? And Ning, how will I explain this to her mother? Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded against Su Bai's left cheek, delivered with force by Bai Moxuan. His face instantly flushed crimson. The sting of the blow left him momentarily dazed. Shut your mouth. Bai Moxuan let out a furious roar. From this moment forth, everything shall proceed as I dictate. Like you, I harbor no desire for their misfortune, which is why we must remain calm and undertake the most necessary actions, rather than flitting about like a disoriented fly, colliding aimlessly. Chapter 499. Exorcism 2. Su Bai closed his eyes for a moment, and at last, he became compliant. What should we do now? If, hypothetically, the assailants targeting Yu Qing were from the Zhong family, and they had followed us here, then abducting them would be the most favorable outcome. Consider this. If their intent was to eliminate their adversaries, wouldn't it be simpler to kill them outright? The absence of blood on the ground indicated they had not resorted to lethal measures. Bai finally regained his composure. What they sought were live captives. A flicker of reassurance appeared in Bai Moxuan's eyes, though he preferred that Yu Qing remain with them. Indeed, the Zhong family, much like Cha Qianma, coveted the chitin treasure. This place is shrouded in mystery. Having someone at the forefront would be advantageous for them. Were they hoping to use Yu Qing and the others as human bait to test the traps? Bai deemed this likelihood to be over 90%. A sound emerged from his throat, a nervous gurgle. His palms were clammy with sweat. Those individuals were his comrades, having braved numerous life or death situations. And it was a hard-won sense of companionship. They were temporarily safe. Indeed, thus, exorcising these wronged souls was not merely a delay, it was a means to assist them. As the malevolent energy dissipated, the dangers of the mountain would lessen. Bai Moxuan spoke in a deep tone. Do you understand now? Bai felt an overwhelming sense of relief and urged, let us commence without delay. Bai Moxuan seated himself cross-legged on the ground, hands clasped together. In that moment, Savior of the suffering, pervading all realms, often by virtue of divine power, rescuing all sentient beings from their misguided paths. In the days to come, Bai would gain a fundamental understanding of exorcism. Whether from Taoism or Buddhism, offering prayers for the departed did not necessitate incense or candles. The essence lay in sincerity, requiring a compassionate heart from the one performing the exorcism. At that moment, both were equally anxious, and despite the circumstances, Bai Moxuan managed to suppress his emotions, redirecting his concern for his friends into his compassion, thereby facilitating a smoother exorcism. Tang Sanqing also believed that Bai Moxuan had matured significantly through this experience, tempering his previously impulsive nature and acting with greater prudence. As Bai listened to the recitation of the scriptures, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. Bai Moxuan, eyes tightly shut, paid no heed to the quaking earth, his voice growing clearer. Sentient beings are unaware, like the blind perceiving the sun and moon. I am fundamentally void, transcending the boundless. Auspicious clouds part to reveal the entrance, while auspicious smoke chokes the door to death. At the onset of the mysterious origin, may the auspicious spirit resonate with the mechanisms of fate. Bai observed dark shadows gradually emerging from the small mounds of earth. His anxiety surged, compelling him to lower his head, yet he could not resist glancing back. The shadows slowly took form, and Bai discerned their attire. These departed souls were clad in armor, reminiscent of the armor from the Song dynasty, constructed from rivets. However, the skirted portion was noticeably shorter than that of the Song era, with two square-shaped tail feathers adorning the front and back of the skirt. The waist armor was suspended by leather belts at the front of their abdomen, secured further by a girdle, and a large circular chest plate was prominently positioned at the center of their chests. In the course of investigating the identity of the corpse of the deceased, Bai had extensively supplemented his knowledge of armor from various dynasties, and today, that knowledge has finally proven invaluable. The type of armor before him is indeed from the Liao dynasty, and these figures are the valiant soldiers of that era. A total of 81 souls lie in eternal slumber at the foot of the Yin mountain, safeguarding the primordial treasures of the Khitan people. It remains uncertain whether these spirits met their demise willingly, yet as they emerged from the earth, each bore an ominous countenance, advancing menacingly toward Bai Moxuan and Bai. Overwhelmed by the sight of the shadowy apparitions, Bai instinctively sought refuge behind Bai Moxuan, shielding his head with trembling hands. First, align the qi. Second, follow the qi's flow. Third, manifest myriad laws. Fourth, give rise to illumination. Above, 36. Below, 36. The great mystery knows no bounds. Wondrous indeed is the grand Tao scripture. I take refuge in the Supreme Being, capable of dispelling all sins. Bai Moxuan remained with eyes closed, seemingly unaware of the precarious situation before him, his expression unperturbed. As the spectral figures approached, they suddenly halted before the two. Peeking through one eye, Bai observed the armored warriors, once fierce on the battlefield, now suspended in the air, their expressions vacuous. Gradually, under the resonance of Bai Moxuan's incantation, they began to find tranquility. A beam of light pierced through the previously overcast sky, drawing the spirits toward it. Bai felt as though he were witnessing a spectacular display. Indeed, his senses were transforming. The chill that had enveloped him dissipated, replaced by a newfound warmth. The once murky sky was now radiant, and the mist swirling around Een Mountain had entirely vanished. Unable to contain his elation, Su Bo exclaimed to Bai Moxuan, "You truly are remarkable. You managed to resolve such a formidable issue." Yet, Bai Moxuan's eyes remained shut, his body motionless. Growing anxious from the earlier encounter, Su Bo urged, "There is a time and place for jest. We must ascend the mountain to find Yu Qing and the others." Bai Moxuan. Cautiously, he approached and gently patted Bai Moxuan, who then collapsed heavily onto the ground with a thud. Su Bo's trembling hand reached beneath Bai Moxuan's nose. He was still breathing. It seemed he had truly fainted from exhaustion, a testament to his efforts. In the vast clearing, only he and the unconscious Bai Moxuan remained. Clenching his teeth, Su Bo removed his backpack and slung it around his neck before hoisting Bai Moxuan onto his back. "You rascal, you are rather heavy." Though Bai Moxuan would not retaliate as he normally would, Su Bo felt a weight in his heart. As he trudged toward Een Mountain, he lamented, "I would rather you berate me with your usual vigor than lie limply like a cat upon my back. It truly lacks spirit. Please regain your strength swiftly. We must seek out Yu Qing and the others together." Struggling to open his eyes, Bai Moxuan, realizing his predicament, could not help but let out a bitter smile. Who would have thought he would find himself in such a state? After channeling his true energy and performing the rite of passage, he had finally reached his limit. Sensing the movement on his back, Su Bo exclaimed with uncontainable joy, "You are awake. No time for idle thoughts. You must continue to carry me up the mountain. Do not assume I have a choice. It is simply unavoidable now." Bai Moxuan remarked, "You could also choose someone to ascend the mountain. As long as they survive, it suffices." Su Bai chuckled, "Your immobile demeanor is truly terrifying." The two continued in silence. Su Bai's latent potential erupted forth. Despite being drenched in sweat, he bore Bai Moxuan on his back and sprinted madly until they reached the foot of the Een Mountain. At that moment, the oppressive aura dissipated, and the mountain appeared less foreboding than before. However, after wandering for some time, Su Bai was at a loss as to how to enter the mountain. As there were no trails or caves to be found, he gently placed Bai Moxuan on a flatter patch of ground. "Stay here. I will go explore," he instructed. "Hey, be careful." "Understood. You must also be cautious." Su Bai left Bai Moxuan behind, circling the Een Mountain for a considerable distance. After confirming that there were no entrances to the south or east, he turned back. Just beyond a large boulder, he would be able to see Bai Moxuan again. Suddenly, a hand reached out and covered Su Bai's mouth. Just as he was about to bite down, Bai Moxuan's voice whispered, "Do not make a sound." Su Bai nodded subtly, and Bai Moxuan released his grip, gesturing toward the rear of the boulder. Su Bai stealthily peeked around the corner and spotted a familiar figure. The masked woman who had attempted to seize his soul was engaged in a similar pursuit, accompanied by 3 others as they sought a path up the mountain. She had resumed her appearance, with a leather whip coiled around her waist, long hair cascading down her back, and a mask obscuring her features, leaving only her eyes visible. Behind her stood 3 dark-skinned men, likely in their 30s, who stood obediently at her back. Su Bai found it puzzling that Yu Qing and Ning Ning were not with them. His curiosity piqued. He glanced at Bai Moxuan, who slightly shook his head in confusion. After a period of searching, the woman spoke. "There is no path. Are you certain those individuals are heading up the mountain?" One of the men responded, "I saw them quite clearly, but their manner of walking seemed somewhat odd." Chapter 500. Dustimo air. "I believe we should change directions. Otherwise, we might as well climb up ourselves, as it is routine for us." At this, Su Bai and Bai Moxuan exchanged a swift glance. "Mo air? Shouldn't this woman be referred to as Jiang Xing?" A thought began to surface in Su Bai's mind. He pinched Bai Moxuan lightly and whispered, "Are we being played?" Bai Moxuan shot Su Bai a disapproving glance. Embarrassed, Su Bai withdrew his hand and continued to listen to the trio's conversation. The woman, referred to as Mo air, said, "Let us search elsewhere. Are you sure the A family has intercepted them?" One of the men replied, "Only the third of the A family is useful. We employed a strategy that sent them packing, so the main individuals should not be present here." The man continued, "Mo air, you need not worry." "How can I not worry? I have no idea where those people originated." Mo air's brow furrowed in concern. "Well, if we do encounter them, we must exercise extra caution." Finally, the 4 departed, and Bai Moxuan inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "Strange, indeed very strange," Su Bai responded excitedly. "This woman feels entirely different from the one who attacked me that night. However, her height and mask are identical. On that fateful night, the woman exhibited an unexpectedly fierce demeanor during her self-assault, her aura far from gentle. Most significantly, her name had transformed from Xinger to Mo'er, Tiqianma. Bai Moxuan uttered Mo'er, Tiqianma. Su Bai felt a sharp pang in her heart, a visceral ache. If it was indeed Tiqianma, then everyone had been deceived by her. No, there was still Cui Ying, who had always harbored doubts and never fully trusted her. Su Bai struck her thigh in frustration. Damn it, how did it come to this? Bai Moxuan closed his eyes, his own heart filled with uncertainty regarding Tiqianma. This was precisely why he had set the fire cloud spell at the entrance of the apartment. If she had employed any sorcery, even if not within the apartment, as long as she returned there after using it, the spell would have been activated. Yet, the fire cloud spell had remained unchanged. Surely, this woman's cultivation could not possibly contend with the fire cloud spell, could it? Certain truths seemed on the verge of surfacing, yet a lack of sufficient evidence persisted. Su Bai pressed her body tightly against the stone. I have confirmed that there is no path up the mountain. The 4 individuals from earlier, having witnessed someone ascend, were aware of the general direction. Bai Moxuan instructed, help me up. Can you walk on your own now? Su Bai replied, I can carry you. No need. I find your back too rigid. Bai Moxuan feigned indifference. Enough chatter. We are nearly there. Let us catch up. Supporting Bai Moxuan, Su Bai hastened to follow, placing Bai Moxuan's backpack on her own back to lighten his burden. Bai Moxuan did not object to this. Along the way, an idea struck Su Bai. Bai Moxuan and his companions had worked in unison to open the passage that led them here, yet these 4 individuals had entered with ease. Bai Moxuan possessed the cultivation of 6 tails, while Ing Ning, slightly less, was at 2 tails. Surely these 4 could not surpass them? Thus, chronologically, these individuals must have entered after the disappearance of those in the human realm, which meant they could not possibly be the culprits behind the abduction of Yu Qing and the others. This revelation only intensified the suspicions surrounding Tiqianma. The 4 individuals ahead came to a halt, prompting Su Bai and Bai Moxuan to press themselves against the rock wall. After a brief exchange among the 4, they fell silent. Su Bai craned her neck to look, but the 4 had vanished. Their previous whispers had been too soft to discern. Su Bai was taken aback. Yet Bai Moxuan appeared somewhat elated. It seems they have also discovered the passage. How fortuitous. The 2 swiftly moved to the spot where the 4 had disappeared. The vegetation here was denser, and the mountain rocks bore a mossy texture, indicating a humid environment. Su Bai touched the rock wall, and her palm came away damp. Observing the surrounding stones, which were notably dry, she pushed against one, feeling it shift slightly. Bai Moxuan, there must be something sinister within. Bai Moxuan pressed his ear against the surface, detecting the soothing sound of flowing water within, gently cascading. His hand rested upon it, sensing the current's velocity, and at one point, he felt his palm resting upon a slightly protruding stone. With a decisive pull, the stone door leading into the mountainside shifted aside. Bai Moxuan remarked, it is said that only the Han people possess such meticulous ingenuity. I did not expect the Liao to employ such a tactic as well. Su Bai had already slipped inside. Outside the Yin Mountains, an eerie atmosphere prevailed. However, within, it felt like a warm spring. The temperature was not only pleasant, but the greenery was lush, starkly contrasting with the barren surface of the mountain. The grass on the ground grew to calf height, having already been trampled into a pathway, which conveniently cleared the way for the 2 of them. As they proceeded along the beaten path, a sudden voice shouted, Who are you? Bai Moxuan immediately darted forward, the voice emanating from behind a stone screen. Behind it, a masked woman was entangled with Cui Ying, wielding a long whip that had ensnared Cui Ying's neck. Bai Moxuan, brandishing a flying dagger, deftly severed the woman's whip, allowing Cui Ying to break free. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, I finally waited for you. Just as Cui Ying was about to approach Bai Moxuan, a sudden thought struck her. Seizing the moment of the woman's panic, she reached out and tore off her mask, revealing her face. Su Bai gasped, she is certainly not the same person. The woman from that fateful night bore a red birthmark on her face, while this one had none, her skin smooth and unblemished. Just as he was processing this shock, Bai Moxuan engaged the woman in combat. Her skills were not as formidable as anticipated. With a series of swift flying kicks, he quickly gained the upper hand. The 3 burly men who had been with her were absent, and she found herself at a disadvantage, ultimately pinned against the rock wall by Bai Moxuan. Speak, he demanded. Who are you? Chui Ying touched her neck thoughtfully. She cannot be Jiang Xing'er. It would be better to inquire who Cha Qianma is. You know me? The woman's question caused a change in the expressions of all three. Su Bai replied, you are Cha Qianma. Then who is Jiang Xing'er? Xing'er died 4 years ago. Upon hearing this, the woman sensed Bai Moxuan's grip loosening slightly and urgently implored, I do not know who you are, but my 3 brothers may be in danger. I beg you, allow me to find them, will you? Bai Moxuan glanced at Chui Ying, who nodded, she is not lying. Bai Moxuan released his hold. It seems you two have been coerced into this. Very well, let us maintain our separate paths for now. We each have someone to find. Chui Ying nodded. I will explain further on the way. They have already gone ahead. After her explanation, they learned that when Su Bai had rushed out to find Bai Moxuan, Cha Qianma had already begun casting curses upon the others. Fortunately, Su Bai had fled quickly and escaped disaster. Older sister, weren't you unharmed? Su Bai inquired with curiosity. I too find it strange why I was unscathed, but to avoid raising her suspicion, I pretended to be cursed. I intended to warn Yu Qing, but alas. There was no time, Chui Ying replied. After Yu Qing and Ying Ning were afflicted by the poison, they obediently followed the commands of Cha Qianmo, moving like zombies with their bodies rigid and straight. Chui Ying imitated their demeanor, forcing herself to walk in the same manner. Once Cha Qianmo achieved her objectives, she transformed entirely, exhibiting a remarkable proficiency that starkly contrasted with her previous awkwardness. Her skills in disarming traps were equally impressive. With Chui Ying growing increasingly anxious about whether Su Bai and Bai Moxuan would locate them, she decided to stall for time. She pretended to be caught by the grass, managing to delay their progress, but when help finally arrived, it was an entirely different group. Chapter 501. The value of death. Seeing more individuals entering, the 3 burly men immediately stepped forward to subdue them. However, the woman did not engage directly. Instead, she led 3 peculiar individuals deeper inside. The trio, unwilling to let her escape, pursued her relentlessly, while Chui Ying, at that moment, moved in the opposite direction and confronted the masked woman. Without a word, the woman struck with her whip. Chui Ying, lacking any formal training, could only rely on her innate reflexes to defend herself. However, her bare hands stood no chance against the woman's long whip. Just as Chui Ying struggled to hold her ground, Su Bai and Bai Moxuan finally arrived, only to find that Yu Qing, Ying Ning, and the 3 burly men had vanished without a trace. Sister, thank goodness you are a novelist. Your thoughts are so clear and coherent, even while moving so swiftly, Su Bai remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Behind them, a stone staircase led directly to the upper chamber, and the 4 were panting heavily as they ascended. It was then that the woman, who called herself Cha Qianmo, spoke up. In my family, I am the only Cha Qianmo. Why would that woman impersonate me? This is something for the 2 of you to confront directly. Bai Moxuan suddenly recalled the woman they had seen leaving the inn with Cha Qianmo that day, and upon glancing at the woman before him, he noted the identical silhouette. Countless thoughts surged within him, and it was impossible to untangle them all at that moment. The urgent task was to find Yu Qing and Ying Ning. The 4 raced up the staircase until they reached a towering stone door, finally halting in their tracks. Contrary to their expectations, the door was ajar, revealing a faint sliver of light emanating from within. Su Bai and Bai Moxuan placed their hands upon the door, pushing it open with a creak. The sight that greeted them caused Su Bai's heart to leap into his throat. Ying Ning, and Yu Qing lay sprawled on the ground, along with the 3 burly men, all unconscious. The sudden turn of events rendered them incapable of focusing on anything else. After assisting the 5 individuals to their feet, the 3 men quickly regained consciousness, looking bewildered. One of them muttered, what has happened to us? Ying Ning? Su Bai desperately pinched Ying Ning's acupoint, but despite his efforts, there were no signs of her regaining consciousness. The same was true for Yu Qing. Bai Moxuan shook his head. They have been poisoned. Their condition is different from ours. Bai Moxuan scanned their surroundings. Where did that woman go? The woman who claimed to be Cha Qianmo had vanished, as if she had never existed at all. This is a domed stone chamber adorned with exquisite murals on both the ceiling and the walls. The eastern wall depicts women, clad in long skirts of red and green patterns, their hair styled in elegant updos, standing with arms crossed, each exuding a valor that is unmatched by the women of the Central Plains. The southern wall features men, most with braided hair, shouldering fishing nets. The northern wall showcases a Bodhi tree, its sturdy trunks linked by silken ribbons, while the western wall remains obscured from view, concealed behind towering boxes, all uniform in design and meticulously stacked. Suddenly, Bai Moxuan's expression darkens. These boxes, having sat here for years, should be cloaked in dust. Yet their surfaces reveal an unsettling change. Bai approaches the nearest box, his gaze sweeping the disorderly footprints beneath him. To his dismay, he discovers that the locks on the boxes have been opened. He exclaims, something sinister is afoot. As he lifts the lid, he finds it empty. Su Bai hands the infant Ning to Cui Ying and joins Bai Moxuan in opening the boxes, while the descendants of the chitin also step forward. One box after another is opened, only to reveal emptiness. Again and again, the atmosphere in the lavish stone chamber plummets to a chilling low. One man appears increasingly frantic. These were the treasures of the chitin, and after such a long journey, to find nothing is unbearable. He climbs atop the highest box, thinking that if this one is empty, then all hope is lost. His expression conveys despair. The pallor on his face prompts Cui Ying to remark, "It seems it is still empty. I fear all the boxes here have long been cleared out." "Impossible. Impossible." Menace gasps, stepping back in disbelief. These treasures belong to the descendants of the chitin. How could they be absent? "Sixth brother, please look once more, truly look." Sixth brother remains atop the box. Standing helplessly with hands raised, they are all empty. I refuse to believe it. Tears suddenly stream down Menace's face. "We worked so hard to find this place. It cannot be. Sixth brother, I cannot accept it." Su Bai shares her disbelief. These treasures represent the wealth amassed by the chitin dynasty. The very treasures that would have led Yel Shoka away from the battlefield. After enduring such hardships to arrive here, even Bai Moxuan feels faint, as if it were all in vain. Bai Moxuan gently closes his eyes. "Do you wish to confirm this?" "Yes, I must," Menace asserts resolutely. "Very well. Then let us work together to move all the boxes down, one by one, to inspect them." Bai Moxuan is just as unwilling to concede defeat until all possibilities are exhausted. The weary crowd, undeterred by exhaustion, collaboratively descended with all the boxes, arranging them meticulously upon the ground. They resumed the act of opening the boxes, each lid now ajar, revealing an emptiness within. Sixth brother addressed the assembly, declaring, "It is over." Bit her lip fiercely, striving to suppress her tears. Witnessing her profound sorrow, felt a pang of compassion, despite her own heartache. With and still in a state of unconsciousness and the chitin treasure having vanished without a trace, it was indeed a trying time. Someone interjected, hands on hips, asserted, "I do not believe these boxes were empty to begin with. The dust upon them has been disturbed, and the marks are fresh. That woman could not have been alone throughout this ordeal. Then where has she gone?" Exclaimed, her eyes ablaze with urgency. "When we entered, we fainted," sixth brother admitted. Perhaps out of guilt or the weight of their utter defeat, unable to lift his head. "Upon awakening, we found it in this state." Surveyed the surroundings. There were no windows, the space was entirely sealed. Upon their arrival, the stone door had been ajar. Could it be? With quickened steps, rushed outside, where indeed, another passageway led upward, likely to the mountain's summit. Ascending, he arrived to find standing at the pinnacle, her back to him. Upon hearing his footsteps, she leisurely turned around, greeting him with a phrase, "You have arrived." The atmosphere had shifted. She was no longer the fragile woman feigning strength. A smirk of both triumph and disdain graced her lips. Halted, confronting her at the edge of the precipice, the wind tousling her hair and garments. "I concede. We have lost. Vanquished by you," he declared. "Lost by my hand." She replied with a slight smile. "I cannot take credit for this accomplishment." "Who is your accomplice?" he inquired. "This plan is remarkably seamless. Perhaps your complete defeat has left you unwilling to accept it? Yet, it is not without flaw," she retorted, her laughter chilling. "Do you intend to stealthily capture me alive?" As reached forward, he recoiled, for the first time overpowered by a woman's presence, feeling utterly deceived. A bitter resentment welled within him. At that moment, the True appeared, and upon seeing her, he was momentarily taken aback. Their figures were indistinguishable. In that instant, leapt over the cliff and lunged forward. Did this woman intend to end everything with her death? Absolutely not. In a last-ditch effort, he grasped her hand just before she plummeted, her body suspended like a leaf poised to fall with the wind. "Even in death, you must leave the truth behind," he declared fiercely. She lifted her head, a resolute smile adorning her face. "Then my death shall hold no value." Sensing her grip loosening, called out, "Someone, come help." Before anyone could approach, Cha Qianma smiled slightly, her lips moving gently before she completely broke free from Bai Moxuan's grasp, her body descending directly. A mysterious smile lingered on her face. Bai Moxuan's hand reached out into the void, filled with endless regret. Now, the last glimmer of hope to unveil the truth had vanished. Who was she indeed? Moer, perplexed, remarked, her voice is so familiar. I have heard it before. Bai Moxuan lay on the ground, staring up at the sky, which had now cleared above the Yin mountain. Observing Bai Moxuan's handsome visage, Moer turned away. Given the circumstances, though shocked and disappointed, there is nothing we can do. Just moments ago, Moer, consumed by despair and agitation, had now regained her composure. This individual who seized our opportunity must possess remarkable skills. Upon reflection, our defeat is not entirely unjust. Bai Moxuan pondered her words, finding some merit in them, before leaping to his feet with determination. Let us descend and search for her remains. At the base of the Yin mountain, Cha Qianma's skull struck a rock, blood oozing forth and staining the stone and earth, soaking her back with crimson. Her eyes widened, fixated on the heavens. Was this what they termed a death without closing one's eyes? Bai Moxuan reached out to close her eyes. In death, there is value. Why do they remain open? Wait, though she is deceased, her spirit may have left her body. We can seek her out for answers, cannot we? A smile broke across Bai Moxuan's face, prompting a puzzled Moer to inquire, what is it? Amidst darkness, a glimmer of hope appears, Bai Moxuan replied. This matter will not conclude so swiftly. Alas, Bai Moxuan had once again miscalculated. Cha Qianma's 3 souls and 7 spirits had long since vanished, departing far beyond their reach during their descent in search of her remains. The reasons for this were beyond Bai Moxuan's comprehension. He only knew that without knowledge of the woman's birth details, he could not summon her spirit. Just as disappointment washed over him, Su Bai rushed down. Perceiving Bai Moxuan's weary demeanor, sensing trouble was afoot. Upon discovering Cha Qianma's lifeless form, Su Bai boldly commenced a search, finding no identification. Who on earth was she? The treasure had vanished without a trace, and the sole informant was now dead. Both Ying Ning and Yu Qing had also perished in the ordeal. This affair had been a colossal failure. Frustrated, Su Bai kicked a stone, which jolted Cha Qianma's corpse, causing a small amount of powdered medicine to seep from her lips. Su Bai noticed this and carefully wrapped it in a tissue. I'll take this back for further examination. Returning to the stone chamber, Su Bai suddenly pondered a pressing question. Is the tale of Xiao Yuer true? And could Yelv Zugo's tomb be located here? Cui Ying responded. The story of Xiao Yuer is likely fabricated. Upon hearing the name Xiao Yuer, Moer exchanged glances with Lu Gu. They had no prior knowledge of her. Yet Moer finally acknowledged the mention of that book, to which Lu Gu bowed slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, since the treasure is lost, we are all victims here. Why not be candid with one another? Perhaps we can uncover who acted first, sparing us an unnecessary journey. Cui Ying glanced at Bai Moxuan. I find this proposal agreeable. The situation has deteriorated to such an extent that the only course of action for both factions is this. Su Bai sat upon the ground, allowing Ying Ning's head to rest upon his lap. Like Yu Qing, she remained devoid of consciousness, yet her breath and pulse persisted. Then let you commence, he remarked. Who exactly are you, and how did you arrive here? Just as 6th brother was about to speak, Moer interjected, you may well investigate in Yunnan. Indeed, we bear the surname Cha. I am the true Cha Qian Mo, and I do not know that woman at all. The legend of the Khitan treasure has long been passed down within my family, yet we have not found any pertinent clues. Approximately a month ago, we stumbled upon a tome that mentioned Yel Xiogua had once departed from the battlefield to escort the treasure to the grasslands, further stating that clues were concealed within 2 jade pendants, which are located in the imperial capital. This book's emergence is rather suspicious. Might I have a look? Bai Moxuan inquired. Without hesitation, Moer produced it. Bai Moxuan perused it briefly. This is not an ancient text. It has been fabricated to appear old. It seems someone is deliberately utilizing an ancient book to lure you to the imperial capital. A true ancient manuscript would have naturally yellowed pages. Yet this one, if you take a moment to smell it, exudes the scent of chemical agents, a manufactured effect, indeed false. 6th brother took the book, still unconvinced, but we truly sought it out. Thus, this individual is already aware of the circumstances and has intentionally divulged information to lead you to the imperial capital. What transpired next? Bai Moxuan queried. The 4 of us arrived in the capital. though we had the clues from the ancient text, amidst the vast sea of humanity, where could we search for the two jades? Therefore, we frequented the antique market, primarily seeking any jade pendants from the Liao dynasty, 6th brother replied. In the midst of this, we undertook a certain action. Should we speak falsely, may the heavens strike us with 5 thunders. Moer asserted. The book was first discovered by our Cha family, but the Zhong family became aware as well. To thwart them, 6th brother exerted considerable effort and managed to deceive them, thus leaving only the 4 of us in the capital. Is wearing a whip around your waist also part of your customs? Cui Ying inquired curiously. Indeed. It is a treasured heirloom, passed down through generations. Alas, Moer's expression darkened. My own was severed by Bai Moxuan's flying knife. Bai Moxuan responded. It was sudden. I shall assist you in its restoration. Moer's countenance brightened slightly. It is of no consequence. I shall devise a solution upon my return. Let this matter be bygones. We too bear responsibility, having acted without clarity, leading to this misunderstanding. Cui Ying's impression of Moer transformed significantly, though her neck still ached. She found the girl to be generous, straightforward, and quite likable. Do you have any particularly noteworthy experiences in the imperial capital? Subo asked. Without a map. How did you find your way here? It was a woman, Moer replied. I believe it was the same woman who leapt from the cliff earlier. Their voices were identical. We once received a call instructing us to find the chitin treasure at the location she mentioned, advising us to follow covertly, ensuring we did not draw too close, as marks would be left on the ground to guide our path. Remarked. We rented a car and followed the signs all the way here, and indeed, we found this place without any detours. Upon our arrival, we spotted that woman accompanied by several individuals at the mountain's edge. We pursued them, and you are all aware of what transpired thereafter. The experiences of these 4 individuals are rather straightforward. They are akin to puppets, their every move under the control of another. The Zhong family is indeed competing with the Cha family and the A family for the chitin treasure, but the orchestrator is the eldest son of the Zhong family. Jiang Xing'er is deceased, and the so-called Xing'er is, in fact, Cha Qianma herself, a fictitious character she has conjured to thoroughly obfuscate their perception. It seems that everything circles back to Cha Qianma. This woman initially approached Yu Qing under the guise of being a descendant of Yao Longqing, inciting conflict with a marriage curse, and then concocted a tale about Xiao Yuer, diverting their attention to the non-existent Jiang Xing'er. To safeguard herself, she employed tactics to summon the true lineage, knowing that even if they uncovered Jiang Xing'er's deception, they would inevitably maneuver the conflict towards these 3 men and 1 woman, complicating the situation further. Chapter 503. The corpse fragrance devil's tuber. This scheme is truly exquisite. The most formidable adversary is not hidden traps or secret passages, but rather the human heart. So, you do not possess the soul-capturing spell at all? This question was of utmost concern to Cui Ying. What is this soul-capturing spell? Moer's words plunged Cui Ying's heart into despair. What spell? I have never heard of it. We practiced martial arts since childhood, thus our skills surpass those of ordinary individuals. Cui Ying touched Yu Qing's forehead, realizing that Moer's words contained both truth and deception, making it difficult to discern reality. They cooperated with her under a principle of partial trust, risking their lives to break the ground's eye, resolve the mortal realm's underworld, and liberate the souls of the Liao kingdom, yet all their efforts were in vain. It is impossible for her alone to have accomplished so much. Merely gathering clues and locating Yu Qing is no simple feat. Cui Ying sighed. Since her sudden appearance at the Yu family, we have been drawn into this web, manipulated by others. It is inconceivable that she alone moved these treasures. There are others behind her, and not just one. Bai Moxuan reflected on Cha Qianma's words before her death, stating that her demise would render her valuable. That with her death, they would leave no trace behind. Therein lies her worth. At this juncture, though reluctant, they must accept reality. The immediate priority is to returning Ning and Yu Qing to the capital to consult Fu Yu about their situation. Su Bo and Bai Moxuan carried Ning and Yu Qing respectively, descending the mountain alongside Moer. Upon reaching a stone tablet, Su Bo glanced at it and inquired, "You can read the chitin script, can't you? What does it say?" Yel Shioga rests beneath this tablet, his ashes interred here, along with 81 valiant soldiers, safeguarding the chitin's creation treasure. May the true god of the shaman protect them. 6th brother completed the translation, feeling a surge of relief. Fortunately, I had studied a bit of this in my youth. and today it has proven useful. Yel Xiuga's ashes lie beneath the stone tablet. Su Bo couldn't help but reflect. He was a hero in life, yet his existence is fraught with regrets. However, that unknown lady of his is truly to be pitied. Whether she even exists remains uncertain. Bai Moxuan surveyed his surroundings. 81 valiant soldiers, represented by 81 small mounds, formed an ethereal array that harmoniously integrated with the earth's sigh. Yet, could it be that Yel Xiuga, a renowned military figure, possessed knowledge of yin and yang? Su Bo, carrying Ing Ning, circled behind the stone tablet. Ah, there are Chinese characters, Mr. Shishan? Bai Moxuan responded with a note of surprise. Mr. Shishan was a famed practitioner of yin-yang arts during the Song dynasty. Who would have thought he was involved? This earthly underworld appears to bear his mark. I always said, when it comes to the art of yin and yang, none surpasses the Han people. Su Bo, noticing the complex expressions on the faces of his companions, hastily clarified. I mean this in a general sense, not directed at anyone in particular. All right, let us proceed. Cui Ying, anxious about Yu Qing's condition, urged them forward. As they advanced, they found that the previous resistance had vanished. The terrain now resembled ordinary land, allowing anyone to enter and exit freely. It was likely that soon, villagers would discover the small mounds and the buried corpses, perhaps even decipher the chitin script on the stone tablet and uncover the female corpse. In the past, Bai Moxuan would have employed a diversionary tactic, but now he chose a different approach. The treasure seekers aimed to conceal their actions. He intended to escalate the situation, hoping to catch a glimpse of the fox's tail of the mastermind behind it all. Mo Air and the sixth brother conferred quietly before the latter approached, inquiring, "May I ask for the names of your esteemed company? It would be beneficial to maintain contact for any updates regarding the treasure." This suggestion was well received. Bai Moxuan exchanged contact information and phone numbers with them before they departed. As he watched Mo Air and the others drive away, he gazed back at the small mounds. I shall never forget this place. Let us go. Su Bo sighed. Accepting defeat is also a remarkable feat. Could you refrain from constantly uttering those two words? Bai Moxuan playfully punched Su Bo's chest. Momentarily embarrassed, Su Bo replied, I was wrong. May we leave now? The three traveled tirelessly through the night, and upon returning to the imperial capital, they directly delivered Yu Qing and Ing Ning to the Bai family. Now, the two lay motionless side by side on Bai Moxuan's bed, while Fu Yu examined their eyelids, noting the pallor in their eyes and the slight furrowing of their brows. I cannot be certain if it is the soul-devouring insect you mentioned. Is there no hope? Cui Ying's voice trembled. I find it curious why Cui Ying is unaffected, Fu Yu remarked. I have a method, Cui Ying. Let us draw your blood and test your serum to see if we can find an antidote. All right, let us go now, Cui Ying responded eagerly. Foolish child. It is still dark. I cannot find anyone familiar at this hour to draw your blood for testing, Fu Yu reassured her. Their vital signs are temporarily stable. Do not fret. I will first devise a way to stabilize their condition. Is father not at home? Bai Moxuan felt a deep sense of worry, wishing to speak with his father and master. He will return shortly, Fu Yu replied. It seems this time has not gone smoothly, as you have returned empty-handed. The three fell momentarily silent, and Fu Yu, feigning ease, remarked, This matter was never truly connected to you. You were merely drawn into it. There are no gains to speak of, nor any significant repercussions. As long as Yu Qing and Ing Ning are unharmed, that is what truly matters. His words offered some solace to the trio. As they spoke, Bai Yi and Tang San Sheng returned, the dawn just breaking. Cui Ying anxiously gazed at Fu Yu, who, with a resigned sigh, replied, Very well, I shall accompany you now. With Fu Yu's prior notification, the two were already aware that the juniors had returned empty-handed. However, upon hearing the unfolding events, their brows furrowed in unison. Tang San Sheng paced back and forth, murmuring, How could this have been accomplished? What are you musing about? Boss Tang, Su Bai inquired, a troubled expression on his face. I am pondering how those boxes, which were not empty, contained a considerable amount of treasure. To have moved such a substantial quantity, how could it have been done? Tang San Sheng replied. Fundamentally, it would necessitate manpower and resources, and the commotion would surely have been considerable. Su Bai glanced at Bai Moxuan. We did not hear any significant noise at that time. That is precisely what perplexes me. What technique was employed? The map has always been in your possession, has it not? Tang San Sheng asked. Indeed. It has never left my side, Bai Moxuan affirmed, producing the printed map. I would stake my life on it. It has never strayed from my person. Bai fixed his gaze upon Bai Moxuan's eyes and said slowly, never risk your life on mere conjectures. Sometimes, the issue arises from the most unexpected angles. However, given your perceptiveness, I doubt it pertains to the map. Bai Moxuan, upon hearing this, finally exhaled in relief. I share that sentiment. Noticing Su Bai's skeptical expression, Bai Moxuan exclaimed, are you suspecting that I handed the map to that woman, who then informed her accomplices, allowing them to abscond with the treasure beforehand? Su Bai, slightly irked, retorted, come now. It is only natural to suspect the one apparent flaw in your reasoning. Why are you so irate? Am I not entitled to voice my thoughts? Enough of this bickering, Bai interjected. Moxuan, I have told you before, one must maintain composure in all matters. Bai Moxuan closed his eyes. Very well, I shall reflect carefully and see if I made any mistakes along the way. You might also consider whether that woman ever approached me alone. Su Bai strained to recall, but truly could not remember. The woman had remained in the corner, quite demure, and Cui Ying had kept a close watch on her. If she had attempted anything rash, the vigilant Cui Ying would certainly have noticed. Who would have anticipated that such a seemingly frail woman would ultimately turn the tide at a critical moment? Noticing Su Bai's expression of disappointment, Bai Moxuan muttered, you did not foresee this, did you? Su Bai shook his head in frustration. No, she indeed had no opportunity to act. Bai Moxuan's brow arched slightly. It is good that you understand. Bai clasped his hands behind his back, feeling an inexplicable sense that the matter was not so straightforward. Reflecting on how Bai Moxuan had not cast any illusions over that area, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Given the situation, perhaps it is time to play a more audacious game. Su Bai came to a realization. To let that place be discovered? This was also Bai Moxuan's intention. Now, with his father's support, Bai Moxuan felt invigorated. I concur. The presence of the remains of Liao soldiers, coupled with the stele inscribed with chitin characters and the murals, would undoubtedly create a sensation. Bai decisively declared, it's settled. I will reach out to the relevant authorities. This is an astonishing discovery. Bai retreated to his study, making several phone calls in quick succession. Without stepping outside, he was able to orchestrate events, and after approximately half an hour, the local department dispatched personnel to preliminarily assess the situation. The two advance workers initially approached the designated site with a nonchalant attitude, accustomed to countless insignificant discoveries that often yielded no results. However, upon encountering a total of 81 small burial mounds and the stele inscribed with chitin script, they widened their eyes and gaped in astonishment, at a loss for words. After a moment of clarity, one remained to guard the site while the other rushed out to summon help, forgetting even the simplest act of making a phone call. This revelation instantly captivated the world. The Khitan dynasty, regarded as one of the most enigmatic dynasties in history, has always been the focal point of archaeological curiosity regarding its burial culture. The scale of such a burial site was shocking, and the interpretation of the inscriptions on the stele ignited a fervent cultural debate. The authenticity of the Khitan treasure became a topic of great intrigue, generating widespread excitement. Ultimately, the stone chamber on Angshan Mountain was discovered. Yet a significant detail emerged. No female corpse was found. The identity of the unknown woman who had leapt to her death had vanished from existence, unnoticed by anyone aside from them. While the outside world brimmed with excitement, the Bai family remained tumultuous. The blood tests on Cui Ying, who had not been poisoned, revealed that her body contained a substance in greater quantity than that of an ordinary person. Fu Yu immersed himself in research and ultimately synthesized an identical compound, which was derived from oleander. Oleander is both a medicine and a poison, depending on its application. When Cui Ying was a child, she suffered from wheezing coughs. To remedy her ailment, the late Mr. Cui used oleander as a medicinal guide, persisting for over a year until Cui Ying's stubborn illness was cured. Any medication leaves residues in the body, and this residue ultimately saved Ying Ning and Yu Qing. After waking, both still experienced some numbness, and for 7 consecutive days, they were assisted by Su Bai and Cui Ying to gradually walk about, only regaining full mobility after a week. A week later, the media was abuzz with discussions about the Khitan treasure. Unfortunately, aside from the routine explanations from experts, the public expressed significant skepticism regarding the empty coffers. Yet no fresh conclusions emerged. Perhaps to quell the uproar, the authorities announced that the stone chamber had previously been disturbed by tomb raiders, which accounted for its emptiness. As Su Bai watched the press conference, he muttered in frustration, They've you truly taken advantage of the situation, arriving at such a conclusion. Bai replied, some matters are destined to remain in the shadows. However, that does not imply there are no new discoveries. Bai, do you remember the powder you gave to Fuyu? Certainly. Bai recalled the moment he touched the lifeless body of that woman, from whose lips oozed a viscous substance, albeit valuable. Upon analysis, Fuyu discovered it to be a powder derived from an unrecorded plant. Fortunately, Tang Sancheng retained a memory of it, and ultimately confirmed that the woman had ingested a powder made from a flower known as corpse fragrance konjac. Fuyu had little impression of this substance, but Tang Sancheng and Bai had previously witnessed and smelled it. It was an eerie flora that grew upon corpses within coffins crafted from the sacred Kunlun wood. This plant could disorient the mind and induce hallucinations. This devilish flower, with its seductive hues and strange fragrance, conjured a myriad of illusions, luring individuals toward death. It could preserve a corpse from decay and impart a faint scent upon it, making it exceedingly rare and inaccessible to ordinary people. The revelation that such a rare substance was ground into powder and ingested by the woman only deepened the mystery. Despite countless leads, they remained at an impasse, leading Bai and Tang Sancheng to decide to set this matter aside. As time passed, they could only swallow the bitter pill of unresolved questions. Once Yu Qing and Ying Ning regained their health, they embarked on daily walks to strengthen their bodies. Bai, who initially intended to return home, abandoned that notion and chose to remain in the antique shop. Rising early one morning, he accompanied Ying Ning for breakfast, and after their meal, they strolled to the newsstand. Upon spotting a newspaper, Ying Ning excitedly tugged at Bai's sleeve. Hey, tall guy. Look, it's Brother Yen. Keep your voice down. Don't let everyone know you know him. Bai replied as he picked up a copy, only to be met with a grunt from the vendor. $2. Wow, vendor, $2. Bai exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. Isn't it usually $1? This is a color page. Ying Ning playfully pinched Bai. It's just $2. Why are you being so stingy? Buying a newspaper with Chu Yin as the headline for $2 seems excessive to me. Nonetheless, Bai reluctantly extracted $2 and grumpily handed them to the vendor. Here, $2. Ying Ning took the newspaper and saw a large close-up of Chu Yin. Tall guy, Brother Yin has landed the lead role in this movie. You have to take a look. The newspaper depicted Chu Yin in high spirits, which inexplicably filled Bai with joy. Indeed, it seems he won't have much time on his hands going forward. Are you happy for him? Ying Ning innocently asked. Brother Yin is finally starting a new chapter in his life. Of course, I am happy, Bai replied. I've heard the movie will take at least 2 months to shoot. You want to see him for a while? Will you find it difficult to adjust? Not at all. Ying Ning responded. Brother Yin has his own career now. I can't be anything but happy for him. All right, Bai said, crumpling the newspaper in his hand and handing it to a passerby. Miss, here, essay newspaper for you. No need to thank me. Enjoy reading. He then took Ying Ning's hand. Let us head back. You mentioned moving away before. Why are you staying now? Ying Ning pouted. Your aunt is in love, and Shui Ying is taking care of Yu Qing. Are you expecting Bai Moxuan to look after you? Bo spoke with a hint of irritation. Moreover, the events of the past have severely impacted his mood, and now he is preoccupied with expediting the amnesty in the kingdom of Qingqiu. Upon mentioning the amnesty, Ying Ning's face brightened with a smile. I will soon see my mother. Indeed, it is less than 2 months away. Bo replied, my dear girl, your wish is about to be fulfilled. I have heard that Bai Moxuan will return to Qingqiu tomorrow to meet the old patriarch, your uncle Jiayin. As long as he and the elders approve, you may look forward to a joyful reunion with your mother. Tomorrow? Ying Ning sighed. It is a pity that I cannot re-enter Qingqiu and hear the final decision with my own ears. Do not worry, with Bai Moxuan around. You know well his capabilities, Bo assured confidently. He will succeed. The next day, Bai Moxuan sat in the study of the kingdom of Qingqiu, flanked by 4 elders and his father, Jiayin. The room was enveloped in silence until one elder finally spoke. It has been over 500 years since the last amnesty in Qingqiu. So, Bai Moxuan replied with a smile, now is the perfect time for an amnesty. Especially since it is my father's grand birthday, I must express my intentions. Jiayin gazed at his beloved son, who resembled his mother, and said, an amnesty coinciding with a grand birthday is indeed the most auspicious occasion, and it reflects Moxian's filial piety. The 4 elders exchanged glances, their attitudes softening. Just then, the study door swung open, revealing Wan Hong. Her presence caused Jia Yin to frown. "We are currently in a meeting. You should leave." Chapter 505. Weighing priorities. Are we discussing the amnesty in Qingxiu? Wan Hong interjected. "According to clan rules, the amnesty requires my vote as well. Jia Yin, whether you acknowledge it or not, I am still your legitimate wife." A romantic third party had now assumed the position of the legitimate wife. The unpredictability of life allowed her to cast a vote openly today. Bai Moxuan ridiculed. "Dear stepmother, do you know why I call you that? In my heart, you have never been the legitimate one, merely a third party. Addressing you as dear stepmother is already my greatest concession." Wan Hong's complexion paled, her chest heaving with agitation. "Even if you say that, I will safeguard my vote. For elders, although he is the patriarch, his actions must be fair and just. The purpose of this amnesty is clear. It is merely to release Ying Ning's biological mother, Shui Xiang, from her imprisonment. Can the four elders turn a blind eye to this?" The elders, already hesitant, found themselves increasingly uncertain upon hearing Wan Hong's words. Jia Yin naturally sided with his son, but the elders' duty was to correct the patriarch's decisions. If all four elders voted in unison, they could veto Mo Xian's decision. Bai Moxuan smiled slightly. "There is no need for the four elders to rush. Such a significant matter requires careful consideration. I plan to stay in Qingxiu for a few more days to investigate the important events of that time." Upon mentioning the pivotal events, the elders immediately exchanged glances, signaling Wan Hong to exit. Once outside, she closed the door, her gaze fierce as she clenched her fists. "Bai Moxuan, the more you strike at my weaknesses, the more I will thwart your desires. If you favor that girl, Ying Ning, I will ensure your amnesty fails." Bai Moxuan was merely concerned that Wan Hong might influence the decisions of the four elders, so he deliberately brought up significant events from the past to hasten Wan Hong's departure. Now that she had left, the four elders fixed their gazes upon Bai Moxuan, awaiting his words. With a quick thought, Bai Moxuan cleared his throat and said, "What I wish to address is the matter of the lost fox relic." At the mention of the fox relic, the four elders stiffened, immediately sitting up straight. Jia Yin, however, remained composed. Taking a sip from his teacup, "This matter indeed bears great significance. Upon my assumption of the clan leader's role, I intended to prioritize this issue, yet regrettably, external circumstances have delayed it until now. Qingxiu relies upon these fox relics for its very foundation, though Shuebin only took one back then. It has since become a hidden peril for Qingxiu." While Bai Moxuan had had a sudden inspiration, he had now organized his thoughts. "This issue is of utmost importance, which is why the elders and my father even decided against documenting it in the history of Qingxiu to prevent inciting panic among our kin. However, what has happened cannot be undone. Now, I kindly request that you share the particulars of that year, so that I may address the issue effectively." Jia Yin was the most knowledgeable regarding this matter. Back then, Shuebin and Shuefen were as close as sisters, and thus, Jia Yin had a good rapport with Shuebin. One elder spoke up. "Jia Yin, you should recount the events. In truth, I have always been aware that extracting the fox relic was not a feat that Shuebin could accomplish alone." Jia Yin remarked coolly, "This point is indeed suspect." The four elders exchanged glances before one finally spoke. There was someone else who assisted her in this endeavor, such as opening the gate. Jia Yin nodded. Turning to Bai Moxuan, "Since you wish to investigate, you might as well pursue it to the end." Bai Moxuan felt a stir in his heart. His father's gaze seemed to harbor more unspoken thoughts, yet it was not appropriate to voice them in front of the four elders. "Very well," he concluded. "The fox relic must be found without fail. Jia Yin, take Moxuan to see the fox relic." The eldest elder stated, "We shall take our leave for now. Father, it is just you and I now. Please speak plainly." Once the elders departed, Bai Moxuan immediately said, "You are already aware of who assisted Aunt Shuebin in obtaining the fox relic, correct? This matter concerns your second mother." Jia Yin replied, "Follow me, and you shall soon understand." Bai Moxuan felt a surge of joy. The situation was indeed pertinent to her, as this woman was clearly obstructing his efforts to advance the amnesty in Qingxiu. If he could uncover her vulnerabilities, he could surely bring her to her knees. Jia Yin led Bai Moxuan toward the cold wall, and he was somewhat surprised. Could it be that the fox relic lies beneath the cold wall? Bai Moxuan gazed up at the cold wall. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable from any ordinary peak, and the temperature below remained normal, unlike the chill emanating from the cold wall. He recalled Ying Ning's yearning expression, his heart tightening. At that moment, with a wave of his hand, Jiayin commanded 2 cypress trees at the foot of the mountain to part, revealing a large opening in the ground. Jiayin glanced at Bai Moxuan and leaped down. Bai Moxuan quickly followed, but as he landed, he felt the ground give way beneath him, nearly toppling over. Jiayin steadied him. Now you comprehend why the fox relic is so essential, do you not? The foundation of Qingqiu is unstable. Bai Moxuan understood. The ground is exceedingly soft. Indeed, Jiayin confirmed. Jiayin remarked, once a collapse occurs, it will not only spell doom for the Qingqiu fox clan. All clans here will face annihilation. At that moment, they will flood into the outside world, plunging the realm into chaos. Fortunately, she only took a fragment. The spiritual power of the fox sacred relics is formidable. There are a total of 108 pieces supporting the underground, upholding the entirety of Qingqiu. Even the clansmen of Qingqiu are forbidden from entering. Only the clan leader and elders have access. Typically, 2 guards, meticulously selected, stand watch here. Allow me to introduce you to them. Bai Moxuan felt a stir within him. Xuebin can enter this place. Could it be that he has forged a connection with the guards? Jiayin replied. He is related to Wan Hong by blood. However, back then, we had no evidence, and he vehemently denied it, leaving the matter unresolved. Is he still a guard now? Bai Moxuan inquired further. Isn't that a potential threat? Jiayin explained. I suspected him back then and reassigned him, replacing him with another. In truth, he is quite decent, albeit easily swayed by Wan Hong and somewhat lacking in intellect. Nevertheless, he harbors feelings for Xuebin. Jiayin added, this rough fellow once folded paper cranes for Xuebin. That must have been an act of affection, Bai Moxuan thought to himself, realizing that his simplicity, coupled with his infatuation for Xuebin, made him an easy target. Here we are, Jiayin announced, halting her steps. Moments ago, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. But now a gentle light emerged, revealing 2 towering stone doors. 2 young men stood rigidly at either side, and, upon seeing Bai Moxuan and Jiayin, respectfully called out, clan leader, open the door, Bai Moxuan commanded, and the 2 immediately swung the stone doors wide, please. Beyond the doors lay an expanse of inky darkness. Bai Moxuan, eager to discover the nature of the fox sacred relics, stepped boldly inside. A brilliant white light flashed before him, blindingly bright. He instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand. Peering through the gaps between his fingers, he beheld the sacred relics, oval-shaped beads radiating an array of colors, dazzling enough to make him squint. Jiayin's voice came through. Try to slowly open your eyes and take a look. Bai Moxuan gradually withdrew his hand, finally able to gaze upon the beads directly. There were a total of 107, each about the size of an egg, floating in midair and rotating continuously, yet their positions remained unchanged. Perhaps they had adjusted to the intensity of the light, which had softened considerably. Bai Moxuan remarked, so this is the fox sacred relic. Do not be deceived by their luminescence here. If taken away, they would appear as ordinary beads, utterly inconspicuous, Jiayin explained. This is one of the reasons we find them so elusive, as they lack distinctive features. She gestured towards a corner. The one taken by Xuebin is one of these. Bai Moxuan's thoughts shifted as he reached out, and one of the beads descended into his hand. He carefully examined its texture and shape, knowing that if he were to encounter it again, he would never forget it. Jiayin patted Bai Moxuan on the shoulder. All right, let us proceed. As Bai Moxuan released his grip, the bead soared back to its place. I never imagined the ancestors of the Fox clan were the ones sustaining the Qingqiu kingdom. Father, I wish to meet my second mother's brother. You should remember him. He was the one who stood up aggressively during Wan Hong's coup attempt, Jiayin remarked. Is it him? Bai Moxuan remarked. I strive to avoid resorting to violence over trivial disagreements. Father, I have never asked anything of you. Yet Yingning is a kind child. And Aunt Xuexiang is also a good person. They have endured enough suffering. With the recent amnesty from Qingqiu, I have but one request, that you steadfastly stand by my side. Bai Moxuan shifted his tone, adding, I am grateful that I did not endure the same hardships as Yingning, growing up without parental presence, but I can empathize. Jiayin's expression grew complex. Moxuan, I am truly sorry. There's no need for further apologies. What was destined to happen has transpired, and a mere sorry cannot alter the past, Bai Moxuan replied. Let us go. He turned to leave, and Jiayin felt a tightness in her chest. This child was as obstinate as ever, denying even the chance for her to apologize. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, Bai Moxuan turned back and said, I have long since moved on. Do not overthink it. Jia Yin felt a surge of joy and hurried to catch up with him. At the entrance, 2 clan members greeted respectfully. Chief, we will certainly safeguard the lifeblood of Qingqiu. Thank you for your hard work, Bai Moxuan responded, exuding the demeanor of a leader. Once they departed, Bai Moxuan immediately summoned Wan Hong's brother. The man was robust and had a decent appearance, though lacking the grace and charm of Su Bo's grandfather, which likely explained why Xuebin found him unappealing. His name, Yu, was far more tasteful than his sister's. Speak plainly, he said tersely. Yu replied, you are the chief now. I dare not defy you. Yet do not expect me to be as fickle as others, simply aligning with you because of your new title. I have come to discuss Xuebin. Bai Moxuan, uninterested in banter, stated, Xuebin has left Qingqiu and met a tragic end. Yu's fists clenched. That is impossible. This incident occurred long ago, and even her soul has vanished, Bai Moxuan replied with a heavy sigh. I watched her disappear before my eyes. A feeling of helplessness that I know all too well. Though Yu was shaken internally, he remained tense and silent. Observing him, Bai Moxuan realized Jia Yin's suspicions were correct. Yu indeed harbored feelings for Xuebin. It was a pity that she met her demise shortly after leaving Qingqiu. Her misfortune compounded by having her soul taken and used for the practice of ghost foxes, which ultimately led to her complete obliteration before my very eyes. Why are you telling me this? Yu's fists were now making a cracking sound. His throat dry as memories of her smiling face haunted him. How could this be? Oh, still wish to distance yourself from Xuebin? Bai Moxuan retorted. I respect you for being a man, despite being the younger brother of Yang. I have no particular fondness for you. However, I admire your willingness to risk everything for the woman you love. I did not come to confront you about your past actions with Xuebin. I simply wish to uncover the truth behind her death. Yu's expression softened slightly, yet he remained defiant. You have no evidence. Humph, if I wish to bring you to justice, I will find a way, Bai Moxuan said with a grunt. Now, back to Xuebin. Is she truly dead? Yu clenched his fists. I believe she left to seek her own happiness. I assisted her departure to fulfill her wishes. Xuebin must have stolen the fox's essence to elope with a man. Bai Moxuan remarked, we have essentially identified the man in question, yet we remain uncertain whether Xuebin's demise is directly linked to him. Xuebin, please assist me. Did she ever confide in you? Yu hesitated, apprehensive that admitting to aiding Xuebin in stealing the fox sacred pearl would implicate him. After a moment of inner turmoil, he finally spoke. She came to plead with me. Initially, I refused. Stealing the fox sacred pearl is a grave offense, but her tears rendered me soft-hearted. The hero is often ensnared by the beauty's plight. Once Xuebin shed her tears, Yu felt compelled by compassion. Nevertheless, he needed to inquire why she sought to steal the fox sacred pearl. What was her response? Bai Moxuan's heart raced. The crux of the matter had finally arrived. She claimed that she sought the fox sacred pearl to save her beloved. Without it, that man would perish. Yu shook his head with a sigh. Knowing she did it for another man, I still acquiesced. I was on guard with another clan member to allow Xuebin entry. I had to devise a way to distract him. I feigned injury, prompting that clan member to leave in search of medicine. In that fleeting moment, I allowed Xuebin to enter and facilitated her departure from the cold wall's end. Yu continued. The entire process took merely 2 minutes. The clan member returned without noticing anything amiss. The loss of the fox sacred pearl shocked the clan leader and 4 elders. I sensed my brother-in-law's growing suspicion towards me. However, lacking evidence, he could do nothing. He found an excuse to replace me, and although I felt guilty, I did not contest. Conversely, my sister harbored discontent, believing my brother-in-law treated me unfairly. Yang is small-minded, filled with jealousy and suspicion. If she had reacted differently, it would have been an unprecedented occurrence. To save her beloved, it appears to be the grandfather of Su Bai, without a doubt. Bai Moxuan mused, clearing his throat. Rest assured, I shall not pursue this matter further, but it hinges on your sister's disposition. Yu, astonished, queried, what trickery are you up to now? I must investigate Xuebin's death and recover the fox sacred pearl. Bai Moxuan grunted, I must also ensure the amnesty of Qingqiu. Certainly. Yang must have consulted you on this matter. Bai Moxuan, displaying a sudden shift in demeanor, caught Yu off guard. Bai Moxuan produced a miniature recording device. I was prepared for this. Your earlier confession has already been recorded. The advancements in electronic devices are remarkable. And whether I disclose this recording rests entirely on your sister's attitude. I understand her affection for her son, but does she equally cherish her brother? You are despicable. EU retorted bitterly. To employ such contemptible tactics. Compared to the methods you employed against my mother back in the day, this is nothing, Bai Moxuan declared, slamming his palm on the table. Now, as the clan leader, I possess the power to trample you like ants if I so choose. I respect you as a man, and as long as Nyang does not overstep, I shall uphold my principles. Depart now. EU sighed towards the heavens. I am aware of my own actions. Do not trouble my sister and my nephew. Direct your grievances solely at me. Her life is fortunate indeed to have such a loyal brother. Bai Moxuan coldly waved his hand, leave. As EU stepped out of the study in Bai Moxuan, he stood in a daze for a quarter of an hour before making his way to the altar of Qingqiu. With a thud, he knelt down, lamenting, Shuebin. I should not have let you go. If I could have kept you, you would not have perished. I must uncover the truth and find those who harmed you. Useless fool. A sharp voice interrupted him. It was Wan Hong, cradling a child in her arms, her face clouded with fury. The person is already dead. And here you are, a man, weeping like a child. Tell me, what did Bai Moxuan say to you? EU rose, his eyes reddened with emotion. He knows everything. Knows what? Wan Hong retorted angrily. How can you let him sway you? He is aware that I assisted Shuebin in stealing the fox spirit relic. EU gazed at his sister, curiosity flickering in his heart. Was there truly no space for him in her heart? He asked me to convey to you that if you wish to protect me, you must support the amnesty of Qingqiu. That is impossible. Wan Hong perhaps sensed the harshness of her tone and quickly softened her demeanor. EU, the child I hold is your own nephew. As long as Bai Moxuan remains unchallenged, he has no hope of becoming the clan leader. He is on the brink of achieving human form. Now is the moment to strike at Bai Moxuan. Shuexiang was imprisoned for violating the clan's rules, and his personal feelings leading to amnesty are indefensible. This is a prime opportunity to undermine his authority. Brother, you must endure for the sake of us both. Chapter 507. Betting on Yin and Yang, EU felt as though struck by lightning, stepping back. To steal the fox spirit relic requires the use of the 9-hole great blade. If that happens, my hard-earned 5-tailed cultivation will vanish. Sister, can you truly bear to see me become a cripple? Wan Hong gritted her teeth. You must endure regardless. EU shook his head, retreating several steps. His sister's face seemed so unfamiliar. Could this truly be his beloved sister? For years, he had followed her lead, yet now, in this moment, he questioned what weighed more in her heart. Only her own son and the position of clan leader mattered. Now, she was poised to send him to the guillotine. How absurd. Truly absurd. Shuebin, in Qingqiu, you were perhaps the most wonderful existence. EU, listen to me, Wan Hong implored. Cultivation can be restarted. But opportunities wait for no one. She grasped EU's arm. Rest assured, at least 2 of the clan leaders are on our side. This evens the playing field. If we can achieve parity, there is hope to thwart Bai Moxuan's ambitions. He has only just ascended to leadership and now faces such a setback. It will leave a profound impression on the clan's folk. In the future, we will have a chance, brother. Do you not remember? It was your sister who cared for you since childhood. Do not speak of this any further. I command you to stop. EU pulled away from Wan Hong's grasp. Stumbling away, hidden behind the wall, Bai Moxuan let out a muffled groan. Selfish individuals are perpetually self-serving, willing to sacrifice everything for their own ambitions, yet never themselves. Wan Hong epitomized such a person. It was pitiful that EU, devoted to his own kin, suffered such a heavy blow. So be it. The bond between the siblings had irrevocably fractured, and the day of amnesty for Qingqiu was drawing near. Bai Moxuan watched Wan Hong depart before stepping out to head towards Shuebin's abode. Due to her transgression of a significant clan taboo, the house she once resided in had been sealed off, ensuring that no one could enter. Fortuitously, this preservation allowed the dwelling to remain untouched, retaining its original appearance. Upon dispelling the seal, Bai Moxuan pushed the door open, revealing an interior devoid of dust, remarkably pristine. A bronze mirror stood directly facing the entrance, drawing Bai Moxuan's attention. He paused before the mirror, contemplating how many times Shuebin must have gazed upon her own reflection, perhaps with the intention of enhancing her beauty before meeting her grandfather Su Bai, wishing to present her most exquisite visage. As he reached out to touch the mirror, it unexpectedly toppled onto the table, from its crevice tumbling a small scroll of paper. This scroll, hidden with great care by Shuebin to evade detection by her kin, unfurled to reveal a single line of poetry. My heart entwined with the beauty of flowers, drifting in the river of love, where deep affections abound. Bai Moxuan mused, ah. Su Bai's grandfather certainly knows how to charm women, adding with a chuckle, one after another, they seem unable to escape his grasp. However, a sudden realization struck him. This line of verse might not necessarily have been penned by Su Bai's grandfather for Xuebin. Shaking his head, he admonished himself to remain calm. Carefully tucking the poem away, Bai Moxuan continued to examine the room. He opened a drawer, finding it entirely empty. Any valuables would have long been pilfered by the second madam. The wooden wardrobe held only a few articles of clothing, personal garments belonging to Xuebin, which remained unclaimed. Hanging silently, unperturbed, Bai Moxuan picked one up, noticing a single character embroidered upon it. Yao. Yao. He remarked, a man's name, yet another discovery. Surely, Su Bai would be elated upon learning this. Bai Moxuan inspected each garment, confirming that all bore the same character. A constant companion to Xuebin during her days in Qingqiu, a daily reminder of her longing. This profound affection resonated deeply with Bai Moxuan as he recalled the sight of Xuebin dissolving before his eyes. Her tear-filled gaze a mixture of reluctance, yearning, and perhaps fury. Turning his attention to the bed, which was starkly bare, Bai Moxuan gave it a few taps and heard a hollow sound beneath. He promptly lifted the bed board to uncover a box, which, when opened, was found to be empty. A sudden waft of fragrance enveloped him, one that felt oddly familiar yet elusive. Just as he was about to close it, he froze, muttering to himself, "Isn't this the scent of corpse flower yam?" Though he had only encountered the powder's aroma before, this fragrance was far more intense, leaving him uncertain. An idea sparked in his mind. He retrieved a pouch, pressing it down and then lifting it to capture the scent within, sealing it swiftly. Let us hope my master can identify this aroma. At that moment, a faint sound echoed from outside. Bai Moxuan called out, "Who goes there?" The intruder, startled, fled in haste. Bai Moxuan swiftly pursued, catching a glimpse of a small figure scampering away, and in a swift motion, he scooped the child up, exclaiming, "How dare you spy? This is a young fox, recently transformed into human form, appearing to be merely 4 or 5 years old. Its eyes dart around playfully, and its pointed ears twitch incessantly as it is cradled in the embrace of Bai Moxuan. The little creature, displaying remarkable obedience, quickly pleads, "I won't dare again. I promise I won't. The clan leader is so handsome, surely he won't be angry." Bai Moxuan lets out a soft grunt. Learning to flatter at such a tender age, truly a troublesome little one. "I am a fox, not a mere thing," the young fox retorts, blinking its innocent eyes. "Clan leader, why did you enter Aunt Xuebin's chamber? It has been sealed off." Just as praise for its cleverness was bestowed, the fox falters in its wit. Bai Moxuan responds, "As the clan leader, only I possess the ability to unseal it. However, it seems you have caused quite the trouble. No wonder the ventilation hole beneath the house is so large. It must have been your doing, right?" Aye. The little fox's confidence wanes, its ears twitching even more fervently. "What is your name?" Bai Moxuan sets the fox down. The nine-tailed fox clan is known for its beauty, and this young fox, despite its tender age, boasts rosy lips and bright eyes. Most importantly, it is quite astute. "Everyone calls me Xiao Bai." The little fox suddenly transforms back into its original form, its fur astonishingly white. Bai Moxuan muses, "Is it because of your white fur that you are named Xiao Bai?" The little fox excitedly shifts back into human form, still retaining its cherubic appearance. "Yes. I absolutely adore that name. Now, tell me, why did you sneak into Aunt Xuebin's room?" Bai Moxuan inquires. "You little rascal, surely you must know something?" Xiao Bai replies, "When Aunt Xuebin left, I had not yet transformed." Its eyes glisten with unshed tears. "She was so kind to me. I have no parents. And she treated me as if I were her own child. She always held me close and told me that Sister Ning was very pitiable, urging me to play with her often. Being but a child, the latter part of its tale is of little consequence. However, considering Xiao Bai's lack of human form, one wonders if Xuebin might have inadvertently revealed some information. Regrettably, Xiao Bai is too young to provide coherent replies. Bai Moxuan, feeling helpless, states, "Xiao Bai, you shall stay with me for the next few days. Such a handsome clan leader, how wonderful. I like you so much." Xiao Bai claps its hands gleefully. "Will you be like a father to me? Are you out of your mind?" Bai Moxuan grunts softly, "I am not yet married." "Then why don't you get married?" Xiao Bai innocently asks, "Just find a woman." Bai Moxuan is rendered speechless, playfully swatting the little fox's head. "Do not speak nonsense. Come with me. I have many more questions to ask you." Tilting its head, Xiao Bai inquires, Can I sleep with the clan leader? You must have spent too much time with Ying Ning. Bai Moxuan replies, you have learned nothing good, mistaking innocence for amusement. From this moment forth, anything related to Aunt Shuebin, you must remember to tell me, understand? This is the clan leader's command. Received. Xiao Bai's little head bobs excitedly. This is the clan leader after all. On the day of his ascension, Xiao Bai could only gaze from afar, but today, he has been held and spoken to, and even invited to stay by his side. What a marvelous day it is. Chapter 508. Betting on Yin and Yang 2 Bai Moxuan gazed at the little white fox before him and suddenly broke into a wide grin. He wished to maintain his usual demeanor, yet this young one had him unable to contain his joy. Come along, let us proceed to my quarters. A splendid spectacle awaits us. What kind of spectacle? Little White also smiled. Chief, you look quite handsome when you smile. Please, no more words. Bai Moxuan's expression finally fell, prompting Little White to stick out his tongue and fall silent. The anticipated spectacle was the final resolution regarding the amnesty of the Qingxiu kingdom. Bai Moxuan sat regally in the position of chief, while Little White obediently perched at his feet, his small fists clenched tightly. On either side sat Jiayin and Wan Hong, with 4 elders positioned on the left and right. Outside the hall, all members of the Qingxiu Fox clan fixated on the proceedings within, eagerly awaiting the final outcome. Wan Hong shot a disapproving glance at Little White. What is the matter with this little rascal? This matter bears no relevance to today's agenda. Esteemed members, the old chief's birthday approaches, and we shall now commence voting on the amnesty for the Qingxiu kingdom. Bai Moxuan stated solemnly, I shall naturally cast my vote in favor. Father, what of you? I too support it, Jiayin affirmed, fulfilling his promise and offering the best support to his son. Wan Hong exchanged glances with the 2 elders, who cleared their throats in unison. We oppose this. The prison in Hanbai holds numerous clan members with nefarious intentions. Releasing them could disrupt the stability of Qingxiu, which has only just begun to stabilize. Their words sounded grandiose, prompting Bai Moxuan to grunt in response. Will confinement rectify one's intentions? As he spoke, he turned to Wan Hong. Am I not correct, second mother? Wan Hong let out a soft grunt. I too cast a vote against. Among the crowd outside, Yu closed his eyes. Sister, how ruthless you are. As anticipated, the other 2 elders voted in favor, resulting in a tie of 3-3. This outcome sparked fervent discussions among the clan members outside, creating a stark contrast. Within the hall, silence reigned, while outside, voices clamored. Jiayin finally shattered the stillness within the hall. With a tie of 3-3, it appears we must resort to the methods of our ancestors. The ancestral method involved a gamble on yin and yang. The Qingxiu kingdom possessed a yin-yang bagua stone plate, characterized by alternating black and white colors, representing the duality of yin and yang. The gamble entailed placing chosen black and white stones at the juncture of the 2 colors. Once the bagua plate began to spin, the stones would rotate between the realms of black and white. When the plate came to a halt, the stone still remaining on the plate would declare the victor. A smile graced Wan Hong's lips, for she believed that with her brother's alliance, they would not necessarily lose. Everyone would soon witness the outcome. The group transitioned from the hall to the mountainside, where the stone-crafted bagua platform awaited them, with 1 white and 1 black stone positioned atop it. Bai Moxuan declared, as the chief, I do hold the privilege of first choice, do I not? No one objected to this notion. Bai Moxuan turned to the little white fox holding his hand. What color shall we choose? I am called Little White, so I shall naturally choose white. Little White pointed towards the white stone. With the colors selected, Jiayin announced, let us commence. Please place the stones at the center. As Bai Moxuan and Wan Hong simultaneously placed their stones atop the platform, Jiayin closed her eyes, and with a forceful flick of her hands, the bagua plate began to spin. Wan Hong focused her gaze on Yu amidst the crowd, with a mere glance. She understood that the rotation of the bagua plate could be altered by external forces. You rascal, what are you waiting for? Yu, well aware of his sister's intentions, clenched his fists, taking a deep breath amid the turmoil in his mind. The dynamic between the siblings did not escape Bai Moxuan's observation. He had anticipated their trickery. Should Yu dare to act, Bai Moxuan would not remain passive. Not only would he counteract, but also reveal the truth behind the loss of the fox relic from years past. If Yu chose to remain still, there would still be room for negotiation. Ultimately, it depended on Yu's decision. As the speed of the bagua plate began to wane, Wan Hong grew anxious, noticing that her chosen black stone was nearing the edge. Just 2 more spins, and it would be sent flying. while Bai Moxuan's white stone remained firmly at the center. She glared at EU, her eyes ablaze with frustration. EU, recalling her words from the previous day, felt a surge of anger that he could not express. Turning his head away and ignoring Wan Hong's silent plea for help. Infuriated, Wan Hong felt an urge to strangle him. How could he remain indifferent at such a critical moment? Bai Moxuan's lips curled into a faint smile as the rotation ceased. The black stone tumbled to the ground, while the white stone selected by Xiao Bai remained unharmed atop the platform. Look, clan leader, Xiao Bai exclaimed, our stone is still up there. The Qingqiu kingdom grants a general amnesty. Effective immediately, Bai Moxuan's proclamation resonated with authority. Cheers erupted from the crowd, especially from those whose kin were imprisoned in the Hanbai jail. With some moved to tears by the excitement, Bai Moxuan's authority was thus firmly established. Wan Hong took a step back, her disbelief palpable. I don't believe it. You must have tampered with it. Why is your stone untouched? Perhaps it is the will of our ancestors, Bai Moxuan replied calmly. They could no longer bear to watch. Ancestors' will. Wan Hong chuckled derisively. What a ridiculous lie. Xiao Bai looked up at the handsome clan leader, who affectionately ruffled his hair. Holding his white stone high, Bai Moxuan declared, everyone may come and inspect this stone for any flaws. Should anyone find it lacking, feel free to step forward. Indeed, some approached to examine it. After all, the clan leader had issued his decree, and naturally, the stone was without issue. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Moxuan commanded, everyone may proceed to Hanbai to reunite with your loved ones. The cheers echoed throughout the valley. The amnesty carried significant historical weight for ordinary people, reminiscent of ancient Chinese feudal monarchs who often granted clemency under the pretense of benevolence. Such proclamations, issued during the ascension of emperors, the change of regnal titles, the establishment of empresses, or the designation of heirs, held profound implications for national prestige. Bai Moxuan exhaled deeply, casting a cold smile at Wan Hong. Now, I shall personally go to retrieve Aunt Xuexiang. Would you care to join me, second mother? Wan Hong turned away in disdain, prompting Bai Moxuan to chuckle and shrug helplessly. It appears it will just be you and me, Xiao Bai. Jia Yin smiled faintly and said, I shall not go. I understand. Women must always be coaxed, even for the sake of stability. Bai Moxian replied, Xiao Bai, let us depart. Xiao Bai perched on Bai Moxian's back, playfully tugging at his ear. Ensuring the surroundings were clear, Bai Moxian remarked, little one, splendid work. No one discovered your presence last night, did they? No, Xiao Bai replied. When I ascended the mountain, there was not a soul in sight. Moreover, my small stature renders me inconspicuous. Chief, what is the object you instructed me to place beneath the gossip platform? Xiao Bai inquired. It is something that can secure our victory. Bai Moxian replied with a mischievous grin. Luck is a fickle companion, and I prefer to engage in endeavors of certainty. Remember, what the chief confides in you remains with you. Sister Yingning's mother is to be released. She shall be overjoyed. Xiao Bai exclaimed, will you take me outside? Can I also see Sister Yingning? Of course, Bai Moxian assured him. As they conversed, they arrived at the cold wall. Those who had come to fetch their betrothed had already departed, eager to return home and reunite. Xuexiang was confined alone in a cell, hearing the bustling sounds from outside, yet unaware of the unfolding events. She stood at the small window, her hands resting on the sill, peering outside. What is happening? Today, Qingqiu is unusually boisterous. Suddenly, a delicate face appeared at the window, startling Xuexiang. She stepped back, for she had never seen this child before. Child, who are you? How did you come here? Quickly, go down. It will be troublesome if you are discovered. Chapter 509. Emotions like aged wine, no worries. Came the voice that stirred Xuexiang's excitement. Is it Moxian? No, it is the chief. Bai Moxian, channeling his energy, unlocked the spiritual lock on the door and slipped into the low cell. Aunt, I have come to fetch you. Today marks the great amnesty of the Qingqiu kingdom. Though it was a long-awaited declaration, Xuexiang found it hard to believe. Is it true? Really? Aunt, Yingning is waiting for you outside. She has been longing for this moment, Bai Moxian continued. From today onward, you and Yingning are both free. You may come and go from Qingqiu at will, and choose to live outside if you desire. Come, Aunt. Bai Moxian extended his hand, and with tears welling in her eyes, Xuexiang hesitantly reached out. Her legs trembling, Bai Moxian quickly steadied her. Take it slow, Aunt. Gazing at the light outside, Xuexiang reflected on the years she had been confined within these walls, from the prosperous Tang dynasty to the present, never straying from this narrow room. Freedom had become an unattainable luxury, and now that it was within reach, fear gripped her heart. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she gently wiped them away. At this age, I find myself afraid. Step by step, she moved towards the light, lifting her gaze to the brilliance and sobbing, I am finally free. What plans do you have, Aunt? Bai Moxuan asked. The amnesty of Qingqiu means that the transgressions of Yingning shall also be pardoned. She can return to Qingqiu. No, no, Shuexiang shook her head vehemently. That child's nature is ill-suited for life here. She would suffer. Then I shall take you outside, Bai Moxuan replied. This arrangement is indeed the best. Very well, when shall we depart? Shuexiang could hardly contain her eagerness to reunite with her daughter. Once I make the necessary arrangements. I shall return immediately. Bai Moxuan turned to little Bai and inquired, would you care to accompany me outside? Yes, came the timid yet resolute reply. I wish to be with the handsome clan leader. Bai Moxuan fulfilled his promise, instructing little Bai to remain with Shuexiang to ease her transition back into the presence of their kin. He then descended the mountain to confer with his father and the elders. Must you depart so soon? Jia Yin lamented, feeling it a pity that her son was always in such haste. I need to take little Bai with me, Bai Moxuan explained. He is closest to Shuebin, and within his memories may lie useful clues for me. I shall expedite matters regarding the fox spirit essence, and I kindly ask for your assistance, father, along with the 4 elders, during my absence. Rest assured, Jia Yin replied, with me here, all shall remain well. Then I shall take my leave. Bai Moxuan bowed to the 5 and turned to depart. Just as he stepped outside, a voice called out to him, wait. It was Yu, who fixed his gaze upon Bai Moxuan and queried, why did you not publicly disclose my transgressions today? That is a consequence of your own actions, Bai Moxuan replied coldly. Had you dared to strike at that moment, I assure you, you would not have fared well. Yu stated, we shall meet again in the future. Bai Moxuan had anticipated his thoughts and merely offered a faint bow, farewell. Bai Moxuan returned to the antique shop with little Bai and Shuexiang. Unbeknownst to Yingning, her mother stood just outside the shop. A peculiar sensation washed over her, as if a divine force were guiding her. Suddenly, she turned her head towards the door, and her companion, Shui Ying, gently inquired, what is it? Are you unwell? No, Yingning replied, rising to her feet, gazing intently at the entrance. Is someone arriving? Shui Ying glanced at Su Bai and instructed, Su Bai, please open the door. Su Bai complied and rushed to the entrance, pulling it open to reveal Shuexiang. He nearly exclaimed in surprise, but at a glance from Bai Moxuan, he quickly stifled his voice and quietly retreated. Shuexiang inhaled sharply and stepped inside, softly calling out, Yingning. Yingning felt as though her soul might soar away. She gazed at the figure before her with a pitiful expression, her lips curling into a smile that was quickly overtaken by tears. Mother. Shuexiang gently embraced Yingning, whispering, I have returned. Though few words were exchanged, the depth of their emotion was profoundly moving. Shui Ying's eyes glistened with tears, and Shuebin approached, saying, Shuexiang, congratulations. Shuexiang smiled faintly. Thank you for taking care of Yingning during my absence. Shuefin's face flushed slightly. I have done little for you. It does not warrant thanks. Reflecting on the past, she recalled how she had once intended to advocate for Shuexiang, but refrained due to her brother's position as clan leader. In retrospect, she recognized her own selfishness. She felt unworthy of Shuexiang's gratitude. Brother Moxuan, who is this? Yingning asked, noticing the adorable child who was smiling at her. What a cute little one. I am little Bai, he declared, tugging at his ears, which transformed from ordinary to pointed fox-like appendages, twitching slightly. See, I am little Bai. Ah, after a century, this is the state of affairs? Suddenly, Yingning felt a pang of regret. You are far superior to me, Xiao Bai. How did you come to be here? In the past, during her time in Qingqiu, Yingning had been subjected to much ostracism, even from her Aunt Shuefan, who kept her distance. Only this unformed little creature provided her solace, perhaps due to its tender age and lack of parents. No one instilled in it the notion to keep away from her. It would occasionally come to play with Yingning, becoming one of her few joys in Qingqiu. Upon hearing Yingning's words, Bai Moxuan was stirred. You mean Xiao Bai has achieved this state in just a century? Yingning nodded emphatically, indeed. Rare. Remarkably rare. A thought blossomed in Bai Moxian's mind, and joy became uncontainable. This child is of great significance to me. He grasped Xiao Bai's slender shoulders. Xiao Bai, would you like to be the clan leader in the future? Absolutely. Being the clan leader sounds wonderful. Will I be a handsome leader like you? Xiao Bai exclaimed, arms wide open. Handsome like you? You must surely be even more handsome than I. This child is undaunted and possesses discernment far surpassing that of Aaron Yang's worthless son. Even if I were to leave the Qingqiu kingdom one day, I would have a worthy successor in the form of this little one. Let Aaron Yang's son play elsewhere. This child and I share a special bond. Perhaps it is destiny. Xuefan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly came to terms with it. Mo Xian cherishes freedom. The position of clan leader was merely a temporary measure. This child named Xiao Bai is indeed extraordinary. And it has been a long time since Qingqiu has seen a descendant of such caliber. Shuexiang and Ying Ning were reunited as mother and daughter. And the others granted them privacy, leaving only the two of them in the room. Ying Ning took out her mobile phone. Mother, I have something to show you. The starry sky beneath the ground, as father said, truly exists. In the photograph, the stars twinkled like floating lights underground, gentle and bright, undeniably real. Shuexiang had never encountered electronic devices and was hesitant to touch them. Thus, Ying Ning held her mother's hand, guiding her to gently caress the starlight. Shuexiang cautiously reached out, and memories began to resurface, rich and profound, akin to aged wine. The longer the time passed, the more vibrant the feelings became. Shuexiang murmured, "Finally, we have beheld the same unique starry sky. Your wish has come true." Ying Ning produced a handwritten letter from her father. Placing it in Shuexiang's hands, this was left by father. Upon seeing the embroidered little fox, Shuexiang couldn't help but smile with tears. I gifted this to him. I embroidered the fox myself. Each stitch and thread feels like it happened just yesterday. Ying Ning, this is the fate of our family. Everything has come full circle. Though he is no longer with us, these emotions and promises remain. Ying Ning's eyes brimmed with tears as Shuexiang carefully unfolded the silk handkerchief. Savoring each character inscribed upon it, her eyes reddened, tears fell, yet a smile also graced her lips. Chapter 510. In the land of colorful clouds. Upon her initial arrival in the outside world, Shuexiang felt quite out of place. Ying Ning stayed close to her mother, teaching her bit by bit. After a few days, Shuexiang began to feel more at ease and would help tidy the antique shop during her leisure time. Her receptiveness to antiques was notably high, prompting Xuefan to allow Shuexiang to engage with customers. Gradually, the antique shop gained an additional employee. Bai Moxuan returned to Qingqiu, bringing back significant findings related to Su Bai's grandfather. Bai Ling and Bai Hong naturally came to share in the revelations. Bai Moxuan recounted all his discoveries and presented a fragrant pouch to Tang Sancheng, who, upon opening it, was momentarily enveloped by the fleeting scent. A rare fragrance indeed. Tang Sancheng inhaled deeply, corpse-fragrant devil's tongue. Bai Moxuan felt a surge of relief. It seems my judgment was not amiss. Master. The woman impersonating Cha Qian Mo also had a powder trickling from her lips, which was also corpse-fragrant devil's tongue. We found this in Shui Bin's room. Could this be mere coincidence? You ask me, but who should I ask? Tang Sancheng retorted with irritation. However, that poem carries some significance. Su Bai looked at his grandmother, whose lips trembled slightly and whose eyes were red-rimmed. He cautiously inquired, "Grandmother, what troubles you?" "My heart yearns for the beauty of flowers. I am adrift in the river of love, deeply entwined in emotions." Bai Hong cursed vehemently. He had once gifted me the very same line of poetry. Such words to charm two women. Bai Ling murmured, "Mother, do not take it to heart too much. How can I not care? What exactly has that man done?" Bai Hong's hands trembled. "Where is he hiding?" Shui Bin's intimate garments were embroidered with the character Yao. Bai Moxuan remarked, "This character must hold special significance for her. It is highly likely to be the name of Su Bai's grandfather." Bai Hong furrowed her brow. "It is likely a false name." Su Bai was already aware of his grandmother's stubbornness, and her evident anger was palpable. He shot a glance at Bai Moxuan, hastily changing the subject. "What other discoveries have been made?" "That is for Xiao Bai to answer." Bai Moxuan gestured to Xiao Bai. "Come here." Xiao Bai hopped over, leaping onto Bai Moxian's lap. Bai Moxuan embraced him and addressed the assembly. "Xiao Bai, everyone is eager to hear your words. What did Aunt Shuebin say?" Aunt Shuebin mentioned wanting to go to the land of colorful clouds, because that is where the person she loves is, Xiao Bai replied. "She has said it several times. Colorful clouds. What sort of place is that?" "The beautiful name for Yunnan," Su Bai explained. "I happen to be in Yunnan as well." "Hey, Bai Moxuan, this cannot merely be a coincidence." Bai Moxuan closed his eyes, needing to meticulously review the events. The previous occurrences had little connection to Shui Bin. Yi Chongqing had mentioned that when he encountered Shui Bin, she was already deceased, her soul merely lingering, leading him to selfishly bind her spirit. This was merely an incidental event, suggesting that the story could be traced back to the moment Shui Bin crossed paths with Su Bai's grandfather. Bai Chong's expression subtly shifted as she listened to the tales of her beloved man intertwined with another woman. It was nothing short of torment. Yet, in her quest to uncover the truth about the man who feigned his own death, she endured the anguish within. Bai Ling grasped her mother's hand, offering silent support, which provided Bai Chong with solace, knowing she had her daughter and grandson as steadfast pillars behind her. Chronologically, Aunt Shui Bin must have encountered grandfather Su Bai earlier than grandmother. Bai Moxuan remarked. The records in the Qingqiu archives indicate that Aunt Shui Bin's departure predated grandmother's marriage by 3 years. A sense of relief washed over Bai Chong. If there was a temporal sequence, it suggested he was not straddling two worlds. Bai Moxuan observed Bai Chong's expression and continued. During these 3 years, 2 matters warrant our attention. First, Aunt Shui Bin absconded with the fox essence. According to EU, she claimed it was to save her beloved man, which necessitates further examination. Su Bai's countenance grew serious. Did she willingly steal the fox essence for love, or was she coerced? This directly reflects on my grandfather's character. Does it not? Bai Moxuan replied coldly, indeed. Su Bai sighed. Well, he has long since lost any semblance of integrity in my eyes. Please, proceed with your analysis. The second matter is that Shui Bin left for love, only to meet a tragic end, Bai Moxuan stated. While we, as nine-tailed foxes, enjoy long lifespans, not all are granted longevity. Myriad factors can lead to demise. Moreover, the look in her eyes at the moment of her passing intrigues me greatly. Her death is undoubtedly deserving of scrutiny. Since Xiao Bai mentioned that Aunt Shui Bin expressed a desire to travel to Yunnan, we should explore that avenue. Bai Moxuan continued. 3 years later, grandfather Su Bai appeared in the imperial capital, met grandmother, and married her, only to vanish mysteriously. Upon his return, he was merely a lifeless body, later discovered by Su Bai, yet the coffin was found empty. Thus, we boldly speculate that he faked his death for reasons unknown. But he indeed abandoned his wife and daughter. Currently, a scent of corpse flower wafted from Aunt Shui Bin's room, and not long ago. During the incident involving the chitin treasure, a woman impersonating Cha Qianmo had also ingested the powder of the corpse flower. Bai Moxuan noted. We must consider whether these 2 matters are interconnected. Additionally, my clan resides in Yunnan, where Shui Bin also ventured. Could there be a connection? The more Su Bai listened, the more ominous it felt. If Bai Moxian's musings ran deeper, it implied he suspected his grandfather to be the mastermind behind the theft of the chitin treasure. He abruptly stood, declaring, "This is easily resolved. We shall approach my lineage. Do we not have the contact information for 6th brother, Cha Qianmo, and the others? Grandmother, would you care to join us?" Bai Chong closed her eyes, affirming, "Of course." Xiao Bai tugged at Bai Moxian's finger. "Handsome clan leader, where are you going? May I accompany you?" "Not possible," Bai Moxian replied. "You have more pressing matters at hand. Aunts Shui Xiang and Shui Fen will impart much knowledge of Qingqiu to you and assist you in systematic cultivation. You expressed a desire to become the clan leader. Did you not?" Xiao Bai blinked her eyes innocently. "Yes, if I am to lead, then I shall lead." Su Bo chuckled softly. "Hey, Xiao Bai, you are rather naive. Do you have any idea how many years it will take for the old patriarch to step down?" Xiao Bai immediately clung tightly to Bai Moxuan's neck, overwhelmed by the maturity of the question, unsure of how to respond. Instinctively, he sought assistance from Bai Moxuan, who grunted softly. "The speed of my abdication will depend on how capable you are, little one. So, stay put, refrain from wandering about, and listen carefully to your 2 aunts, understood? Received?" Handsome patriarch. Xiao Bai, though just a child, wholeheartedly believed Bai Moxuan's words. He was enamored by the scent emanating from him, consistently drawn to this leader, as he exuded a paternal essence. Having made her decision, Bai Zhuang promptly took her leave, with Bai Ling trailing behind her. "Mom, why not come home for dinner tonight?" "No need. I wish to visit the mountain and see the Taoist," Bai Zhuang replied. For some reason, I feel compelled to share these matters with him. Bai Ling understood completely. Ever since their mother learned of her past life as Ruanyang and the Taoist's previous incarnation as the King of Hell, her attitude had subtly shifted. While she remained unwavering in her quest to find her father, a hint of hesitation had crept into her heart. Bai Ling found joy in this change and urged, in that case, let us head up the mountain early. It's getting dark. Standing outside the small courtyard, Bai Zhuang hesitated, about to turn away when the door swung open. Why are you standing out there? Come in. Bai Zhuang, strong-willed, retorted, if you knew I was here, why didn't you open the door? I was pondering whether you were hesitant about meeting me, which is why you didn't knock. The Taoist chuckled. Bai Zhuang gazed at the Taoist's face, reflecting on the words spoken by the King of Hell, realizing that she and this man had shared a connection across multiple lifetimes, yet had missed each other time and again. Her heart sank, pondering the capriciousness of fate. The Taoist stepped aside. Come in. Chapter 511. The mirror of sins. Upon seeing 2 steaming cups of tea set on the simple table, Bai Zhuang felt a warmth in her heart. Since you haven't left, I thought I should offer you something. These leaves are freshly picked by me. The Taoist invited Bai Zhuang to sit. It's getting late. What brings you here at this hour? Bai Zhuang took a sip of tea and laid out everything that had transpired, omitting any mention of their past lives, focusing instead on the unfaithful man. After listening, the Taoist remained as still as a statue, not a muscle twitching. Bai Zhuang felt a pang of regret. Are you angry? How long will you cling to this? The Taoist's empty sleeves swayed slightly. I have a foreboding feeling, he added. Bai Zhuang replied. After learning about Shui Bin's departure from Qingqiu, hope rekindled within me. At least he is not straddling 2 boats. Perhaps he has unspoken burdens. The Taoist's expression stiffened. The tea in his cup cooled unusually fast, having barely sipped before it ceased to steam, much like her heart. For a long while, neither spoke. And Bai Zhuang pressed her lips together, slowly rising. I must be mad, coming here to share so many trivialities with you. The Taoist let out a deep sigh. Within your heart, a struggle begins as to whether to continue the search for him. However, the revelations of today have filled you with anticipation and reinforced your original intention. You shall indeed persist in your quest. I apologize, Bai Zhuang said. I have contemplated giving up, truly. Please, no more. The Taoist waved his hand. It grows late. You must hasten down the mountain. Resolutely, he turned away, and as he beheld Bai Zhuang's slender silhouette, tears welled in her eyes. I am a stubborn person. I may yet embrace hope, or I may plunge into despair. But you must believe me. You are the most significant person in my life. I remember all your sacrifices. I am obstinate, yet I possess a conscience. Wait for me. I shall return to seek you after my journey from Yunnan. It is indeed late. You should rest early. I shall take my leave now. Bai Zhuang departed. And the Taoist turned back, grasping the teacup on the table, a bitter smile upon his lips. You must think I deserve this. I dare not presume. Came a voice from the shadows, as a pale-faced man unexpectedly emerged. It was none other than the current king of the underworld. The Taoist remarked, you have long known, like Wu Xian, to remember your true identity, yet you have remained a calm observer. What is your true purpose? Even if you have, like Wu Xian, employed means to recall your original self, you are fundamentally different. You harbor no ambition, merely a desire to protect your affections. The pale-faced man hesitated. This rationale seemed insufficient to convince one who had once held the title of king of the underworld. As expected, the Taoist continued. The situation is not so simple. Has the underworld encountered troubles? The king of the underworld responded with difficulty. Perhaps only that youth named Su Bai can assist us. Taoist. Gong Zhuang is already aware of your past life with him. Are you attempting to win me over? The Taoist inquired. For countless lifetimes. Your people in the underworld have closely monitored me, fearing I might overstep the boundaries. I have tread carefully to avoid conflict with you. I am not Wu Xian. I seek nothing grand, only to protect her. We are well aware of this, the king of the underworld replied. That is why I chose to reveal the truth to Su Bai and Bai Zhuang, to give you a nudge forward. Alas, a single misstep has only solidified Bai Zhuang's resolve. Such is her nature. The Taoist said, I appreciate your efforts, yet the outcome is less than favorable. She remains intent on seeking her husband, and the underworld possesses no usable information, does it? That individual is shrouded in mystery. The underworld has no records of him. Replied the king. Speak plainly. What troubles beset the underworld? The Taoist pressed. You, a dignified king of the underworld, have personally sought out a former king who has undergone countless reincarnations. The king of the underworld asked, do you not recall the ingredients of the potion you consumed back in the day? Are you referring to the antidote to Meng Pei's soup devised by Wu Xian? The Taoist shook his head. I only know there is a component of the other shore flower. To speak frankly, if you wish to recreate that potion, it is virtually impossible. Regrettably, Wu Xian has passed. The king of the underworld lamented. The developments have exceeded our imagination. One misstep leads to another, and the situation could spiral beyond control. Besides you and Wu Xian, it seems others have also utilized this potion. The Taoist priest felt a stirring in his heart as a thought arose. Yet lacking evidence, he dared not make any assertions. He merely inquired, "Is this individual untraceable in the underworld?" The king of hell responded thus, "I have been diligently perusing the records of reincarnated souls in the underworld for an entire month without yielding any results. Today, I implore you to recall how you became aware of that elixir during your own reincarnation. Was it of your own concoction or a remnant left by Wu Xian?" Considering the timeline, if Ruan Yang and Gong Zhiqi had their intersection during the spring and autumn period, Wu Xian would have existed prior to Ruan Yang, as he was a being from the era of Emperor Yao, naturally passing before Ruan Yang. Preserving his memories as the king of sorcery would likely have been part of his plans upon foreseeing his own demise. The ability to foresee events is not uncommon among gifted individuals, with the most renowned in history being Yuan Tiangang. In Luoyang, Yuan Tiangang once divined the fates of Du Yin, Wang Gui, and Wei Ting, prophesying that Du Yin would achieve prominence through his writings. Wang Gui would ascend to the 5th rank within a decade, and Wei Ting, with a visage resembling that of a tiger, would take on a military position. He also foretold that all three would face demotion after taking office, and they would eventually meet again. Indeed, during the reign of Emperor Gaozu of the Tang dynasty, Du Yin was selected as a historical scholar. Wang Gui was recommended by princely Jianxing for an official post, and Wei Ting was appointed to a military role. Just as their careers appeared to flourish, they were unexpectedly embroiled in a court coup and exiled together to Junzhou, where they encountered Yuan Tiangang once more. Yuan Tiangang again divined their futures, predicting that they would ultimately attain high office, culminating in the 3rd rank. Their trajectories and outcomes would later affirm his predictions. Folklore even recounts that Yuan Tiangang divined the fate of the newly born Wu Zetian, foreseeing her imperial destiny. Beyond physiognomy, predicting one's own lifespan is also a common practice. For instance, during the Three Kingdoms period, Zhuge Liang possessed his famed 7 stars lifespan lamp. Calculating his impending mortality, Zhuge Liang endeavored to extend his life using the lamp. Unfortunately, his efforts were thwarted when Wei Yin forcefully entered the tent and knocked over the main lamp, extinguishing it. According to Zhuge Liang, if the main lamp remained alight for 7 days, he could extend his life by a decade. But alas, the extinguishing of the lamp rendered his attempt futile. As the foremost among sorcerers, Wu Xian would surely find predicting his lifespan a trivial matter. Upon realizing his impending death, he began to scheme, and indeed, after his demise, he retained the memory of being Wu Xian, despite drinking the Mengpa soup. Initially, he was able to adhere to his principles, but ultimately, his ambitions spiraled, leading him down a path of no return. The Taoist priest understood that his circumstances had not escaped the notice of the underworld. Yet, his original intention was merely to cherish the feelings he held upon first meeting Ruan Yang, to guard and protect her with the same sentiment. However, the underworld continued to scrutinize his every move, fearing he might become another Wu Xian. Ironically, it was now they who sought him out. Perhaps due to the emergence of another individual who, like himself, had discovered the remnants of Wu Xian's elixir in the same location, though this remained uncertain. The Taoist priest remarked, "I am truly astounded by your visit, O King of Hell, seeking my counsel." The Taoist remained reticent, prompting the King of Hell to remark, "If you believe that we would sever the bridge after crossing the river, rest assured, for given our current position, we can only seek your assistance." This was also the reason behind our earlier gift of the soul pearl to Su Bai, alongside the subsequent act of compelling his soul to return. These gestures signify our concessions. Please trust in our sincerity. Chapter 512. The Book of Life and Death. 1. The Taoist was aware of both matters. However, having once held the title of King of Hell and governed the realm of the underworld, he understood that maintaining order was paramount, akin to ruling a kingdom. They endeavored to uphold this order, just as he had in the past. With his back turned to the king, he pondered for a long while before stating, "In that case, let us take another step forward." "What does the Taoist imply?" inquired the king. "Formal collaboration. I refer to an unreserved partnership," replied the Taoist. He was acutely aware that it was only he and the king at present. Should he divulge too much, he could eliminate that menace upon his return. Yet how would he then contend with the king? Observing the underworld's intricate attitude towards Su Bai, it was evident that their intentions were far from simple. The underworld would not engage in unprofitable ventures, and there must be deeper motivations at play. It was prudent for Su Bai to be informed, as it would not only be beneficial but also serve to safeguard against any potential betrayal from the underworld. The king, acknowledging the Taoist's shrewdness, contemplated for a moment before responding. Very well, let us gather the relevant parties, and you shall provide me with your answer. When will that be, Taoist? Tomorrow at this time, still at my place. I require time to notify them. The Taoist succinctly dismissed the king. Alone in the room, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Bai Zhan, may that man truly have his reasons. Otherwise, you shall suffer a second wound. The first left you in tatters. This time, it may be even worse. At dawn the following day, the Taoist descended the mountain to inform the antique shop's patrons. Known for his unpretentious demeanor, the Taoist had previously sacrificed his own cultivation to save Su Bai's life at birth, extending Su Bai's lifespan by 20 years. Upon reflection, one could not help but wonder how a lay Taoist could achieve such a feat. It should have been evident then that the Taoist was no ordinary figure. Unexpectedly, his background was far more significant than anticipated, explaining his exceptional skills despite his late entry into the Taoist path. Su Bai and the others arrived earlier than the agreed time, expressing their desire to enjoy a breath of fresh air. The Taoist's dwelling was modest, and with so many present, seating became scarce, forcing them to squeeze onto a single bench. Su Bai mused that the Taoist had once been the sovereign of the underworld, yet he selflessly guarded his grandmother through reincarnation without demanding a return. Such a man was indeed rare, a true marvel. Alas, fate had intertwined his grandmother with his grandfather, a man destined for calamity, rendering the Taoist's efforts tragic and unjust. It was a rarity that the Taoist bore no ill will and continued to protect. What are you thinking about? Ing Ning nudged Su Bai, teasing. Your soul seems to have escaped. Certainly not. You forget that I've experienced soul flight before, Su Bai replied. That sensation is all too familiar. Ing Ning pouted, and yet, you can still smile. When will the Taoist and the King of Hell arrive? Yu Qing inquired. His curiosity piqued, for he had yet to see what the King of Hell looked like. Are several of you quite eager? The King of Hell and the Wheel King appeared simultaneously, with the latter wearing his customary scowl, arms crossed over his chest. Upon seeing Su Bai, he let out a disgruntled grunt. Su Bai, with a playful intent, teased the Wheel King, saying, "Ah, Wheel King, it seems you've turned a shade grayer in our absence." The Wheel King, unable to withstand such mockery, clenched his fists, ready to retaliate against Su Bai. However, Su Bai deftly evaded him, and as the Wheel King attempted to strike again, he was admonished by the King of Hell. Enough? You, the esteemed Wheel King, should not stoop to such childish behavior. But, brother, this rascal is far too provocative. The Wheel King protested. Enough. We have serious matters to attend to today. The King of Hell then turned to the Taoist priest, inquiring, can we commence the unraveling of the mystery now? Prior to the king's arrival, Su Bai and the others were unaware of the purpose of their gathering. The Taoist priest had merely requested them to serve as witnesses. Now, with his hands clasped behind his back, the priest began, in my time as the King of Hell. Su Bai nearly toppled from his seat. Well, what? The others were equally astonished, with Bai Zhuang trembling at the revelation. You have always known. The Taoist priest smiled gently, gesturing dismissively. There is no need for surprise. Like Wu Xian, I remember who I am, but unlike him, my motives are solely for one person. Tears welled in Bai Zhuang's eyes as she stifled her emotions. The knowledge of the past between the King of Hell and Ruan Yang had already shaken her, but the priest's words tightened her heart further, causing her pain that was almost unbearable. She pressed her hand firmly against her chest, unable to meet the priest's calm smile. The priest, too, was not unaffected. Despite his age, he finally laid bare his innermost feelings. His outward composure belied the tempest within. His voice trembled with suppressed sorrow as he continued. During my reign as the King of Hell, the matter of Wu Xian was uncovered. Yet no one knew the means he employed until one fateful day when I made a discovery at the Mirror of Karma. The King of Hell interjected. The Mirror of Karma, also known as the Mirror of Deeds, is located in the hall of King Qin Guang, hanging prominently within. Benevolent souls need not approach the Mirror of Karma, for it is inscribed, no good person stands before the Mirror of Karma. When a virtuous soul perishes, their essence shines brightly. Before the mirror of karma, only clarity exists. Because there are no shadows in their hearts, the true form remains obscured. The light of benevolent souls grows clearer. And the greater their virtue, the more directly they ascend to Mengpu or are assessed in the various halls without the need to visit this place. That object was hidden behind the mirror of karma, the priest continued. In my time, I discovered it and held a certain admiration for Wu Xian. This individual was remarkable, having concocted pills that negated the effects of Mengpo's soup. When I found it, only 2 remained. The Wheel King became immediately animated. 2. But by then, Wu Xian had already undergone reincarnation, so there should have been 3. The Taoist priest replied, I surmised what they were, yet, inexplicably, I chose to leave them there, opting to disregard their existence. Subsequently, an incident occurred. A girl named Ruan Yang arrived in the underworld, causing quite a stir. This segment was already known to everyone. And as the priest spoke, all eyes turned to Bai Zhuang. She chuckled, Why are you all looking at me? Pay attention to what the Taoist priest has to say. The Taoist furrowed his brow gently, not out of displeasure, but rather as he endeavored to recall the circumstances of that time. She, with her soul fragmented, unexpectedly intruded upon my grand hall to request reincarnation. Her demeanor was striking, captivating in her beauty, yet her youth was ephemeral, a fragrant blossom destined to wither. I was instantly smitten, and upon examining the Book of Life and Death, I discovered she was a descendant of the Dragon Clan. At that time, descendants of the Dragon Clan were no different from ordinary people. The cycle of life and death applied to them as it did to all. However, she was unaware of the reason for her disjointed soul, yet insisted on reincarnation to become an ordinary person. By rights, she was not eligible for reincarnation, yet, inexplicably, I personally escorted her to the Well of 6 Paths to grant her wish. Truly admirable, exclaimed Chuang suddenly. This is what a real man is. The Taoist smiled wryly. Yet, the King of Hell does not share this sentiment. There are no secrets that remain hidden. I am aware of my transgression against the rules of the underworld, and I understand that my position as King of Hell is untenable. As you all know, I was deposed from that role. 3 days later, on the brink of the reincarnation of the mortal realm, I found myself unable to sleep. A thought struck me. I remembered the pills I had placed behind the mirror of sins. After much internal struggle, I ingested one, leaving the last still behind the mirror. This matter, aside from myself and Wu Xian, is likely known to no one else. No, as you mentioned, there is a third individual who is aware. The King of Hell expressed his surprise. Wu Xian knows that someone else shares his fate? With his abilities and temperament, it is impossible for him to be unaware, replied the Taoist. His misfortune lies in the fact that there still exists a bearer of the reverse scales in this world. He encountered Su Bai, or else it is uncertain to whom the world truly belongs. The King of Hell turned to the Wheel King, hastened to confirm this. The Wheel King nodded and promptly vanished from the room. The King of Hell appeared somewhat agitated, pacing back and forth. The Taoist inquired, King of Hell, I have shared all I know. Might you disclose what you require of Su Bai? Su Bai, taken aback, responded, What does this have to do with me? Foolish child. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, Bai Zhan remarked. If the Yama Jewel is your price for assisting in removing Wu Xian, the King of Hell and the Wheel King personally intervening to aid your soul's departure is certainly not without cost. The King of Hell felt his composure slip. For Bai Zhan's words were too blunt. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, Bai Zhan continued, Foolish child. Just as I was once spared when I inadvertently entered the underworld, it is not unrelated to my identity as a descendant of the Dragon Clan. Su Bai, you must be more astute in the future. The King of Hell was already in a precarious position, and Yu Qing added, The world is fraught with danger. Those 4 words made the King of Hell wish to flee immediately. Fortunately, the Wheel King returned just in time to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, albeit with a grim countenance. In his hand, he held an exquisitely crafted box, which he opened to reveal it was empty. Brother, this is how I found it. The last pill is missing. It seems your suspicions were confirmed. Another such individual exists, the Taoist remarked. However, if that person were to remain discreet, the underworld would not be in such turmoil. Forgive my audacity in speculating. Is there an anomaly at play? You are all well versed in the principles of yin and yang, yet regrettably, the equilibrium between them has become precarious. The King of Hell remarked, Bai Yin, as a ghost emissary. You should be aware that the recent soul-retrieving endeavors have been rather unsuccessful. Bai Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, in recent months, the number of wandering spirits has significantly dwindled. Yet they vanish abruptly. At times, despite detecting in energy, we arrive only to find nothing. These wandering spirits have not transitioned to the underworld. Yes, even Meng Po's workload has diminished lately, the Wheel King said eagerly. Moreover, this individual is quite familiar with the operations of the underworld. Traditionally, when ghost emissaries from the underworld ascertain a soul's return, they hasten to retrieve it, while emissaries from the mortal realm are also assigned tasks. There exists a temporal gap during which these wandering spirits have mysteriously disappeared. Initially, we suspected there might be an internal traitor in the underworld. The King of Hell nodded. We conducted an investigation over the course of a month, maintaining strict oversight on the ghost emissaries of the underworld. Yet the wandering spirits continued to vanish mysteriously from the outside. Hence, the issue does not lie within, prompting us to extend our inquiries outward. This individual possesses an intimate knowledge of the various procedures in the underworld and exhibits control over spirits, undoubtedly wielding some form of mystical power. Thus, we have investigated those in the mortal realm endowed with such abilities, although, of course, you present here are exempt, as we are already well acquainted with you. Bai Moxuan scoffed. This is merely a gesture of goodwill. What were the findings of the investigation? Yu Qing queried, immediately answering his own question. It appears there are no issues. Indeed, no issues have surfaced. Those with mystical abilities seem content with the status quo and harbor no intentions of disrupting the balance of yin and yang, the King of Hell stated. Consequently, we contemplated further. This individual may not be listed on the Book of Life and Death, as all our inquiries have been based on its records. According to folklore, the Book of Life and Death is managed by the judges of the underworld and is typically held by them. This tome meticulously documents each individual's merit, detailing their fortunes, possessions, familial ties, afflictions, and even their lifespan. It meticulously records the reasons for each person's reincarnation, specifying the exact date and time of death, all inscribed prior to their rebirth, and alterations are not made lightly. Any changes necessitate data from the accompanying deities of each being, followed by the highest approval from the King of Hell. Mortal fortune tellers can indeed predict events recorded in the Book of Life and Death. A skilled practitioner, such as someone of Tang Sancheng's caliber, can alter one's destiny, implying that the contents of the book are not immutable. In this regard, Yu Qing proffered his thoughts. If I may speak candidly, should this individual have set up a feng shui arrangement to alter their fate, the contents of the book would also change accordingly. However, one cannot simply erase their existence from the book, can they? You are correct, the Wheel King remarked. Casting a glance at Yu Qing, you are quite astute, far more reliable than that young lad. Su Bai rolled his eyes. This is basic logic. I could have deduced it as well. Indeed, this individual is remarkable, rivaling even Wu Xian. The King of Hell remarked. He has rendered us utterly powerless, leaving us with no means of intervention. The balance between yin and yang must be maintained. Upon death, souls are destined to journey to the netherworld for reincarnation. Although there have been instances of wandering spirits inadvertently vanishing into thin air, these occurrences were rare and did not significantly impact the overall situation. However, the current circumstances are markedly different. Our estimates indicate a reduction of 1/5 in the number of souls recently. Furthermore, signs of further decline are evident. If this continues, the situation could become dire, disrupting the very fabric of yin and yang. As a messenger, Bai Wei was aware of the recent anomalies but did not anticipate the extent of the crisis. Still, she remained uncertain. Even so, how could the two of you suspect someone to be in a situation akin to Wu Xian's? The Wheel of Reincarnation King replied irritably. We have already conducted thorough investigations and found no suspicious individuals among those within the netherworld. There is no trace of any on the Book of Life and Death. Reflecting on Wu Xian, this individual possesses countless memories from multiple cycles of reincarnation, making him intimately familiar with the netherworld. If there were another who met such criteria, it is conceivable that they could engage in a deceptive transformation, erasing their existence from the Book of Life and Death. Thus, we first considered the Taoist priest. The King of Hell cleared his throat, and the Taoist priest laughed heartily. No need for concern. Were I in your position, I too would harbor suspicions. As I fit the criteria, the Wheel of Reincarnation King felt a pang of regret. His brother had often pointed out his bluntness and lack of consideration, and this moment served as a vivid illustration of it. He closed his mouth and obediently stood beside the king of hell, refraining from further comments. Having broached the topic, the king of hell continued. The Taoist priest has conducted himself with admirable detachment over the years, which is commendable. My brothers and I have pondered whether there might be others in a situation similar to the Taoist priests, unbeknownst to the netherworld. Thus, you sought me out. The Taoist priest chuckled. The cause and effect are now abundantly clear. In truth, the decline in wandering souls had long been foreshadowed, previously. We overlooked it due to the small numbers, but we have now reached a critical juncture. Our negligence has led us here. The king of hell stated, Today, I share this matter candidly, hoping that should a day of imbalance between yin and yang arise, you all might lend your assistance, particularly you, Subai. Subai stuck out his tongue. I knew I owed you a debt of gratitude. The wheel of reincarnation king replied solemnly, Indeed. Subai retorted with a hint of annoyance. Fine, I understand. You restored my life. In future matters concerning the netherworld, I shall offer my help without reservation. Are you satisfied now? Everyone present can attest to this. Furthermore, your calculations are astute. Those present here will not allow me to face danger alone. So when the time comes, it won't just be me assisting the netherworld, correct? The king of hell and the wheel of reincarnation king exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, clasped their hands in gratitude. Thank you. Satisfied with the response, they promptly took their leave. However, Subai found himself in a quandary, truly. It felt as if he had been forcibly drawn into their schemes, and now he could not extricate himself. They are the rulers of the netherworld. One must not underestimate them. Yu Qing remarked. Nevertheless, it is better to have friends than enemies. Don't you agree, Taoist priest? Naturally, while we intend to assist, they themselves are at a loss, so for now, we shall await further developments. The Taoist priest remarked, You shall continue with your own affairs. You are bound for the captivating land of Yunnan, correct? His feigned ignorance cast a hush over the assembly. Bai Ling softly responded, Taoist priest, do not mind me. Please proceed with your plans. The priest gently waved his hand. It is time for you to return and prepare. Off you go. Subai rose and, noticing his grandmother still seated, called out, Grandma, are you not leaving? Bai Ling stood beside her mother, their hearts intertwined, and quietly inquired, Is there anything more you wish to say to the Taoist priest? If not, Subai and I shall take our leave. No, that is unnecessary. What needed to be said was spoken yesterday. Bai Zhao stood up as well. I shall accompany you. Just as Bai Zhao was about to step away, the Taoist priest remarked calmly, I shall await your return. Bai Zhao was taken aback, lifting her gaze to meet the priest's smiling countenance, yet her heart felt heavy. This weight silenced her, compelling her to escape the room. Bai Ling, feeling sorrow for the Taoist priest, consoled him, Taoist priest, my mother's emotions are quite complex at present. She requires a bit of time. I understand. Please convey to her that I will forever watch over her. The outcome of this lifetime is inconsequential. I have waded through countless lives and am indifferent to enduring a few more. Chapter 514, Spiritual Tablet 1a, How Fortunate Grandma Is. On the way back to the antique shop, Yingning continued to reflect on the story of Bai Zhao and the Taoist priest. At that moment, Bai Zhao had already departed, and as soon as she left, Yingning boldly expressed her thoughts. Shouldn't Grandma reconsider? Silly child, your grandmother loves your grandfather too deeply. It is not something easily severed. Moreover, character shapes destiny, Bai Ling replied. Her stubbornness means she will not turn back until she hits rock bottom. Even if she feels some inclination to relent with her disposition, I have seen enough. It is precisely this that has led to countless regrets for the Taoist priest. May this lifetime allow them to finally find fulfillment. In retrospect, it is indeed rather lovely. Do you young people not say that the most beautiful scenery is always nearby? If only Grandma could think like you do, Mom. Subai interjected, Mom, we are heading to Yunnan tomorrow. Will you join us? I shall not be going. Bai Ling blinked. The organization has assigned me a task. What task? Is it dangerous? Subai immediately leaned against Bai Ling's shoulder with a hint of annoyance. If it is dangerous, you must tell me. You are one of the most important women in my life. Only one. Bai Ling seized the opening in Subai's words and launched a playful counterattack. Subai regretted his slip. The most foolish act is to dig a pit for oneself, akin to lifting a stone only to crush one's own foot. There are not many important people. It's not difficult to count. But Mom, do not change the subject. I am asking about your task. Does Dad know? Subai said earnestly, attempting to subtly change the topic to diffuse the tension. Yingning, who had been eagerly awaiting an answer, wore a face of disappointment. He does not need to know. Besides, your mother's abilities are merely to assist others in restoring their cultivation. Frontline matters do not pertain to me, Bai Ling replied, giving Su Bai a light tap on the forehead. It is merely support work. That is good. Inside Su Bai, a sense of guilt welled up. Had it not been for his desire to resolve the issue of his 20-year lifespan, his mother, a woman of such languor, would not have had to join the regimented organization of the deceased. Now, while his life was secure, his mother's freedom had been forfeited. Upon reaching the intersection, Bai Ling and the others returned to their respective homes. The antique shop was not merely a second home for Su Bai during these days. She and Su Dahong had grown accustomed to life without him. In their eyes, their son was tirelessly laboring to provide for them. Indeed, Su Bai had previously contributed a considerable amount of savings, sufficient to support the family for a decade. Due to their impending visit to Yunnan, Yu Qing made a phone call to Cha Lao Lu upon returning home. On the other end, Cha Lao Lu was equally exhilarated. You're coming? Splendid. We've discovered some intriguing items and are at a loss as to how to proceed. Come over and lend us your insight. In a serendipitous turn of events, the next day, the group set off for Yunnan, bypassing the city and heading directly to the mountainous region where Cha Lao Lu resided. He had already arranged for individuals to greet them, and under the guidance of 2 members of the Cha family, they finally arrived at their destination. The locale was picturesque, with a clear stream dividing the mountains. From a distance, the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Ming curiously explored the narrow paths between the hills, resembling a kindergartner on a spring outing. Su Bai cautioned her, be careful not to tumble down. There are ravines and cliffs everywhere. The young men who came to greet them were barely in their 20s. Upon hearing Su Bai's warning, one of them quickly reassured him, don't worry. We've lived here for over a decade without incident. Yet another interjected, not quite. Don't you remember the tales from our elders? There was indeed an outsider who fell here once, nearly losing their life. Yu Qing immediately perked up. Someone fell down the mountain? An outsider? Yes, replied the young man. It happened a long time ago. Our area rarely sees outsiders. In the past, we were even more insular. I heard that the incident caused quite a stir because the outsider almost perished here. If the outsider nearly died here, did they survive? Bai Zhao inquired. Strangely enough, they did not die. I've heard that they were left barely clinging to life. But that night, a light emanated from the house, and by morning, the person had risen from their bed. One of the young men recounted, scratching his head. This is merely hearsay, so the details may be exaggerated. But they say the individual made a return from the halls of Yama. You can ask Lu Gu and Sister Moer, they know more than we do. Yes. I remember this tale. My grandfather spoke of it. The first young man finally recalled. Su Bai jested, you truly are a bit slow on the uptake. The young man, amiable and earnest, merely smiled. At that moment, Bai Zhao felt a jolt in her heart and whispered to Su Bai, Shuebin stole the fox relic to save your grandfather. She also came to Yunnan. Could the outsider be your grandfather? The light in the house. Didn't T Bai Moxuan say that the fox relic emits light? Su Bai felt a similar stirring. We should inquire further about this. 2 young men, accompanied by a group, arrived at the village entrance, where Cha Lao Lu and Cha Qianma had been waiting. Upon seeing their old friends approach, they swiftly made their way over, with Cha Lao Lu grasping Bai Moxuan's hand warmly, exclaiming, I never expected to meet you so soon. Cha Qianma, being a lady, merely offered a gentle smile to the group, saying, welcome. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. The group had crossed paths in Yingshan, both in conflict and cooperation, now experiencing a sense of camaraderie akin to old friends reuniting. Both Cha Lao Lu and Cha Qianma exuded a certain boldness, making them excellent companions. Indeed, Cui Ying remarked with a smile, glancing over her shoulder to spot a shadow peeking curiously, which promptly ducked behind the wall upon meeting her gaze. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, who might that be? Cha Lao Lu replied curtly, I needn't turn around to know. It's that scoundrel from the Zhong family. I've heard that the 4 prominent families are wary of one another, but this is rather excessive. Yu Qing mused, puzzled. In broad daylight, what difference does this make from being under surveillance? Cha Qianma sighed. We returned empty-handed from Yingshan, yet they refused to believe we did not find any treasure. Recent news has surfaced that an archaeological team has excavated Yingshan, discovering the stone chamber's chest to be empty. This only strengthens their conviction that we have hidden the treasure away. The people from the Cha family have been keeping a close watch on us. It seems we cannot wash away this suspicion even if we jumped into the Yellow River. Bing Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. These people are unreasonable. We are mere witnesses. Alas, your testimony only complicates matters further, Cha Laolu responded. They will claim we are accomplices, conspiring to deceive them. Believing that the treasure belonging to the descendants of Khitan has fallen into the hands of outsiders. It is best to let them be. There is no use in arguing with corrupt hearts. Bai Moxuan remarked calmly. Bing Ning, with her straightforward nature, clearly struggled to comprehend. It is the truth. Yet they refused to believe it. Chapter 5:15. Spirit Tablet 2. Before the allure of treasure, no one can maintain their composure. Yu Qing stated. Their disbelief can only be dispelled by time. Cha Laolu, you must endure for a while longer. Cha Laolu sighed. We initially planned to leave the mountains. But with such events unfolding, it is impossible now. Departing would only heighten our suspicion. For now, we can only remain here and refrain from discussing these troubling matters. Since you all have traveled such a distance to visit us in this remote village, we have little to offer, but the mountain delicacies are quite delightful. Come, let us treat you. The group stood out remarkably as they traversed the village, particularly the striking ensemble of handsome men and beautiful women. Their attire starkly contrasting with that of the locals, drawing many curious glances. Among the onlookers peering through windows and doors, the elderly and the young were predominant. Cha Qianma and Cha Laolu, being neighbors, had the meal prepared in Cha Lao's courtyard. It appeared rustic, yet was bountiful and sumptuous. Though lacking the exquisite finesse of Su Bo's culinary skills, it offered an authentic taste of the mountains, distinctly unique in its own right. Su Bo inhaled deeply. It smells delightful. Bing Ning, brimming with excitement, dashed to the table, her expression akin to that of a greedy cat. With such enthusiastic support from the crowd, Cha Qianma felt a bit bashful. This is my handiwork. It's rare for you to not find it distasteful. As the gathering commenced, the attendees initially indulged in their meal, only to engage in conversation later. Though the atmosphere was rife with camaraderie, several unwelcome eavesdroppers lurked outside. Bai Moxuan emitted a low grunt, kicked a stone, which fortuitously struck one of the sneaky listeners on the knee, prompting a yelp of surprise and a hasty retreat. Bai Moxuan remarked, now it is considerably quieter. Upon hearing the commotion of the remaining individuals fleeing, Cha Laolu felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Now we are undisturbed. Once we finish our meal, I have something to show you all. Cha Qianma promptly went to shut the courtyard gate. Earlier, she had acted out of spite, thinking that if those individuals were suspicious and peering in, she might as well let them see everything. However, having regained her composure, she closed the gate and instructed, Laolu, keep watch outside. Cha Laolu shook his head. Wouldn't that be akin to revealing our secrets? They would only become more suspicious. Besides, the item I intend to show you bears no relation to the Khitan treasure. Su Bai was taken aback. No connection? In truth, there might be a connection. As Cha Qianma noted, at least that is my belief. The two men had been deliberately vague, causing the others to lose their appetite, eagerly anticipating the revelation of Cha Lao's item. Leading everyone into the house, Cha Laolu retrieved a wooden box from the eastern room. Behold this. Upon opening the box, a foul stench wafted forth, prompting Su Bai to exclaim, what on earth is this? It smells terrible. This was discovered beneath the stone tablet of our ancestors. Cha Laolu whispered, this year, it is our turn to tend to the old dwelling of our forebears, with the stone tablet situated within the house. It was revealed that the family in question belonged to 4 surnames, with their ancestor being Yel Mangu, who had once stationed the Khitan descendants in Yunnan. The original residence had been preserved, and after the passing of several generations, a stone tablet was erected in the center of the house, inscribed with the names of the soldiers who had accompanied Yel Mangu. Each of the 4 surnames took turns to maintain the site annually, and this year it was the turn of the Cha clan. Within the Cha clan, the members took turns cleaning on a weekly basis, and when it was Cha Lao's turn, he sensed something amiss. I always felt there was a peculiar odor in that room. I had noticed it previously, but this year it was particularly foul. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it emanated from beneath the stone tablet, so I discreetly excavated a bit. Were you not afraid of being discovered by others? Bai Yao inquired. Did you restore it to its original state? Naturally, Cha Laolu replied. Now, take a look at this. What is it that smells so foul? It is the stem and leaves of the corpse flower, Bai Moxuan elucidated. This is a rare flower from the western regions. Yu Qing expressed confusion. Shouldn't the corpse flower be fragrant? How has it turned foul? Did you perhaps misspeak? No, the corpse flower inherently has a repugnant odor. As my master once said, It is extraordinarily foul. Bai Moxuan explained, when it emits a fragrance, it must have come into contact with a corpse. The woman impersonating Cha Qianma, after her demise, would have had the corpse flower in her mouth, which could have been fragrant. This item is exceedingly rare, yet regrettably, it has withered. Bai Moxuan remarked, the individual who possesses such a finely crafted wooden box must certainly recognize its value. Yet this person is likely unaware of its purpose. What is its purpose? Cha Qianma inquired with curiosity. When placed alongside a corpse, it emits a fragrant aroma and preserves the body from decay, Bai Moxuan explained. In simple terms, it is utilized on the deceased. Cha Qianma exchanged a glance with Cha Laolu, who replied, we have never heard of such a thing. It is not surprising that you are unaware. This item is not native to Yunnan, but rather an exotic import, Bai Moxuan stated. Cha Qianma expressed his disappointment. It seems unrelated to the chitin treasure. It is premature to speculate further. How about this? Could you kindly escort us to your ancestors' abode? Bai Moxuan asked. Of course. But let us wait until nightfall. Being outsiders, we would attract too much attention during the day, Cha Qianma responded. The group unanimously agreed with Cha Qianma's assessment, as a few individuals outside persistently observed them. As night fell, and after some discussion, it was decided that Bai Moxuan and Yu Qing would accompany Cha Laolu to explore, while the others would remain behind to avoid drawing attention. Cha Laolu led the two through the back door of the house. The ancient dwelling of Yel was originally a simple stone structure that had once been buried due to a mudslide, but was now restored to its original layout. This stone house was situated away from the village, on the backside of the mountain. As the trio approached the stone house with caution, Bai Moxuan coldly stated, good dogs do not obstruct the path. Cha Laolu was taken aback and was about to inquire about Bai Moxuan's words when a group of individuals began to appear from the narrow roadside. Led by the eldest son of the Zhong family. Cha Laolu, at this late hour, where are you taking these outsiders? The eldest Zhong inquired with a grin, his sharp features betraying a cunning nature. Although he was not tall, he wielded his status as the eldest son to assert dominance, and his brothers, surprisingly, complied with his authority. Mind your own business, Cha Laolu retorted, having never held a favorable view of the eldest Zhong, who often acted with impunity due to the large number of Zhong clan members. If you are merely wandering the mountains, it is of no concern to me. However, if you intend to enter the ancestral stone house, then I must intervene, the eldest Zhong declared. According to our customs, outsiders are forbidden from entering the stone house. Enough of your nonsense. Let me provide a recent example. That outsider who nearly fell to his death off the cliff was resting in the stone house, Cha Laolu countered. At that time, no one spoke of outsiders or insiders. In fact, it was your Zhong family that offered him refuge. The eldest Zhong was momentarily speechless by Cha Lao's retort. Unwilling to engage with such a person, Bai Moxuan turned to Yu Qing and said, let us proceed. The two then bypassed Cha Laolu and made their way directly toward the stone house. As Cha Laolu attempted to follow, Bai Moxuan signaled him to remain in place. Knowing Bai Moxuan's capabilities, Cha Laolu crossed his arms and watched the eldest Zhong with a smile, embodying an attitude of defiance. As Bai Moxuan and Yu Qing approached the stone house, Zhang Laoda called out, hold on, who authorized your entry? Yu Qing halted, turning back to respond. We are not accompanied by the T family. Observe closely, we have come of our own accord. Feel free to confront us. Will it be one of you, or all together? Either way, we shall proceed as you wish. The words of Yu Qing, delivered with unyielding confidence, caused a stir of apprehension in Zhang Laoda's heart. The mere presence of these inept individuals made them feel uneasy. Bai Moxuan bent down to pick up a small stone, deftly flipping it between his fingers. Zhang Laoda instinctively took a step back, stammering, what do you intend to do? With a cold chuckle, Bai Moxuan flicked the stone with his thumb, striking Zhang Laoda squarely on the forehead. A small gift for you. Accept it graciously. It appeared effortless. Yet Zhang Laoda was momentarily dazed, and soon a dark bruise appeared on his forehead. Seizing the moment, Bai Moxuan gathered another handful of stones. Witnessing this, the others fled in disarray, leaving Zhang Laoda to shout in vain. As he stumbled backward, he tripped over a stone and fell heavily to the ground. T Laolu burst into laughter. Huh? Zhang Laoda, how does the taste of the mountain soil suit you? You all have some nerve. Zhang Laoda, having caught a glimpse of Bai Moxuan's true capabilities, realized the unreliability of his companions. Thinking it wise to retreat, he clutched his forehead and fled. As he scampered away, T Laolu shook his head repeatedly, What a useless bunch. All they know is intimidation. Faced with genuine skill, they wither away. I apologize for their folly, Yu Qing remarked. No matter, let us take a look inside. Upon pushing open the door of the stone house, a musty odor assailed their senses. The dampness in the mountains is quite oppressive, Yu Qing noted. Although the corpse fragrance of the stinky taro had been removed, the foul stench lingered. The stone house comprised 2 rooms. In the left room stood a stone tablet, inscribed with dense chitin characters. Ti Laolu explained, "These are the names of the soldiers. There is nothing particularly noteworthy." The tablet seemed slightly loose, a result of Ti Laolu's previous excavations. Yu Qing whispered, "The negative energy here is palpable." Negative energy? Ti Laolu, having lived in the countryside, had heard of such concepts. There are many deceased in the mountains, so it is inevitable that the energy is heavy. Would you like to explore that room? Yu Qing had already moved towards it. The 2 stone chambers were connected without a door. As he entered, he was met with a row of spirit tablets, causing him to shiver and quickly retreat. "Are these the spirit tablets of your ancestors?" he inquired. Ti Laolu, unfazed by the sight, replied, "Indeed, we have come to pay our respects every month since childhood." "Did it frighten you?" "No, I merely overreacted. I did not expect to see so many." Yu Qing swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the spirit tablets before him, which were fashioned into a fan shape, distinct from the usual tokens he was accustomed to. Inscribed in chitin script were the names of ancestors. These tablets were not placed upon a table, rather, they were strung together, suspended from the ceiling by slender threads, swaying gently, as if levitating in the air. The atmosphere in the mountains was eerie, devoid of light. Only the pale moonlight streamed in, casting a multitude of shifting shadows upon the ground. Upon entering, Yu Qing was inevitably taken aback by the scene. He considered his reaction quite commendable. Had Subai been present, would he not have screamed in terror? "You're startled, aren't you?" "Our method of displaying spirit tablets differs from that of the Han people," said T6. "We have a saying here. If the line of an ancestor from a certain family breaks and the spirit tablet falls to the ground, it indicates that someone from that lineage is destined to die. It is remarkably prophetic." Yu Qing grew increasingly reluctant to proceed, fearing that he might inadvertently break an ancestor's spirit tablet, thus committing a grave sin. Bai Moxuan cleared his throat softly. "Yu Qing, come here and take a look." As Yu Qing approached, Bai Moxuan whispered a few words in his ear. Yu Qing retrieved a compass from his bag, observing the needle spinning wildly, unable to settle. A conclusion swiftly formed in his mind. Beneath the ground lay hidden secrets. "How deep did you dig last time, sixth brother?" Bai Moxuan inquired. "Only about a meter." T6 replied. "It would be impossible to dig further. We risked being discovered." "And you, Yu Qing? What do you estimate?" "Another few meters down. We could make a significant discovery," Yu Qing responded. "I tentatively surmise that the remains of these individuals are entombed here. Perhaps a grave pit lies beneath the stone structure." T6 complexion paled. "A grave pit? That is merely my conjecture. Only further excavation could provide clarity," Yu Qing remarked, noticing T6's hesitant expression. "I am merely speculating. If there truly is something below, there is no pressing need to unearth it. However, it does explain why the corpse flower is placed at the top." Bai Moxuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, while there may be many corpses, the corpse flower is scarce. It can only preserve a single body from decay. Should there be a grave pit below, with so many individuals, it might be deemed burdensome to use it. It's not that it cannot be used, but rather that it is impractical." "Sixth brother, what is your perspective? Should we unravel this mystery?" "If we dig, we must have ample justification," T6 replied. "The loss of the chitin treasure is, in fact, a blessing. Without a common objective to quarrel over, tensions will naturally dissipate. I wish to avoid further disputes. Let the mystery of the contents of this box remain unsolved." Bai Moxuan and Yu Qing exchanged glances, and Yu Qing stated, "With so many buried underground, should chaos arise one day, it would be troublesome. I shall cast a soul-releasing spell, just in case." T6 raised no objections. Yu Qing produced 3 incense sticks, placing them into the ground. After lighting them, he bowed thrice, striking the earth with his forehead. With his hands folded in a lotus position, he intoned softly, "Heaven and earth are clear, devoid of intention." Embracing the stillness of the void, all things return to unity. The clutch suddenly disengaged, as emotions returned to the cup. Ti Laolu, though unversed in the arts of yin and yang, felt a marked change in his body. The chill that had once enveloped him was replaced by a comforting warmth. Observing Yu Qing intently reciting incantations with closed eyes, he dared not utter a word, his lips sealed in reverence. When Yu Qing finally opened his eyes, Ti Lao Lu inquired, "Is it over?" "It is," Yu Qing replied. "Aside from the corpse fragrance devil yam, there are other matters we wish to discuss with you. Let us return to that later," Ti Lao Lu suggested, glancing outside where the villagers were already stirring. Even before 5, some had begun their ascent up the mountain. Accordingly, Yu Qing gathered the incense from the ground, and they all set off back, soon encountering those headed up the hill. Upon returning, they found the others soundly asleep, and the 3 decided to join them for a brief slumber. They slept deeply until dawn, roused only by Cui Ying's arrival. During breakfast, Yu Qing recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Cui Ying remarked, "This matter seems unrelated to our investigation. The Khitan people have frequent interactions with the western regions, so acquiring the unique corpse fragrance devil yam is not extraordinary. As you mentioned, there are more monks than porridge. This substance cannot assist so many in preserving their remains. It is likely intended for burial. I trust your judgment, Yu Qing. Beneath lies the burial site of ancestral remains. However, since Lu Gu wishes to avoid trouble, let them remain undisturbed for now. We must address the matter of that outsider." Ti Lao Lu discerned. "You learned of this from the young man who picked you up, didn't you? Why such concern for this outsider?" Su Bai, somewhat shy, confessed, "To be honest, Lu Gu, this outsider might be my grandfather." Both Cha Qianmao and Ti Lao Lu stood momentarily taken aback, and Su Bai continued, "We have come a long way to find this place. We merely need to verify his identity. I implore you to assist us. Lu Gu, do tell him." "This is hardly a secret," Cha Qianmao said earnestly. "The timeline suggests that the outsider appeared in our village around 1969 or 1970. Ti Lao Lu turned to Cha Qianmao. Do you recall the time grandfather spoke of?" His recollection was vague, Cha Qianmao replied. "But it was roughly at the end of the 60s or the beginning of the 70s. Back then, our village was isolated, and the sudden arrival of an outsider caused quite a stir." Cha Qianmao continued. "However, the outsider was discovered lying at the base of a cliff, seemingly having fallen. He was gravely unconscious when brought back, barely clinging to life. There was much debate on how to handle him, but ultimately, the elder of the Jiang family decreed that he be placed in the ancestral stone chamber. If he survived, it would be deemed a testament to his fate, and the village would take him in. If he perished, he would simply be discarded into the ravine." Chapter 517. Death at Noon. Ning Ning exclaimed in astonishment. "Was he not taken to the hospital?" "To the hospital?" Ti Qianmao recounted. "In that era, conditions were quite poor, and our locality was rather isolated. There were only barefoot doctors available. When the barefoot doctor found him barely clinging to life, he was too frightened to intervene. My grandfather said that he was subsequently abandoned in the stone house for a full 3 days, without anyone checking on him, as everyone assumed he was destined to perish. On the 3rd night, a hunter returning late from the mountains passed by the stone house and noticed light emanating from within, which was unusual as the house never had lights. Terrified, he hurried back to the village to summon help. A group of villagers, armed with torches, approached the house. And there stood the outsider at the door, his complexion vibrant, having miraculously survived. Yu Qing interjected, "For 3 days, no one brought him water or food. He couldn't even feed himself. How could he have any surplus for him?" Replied Ti Qianmao. "Did that outsider ultimately remain in the village?" Yu Qing asked, noticing Su Bai's anxious demeanor and voicing the question for him. "Our impoverished and remote area struggles to retain anyone, but he emerged alive from our ancestors' stone house. The villagers believed our ancestors had accepted him, with some even claiming that our forebears had intervened to save him. For the first time, we welcomed an outsider. It was truly unprecedented," Ti Qianmao explained. "However, he did not stay long. My grandfather said he departed 3 months later." Both Su Bai and Bai Zhan were visibly tense, as this timeline coincided with the years when their grandfather met their grandmother. What intrigued them most was the light. It was highly probable that the glowing object was a fox relic. The outsider, on the brink of death, had suddenly regained vitality, not due to the intervention of some ancient Khitan spirit, but because the snow had brought forth the fox relic, saving his life. Bai Zhan asked with concern, "Are there any elders from that time still alive?" Ti Lao Lu replied, "My father and Mo's father are brothers. Our grandfather had a close friend who is well aware of those events. He is still living, albeit quite aged and somewhat hard of hearing." "Could he recognize the appearance of that outsider if he saw him?" Bai Zhan was particularly interested in this aspect. We can certainly give it a try, Ti Qianma suggested. I will take you to find him. It turned out that Bai Zhan had brought a painting with her, created by Ying Ning in the past. According to their grandmother, it was remarkably lifelike and easily recognizable. If the elder had any recollection, he should be able to identify it immediately. With this thought, Su Bai's heart raced, and he exclaimed, "Grandmother." Bai Zhan placed a calming hand on his back, remaining composed. "It's all right, let us go have a look." The elder Ti Qianmo referred to was 68 years old, hard of hearing, but with a sharp memory. His cloudy eyes remained fixed on the outsiders. Ti Lao Lu raised his voice, calling out, "Uncle Tong, do you remember the outsider who came here before? The one left in the stone house." "What? Outsider?" Uncle Tong, hard of hearing, couldn't comprehend the words, responding loudly, "What are you saying, boy? I don't understand." Bai Zhan, unable to contain her impatience, unfolded the painting and pointed at the man depicted, asking loudly, "Is this the person? Do you remember him?" Uncle Tong still couldn't hear clearly, but the man in the painting was so vivid that he suddenly became excited. Grasping Ti Qianma's hand, he exclaimed, "Mor, yes, it's him, it's him." Ti Qianma leaned closer to Uncle Tong's ear and asked, "The outsider?" This time, Uncle Tong grasped the situation, nodding vigorously. "Yes, it is he." Bai Zhuang felt as if struck by lightning. "It truly is him. Please inquire further with Uncle Tong about the name of this outsider and where he went after leaving here," Su Bai urged anxiously. Cha Qian Mo nodded and communicated loudly with Uncle Tong, who shook his head in confusion. "I do not quite remember his name. However, he mentioned he was heading north." "The north is vast. Which city could it possibly be?" Bai Zhuang, still preoccupied with the presence of Shui Bin, inquired. "Was there ever a foreign woman who came here back then?" After a series of inquiries, Uncle Tong vigorously shook his head. "No." Su Bai's thoughts wandered deeper into the past, wondering if his grandfather's appearance here had any connection to the disappearance of the chitin treasure. Further questioning Uncle Tong revealed mostly the same old stories he had shared with Cha Lao Lu, lacking any verifiable details. Eventually, there were no more details to corroborate, and Bai Zhuang fell into contemplation. Su Bai cleared his throat. "Grandmother, shall we return?" Bai Zhuang sighed. "Very well, let us go back." Upon returning to Cha Lao Lu's courtyard, Bai Zhuang said, "Su Bai, accompany your grandmother for a walk." Su Bai appeared reluctant, scratching his head. "Isn't it unnecessary, grandmother? We will be having dinner soon." "Do not bargain with your grandmother," Bai Zhuang commanded, and Su Bai dared not refuse. Walking alone with his grandmother, Su Bai maintained a light-hearted chatter, but Bai Zhuang soon stopped him. "Let us refrain from unnecessary talk. You have thought of it, haven't you?" Su Bai lowered his head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, softly admitting, "Yes." Bai Zhuang sighed. "Your grandmother is stubborn, yet not foolish. The cause and effect are quite clear. The outsider is your grandfather, the luminous object in the stone house is the fox's essence, and Shui Bin is the fox spirit. It is reasonable that the people here have not seen her. She stole the fox essence to rescue your grandfather, which can be confirmed. But there may be more to it." Su Bai, feeling a pang of sympathy, attempted to interrupt. "Please, grandmother, do not continue." Bai Zhuang insisted. "Are you trying to delude your grandmother?" "No, allow me to proceed. Your grandfather's arrival here was far from coincidental. With his cleverness, how could he have fallen off a cliff? We observed that the path, though narrow, was quite level. Thus, it is highly probable that your grandfather's fall was deliberate." Su Bai appeared increasingly uneasy, stamping his foot. "Yes, if grandfather fell here, he could accomplish two things. First, to have Shui Bin steal the fox essence for him. And second, to investigate the whereabouts of the chitin treasure. Cha Lao Lu previously mentioned that they discovered Yin Mountain due to a book, a counterfeit ancient text. Why did it suddenly appear so fortuitously? This individual must meet two conditions. First, he knows the location of the Yin Mountain treasure, and second, he is familiar with the internal circumstances. In summary, grandfather's suspicion looms large. Bai Zhuang pinched Su Bai's cheek. "My grandson is a clever boy." "Grandmother, this is merely speculation." Su Bai replied. "Perhaps we have always regarded grandfather as a schemer. Is that not too presumptive? He may have his own grievances. To ascertain the truth, one must confront him directly. Chronologically, after leaving here, he journeyed north, where he encountered me, married, and fathered your mother." Bai Yi remarked. "Subsequently, he vanished, presumed dead. Completely lost to us." Su Bai stated. "In between, I encountered him once more. During that time, I was possessed, and it was my grandfather who rescued me. My grandmother. I believe my grandfather might also be a good man. Possibility and impossibility are merely conjectures. Bai inquired. May I ask, where is he now? I do not know. Bai replied candidly. How could a good man abandon his wife and daughter? How could a good man allow the woman who loved him dearly to meet a tragic end? Bai declared. Unless he appears before me at once and provides a reasonable explanation, nothing will make sense. Well, I have expressed all that weighs on my heart. I feel much better now. Bai, return and inquire what further plans they have, for I sense that there is little more information to be gleaned here. Bai promptly stood at attention. Understood. The group, led by Bai Moxuan, felt exceedingly uncomfortable in the village. On the first day, only the Zhong family kept a watchful eye on them, while on the second day, the A family members buzzed around them like flies, impossible to shake off. Fortunately, they were about to depart, rendering these nuisances insignificant. Chapter 518. Death at noon. The group had packed their belongings and had just emerged from T. Lao Lu's residence when a voice suddenly rang out. What's this? You think you can leave after damaging our Zhong family's spirit tablet? It was Zhong Lao, exuding an air of aggression, flanked not only by Zhong family members, but also by individuals from 2 other clans. The young men stood in the front, while the elderly, women, and children lingered behind. The expressions of T. Lao Lu and T. Chien Mo shifted immediately. T. Lao Lu spat out in anger. Zhong Lao, you cannot expect to speak with such venom. When did they damage your family's spirit tablet? Last night. My brothers were all witnesses. Zhong Lao waved his hand, and 2 individuals stepped forward, pointing at Bai Moxuan and Yu Qing. It was them. Bai Moxuan and Yu Qing exchanged glances, recognizing the pitiful attempt at framing them. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Bai suddenly suggested, why don't we go take a look? Zhong Lao's legs trembled slightly as he glanced back at the crowd behind him, emboldened by their numbers. Fine, with so many of us. What do you have to fear? Hey, Xiao Mo Air, Lao Lu, if you wish to involve yourselves in this matter, you should know what lies ahead. T. Lao Lu, filled with rage, could hardly contain himself, wanting to snap Zhong Lao's neck, but he was quickly restrained by Yu Qing. It's no concern. He cannot concoct any tricks. Upon reaching the stone house, Zhong Lao did not enter, but stood by the window, saying, take a look for yourselves. Peering through the window, they indeed saw a spirit tablet lying on the ground, having broken into 2 pieces. Yu Qing felt uneasy, for he had not touched it yesterday. If the tablet hadn't fallen on its own, then T. Lao Lu must have meddled with it. Ultimately, Yu Qing, being a simple-hearted person, was about to argue when Bai spoke ominously. The King of Hell demands your life at midnight. Who would dare let you linger until dawn? Bai's voice resonated deeply, as though it emerged from the depths of the earth, sending shivers down Zhong Lao's spine. He shouted hoarsely, you are merely pretending to be a ghost. What nonsense. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped Bai Hong, obscuring her presence. While her voice echoed softly, at noon today, a life shall be lost. My goodness, it's a ghost, a ghost. Zhong Lao attempted to flee, but was seized by Cha Qianmao. This is not merely a ghost, it is an apparition. Your ancestral tablet has fallen, which is a preordained omen. If fate is unkind, you may be the one to perish today. Zhong Lao, quickly return home and lie still in bed. Even that may not suffice. Be wary of the roof caving in, for it could crush you. What, are you afraid? Zhong Lao trembled in fear, paralyzed by terror, ultimately being assisted away by the other villagers, unaccustomed to such spectacles, followed suit, hastily retreating to the village. Bai Hong retracted her luminescence, a trace of a cold smile gracing her lips. Fools. Grandmother, your trick is truly brilliant. You frightened them away in an instant. Bai felt a surge of delight, astonished that his grandmother could be so mischievous. Bai Hong furrowed her brow. Who told you I was merely scaring them? Bai was taken aback. You can't be serious, can you? Someone will surely die here at noon. Bai Hong wore a mysterious smile. We shall see who meets their end. Those who have recently returned from the afterlife are in the gravest peril. Bai felt bewildered. Grandmother, please do not jest. Let us depart. Such matters are dictated by nature. The falling of an ancestral tablet may portend death, but some are destined to die, and no one can evade their fate. Bai Hong proclaimed. After all, life and death are in the hands of heaven. Bai shuddered, a familiar visage flashing in his mind. Yet he shook his head to dispel the past. Grandmother is right. Let us hasten away from this place. With their backpacks in tow, They traversed the mountain path accompanied by Cha Lao Lu and Cha Qianma. Cha Qianma expressed remorse. You have endured much these past few days. The innocent Ning replied, It's all right. You are not like those others. As they conversed, Yu Qing's polite words remained unspoken when a piercing scream resonated from the mountainside. Cha Lao Lu, astonished, exclaimed, Oh no, it seems someone has fallen off the cliff. Well versed in the terrain, Cha Lao Lu was the first to rush towards the source of the sound. Upon arrival, he parted the dense undergrowth. Discovering a figure lying at the base of the cliff, it was Jiang Laoda, face down, a pool of blood beneath him, signaling the loss of life. Members of the Jiang family had already gathered around the body, and Jiang Laoda clutched a blade of grass in his palm, presumably grasping for salvation as he fell. Cha Lao Lu looked up to see the sun precisely at its zenith. At noon, a life had been claimed, the prophecy fulfilled. Cha Qianma gazed at Bai Hong in disbelief. How prophetic, it is indeed noon. Bai Hong's expression was complex as she merely shook her head. Su Bai did not anticipate such an incident occurring as they departed, momentarily hesitating. Is it appropriate for us to leave now? Now, you must not linger, Cha Qianma asserted. A funeral must not be attended by outsiders. In that case, we shall not impede your solemn duties. Please accept our condolences. Bai Moxuan clasped his hands and remarked, We shall meet again. The figures of the T siblings dwindled in the distance, while a heart-wrenching wail echoed from the other side of the mountain, resonating throughout the valley. Shui Ying inquired, Grandmother, is it true that he perished at noon? Bai Hong managed a bitter smile, responding, How could that possibly be true? I am merely a messenger of the underworld and have never even glimpsed the register of life and death. Earlier, in front of the stone house, I only intended to frighten them away to prevent their incessant pestering. Who would have thought my words would strike true? I was taken aback myself. Even messengers have their specializations. This region is not under my jurisdiction. If someone were to die, another messenger would come to collect the soul, and the netherworld would notify them in advance, but not me. It seemed the netherworld had its intricate divisions of labor, and Yu Qing grasped the implication. Thus, the fallen spirit tablet of the Zhong family was not the doing of Jiang Laoda after all. Indeed, someone from the Zhong family was destined to perish. And this tablet was eerily prophetic. Bai Hong pondered, this spirit tablet can foretell death. The reasons behind it can only be clarified by the king of hell. Su Bai embraced Bai Heng's shoulders, saying, Grandmother, if you do not explain, I shall regard you as a divine being. However, how is it that you appeared so fortuitously at that time with Su Su? You must consider my bond with her. That child has always occupied my thoughts. Bai Hong replied, She is connected to me, and she is no ordinary person. It is precisely due to her that the netherworld appointed me to collect souls. Ning stood quietly behind, listening intently without a trace of displeasure. Upon noticing Ning's expression, Bai Hong softly remarked, You rascal. You now have a fine young lady by your side. Cherish her well, for such a girl is indeed a rarity. Su Bai's face flushed slightly, and the topic shifts again. Shui Ying suddenly asked, What shall we do next? Although we now know that grandfather was the foreigner of those years, his whereabouts remain shrouded in mystery. Let us discuss it upon our return, Su Bai suggested nonchalantly. Bai Moxuan furrowed his brow. While he was aware that Su Bai's grandfather had been here, what of Aunt Shui been? How did she meet her demise after arriving here with the fox den? This remained an enigma. Bai Moxuan halted and turned back, exclaiming, Wait, Brother Moxuan, what do you intend to do? Ning asked, puzzled. The spirit of Aunt Shui Bin is indeed gone, but what of her body? Bai Moxuan looked at Yu Qing and stated, When our nine-tailed fox dies, it reverts to its original fox form. Yu Qing, lend me your assistance. Yu Qing understood. You wish to open your eyes? Haven't both of you already opened your enlightened eyes? Su Bai questioned, bewildered. What more eyes need to be opened? There are indeed levels to eye opening. The enlightened eye is merely the most basic. Previously, Yu Qing opened the heavenly passage once, allowing him to see the bones beneath the ground. Beyond the heavenly passage, there exists a higher divine ability. Bai Moxuan explained, once the divine ability is invoked, all the bones in this mountain would reveal themselves before our eyes. But it is no simple feat to awaken such power. Yu Qing cautioned, once activated, it significantly depletes one's strength. If we end up with nothing, the loss cannot be recovered. Is it truly that grave? Su Bai and Shui Ying exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. If we awaken the divine ability and do not find Aunt Shui Bin's remains, would that not be a futile loss? Precisely, Yu Qing concurred. Should we venture this risk? Bai Moxuan, I shall heed your decision. Bai Moxuan pondered briefly before resolutely declaring, let us try. Very well, let us seek a vantage point. Yu Qing gazed towards the highest peak, determined to ascend. The group quickened their pace, and just as the exhilaration of surveying the lesser mountains below began to fade, Yu Qing commenced his preparations. He withdrew a peachwood sword and traced an intricate bagua diagram upon the ground, meticulously placing talismans corresponding to the trigrams of Qian, Dui, Sun, Zhen, Kan, Li, Kuan, and general reaching out. He gauged the wind's direction. It was vibrant and vigorous, indicating an opportune moment. Bai Moxuan sat at the center of the bagua, preparing to channel his divine powers. He needed to concentrate his vital energy at the space between his eyebrows, breaking free from all constraints in an instant. In that moment, clarity would envelop him, revealing the countless bones scattered across the land. Yu Qing then produced 5 colored command flags: the blue-faced ghost flag of the east, the red-faced ghost flag of the south, the white-faced ghost flag of the west, the black-faced ghost flag of the north, and the central yellow-faced ghost flag. Ing Ning, puzzled by this ritual, inquired, what purpose does this serve? To summon the 5 ghosts to guard Bai Moxuan, Yu Qing explained. Invoking divine powers is a serious matter that requires utmost caution. Isn't it merely summoning ghost soldiers? Su Bai interjected, feigning wisdom. Not quite the same, Yu Qing replied. Yao Bizong, Lin Jingzhong, Kai Ziliang, Zhang Zigui, and Chun Guixian are collectively known as the 5 ghosts of Maoshan. It is said that to command the ghostly soldiers, one must enlist their aid. The type of soldiers summoned hinges on them. Last time, I called forth guardian spirits, but by raising the 5 ghost flags, I am specifically requesting these 5 individuals. Whether they come depends on their willingness to oblige. Yu Qing took a deep breath, hoping for fortune. He inhaled sharply, officially commencing the invocation of the 5 ghosts, heavenly clarity and earthly spirits. Let the soldiers follow the seal, and the commanders execute the decree. I, disciple Yu Qing, humbly beseech the Maoshan Grandmaster's command, calling upon the eastern ghost Yao Bizong, the northern ghost Lin Jingzhong, the western ghost Kai Ziliang, the southern ghost Zhang Zigui, and the central ghost Chun Guixian, to urgently summon the ghostly soldiers and hasten to fulfill the order of the Maoshan Grandmaster. Upon concluding his incantation, the flags fluttered with a ghostly energy, resonating with a powerful wind. The vibrant 5-colored flags stirred Su Bai's heart to his throat. At last, a white mist enveloped the ground, and as it dissipated, 5 figures emerged before them. One held a ladle and jar, another wielded a leather bag and sword, a third brandished a fan, the fourth grasped a hammer, and the last carried a fire pot. Bai Moxuan's expression shifted. Yu Qing had truly summoned the 5 ghosts. The 5 ghosts, also known as the 5 guardians of the directions, startled Yu Qing himself, prompting him to clasp his hands in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed guardians, for coming to our aid. The figure with the fan spoke. Since we are here, let us dispense with idle chatter. What is it that you require of us? To channel divine powers, Yu Qing indicated towards Bai Moxuan. I ask you all to protect my brother and prevent any leakage of true energy. The one with the fire pot chuckled heartily. You summoned us for this? Very well, let us disperse. The 5 guardians took their positions in the east, west, south, north, and center, each sitting cross-legged before their respective flags. Yu Qing positioned himself behind Bai Moxuan, signaling, let us begin. Bai Moxuan nodded, settling into a cross-legged position, his hands pressing against his eyes, fingers resting upon his third eye. Instantly, a surge of genuine energy coursed through him. Yu Qing, closest to Bai Moxuan, felt his body radiating heat akin to a furnace. Sensing the moment was ripe, he placed his hands on Bai Moxuan's back, but the force propelled him far away. Caught off guard, Yu Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, startling Cui Ying. Yu Qing, are you all right? She exclaimed. I'm fine, I'm fine. I intended to lend him a hand, but it seems I cannot intervene. He must rely on himself now, Yu Qing responded helplessly. As they spoke, the 5 ghosts simultaneously recited incantations, indicating that Bai Moxuan had reached a critical juncture. After closing his eyes to channel his energy, Bai Moxuan felt an intense heat coursing through his body, his head swelling as if about to burst. He could hear nothing around him, nor see anyone before him. In that moment, an indescribable pain overwhelmed him, eliciting a low, guttural roar. Suddenly, the whispered incantations of the 5 ghosts filled his ears, and at last, Bai Moxuan opened his eyes. Su Bo was about to step forward when Ning pulled him back. Don't go over there. Brother Moxuan is searching for Aunt Shui Bin's remains. Has he succeeded? Su Bo inquired, puzzled by the notion of success. Look at Brother Moxuan's brow, Ning pointed out. Upon closer inspection, Su Bo noticed a small, fiery red mark at Bai Moxuan's brow, faint yet discernible. Brother Moxuan is sweating profusely. He must be in great discomfort. I hope he finds something, Ning said, her anxiety palpable as she tightened her grip on Su Bo's sleeve. Su Bo blinked, taking her hand in his palm. Don't be afraid. Surprised by his sudden gesture, Ning felt a rush of blood to her head. She contemplated withdrawing her hand but hesitated, allowing him to hold it. Seeing this, Cui Ying and Bai Zhan exchanged knowing smiles. As they were enveloped in this inexplicable emotion, Bai Moxuan's body suddenly slumped, his head drooping. Yu Qing rushed over. Noticing Bai Moxuan's brow had returned to its original state and his body was drenched. Yet, true to his obstinate nature, he bore it all in silence. Not uttering a single complaint, the 5 ghosts, having completed their task, rose simultaneously and announced, "We take our leave." In an instant, they vanished beside the 5-colored flag. Su Bo remarked, "Such decisiveness. Let us see how Brother Moxuan is faring." Ning hurried to Bai Moxuan's side, concerned as he opened his eyes. "How do you feel?" she asked. "I'm fine, not dead yet," Bai Moxuan sighed in relief. Su Bo grew anxious. "Did you see Aunt Shui Bin's remains? Are they in this mountain?" Bai Moxuan's expression hardened, prompting a foreboding feeling in Su Bo. Was it all in vain? "What do you mean by in vain?" Cui Ying pinched Su Bo. "He is not wrong. It truly was in vain," Bai Moxuan replied. "I found nothing. They are not here." Ning struggled to mask her disappointment. Could the remains really not be here? "It's possible they are not here," Cui Ying consoled her. "Ning, do not be disheartened. Let us allow Bai Moxuan to rest before we leave the mountain." Bai Moxuan let out a bitter smile, pondering how he had fallen to such a state. His legs felt utterly powerless, and he feared that he would require the assistance of others to rise. Just moments ago, he had been filled with strength, but as soon as that power dissipated, he became as weak as a rag doll. Su Bo suddenly realized something. He bent down and teased, "We are leaving now. Big Star, is there anywhere you require assistance?" Bai Moxuan shot him a glare and replied coolly, "No need." Su Bo, finding delight in the situation, seized the rare opportunity and said, "How about we take a picture for keepsake? Look at this beautiful scenery." Though Bai Moxuan could not move his body, his arms were still functional. After enduring for a while, he finally elbowed Su Bo in the stomach, watching him wince in pain. He coldly remarked, "I really wish I could cut out your tongue. Enough of the games. It's getting late. Let us leave the mountains," Bai Moxuan said. Bai Zhao, with a serious expression, instructed, "Su Bo, carry Bai Moxuan on your back." "Me?" Su Bo replied awkwardly, "He just hit me." "And you mocked him as well?" Bai Zhao insisted. Reluctantly, Su Bo hoisted Bai Moxuan onto his back. As the weight settled, he frowned and complained, "Why are you so heavy? Didn't the company suggest you lose some weight?" Bai Moxuan raised his hand again, but Su Bo warned, "You can't hit me. If I lose my grip, I might just drop you." Chapter 520. A clear morning, a group of people laughed and joked. While Bai Moxuan recognized that he had expended considerable effort to activate his powers, yet failed in the end. This group was intentionally creating a light-hearted atmosphere to prevent him from feeling discouraged. They underestimated his resilience. After a short while, Su Bo, weary from carrying Bai Moxuan, passed him to Yu Qing. Upon exiting the mountains, Bai Moxuan jumped down and insisted on walking on his own. Once they reached the city, the likelihood of being recognized was too high, especially while being carried by a man. Upon finding a hotel, Bai Moxuan collapsed onto the bed, slipping into a deep slumber. Bai Zhao, with thoughts weighing on her mind, paced restlessly in the room. Su Bo knocked and entered. "Grandma." "What is it?" Bai Zhao replied tersely. "Are you here to play psychologist again?" "I'm fine." Su Bo, somewhat dejected, stepped further in. "I know you're fine, Grandma. I was just wondering what you'd like to eat." This boy could change direction quite swiftly, Bai Zhao thought. No need for that. Tomorrow, once Bai Moxuan has regained his strength, we'll head back to the capital. We must take our time with certain matters. Some things cannot be rushed. "All right. I'll listen to you, Grandma." Suddenly, Bai Zhao grabbed Su Bo's hand, inspecting the scales on his neck. "It seems the Yinming pearl has integrated perfectly with you, and with the aid of the dragon's vein, you are safe and sound. For me, the most important thing is the well-being of you two. If anyone poses a threat to you, I will not let them go unpunished." Su Bo felt a strange sensation in his heart. Grandma, are you all right? I'm tired. You may leave now, Bai Zhao said. By the way, call your mother. I want to return home for dinner tomorrow. Sure, Dad will be very happy, Su Bo replied, departing with enthusiasm. The door closed, and a hint of fatigue graced Bai Meng's face as she smiled faintly. My heart is entwined with the beauty of flowers, drifting in the river of love. Oh, do you only know this one line? Different women deserve more than a single verse to woo them. I truly overestimated you. A breeze swept in, lifting the curtains, and Bai Meng gazed out the window, murmuring, Where on earth are you? After all these years, I have never felt as exhausted as I do today. I can barely hold on. If I cannot find you this time. She supported her head, unable to utter the words give up. The next day, Bai Moxuan was completely revitalized, though the physical exhaustion and diminished cultivation would not recover so swiftly. He had underestimated his own fame, even in this obscure hotel. Someone recognized him, Bai Moxuan. At that moment, Bai Moxuan sat alone in a CAF. When encountering fans, he would politely acknowledge them, though not necessarily with a smile. But this fragrance. He looked up to see a woman in her early 20s, her long hair cascading over her shoulders with slight curls at the ends. Her eyes sparkled, and beneath her petite nose, her rosy lips curled into a smile as she gazed at Bai Moxuan. Unlike other fans, she did not scream in excitement, but quietly observed him. I'm sorry, am I interrupting you? No, not at all. Bai Moxuan could scarcely believe his own words. Would you like to join me? The woman, unfazed, took a seat, her warm smile lingering. She seemed at a loss for words, prompting Bai Moxuan to ask directly. I'm curious, what perfume are you wearing? I don't wear perfume, she replied, shaking her head. Perfume is derived from plants, if one desires a scent. There are more natural methods. Bai Moxuan felt a spark of interest. Are you referring to scented sachets? Perhaps, she replied with a gentle smile. A waiter approached. Miss, would you like something to drink? Just plain water, please. The response caused the waiter to momentarily falter. Bai Moxuan interjected. What? Do you not serve plain water here? No, it's not that. I'll fetch it right away, the waiter murmured before hurriedly departing. Most would feel embarrassed in such a situation, yet this woman remained completely composed, showing no sign of discomfort. Bai Moxuan remarked, Aren't you upset? The waiter clearly misjudged you. He merely expressed his opinion. I have my own thoughts and needn't he be influenced by his, the woman replied, curious. I've been sitting here for quite a while, and you haven't asked my name. I was wondering if you would tell me, Bai Moxuan said. You've been sitting here for a while too. Yet you didn't bring it up, she countered. Shangguan Chuqing, she offered. The surname Shangguan is rare. Chuqing, the shimmering waters are best on a clear day. The mountain's hues are enchanting even in the rain. To compare Westlake to Shizi, a light touch of makeup is always suitable. This is from that poem. Irritated. After expressing this, Bai Moxuan was surprised by his own verbosity and promptly fell silent. The water arrived, and Shangguan Chuqing sipped delicately. The pair exchanged not a word, and once the water was finished, she said, Thank you. I shall take my leave. Wait, Bai Moxuan called out. Have you heard of a flower called Yimi? As Shangguan Chuqing smiled faintly, she remarked, Of course, you sensed it the moment I took a seat, did you not? Her candidness left Bai Moxuan at a loss for words. Just as he was about to inquire further, Shangguan Chuqing had already moved away. Su Bo, ever the meddler, was suddenly in close proximity. Bai Moxuan threw a punch. Were you eavesdropping? Su Bo deftly evaded, saying, Oh, come now, don't make baseless accusations. I arrived late, and only glimpsed a woman's silhouette. I know nothing. Why are you so anxious? She carried the fragrance of Yimi flower. Identical to what I detected in the desert, Bai Moxuan replied. Moreover, she did not deny it, which I find curious. What is so curious about it? It merely indicates her honesty, Su Bo countered. Hey, we need to catch a flight soon. You wouldn't want to indulge in some fan-star drama, would you? She didn't ask for my autograph, Bai Moxuan snapped. Don't think that because you carried me down the mountain yesterday, you can lord it over me. Su Bo raised his hands in surrender. I had no such intentions. You are not one to provoke. Let us go back to the capital, Bai Moxuan stated decisively. He deliberately chose a window seat. Upon sitting down, he pulled down his hat to obscure his face. Su Bo rolled his eyes at his reclusive demeanor, contemplating that after a few years in the entertainment industry, Bai Moxuan might just withdraw entirely. Turning his head, Su Bo spotted a familiar figure and promptly knocked Bai Moxuan's hat off. Hey, Bai Moxuan, what are you doing? Bai Moxuan, irritated, looked up to see a familiar profile, and fell silent, suddenly remembering something. Didn't you say you only saw her back? How is it that you now recognize her profile? Subo chuckled. I admit, I saw 3/4 of her. What a coincidence, both on the same flight. Are you not curious to ask her if she is indeed the woman who saved you in the desert? Shangwan Chuqing turned her head, meeting Bai Moxuan's gaze, and politely nodded. This caught the attention of Cui Ying, who stood up and addressed Bai Moxuan in the front row. Hey, Bai Moxuan, she seems quite taken with you. Her demeanor is impressive, so serene, she exudes purity. Have you all been cooped up in the mountains? Why is everyone so chatty? I wish to sleep, Bai Moxuan replied coldly. Turning away, Cui Ying and Su Bo exchanged glances, feeling somewhat deflated, and sat down. Upon disembarking, Bai Moxuan donned sunglasses and strode forward, only to be abruptly halted by a hand gripping his arm. Turning around, he found Shangwan Chuqing standing there. Miss Shangwan, is there something you need? She replied, Mr. Bai, you are injured. Bai Moxuan's body tensed at her words. What do you mean? You are hurt, and it will be difficult to recover quickly, Shangwan Chuqing explained. May I see you tomorrow? Will you approach me as a private acquaintance or as a fan? Suddenly, Bai Moxuan grasped her hand tightly. Who exactly are you? My injury is not of the conventional sort. You have already deduced it, Shangwan Chuqing said, unflinching. You rescued me in the desert, and now, by mere chance, you appear again. I have never believed in coincidences. Who are you truly? You will find out when we meet tomorrow. As Shangwan Chuqing observed the throng around her, she promptly declared, I shall not conceal anything. Very well, we shall meet tomorrow, Bai Moxuan replied, hastily releasing his grip as flashes from cameras illuminated the crowd. Nodding silently, Shangwan Chuqing departed, while Cui Ying hurriedly caught up, remarking, that girl is rather peculiar, Bai Moxuan. Are we allies or foes? Bai Moxuan succinctly responded, at the very least. She is not our adversary. Like shadows entwined, their fates seemed intertwined by destiny. Su Bo burst into laughter. See you tomorrow. Bai Rong shook her head in exasperation, observing the exuberance of the youth. Su Bo approached, wrapping his arm around his grandmother's. Have we been too boisterous? Not at all, she mused. It is merely a reflection of your vitality. Times have changed. In our youth, various factors often clouded our spirits. Bai Rong suggested, let us return home. Su Dahong had been waiting at home for quite some time. It was their first gathering as a family. Noticing the sweat beading on Su Dahong's forehead, Bai Ling teased. Are you complaining about the soup being insufficient today? Not at all, my dear. Although I have met my mother-in-law before, we have never had such a formal family dinner. The pressure is immense, Su Dahong confessed. Moreover, your family's genes are remarkable, and here I am, unremarkable in appearance, feeling even more out of place among you three. My mother does not prioritize looks. Besides, your culinary skills are your greatest asset. No one can resist your cooking, Bai Ling reassured him, gently massaging his shoulders. Oh, my wife belongs to the dragon lineage, my mother-in-law as well, and our son is exceptional. There's only one of him in the world, Su Dahong sighed. I am but an ordinary man, always feeling unworthy of your company. Darling, go fetch the marriage certificate, Bai Ling prompted. For what purpose? If you feel unworthy. Tomorrow we shall obtain a green booklet. What do you say? No way, Su Dahong exclaimed in dismay. Then cease the chatter and check if my mother and our precious son have returned. Bai Ling rolled her eyes. Understood. Su Dahong could hardly bear to part with such a beautiful wife. Just as he was about to rise, the doorbell rang. He swiftly opened the door. Bending at a 90-degree angle, Mother, you've arrived. Bai Rong, initially burdened with thoughts, now laughed heartily. Do you take me for Empress Dowager Cixi? In my heart, Mother. You are indeed the Empress Dowager. Whatever you say, I shall obey, Su Dahong stated, wiping his brow. Mother, you must be tired from your long journey. Indeed. I can hardly wait to savor the meal you've prepared, Bai Rong replied. I shall wash my hands first. Su Dahong exhaled in relief, noticing Su Bo making faces at him. What's with you, you little rascal? Dad, you look adorable when flustered, Su Bo laughed. Surely, you've worked up quite a sweat? Go wash your hands quickly, Su Dahong urged, nudging Su Bo away. The family of four sat at the dining table. Yet Bai Rong hesitated to lift her chopsticks. Bai Ling, concerned, asked, What troubles you, Mother? Is the food unappealing? Su Dahong inquired, Is it too bland? No. The food is not the issue. It's just that it's rare for us to gather like this, Bai Rong reflected. However, this may very well be our last such occasion. Why is that, grandmother? Su Bo questioned. Are you going far away? Do you know why I have always refrained from dining with you? Bai Zhao remarked. It is because I can perceive your happiness, and the more I see, the greater the ache in my heart. Bai Ling responded, Mother, I understand. I knew you would comprehend, which is why I felt compelled to express it. Bai Zhao continued. Well then, since this is but one meal, let us enjoy it heartily. Su Bai, aren't you going to serve your grandmother? At your command, grandmother. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The dining table was filled with lively chatter. After bidding farewell to Bai Zhao, Su Dahong embraced his wife and son tightly, saying, Seeing mother like this makes me realize how much I must cherish you both. Bai Ling added, That is all well and good, but my wretched father is nowhere to be found. Heaven forbid he should meet his end. Despite the revelations during this journey to Yunnan, they offered little substantial assistance in locating Su Bai's grandfather. However, Bai Moxuan's encounter with Shangguan Chuqing was an unexpected delight. As promised, Shangguan Chuqing arrived and promptly thrust a vial of medicine into Bai Moxuan's hand, instructing, Take this. No production date, no manufacturer. The nature of the medicine is unclear, and you expect me to consume it? Bai Moxuan shook his head. Even if you have saved my life before, I cannot afford to be so reckless. Shangguan Chuqing took the vial back, poured some powder onto her palm, and without water, swallowed it directly. Now you see, if I were to poison you, I would not fare any better myself. Here, take it. Reluctantly, Bai Moxuan ingested the powder. Whether it is poison or not, there is no turning back now. Can you now reveal your true identity? What is the story behind the scalding underground river in the desert? And what ties do you have to the Yushur kingdom? You sure? Shangguan Chuqing replied with a gentle smile. We have no connection to the Yushur. Though we both reside in the desert, we have always maintained our own boundaries. You may not be a descendant of the Yushur, yet your knowledge of the subterranean conditions is remarkable, especially regarding that searing underground river. You even guided me to the river's end, Bai Moxuan asserted. It is quite uncommon for a girl from the city to possess such knowledge. Since you have come to me, you must intend to disclose the truth, correct? Amidst the bustling crowd surrounding Bai Moxuan, curious glances were cast upon the pair. This was the scene of Bai Moxuan's program recording. Not far behind, Ning and Su Bai leaned forward, attempting to eavesdrop, but alas, the noise was overwhelming. All they could discern were the movements of their lips, yielding no valuable information. Really, you said you would come to eavesdrop, yet now you can hear nothing, Ning complained. Having rushed from the antique shop early that morning to ascertain the precise location, the two had even bribed Bai Moxuan's assistant for information. Since we have nothing else to do, Su Bai remarked, there is no harm in lingering here a bit longer. Boredom is boredom, yet you chose to accompany me. Hey, let us go. If Brother Moxuan catches us, he will surely scold us. That won't happen. Based on my understanding of him, he will merely roll his eyes. Is that so? Bai Moxuan's voice suddenly rang out, causing the two to stand rigidly. He playfully slapped Su Bai's forehead, exclaiming, What have you turned Ning into? Engaging in such clandestine activities. The slap was a bit forceful, leaving Su Bai slightly dazed. Ouch, that was a bit too hard. Wait, where did that woman go? What did she give you? After finishing the meal, a wave of relief washed over him. It was certainly not poison. A sinister grin spread across Bai Moxuan's lips. Are you all eager to know who she is? The two nodded emphatically. Bai Moxuan scoffed. I have no intention of divulging that information now. Come on, Bai Moxuan, don't toy with us, Su Bo exclaimed, visibly irritated. I can see you have a special connection with that woman. Could it be that she is Yimi Hua? It's rather peculiar. She seems quite modern. Why would she appear in the desert? And what are the odds of running into her in Yunnan? Speak up, is she pursuing you? Bai Moxuan merely smirked before turning to leave. The suspense left Su Bo and Ning restless, but they understood Bai Moxuan's nature. He was not one to easily divulge secrets. Ning, feeling bored, remarked, I'm leaving. This is dull. As they strolled down the street, Ning moved swiftly, and Su Bo, momentarily careless, soon lost sight of her in the crowd. He muttered a complaint to himself and pushed into the throng, only to be unexpectedly seized by a hand. Turning around, he found a man in a suit, holding a briefcase, standing rigidly. Su Bo tugged at his arm, but found himself unable to break free, suppressing his anger. Sir, what are you doing? The man ignored him, provoking Su Bo's ire. With a forceful pull, he managed to send the suited man tumbling backward, landing with a thud on the street. In the ensuing chaos, screams erupted, while some bystanders called the police and requested an ambulance. Su Bo's head throbbed. and he realized he had not heeded caution before venturing out. Trouble had found him. "Hey, are you okay?" Ning returned, squatting down with concern as she examined Su Bo's head, which had met the pavement. "Does it hurt?" The pain was secondary. "What about that guy? He seems lifeless," Su Bo replied anxiously. "Not my fault. He suddenly grabbed me. I merely tried to break free, and this happened. Help me up first," Su Bo urged. "Why are you just standing there? Typically, you shouldn't disturb the scene," Ning pointed out. "Otherwise, it will only complicate your explanation." With a resigned sigh, Su Bo allowed his head to thud back against the ground. "Fine, you have a point. I'll endure." Ultimately, Su Bo was lifted into the ambulance by the paramedics, who struggled to separate him from the man's grip. Clear imprints were left on his wrist. And after a brief bandaging at the hospital, Su Bo sat with a frown in the corridor, while Gao Mingyuan sat beside him, and Ning had mysteriously vanished. "What brings you here? Was this trivial matter worth your trouble?" Gao Mingyuan scoffed. "Not at all. I came to visit someone in the hospital and happened to see Ning. I had no idea you had gotten into such a predicament. But rest assured, that man is not dead," Gao Mingyuan reassured him. Just as Su Bo was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Gao Mingyuan continued, "However, I heard he is in a deep coma." Su Bo's heart sank as if struck by an invisible blow. "It has nothing to do with me," he stated earnestly. "I inquired, and that man has no visible injuries. He simply collapsed." Gao Mingyuan remarked, "We have found eyewitnesses on site. You will be fine." "That's a relief." Su Bai lamented, "What terrible luck to encounter such an incident while merely walking down the street." The other party might have felt unwell, but was determined to endure. In a desperate search for support, they randomly grasped at the crowd and happened to seize upon you, yet ultimately could not hold on. Gao Mingyuan chuckled. "They say I am the Grim Reaper. I see you fit that description more." Just as Su Bai was about to retort, Ning approached at a brisk pace, saying, "That person is quite peculiar. Were they not in a deep coma?" Su Bai replied curtly, "Lying there like a corpse. What makes you think that's strange?" The doctor stated that his brain function was entirely normal and could not elucidate why he had lapsed into a comatose state. Ning continued, "Isn't it odd that someone who shouldn't be in a coma lies there? I have been shadowing the doctors and heard them say that he requires further examinations." "Then may I leave?" Su Bai had no intention of meddling in affairs that did not concern him, merely wishing to establish his disconnection. "I have spoken with the officer in charge of this matter. You may go." Gao Mingyuan unconsciously looked up. "You have yet to thank me." "What is there to thank my future uncle for?" "We are all family," Su Bai replied, eliciting a broad smile from Gao Mingyuan. Seizing the moment, Su Bai took Ning by the hand and headed toward the exit when a petite girl sped past. Su Bai found her familiar and glanced at her a few more times. Ning instantly laughed. "Isn't she pretty?" "It's not about beauty. She just looks familiar," Su Bai retorted, playfully pinching Ning's nose. "Learning from Chu Yan, are we? Your words are becoming increasingly cunning." Ning simply smiled innocently. "Can we head back early? My mother is still waiting for me." Waiting at the antique shop were not only Shui Xiang, but also the Bu brothers, Bu Yibin and Bu Yifan. The brothers seldom visited the antique shop. If they did, it indicated they were in need of assistance. This must be the case, for neither Yu Qing nor Chuaying wore expressions of ease. "Consider this," Bu Yifan began. "Our distant cousin is involved. This situation is truly troublesome. The doctors are at a loss. You should go and take a look." Upon seeing Su Bai's return, the brothers greeted him before departing. Su Bai inquired, "Have the Bu brothers come to oversee business once more?" They mentioned that their distant cousin has suddenly lapsed into a deep unconsciousness, sometimes awakening only to scream in terror. Chuaying explained, "The doctors cannot diagnose the issue, and recalling that we once assisted Wang Deli with the incident of the ghost child, they sought our help." Ning exchanged glances with Su Bai. Could it be mere coincidence? After recounting the events of the day, Yu Qing stated, "It cannot be the same individual. The Bu brothers said their cousin has been in this state for a week." The family, at their wits' end, decided to consult a shaman. "What? A shaman?" Su Bai's eyes widened. "That is the exact term used by the family." Chuaying shrugged. "Call it what you will. It's merely a label." "Have you agreed to this?" Ning asked. "One cannot refuse a favor. You will understand this principle in time," Chuaying said, arms crossed. "After all, it is the Bu group. How could we decline?" Yu Qing appeared indifferent. "Having returned from Yunnan, I find myself with little to do. It would be better to investigate. And you should join us as well." The distant cousin of the Bu brothers is an ordinary office worker, hailing from a quintessential middle-class family. He lies motionless in bed. Devoid of a father, with only his mother providing close care. Mrs. Lu, her eyes red and swollen, is comforted softly by Cui Ying. Let us first assess the situation. I can only rely on you, Mrs. Lu replies. In her 50s, Mrs. Lu has maintained herself relatively well, but her husband passed away last year. And now her son is in such a state, which is truly heart-wrenching. Yu Qing approaches the bedside, taking hold of the young man's hand. His pulse is steady, and his breathing normal. Upon examining his eyelids, there is no anomaly. Strange. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widen, and he clutches his head tightly. It hurts, it hurts. He writhes violently on the bed, and with a sudden turn, he falls to the floor. Mrs. Lu attempts to rush to him, but her son's strength is overwhelming. Pushing her aside, had it not been for Ying Ning and Su Bo's timely assistance, she would have collided with the cabinet. Steadying herself, Mrs. Lu's face is etched with urgency. It's happening again. What should we do? Yu Qing tries to restrain the young man, but despite all his might, he finds it impossible. Su Bo hastily steps in to help, and together they manage to keep the young man from breaking free. Sweating profusely, Su Bo exclaims, "Hey, kid, has he been possessed? Unless there's a tumor in his brain, it feels more like he's been cursed from afar." Unable to endure any longer, Yu Qing delivers a swift strike, rendering the tormented man unconscious. Mrs. Lu cries out in despair, to which Yu Qing apologetically responds, "Sometimes, a decisive action is necessary, Mrs. Lu. Your son's condition is quite severe." Mrs. Lu, still irked, retorts, "I already know that without you telling me." Yu Qing examines the young man's hands, noting that his nails are bare, as if recently trimmed. Have they just been cut? No, it's just me caring for him alone. I haven't been able to attend to such details, Mrs. Lu replies bitterly. Heaven knows when he last trimmed his nails. Yu Qing ponders, could it be a hex? Su Bo, assist me in removing his clothing. Ying Ning and Cui Ying immediately turn away, while Mrs. Lu sees no need for modesty as she observes her son's garments being removed. Upon flipping him over, a dark mark appears on his back. What is this? Given Mrs. Lu's reaction, it is evident it is not a birthmark. Yu Qing confirms, your son is indeed afflicted by a hex. Su Bo, let's move him back to the bed. Once returned, the young man remains rigid, unable to relax even in sleep. Yu Qing explains, hexing is a form of curse. A small figure can be made with a name inscribed, but it is crucial to obtain the target's birth date and time, as well as their hair and nails. Our physical attributes are gifts from our parents, and these are the roots of our vitality. Any part of the figure that is targeted can provoke a reaction from the cursed individual. Striking the head of the figure will cause the owner of the birth date to suffer from excruciating headaches. Stabbing the chest will inflict pain upon the same. However, the backlash from such curses is significant, often resulting in immediate retribution. Chapter 5:23. Cupping Therapy 2. Are you suggesting that the one casting the spell will face consequences? Cui Ying inquires. Indeed, Yu Qing affirms. The curse will inflict suffering upon the vessel, and the caster will experience mental turmoil. The repercussions of their actions come swiftly. Yu Qing produced an ancient coin, declaring, I shall first scrape away the yin sha from his body. Scraping away yin sha? Cui Ying inquired with curiosity. Is it akin to gua sha? Somewhat, Yu Qing replied. You two should step outside first. He needs to be unclothed, and it is inappropriate for ladies to remain here. With Su Bai's assistance, I can manage. Mrs. Lu, you too. The two young women helped Mrs. Lu out, who, anxious for her son, frequently glanced back. Cui Ying reassured her, having chosen to consult the so-called shaman, you must be prepared to take a chance. Trust Yu Qing, there may be unexpected benefits. Yu Qing and Su Bai turned the man onto his back. Folklore suggests that malevolent toxins often enter through the skin, obstructing the body's meridians and causing stagnation of qi and blood. The deeper the poison penetrates, the more severe the affliction becomes, erupting with a force akin to a raging fire. Gua sha can open the pores, expelling the toxic sha from the body, thereby facilitating healing. The practice of stabbing a doll involves channeling the curse's resentment into the victim's body, forming yin sha. Yu Qing explained, first, we must expel the yin sha from within him, then identify the source of the curse, and destroy the doll to resolve the matter entirely. This ancient coin is a blood blade, heavy with malevolence. Su Bai, you must ensure his body is well controlled to avoid any interruption. Understood, Su Bai affirmed. Holding the man's hands firmly, Yu Qing then walked to the kitchen, retrieving a bowl and filling it with just enough water to cover the bottom. He returned with talisman paper, spitting a drop of blood onto it. Using his finger to draw a Xingyang talisman before burning it, and allowing the ash to fall into the bowl. Done, he announced. The bowl now contained a viscous black liquid, resembling thick sesame paste, albeit with a peculiar odor. Su Bai expressed his distaste. What are you concocting? Yu Qing remained silent, gesturing for Su Bai to position the man properly. He then mounted the man's back, the blood blade coated with the viscous substance, and scraped it down the man's spine, leaving behind alarming red marks. The man's sweat was pungent, gradually revealing a strong, fishy odor. Su Bai was startled, initially thinking Yu Qing had scraped too hard, drawing blood. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a thick, black mist slowly seeping from the red marks, reluctant to exit the man's body. Yu Qing's expression turned exhilarated as he murmured, "It's almost there, almost there." Su Bai, infected by Yu Qing's enthusiasm, felt warmth radiate from his palms, and soon beads of sweat began to form. Mrs. Lu had unknowingly positioned herself at the door, witnessing the unfolding events with disbelief, covering her mouth in shock. "Mrs. Lu, are you all right?" Chuaying asked with concern, though secretly amused, noting that Mrs. Lu had previously deemed Yu Qing a charlatan. Witnessing such miraculous occurrences must have shaken her beliefs profoundly. What is that black mist?" Mrs. Lu marveled at the shaman's astonishing abilities, her mind racing, yet feeling a glimmer of hope for her son. "We are not entirely sure either. We shall inquire with Yu Qing shortly," Chuaying replied. "Let us not disturb them." Yes, Mrs. Lu agreed. Madame Lu clasped her hands in a gesture of prayer, only to feel she had misaligned her posture. Swiftly, she wrapped her arms around herself and awaited in silence. Upon witnessing the foul, black vapor emerging, Yu Qing could not suppress his delight. However, he noted that the black mist was seeping forth at a sluggish pace. Pressing his fingers against the man's vital point, he chanted softly, "Supreme Jade Emperor, disperse the Jade Court, golden chambers shimmering, emerald terraces lush and green. I set 3 paths, vanquish the demons and living souls. I can exist without death and also without life." Suddenly, the previously slow-emerging black smoke surged forth with great speed. Su Bai, catching whiffs of the noxious odor, held his breath and inquired, "What incantation is this? I have never heard you recite it before." "It is the life preservation incantation," Yu Qing replied, observing that the black vapor had nearly dissipated. He instructed, "You may release your grip now." Su Bai complied, noticing the man's fingers twitching. "Hey, it seems to be working." Together, Su Bai and Yu Qing turned the man over, discovering that not only were his fingers moving, but his eyes were also blinking incessantly. Yu Qing pinched the man's philtrum and only released it when the man finally opened his eyes. Madame Lu immediately rushed over, her heart brimming with emotion upon seeing her son regain consciousness. "Son, you're awake?" Having been unconscious for several days, the man felt a bit disoriented and completely bewildered, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, appearing quite dazed. After what felt like an eternity, his eyes finally began to exhibit some vitality as he turned to his mother and softly called, "Mom." This gentle utterance brought tears to Madame Lu's eyes. "It's good that you're awake. It's good that you're awake. You're fine now." "Not quite fine," Yu Qing interjected, dousing the mother and son with a cold splash of reality. "We have only temporarily forced the malevolent energy out of his body. But if the perpetrator continues to cast spells, it will return to its former state, just as before. What should we do?" Madame Lu, now viewing Yu Qing as a divine savior, was on the verge of kneeling. "Please, I beg you, save my son. I will pay any price. Money is not omnipotent. What matters now is identifying who is secretly harming your son," Yu Qing stated. "Without knowing this person, words are futile." Madame Lu gazed at her son. "Have you offended anyone recently?" "I haven't, the man replied weakly, his lips pale and his complexion ashen. "Mom, I have always worked diligently, as you know." Yu Qing found himself in a predicament. If that is the case, our only recourse is to counterattack or hope that the adversary grows weary. Bringing an end to this ordeal. Is that the only option? Madame Lu shook her head. Isn't that equally perilous? However, since this gentleman cannot provide useful leads, I can only proceed this far, Yu Qing replied. Here's the plan. I will leave you my contact information. If anything seems amiss, call me immediately. If you think of any valuable information, notify me right away. Yu Qing wrote down his number and handed it to Madame Lu, who accepted it with a furrowed brow, her heart heavy with concern. Thank you. Madame Lu, with tears mingling with a smile, yet apprehensive about potential future complications. mustered her strength to see the four of them off, expressing her heartfelt gratitude as they departed. As she heard the gentle click of the door closing behind them, Shuiying could not help but sigh. It truly is a pity how deeply parents care for their children. She faces all this alone as a woman. It is indeed heart-wrenching. In order to spare my mother from pity, I must take good care of myself. How could I be dealt with through such petty means as voodoo? Su Bo scoffed, asserting that self-care is the highest form of filial piety. Indeed, quite a profound realization. As Shuiying jested with Su Bo, Ying Ning's stomach grumbled, prompting her to clutch her belly and playfully declare, "I'm hungry. After all this commotion, I've only had a sip of water. Let us go. It's on me," Shuiying boldly proclaimed. "Feel free to suggest anything you desire." Ying Ning promptly raised her hands in celebration, exclaiming, "Yea." Shuiying sighed. "Your innocence is truly exasperating." The four of them found a respectable restaurant and settled into a corner booth. Ying Ning rested her chin on her hands, pondering. "Do you think the person we encountered today is in a situation similar to that of Mrs. Lu's son, suddenly collapsing like that? It's rather frightening. Who knows? The hospital didn't invite us to perform any treatments," Su Bo replied, shivering slightly before a thought struck him. "Perhaps we should go take a look? After all, I am directly involved." "That sounds reasonable. I have nothing else planned for the afternoon anyway," Shuiying responded nonchalantly, as her return would only involve her creative pursuits. "By the way, when do you all plan to marry?" Su Bo suddenly inquired. "That woman impersonating Cha Qianma is no longer a hindrance, is she?" Chapter 524, Su Xiao Xiao. Shuiying was momentarily at a loss for words. "I haven't given that much thought yet. Let us discuss it once we locate your grandfather." "Ah, Yueqing, let us set this as a milestone. If we find Su Bo's grandfather, we shall marry. If not, we will continue our platonic romance." Su Bo sputtered tea, wiping his face with the back of his hand. "This is a rather grand jest. My grandfather is like a mirage, visible yet intangible. To find him, you may well turn gray." "Nonsense. Since he once appeared in Yunnan and left alive, he must still exist in this world," Shuiying insisted. "Moreover, who rescued you when you were possessed?" Su Bo grunted. "And what of it? Since returning from Yunnan, aside from knowing he was there, I have received no tangible aid. My grandmother has been in low spirits since learning of her connection to the Taoist priest, and her burdens have only grown heavier. When will this end?" "Perhaps we could begin with the artifacts your grandfather left behind," Yueqing suggested. "Do you remember the time you were possessed? Your grandfather dropped a jade tube, correct?" "Yes, I have kept it," Su Bo affirmed. "I have studied it countless times and can assure you, there is not a trace of information regarding my grandfather on that jade tube." The four let out a collective sigh. Shuiying felt compelled to retract her previous statement. What I said earlier was just a joke. Please don't take it seriously." Su Bo retorted. "Who would take a woman's words seriously? Even pigs can climb trees." Shuiying reached to pinch Su Bo, but fortunately, their food arrived, and the two quickly set aside their playful bickering to eat. After indulging heartily, they headed back to the hospital, where they encountered Gao Mingyuan once more. Gao Mingyuan appeared significantly aged, as though burdened by the weight of a major case. In a moment of whimsy, Su Bo leaped behind him and shouted, "Future uncle-in-law," as the cigarette slipped from Gao Mingyuan's fingers and fell to the ground. He turned to see Su Bo, bemused. "What brings you here again?" "I came to check on the individual from last time. After all, it is a matter of fate, isn't it?" "Let's not mention that. That fellow hasn't awakened, and now another has been brought in," Gao Mingyuan replied. "Both families have called the police, claiming that their son was poisoned, yet the hospital found no signs of toxicity. Now a crowd is causing a ruckus with the hospital, and I am at a loss as to why we are here. Mediation is not within our purview. No wonder someone is dazed here. It seems they are simply idle." "Then that makes 3 individuals," Yuqing murmured. "What do you mean 3? Gao Mingyuan astutely focused on the crux of the matter. "There are clearly only 2 people. Including the one we saw today, that makes 3 in total." Yuqing recounted the morning's events to Gao Mingyuan, whose expression tightened. He instinctively reached for his cigarette, only to realize it had long since fallen. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he scratched his head, invigorated. "Let us find out if these 3 are acquainted." As the group moved inside, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices. Many family members of patients furrowed their brows, eager to depart. "Did you hear that? They are indeed arguing. Thankfully, no one has resorted to violence yet." Just then, a loud crash echoed from within, reminiscent of a teacup shattering on the floor. Gao Mingyuan, with a knack for foreboding, remarked, You should really consider fortune-telling, future uncle-in-law, Chui quipped. A petite girl rushed over, spotting Gao Mingyuan as if he were a beacon of hope. Captain Gao, it's bad. A fight is about to break out inside. Sua Xiao? This girl was the familiar face from the morning, and Su Bo suddenly recalled, aren't you the daughter of San Biao's aunt? So you know each other. Gao Mingyuan noted. We'll reminisce later. Let us assess the situation now. As Su Bo regained his bearings, Gao Mingyuan sprinted towards the doctor's office, with Su Xiao closely trailing behind. The four of them dared not lag, following closely as the officers inside struggled to maintain order. Two factions were pressing the doctor against the wall, their faces contorted in distress. Upon entering, Gao Mingyuan bellowed, "What is going on? Do you all wish to end up in jail?" His authoritative presence finally quelled the chaos, but moments later, someone attempted to seize the doctor by his collar. Gao Mingyuan swiftly intervened. "You dare to assault someone in our presence?" This preemptive move instilled caution among the others. The doctor, appearing to be in his 50s, was visibly shaken, his legs trembling. As the situation stabilized, he wiped the sweat from his brow and explained, "The hospital has utilized the best diagnostic equipment available, and no anomalies have been detected. Tomorrow, the administration will arrange for the foremost experts to come." While the doctor continued to prattle on, Su Bo murmured, "Arguing will not resolve issues that the doctor cannot." Suddenly inspired, he leaned close to Gao Mingyuan and whispered a few words. Gao Mingyuan cleared his throat and inquired loudly, "Are the two patients acquainted?" "Yes, they are colleagues," someone promptly replied. Su Bo promptly reported the name of Mrs. Lu's son. "Do you know this person?" The individual reacted with some surprise. "Has he encountered misfortune as well?" "Indeed, he exhibits identical symptoms. He underwent examinations at another hospital, and the results were the same, revealing no anomalies," Su Bo explained. "Thus, your efforts here may prove futile. Shall we take a look? We have just left his residence, and he has already opened his eyes. If you doubt my words, feel free to make a call and verify." The person conversing with Su Bo immediately dashed out, returning shortly with a complex expression. He whispered a few words to the crowd, which swiftly dispersed, leaving only the immediate relatives of the two patients. The rapidity of this transformation left Gao Mingyuan astounded, staring blankly at Su Bo. "What is happening?" "Future uncle-in-law, you should take your people and leave," Su Bo asserted. "Let us resolve the remaining matters first. This evening, at the antique shop, we shall exchange information, shall we? A collaboration between the police and the public." Gao Mingyuan grasped the implication and departed with his subordinates. The girl named Su Xiao returned, fixing her gaze on Su Bo. "I remember now. You are Su Bo, the one who always protected his neck as a child, correct?" "Finally, you recall," Su Bo replied. "I didn't expect you to work under my future uncle." "Future uncle?" Su Xiao's expression shifted slightly. "My friend's future uncle is also my future uncle." Su Bo was unwavering. "Then you are one of us. Rest assured, he will take good care of you, right, future uncle?" "Indeed. So you are a distant relative. I shall not treat you poorly. Xiao is quite a capable young lady," Gao Mingyuan remarked. "I have high hopes for her." "Well then, we shall meet tonight. I will take my leave first." Once Gao Mingyuan departed, Chui defended Yu Qing. "You rascal, it seems the effort was not yours, yet you claim all the credit." Su Bo signaled with his eyes that there were still others present. The four exited the doctor's office, where the person who had made the call was already waiting. "Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say much. I have heard Mrs. Lu's account. You are extraordinary, aren't you? Could you assist us? The remuneration is negotiable." Yu Qing and Su Bo collaborated once more, performing scraping therapy on the two patients in the hospital until they regained consciousness, but unfortunately, no valuable information emerged from their inquiries. The crowd regarded them as miraculous beings, and as they departed, they were presented with two substantial red envelopes. Su Bo busied himself confirming the amount, while Yu Qing, exhausted, suddenly complained upon exiting the hospital, "Damn it, this hospital hasn't compensated me either. Besides the patients' families, the hospital ought to acknowledge our efforts, especially with these complicated cases we've resolved." Chapter 525. The corpse specimen. Chui laughed heartily. "You fool, is it too late for you to realize this now? You should seek recompense from the Bu group." Yu Qing was not naive. "I cannot labor without reward." Reflecting on Su Xiao, Chui subdued her laughter. "I find that girl, Su Xiao, rather peculiar." When you referred to Gao Mingyuan as future uncle, her expression soured. "Not at all. You are merely being overly sensitive," Su Bo replied. After a day of tumult, let us return early. Cui Ying tilted her head slightly, perhaps feeling overly sensitive. Before darkness fell, Gao Mingyuan arrived at the antique shop, a file folder in hand, which he promptly placed on the table. Take a look. These three individuals are all familiar to us. We already knew that during the day. They are colleagues, Su Bo replied curtly. Indeed. But they were also recently recognized as outstanding employees of the company, Gao Mingyuan continued. Out of over 100 staff members, only these three were awarded the title of Annual Outstanding Employees. They were granted a week of paid leave, with plans to travel to South Africa. But due to visa complications, they returned home before boarding. I've heard from the company that they decided to arrange their holiday independently, choosing another destination. What place? Su Bo inquired, his vigilance peaked. That's unknown, Gao Mingyuan replied. We would need to ask them directly. After the South Africa trip fell through, the company opted to convert the travel expenses into cash for them, leaving the rest of their arrangements up to their discretion. Strange, why didn't Mrs. Liu mention any of this? Yingning questioned, perplexed. Perhaps she was too concerned to consider such details, Cui Ying suggested. It seems that the illnesses of these three individuals occurring in succession is not coincidental. We must ascertain their whereabouts. Gao Mingyuan suddenly fell silent, adopting a cryptic demeanor. Su Bo exclaimed, Future uncle, please finish your thought. Don't keep us in suspense. I was wondering if this could be related to some sort of sorcery. Gao Mingyuan pondered aloud, observing the expressions of the four. He then slapped himself on the forehead. I knew it. With your involvement, this matter is bound to be complicated. And now I have a difficult report to write. What is so hard about it? Those two will be discharged soon. And you won't have to worry about them lying at home, Su Bo comforted. In the end, it will just be a case of someone making a mountain out of a molehill. That seems to be the only resolution, Gao Mingyuan remarked, scanning the shop with his eyes. By the way, where's Shuefun? She went out with Aunt Shuexiang, Yingning replied. Who is Shuexiang? Gao Mingyuan, having never met her, appeared puzzled. She is a peer of Aunt Shuefun, Cui Ying teased. Essentially, she is family. Dear future uncle, now you know. Ah, I see. I must invite her to dinner someday, Gao Mingyuan said, spreading out the documents. Look here. These three not only work together, but also attended the same university and even high school. What a coincidence. Indeed, Su Bo acknowledged. Moreover, their home addresses are quite close. No wonder when I mention one person's name, the other two immediately recognize them as colleagues. These families, truly, just because they couldn't find a reason. They reported their sons as having been poisoned. Now I'm stuck in this predicament, Gao Mingyuan lamented. Please, take this matter seriously. We are entrusted with this task. We must see it through to the end. It's only us here, Yu Qing asserted. With this answer, Gao Mingyuan left in high spirits. While Yu Qing suddenly stared intently out the door. Cui Ying nudged him. What's wrong? Are you too tired? No, it seems an old friend has arrived. Yu Qing nudged Su Bai with a wink, signaling him to accompany him outside. As they exited the antique shop, they spotted a shadow crouched in the corner, arms wrapped around its legs, exuding an air of pitiable melancholy. Old handsome, Su Bai exclaimed. Hey, when did you return? The old handsome retained his ethereal charm. His starry eyes and sword-like brows unchanged, though his countenance bore an added trace of melancholy. Su Bai, overwhelmed with joy, rushed towards him. Hey, where have you been all this time? Wei Jie remained silent, lifting his sleeve to shield his face. Su Bai halted. Have you lost your mind? Forgotten the way home? Suddenly, Yu Qing had a realization. Have you been injured? Here, there's a celestial net set by Boss Tang. Once a ghost leaves this place, it cannot return. Did you come back, but couldn't get in? Yu Qing's words struck a chord with Wei Jie, who forlornly lowered his sleeve. You're only considering this now. I had completely forgotten. Su Bai interjected. You left in a huff, and we thought you would return quickly. How could we forget about the celestial net? We were wrong. We deserve this. But where exactly have you been? How have you spent this time? Wei Jie sighed. It's a long story, and I lack the strength to recount it now. You dared to force your way into the antique shop? Yu Qing's face paled. You possess a modicum of skill. Yet how could you be so reckless? I missed you all. Wei Jie's simple confession rendered the group speechless. Yu Qing produced a jade piece. Come inside. Though ghosts shed no tears, Wei Jie felt a welling of emotion. He was finally, at long last, home. He slipped into the jade, feeling an immense comfort. Yu Qing, holding the jade, entered the antique shop, guiding Wei Jie through the celestial net. Once inside, Wei Jie emerged from the jade, eagerly surveying the antique shop. It seems there hasn't been much change. There's been quite a transformation, Su Bai remarked. Ghosts, after all, do not lose weight. You must have endured considerable hardship during your absence. This struck a tender chord within Wei Jie, who, with a pained expression, confessed, when I left in anger that day. It was merely a jest. I intended to return soon. Who would have thought that this celestial net would prevent my entry? I hoped to catch up with you when you ventured out, but for several consecutive days, you were always out during the day, and our paths never crossed. Reflecting on those days, Wei Jie felt they were the most sorrowful of his life. Compared to his untimely demise, the cruel fate of the beautiful was even more poignant. The most tragic aspect of life is when a jest turns genuine. Su Bai and Yu Qing exchanged glances, bemused. Su Bai remarked, you could have returned during those days. I refuse to believe you wouldn't have encountered us at least once. I was powerless, Wei Jie lamented. That day, I found myself at a loss. You were absent from the antique shop, and I had to seek refuge in some secluded spot, remaining there until today. Hey, that has been several months. Su Bai expressed incredulity. What sort of place could confine you for such an extended period? It was a ghostly domain, Wei Jie replied. Wei Jie mysteriously remarked. It appears that an illusion has been set up within. No one has ventured into that place. After I entered as a spirit, I found myself unable to escape, endlessly wandering in circles. The area is not large, yet it took me quite a while to stumble my way out. Is there any incense available? You seem to be changing the subject too swiftly. As Su Bai complained, he began searching for incense. Since Wei Jie left, no new offerings had been made. Only some remnants from before, which had become damp. Su Bai dried them with fire until they finally ignited, releasing a lingering fragrance. Wei Jie, nestled there, wore a satisfied expression. Ah, how I miss this scent. Now, let us continue. What is particularly special about that place? Yu Qing was quite taken with Wei Jie. Perhaps this was his unique approach, like an eccentric old beauty. The place is an elongated cave, stretching far without any bends. Why could I not find my way out? Wei Jie pondered, troubled by his prolonged detour, as the ears of the two listeners began to ache from the repetition. Just then, Cui Ying and Ying Ming entered. Cui Ying, lacking patience, retorted, if you were in our line of work, you'd likely starve by now with such rambling. Old beauty, please elaborate on the details of the cave. Chapter 526. The art of transmutation. The cave is indeed lengthy. But what stands out the most is that its stone walls are adorned with the corpses of women. Wei Jie explained. Let me put it this way. Imagine an art studio, long and narrow, with paintings hanging on both sides. That is how the cave appears, with all the bodies suspended against the walls, akin to specimens. Ying Ming immediately tightened her grip on Cui Ying's hand, her mind conjuring terrifying images. Cui Ying reassured her. Do not fear. The old beauty is merely exaggerating. Wei Jie continued. Every corpse is suspended against the walls, emanating a peculiar fragrance. Strangely, all the bodies appear remarkably fresh, as if they had just passed away, their skin pallid with a hint of blue, still retaining elasticity. Their eyes are closed, resembling those in slumber. Wait a moment. You mentioned a fragrance? Cui Ying interrupted. What kind of fragrance is it? I cannot quite describe it. I searched all around and found that each corpse bears this scent. Wei Jie replied. Why do you look so concerned? Nothing. It's just that this fragrance is rather intriguing, Su Bai remarked. Could it be the scent of corpse flower? Yu Qing and Cui Ying exchanged glances. The only thing that could keep the corpses so vibrant and exude a fragrance upon touching them, besides the corpse flower. Do you know of anything else? Before Wei Jie could respond, Ying Ming's expression turned strange. With her hands clasped together, she nervously rubbed them. Are there any particularly special specimens? Perhaps a four-tailed fox? How do you know about that? Wei Jie asked. A white fox with 4 tails. My goodness, it is exquisite. I have never seen such a beautiful creature. Its fur is as white as snow, and beneath its eyes lies a blush of pink. I wonder if, when it opens its eyes, its pupils might be pink as well. Wei Jie huddled slightly, puzzled by the murderous expressions of the 4 individuals before him. What is wrong? Are you certain it was truly a 4-tailed fox? Su Bai asked urgently. Such a remarkable specimen of a corpse. How could I possibly forget? Its fur still retains a certain softness. I have even touched it myself. How astonishing. Why do you all gaze at me so? Can you find this place again if I ask you to? Yu Qing spoke in a subdued tone. Wei Jie shook his head and confessed, to be honest, the moment I emerged, I thought of asking you to revisit the site. I intended to leave a mark, but when I turned around, I found myself utterly lost. It is perplexing. Su Bo exchanged a glance with Yu Qing, unable to conceal their disappointment. You truly have no recollection of where that place is? Cui Ying inquired solemnly. Do I seem so unreliable to you? Wei Jie retorted. Such a rare location, especially with the remains of the Fox clan. I would have been more vigilant thinking of Bai Moxuan. Yet, when I emerged, the surroundings had changed drastically. The cave entrance was gone, and the 2 cypress trees that once stood there had vanished as well. When I tried to search for it again, I was completely at a loss. I suspect someone has laid a formation to obscure my vision. Ying Ning felt a pang of sorrow. If nothing unforeseen occurred, that 4-tailed fox corpse must belong to Aunt Shuebin. Observing the redness in Ying Ning's eyes, Su Bo offered consolation. Previously, we feared that Aunt Shuebin's remains were non-existent. At least now we know her bones are intact, which is a comfort in itself. Wei Jie continued to inhale the fragrant incense. Now replenished, the earlier languor had dissipated. He declared, from now on, I shall never leave without permission again. Once you leave, don't return, Su Bo jested. Just roam about as a lonely spirit. Perhaps a skilled practitioner will take you in, and it will all be over. Wei Jie, no longer irked, seemed to have become more compliant after facing some hardships. Rest assured, I shall remain obediently in Yu Li and will never leave your side again. Just as Yu Qing was about to speak, his phone rang, revealing the voice of an unfamiliar man. Is this Yu Qing? Yes, may I ask who you are? I am Fong Xiang, the son of Mrs. Liu. Could you come to my home tomorrow? My 2 colleagues and I have recalled some matters. Fong Xiang hesitated. I am unsure if we can be of assistance. Then we shall discuss it upon your arrival, Yu Qing replied. See you tomorrow morning. These 3 individuals, Su Bo scoffed, are bound to find themselves in some inexplicable trouble, having offended someone unbeknownst to them. We shall see what unfolds tomorrow. Since we have promised, we must follow through. Yu Qing affirmed. The following morning, the 4 made their way to Mrs. Liu's residence. This time, Mrs. Liu appeared notably more cordial, eagerly serving tea. Thank you all. Since you have matters to discuss, I shall not intrude. Mrs. Liu, displaying a commendable sense of discretion, retreated to her own room. However, Cui Ying surmised that she was undoubtedly eavesdropping, for curiosity is a natural trait, particularly in a mother concerned for her child. Now, the 3 individuals sit before us, each adorned with spectacles, commonly referred to as tech enthusiasts. The term ZHINN, or homebody, is well known, typically describing men who prefer to remain in the comfort of their homes. However, the classification of tech enthusiasts is multifaceted, encompassing both commendatory and derogatory connotations. The former refers to those adept individuals who amalgamate the essence of their homebound existence with their respective industries or technologies, ultimately presenting others with innovative advancements. Conversely, the latter denotes those who remain at home without generating any income, to receive the esteemed title of Employee of the Year. These 3 undoubtedly belong to the former category of tech enthusiasts. Seated upon the sofa, they remained silent for an extended period, until one finally spoke. We are not particularly eloquent and hope for your patience, as our communicative abilities are rather average. Not to worry. I shall assist you in articulating your thoughts, replied Cui Ying. Take your time and share what transpired with you 3. After some contemplation, they concluded that their recent journey to Minxi was the only relevant incident to recount. Our company granted us a holiday. We initially intended to travel to South Africa, but ultimately, that did not materialize. Instead, the company compensated us, and we ventured to Minxi, where we nearly faced a beating. Cui Ying stifled a laugh. Indeed, their expressiveness was quite lacking. Had one been unaware of their previous travels, the connection would have been elusive. However, the mention of nearly facing a beating was certainly intriguing. What events transpired that led you to such a precarious situation? Queried Yu Qing. The area was picturesque, with lush mountains and clear waters, though finding food proved challenging. Fong Xiang recounted. After we ventured into the mountains, we lost our way, depleting our provisions and water. We finally stumbled upon a small village, where only one household appeared to be open. However, that family was quite peculiar. He scratched his head, striving to recall the moment, while one of his companions interjected. I remember that household had a small red flag planted at the door, and a floral wreath hung prominently in the main room. Additionally, a grass rope enclosed the yard, within which an altar was set up with incense and a deceased chicken. Yes, I recall, Fong Xiang continued. Our sole intention was to procure some sustenance, as our supplies had been exhausted. To our surprise, upon entering, a person emerged wielding a large broom. swinging it at us while uttering incomprehensible words. We were terrified and fled, forgetting entirely about our need for food and water. Once outside, we sought a way out of the mountains, grateful not to have perished from hunger. Indeed, what was meant to be a pleasant excursion nearly turned disastrous, which certainly dampened our spirits. Thus, we resolved to return. Feng Xiang nodded. Upon our return, we found the events rather peculiar. The trio turned their gazes toward Yu Qing, who pondered for a considerable time before inquiring. Do you recall whether the chicken was draped with a red cloth, and if there was a yellow talisman upon it? I have a vague recollection of the red cloth, as the chicken's head protruded from beneath it, but I cannot recall the presence of a yellow talisman, as I did not examine it closely at that moment. Chapter 527. The shadowy retreat. Now, I believe I comprehend the situation. You have inadvertently disrupted their sacred rites, Yu Qing elucidated. Moreover, it is highly probable that your intrusion may have resulted in the loss of a life, which explains why someone sought to detain you. A life? The three individuals were taken aback, with the most timid among them trembling. The ritual involved the sacrifice of a chicken, the hanging of a red flag, wreaths in the main room, and the encirclement of the house with grass ropes, all draped in red cloth. Yu Qing remarked that someone in this household had passed away, and in an attempt to prolong the life of the deceased, it was decided to substitute the chicken's life for that of the departed. This technique, steeped in mystery, is believed to have been lost to time. It is said that once the ritual is initiated, no outsiders are permitted to enter the premises for 7 days. Failure to adhere to this could result in the death of the one being saved. Furthermore, during the execution of this rite, the front door must remain open. Therefore, the individual purposely chose a secluded village for the ceremony. I ask you, apart from the open-door household, is there anyone else residing in the vicinity? Feng Xiang shook his head, suggesting there should be none. Indeed, those houses were shrouded in dust, resembling an abandoned village, as noted by the second recluse. Precisely. Yu Qing continued. If the ritual succeeds, that chicken should be dead. Before Yu Qing could finish speaking, Feng Xiang interjected, but the chicken was alive when we entered. It even crowed. It was a rooster. Su Bai rolled his eyes, questioning the significance of the chicken's gender at that moment. Yu Qing's brow furrowed in concern. The chicken's survival indicates that the ritual has not concluded. You have inadvertently disrupted their plans. We unintentionally compromised their efforts? Feng Xiang stammered, his face paling. That individual has pursued us all the way to the capital? Without a doubt, Yu Qing affirmed. If you were in their position, having endured countless hardships to save someone only to fail, would you not feel profound sorrow? Such anguish could easily transform into hatred, and whoever interfered would surely become a target for revenge. What should we do? Feng Xiang inquired. I overheard our conversation with my mother that day. It merely alleviated our danger temporarily, without addressing the root cause. Surprisingly, you three are not as naive as I thought, Chuaying teased. If we do not locate that person soon, we will have no means to eliminate the source of our troubles. To cast a spell against someone, one must know their birth date and time, and obtain a sample of their hair or nails. Yu Qing urged, reflect on your most recent haircut or nail trimming. When and where did it occur? We have known each other since childhood and now work at the same company, so on weekends, we often get haircuts together. My last haircut was at the office, Feng Xiang replied. I haven't had one since returning from my trip. The other two nodded in agreement, with Chuaying commenting. I didn't realize you three were so close that you would go for haircuts together. Feng Xiang appeared somewhat awkward. None of us have girlfriends or any particular hobbies. I can help introduce you to someone when the opportunity arises, Chuaying casually suggested before swiftly redirecting the conversation. Now, think back. Has anyone particularly unusual appeared at the company lately? Perhaps someone not often seen before? Our company has over 100 employees, with constant turnover and significant changes. Feng Xiang adjusted his glasses. It seemed no answers would emerge from this line of questioning. However, knowing that the three had ventured into that peculiar courtyard, Su Bai, who had remained silent up to that point, suddenly proposed, shall we visit the company? Certainly. However, their company is quite reputable and would not permit us to linger casually, let alone conduct any searches. Yu Qing glanced at Feng Xiang. Is that not the case? Indeed, the boss would surely not consent, Feng Xiang replied. He is known for his strict demeanor. Is your company currently hiring? Yu Qing inquired. We have a genius with an IQ of 180, he continued. Our company is in need of janitors, Feng Xiang admitted candidly. I heard one just left after only a few days. Su Bo's expression shifted dramatically. What? Am I to become a janitor? That is not my role. You can't possibly think of me in such a manner, given my 180 IQ. Wait, Shui Ying interjected. Undeterred by Su Bo's outburst, they left after just a few days? How old were they? Male or female? Where did they come from? I'm not sure, Yu Qing replied. I returned to the office yesterday and overheard a colleague mention it. Fong Xiang observed their peculiar expressions and asked, is this really so crucial? It may very well be important. Aren't the three of you technology enthusiasts? Shui Ying remarked, can we obtain the details of this janitor? If we acquire that information, we can continue to assist. If not, you may be on your own. This was a rather ruthless proposition, and the three immediately agreed. All right, we shall find a way to procure it. But we should be safe for now, right? The curse has been broken, and they must be aware. Yu Qing responded. Their silence is certainly not indicative of surrender. I believe they will devise another plan. The three were so frightened that they could hardly speak, prompting Yu Qing to say, why are you still sitting here? Hurry and investigate that janitor's information. Okay. The trio hurriedly exited. Mrs. Liu, visibly anxious, stepped out, and Yu Qing said, Mrs. Liu, we must take our leave as well. Please notify us immediately of any developments. Take care. I truly appreciate your assistance, she replied. Upon leaving Mrs. Liu's residence, Ying Ning pondered aloud. Is it possible for a person destined to die to transfer their fate to an animal, using the creature as a substitute for their own demise? Yet, does the Book of Life and Death in the Netherworld not record each soul's journey? Would that not constitute a violation? One may conceal the truth for a time. Yu Qing responded. Take, for instance, the mention of a red cloth covering a chicken. It should be stained with human blood, allowing the essence of the person to deceive the emissary of death. The chicken would appear human to the emissary, who would mistakenly believe it to be the soul on the brink of death. Upon capturing the spirit, it would dissipate immediately, leading the emissary to assume that the individual's soul is incomplete and has turned to ash. Thus, the name could be erased from the Book of Life and Death, culminating in the successful execution of the life transfer ritual. But why has this arcane art vanished? Ying Ning inquired, intrigued. Because no one knows the incantations. Merely understanding the form is but the first step. The incantation itself is paramount. Yu Qing replied, this individual should not be underestimated. Our immediate priority must be to locate this person and prevent further harm. The laws of yin and yang are in place. Why must we force matters? Su Bo remarked. Fate has its course, and it need not drag three others down with it. Having failed with the curse, they will surely seek alternative methods, Yu Qing asserted. There are numerous ways to harm from afar, such as through poison, curses, or various sorcery. Su Bo noted, are we not in great danger? Should we not follow them closely, to be prepared for any eventuality? He suggested. Indeed, I had this notion. Thus, I called upon them, urging the three to return to the office and act in unison, without dispersing. Yu Qing scratched his head, acknowledging his limitations. After all, I am not Gao Mingyuan, lacking the acumen of a detective. Upon contacting the three young men, their excitement was palpable. Having someone for personal protection was undoubtedly advantageous. One of the young men possessed a private apartment, where the group decided to convene that evening. Being all boys, it was inappropriate for Ying Ning and Shui Ying to attend, leaving only Su Bo to accompany Yu Qing. The five men nestled into the modest confines of the apartment. Yu Qing, with his calm demeanor, found the atmosphere stifling, as the three tech-savvy boys were not particularly chatty. Su Bo, unable to endure the silence, exclaimed, if we are to sit here all night, we might as well get on with our own affairs. I'll take the sofa. You all go on. He shooed the others away and settled on the sofa, leaving Yu Qing with no choice but to sleep on the floor. The three young men, having grown up together, squeezed onto the same bed. Although they were in bed, fear gripped them, and they lay wide-eyed, staring at the ceiling. After what felt like an eternity, they finally drifted into a restless slumber, while Su Bo and Yu Qing had already succumbed to deep sleep in the living room. In the dead of night, Yu Qing's eyes suddenly snapped open. Su Bo, what is happening? Su Bo turned over, his vision hazy, but quickly sensed something amiss. The three young men remained rigid on the bed, yet three figures were inexplicably moving towards the exit, their expressions vacant and movements stiff. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Bo glanced between the three lying down and the three advancing, and called out, their souls have left their bodies. Quick, think of something. Chapter 528, The Shadow Retreat 2, Where Do Wandering Souls Linger? The eerie and strange haunt graveyards and forests. I implore the mountain deities and the five roads generals, along with the local land gods of hearth and home, to discern the true souls. Upon completing his incantation, Yuqing's 3 faint shadows halted, retreating as if to return to their corporeal forms. Yet, an unseen force tugged at the souls, pulling them outward. Recognizing the urgency, Yuqing focused and recited, "Reclaim the possessed, fortify the spirit. Open the gates of heaven and earth, summon the souls from afar. I beseech the great Lord Laozi with utmost urgency." This time, a radiant white light flickered in Yuqing's palm. Su Bo understood that the youth was now fully committed to the endeavor. Unbeknownst to him, since earlier, Yuqing had felt a force opposing him. As he began his incantation, the force also started to manipulate the souls outward. In a moment of clarity, Yuqing instructed, "Su Bo, bite your finger." Su Bo gasped, realizing the dire situation, and resolutely bit into his own finger. Seeing the blood flow, Yuqing chanted fervently, and the blood formed slender lines, encircling the souls firmly. Born during the peak of yang energy, and with dragon lineage, Su Bo's bloodlines acted as a cage of vitality, trapping the souls within. Coupled with Yuqing's spell to retrieve the startled souls, their adversary was rendered powerless. Yuqing sensed the opposing force gradually dissipating and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Su Bo, it's over. What shall we do now?" Su Bo pointed at the 3 souls, inquiring, "Will they not die, will they?" "They are safe." Yuqing was quite confident. Their souls had been forcibly extracted, and if they returned promptly, they would be unharmed. He produced a piece of talisman paper, affixed it to one of their souls, and, placing his finger upon the paper, he guided the souls back into their bodies, one after another. The 3 individuals shuddered slightly, and then opened their eyes, albeit with a look of confusion. Su Bai stepped forward and slapped their cheeks, inquiring, "How do you feel?" "My body feels so heavy, as if I cannot rise," Feng Xiang replied. "What has transpired?" "That question would be better directed at you," Su Bai retorted. Yuqing shook his head, explaining that they were unaware of the situation. Moments ago, someone had set a trap to forcibly seize their 3 souls and 7 spirits, likely intending to confine them for 49 hours. "And what happens after 49 hours?" Su Bai questioned. "After 49 hours, the 3 would undoubtedly perish," Yuqing responded. "This individual has persistently employed sorcery to kill without direct involvement. It appears he wishes to leave no trace or escalate the matter. His cautious approach does not seem characteristic of someone from the mountains, Su Bai. I find myself somewhat perplexed. We can address that later. For now, let us focus on preserving the lives of these 3, Su Bai suggested. You cannot possibly stay with them 24 hours a day. That is precisely what I was thinking, Yuqing replied, snapping his fingers. I have a solution. What solution? The 3 on the bed asked in unison. Utilize sorcery to kill from a distance. It is essential to sense the vitality of these individuals, which you refer to as yang energy. If the yang energy is isolated, even with your birth dates, they would be powerless. We often speak of a false death. I intend to induce such a state in you. Seeing their faces pale, Yuqing quickly clarified, this is a false death on the level of yin and yang, allowing your yin energy to envelop your innate yang energy, rendering you undetectable. What must we do specifically? The 3 felt a spark of hope. First, you must request leave from your obligations and prepare essential supplies, for you are not to step beyond this door during this time, Yuqing instructed. Inform your parents and friends in advance, as you cannot use phones or the internet to communicate with the outside world. Watching television at home is permissible. Thirdly, I require your birth dates. Rest assured, I will not harm you. Of course, we must trust you now, Feng Xiang said to his friends. Whatever you ask of us, we shall comply. As it was summer, according to the Taoist system of divination, it was the perfect time to establish a yin concealment formation. The formation of yang and yin would depend on the year, month, and day for yang concealment, while the hour would necessitate yin concealment. The first formation of yang concealment begins at the first palace, progressing through 9 palaces without entering the central palace. The first formation of yin concealment begins at the 9th palace, moving in reverse through 9 palaces, also avoiding the central palace. Well, you seem to be lost, Yuqing remarked. In any case, setting this formation will temporarily protect you. After dawn, you must promptly follow my instructions to procure supplies and inform your relatives and friends. All right, we will comply. With the promise of salvation, the 3 readily agreed. As dawn broke, accompanied by 2 others, they set out to gather food, drink, and necessities, filling the entire room. Now it was Yuqing's turn to lay the groundwork for their protection. Yu Qing returned to the antique shop to procure some tools, primarily powdered stone and talisman paper. He scattered the powdered stone in every corner of the room, while the talisman paper, specifically of the Yin variety, was densely affixed to the walls. Notably, 3 pieces of black talisman paper caught Su Bai's eye. He had only ever seen yellow talismans before and was curious about the purpose of the black ones. By inscribing their birth dates upon them, the recipients shall witness their dates of birth transform into dates of death, Yu Qing explained. These are quite rare. I hardly have any, so I never anticipated I would need them today. Su Bai jested, no worries, the Bu group is affluent, we can settle the bill later. Yu Qing nodded earnestly, indeed. Yu Qing was straightforward, while Feng Xiang was quick-witted, promptly assuring them, rest assured, should we survive, we will express our gratitude appropriately. The red envelopes shall not be trifling. Just don't prepare hundreds. A single one containing a mere $1 will suffice, Su Bai teased, make sure to hold on. We are eagerly awaiting those red envelopes. Feng Xiang, with a grim expression, remarked, even outings invite such troubles. With his task completed, Yu Qing clapped his hands together. Now it's done. Remember, unless I come to knock, you must not open the door. By the way, what have you found out about the janitor? Feng Xiang replied. A colleague helped us investigate, but it seems there was some trouble. The address is fake, and the ID is forged. However, they estimate he is around 50 years old. A man with notably peculiar hair. Although he usually wears a hat, his hair behind the ears is grizzled, while the rest remains black. Feng Xiang struggled to recall the details shared by his colleague over the phone. He has 6 fingers. His left hand has 6 digits. The old man who drove us out of the mountain also had 6 fingers. It must be him. I can't believe he has infiltrated the company. The latter part was evidently the crux of the matter, which should have been revealed from the beginning. Su Bai chuckled wryly, 6 fingers, over 50, grizzled at the temples. We shall remember. Feng Xiang, reluctant to let Yu Qing depart, insisted, are we really to remain here alone? Do not touch the powdered stone, nor the talismans on the wall, especially the 3 black ones. Yu Qing reiterated, we must leave now. Take care of yourselves. The 3 of them, faces drawn, bid farewell to Yu Qing and Su Bai, hastily shutting the door. Hearing the cautious movements within, Yu Qing sighed. I wonder if this year marks their fateful year. Such misfortune, with so many mountains to choose from. Why did they end up in that place? It seems destined. Su Bai remarked, hey, young man. Are we truly going to seek out that 6-fingered old man? We must, Yu Qing asserted. I have crossed paths with him. We have a vendetta. What a predicament. The capital is so vast. How shall we proceed? Su Bai pondered briefly. He must require food, shelter, and clothing here. He will inevitably have to venture out. Surveillance is rampant. Let us find the future uncle-in-law. They both exclaimed in unison. The future uncle-in-law, Gao Mingyuan, expressed his exasperation. This case has already been dismissed. Under what pretext can I investigate? It need not be overt. Simply utilize your connections and resources for clandestine operations, Su Bai urged, clutching Gao Mingyuan's arm. Future uncle-in-law? This should not pose a problem, right? Shall I have Aunt Shui persuade you instead? Chapter 529, Father and Son Duo. No, that's unnecessary. Gao Mingyuan replied with a pained expression. I knew both of you had ulterior motives for inviting me out for drinks. When will I ever benefit from you two? Have you forgotten the past so quickly? Su Bai remarked, in the case of life and death, without our intervention. Gao Mingyuan chuckled, rest assured. I will certainly do my utmost. Now, I have a dinner appointment with Aunt Shui, and look at me. I've only been drinking, and Haven tea touched a morsel of food. A chill ran down Su Bai's spine. You wouldn't skip a meal just for a date with your aunt, would you? That's exactly right. Well then, I shan't keep you any longer. I must take my leave. Fearing he might be late, Gao Mingyuan dashed away like a rabbit, leaving only Yu Qing and Su Bai at the table. After a long day and night of exertion, they finally had the opportunity to sit down for a proper meal, and neither of them showed any intention of leaving, instead opting to order 2 more dishes to continue their feast. After devouring his food, Su Bai gazed out the window. Typically at this hour, wandering spirits would emerge on the streets. Yet today, not a single soul was in sight. Staring blankly with his chopsticks in hand, he murmured, how strange. Where have all those spirits gone? Yu Qing followed Su Bai's gaze and understood the implication of his words. The king of hell had mentioned that the underworld had recently descended into chaos, causing spirits to vanish without a trace. Yu Qing cleared his throat and asked in a hushed voice, Old Handsome, having been out for so long, have you learned of any unusual happenings among the spirits? As Subai mentioned, there is indeed a noticeable decrease in wandering spirits, Wei Jie commented. I was trapped for months, and upon my release, I sought out my old ghostly friends, but found none. It makes me ponder. The one who wishes to extract the souls of those three little beings might very well be the six-fingered man, who is quite suspicious. Subai excitedly slapped the table. Why didn't I think of that? The surrounding diners turned to stare, and Subai quickly lowered his voice. Young man, this six-fingered man might indeed be the one responsible for taking all the souls. Should we collaborate with the underworld? Yu Qing suggested, if all goes as expected. It is certainly our grandmother who is coming. Then you agree? Subai exclaimed with excitement. Grandmother once said that she would always know when I was in need. She must have placed a sensing spell on you, Yu Qing remarked. Should we contact her now? Subai stretched lazily. I'm utterly exhausted. Let us wait until tomorrow. Tonight, I need a good night's rest. Yu Qing, equally fatigued, finished their meal, and they returned to the antique shop to collapse into sleep. The next morning, upon opening his eyes, Subai found Bai Ji had already arrived at the antique store. Upon opening the door, he was startled to see his grandmother. Grandmother, how did you arrive so quickly? Bai Ji smiled gently. Lazy bug. If you knew what we had been through, you wouldn't say that, Subai complained. After a whole day and night of toil, I am utterly spent. It's never too late to share now, Bai Ji chuckled, feeling embarrassed at his disheveled appearance. Subai smiled sheepishly. I should freshen up first. Just then, a tiny figure dashed out and hugged Bai Ji's leg. Oh, where did this beautiful aunt come from? Even Bai Rong, with her refined taste, was enchanted by such beautiful words, especially when they were spoken by a child. The innocence and naivety in the child's tone added to its persuasiveness. Bai Rong bent down and gazed into the clear, powdery pink eyes of the little one. Oh, you must be a child of the Fox clan, right? Indeed, replied the child. Bai Moxuan said, I shall be the future clan leader. Subai scoffed. That is quite mad. The child, with utmost seriousness, asserted, the handsome clan leader speaks earnestly. Yes, he is serious, but you are naive. Subai retorted with a hint of annoyance. It's just coaxing a child. Anyone can do that. Bai Rong shot her a knowing glance, prompting Subai to dutifully go wash up. Engaging in a serious debate with a child would surely lead to trouble, a lesson Subai had learned well. Upon returning from her ablutions, she found the little one happily playing in Bai Rong's lap, where Bai Rong was teaching him how to form a crane with his hands. Watching Bai Rong's adept movements, a fleeting memory surged in Subai's mind. When she was about 4 or 5 years old, there was a woman who had held her in her lap and taught her the very same gesture. It was her grandmother. At that tender age, Subai hadn't possessed the same carefree innocence as the little one. Her scales had made her wary of strangers. Yet, upon her grandmother's arrival, all defenses melted away, and she sat quietly in her lap, learning to mimic the crane. When her grandmother departed, Subai felt a profound sense of loss. Now, as this familiar scene unfolded before her, cherished memories resurfaced. Her grandmother had indeed come to visit them, but as a child, she had forgotten due to her young age. As time passed and she grew older, her grandmother ceased to return, leaving Subai with a pang of sadness that lingered for a few days. However, such feelings were fleeting. Youth allowed for quicker forgetfulness. Yet, it remained a memory, and this reminiscent scene rekindled the echoes of her childhood. Subai, what are you pondering? Bai Rong inquired, setting the little one down. Shall we discuss serious matters now? Mentioning the six-fingered man and the art of fate transformation prompted Bai Rong to connect it with the recent disappearance of souls. Though she expressed some reservations, this individual merely seeks to alter fates, preventing souls from being claimed by the underworld. However, regarding mass soul removals, he lacks any apparent motive, so they cannot be conflated. I may assist in investigating any recent anomalies concerning souls. If there have been instances of failed fate transformations, the underworld would surely take notice. I appreciate your assistance, grandmother, Subai thought to herself, extending her hand to mimic the crane. Grandmother, I remember now. Bai Rong stared in astonishment. You were only 4 at that time. Perhaps my nature is different. I possess a good memory. I suddenly recalled that you had come to see me, held me in your arms. Yet as I grew older, you ceased to visit. Subai experienced a sudden realization. Were you concerned that seeing us would deter you from your quest for grandfather? You are indeed a perceptive child, Bai Rong replied. This is but one of the reasons. Your happiness influences my resolve, and as you mature, your memories deepen, making my presence a potential source of confusion for you. You already encountered enough disturbances in your childhood. Why add another? Reflecting on her early years, Su Bai merely smiled. I hardly remember those childhood events. But the fact that you visited me is a delightful memory. Bai Cheng stood there, gently caressing Su Bai's face. Due to our lineage, you endured numerous hardships in your childhood. Fortunately, you have grown up to possess such an optimistic disposition. You are stronger than your grandmother. Su Bai clasped Bai Cheng's hand in return. Grandma, you are also incredibly resilient, albeit somewhat stubborn. I will certainly assist you in locating Grandpa. Let us not speak of him any longer. I shall return now. Await my news, Bai Cheng remarked. As the saying goes, the boat will reach the bridge when it gets there, right? Su Bai nodded, watching her depart. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at his pant leg. It was Xiao Bai. Hey, you little rascal, what are you doing? Where has the handsome clan leader gone? Xiao Bai's ears twitched slightly. Here, he was a superstar, albeit one frequently absent from work and lacking professional ethics. To compensate for his usual laziness, there were days each month dedicated to catching up on his responsibilities. Su Bai replied, stay at home obediently. He will return once his work is completed. I want to find him. Xiao Bai's eyes dimmed. Take me with you, please. Pretty please? We are currently searching for someone, but it is not your handsome clan leader, Su Bai said helplessly, calling out, Cui Ying, Ying Ning, come here. The two young women showed no inclination to approach. Su Bai steeled himself and insisted, could you please lend a hand? You both can take him to find Bai Moxuan while Yu Qing and I attend to other matters. You two are also looking for someone. Taking Xiao Bai along is just the same. Ying Ning and I have other plans today. We need to help Aunt Shuexiang shop for clothes, Cui Ying replied, rolling her eyes. Chapter 530, Nightmares with No Other Option. Su Bai and Yu Qing found themselves in the role of reluctant caretakers. As soon as Cui Ying finished speaking, Xiao Bai climbed onto Su Bai's back like a little koala, his innocent voice tinged with a hint of menace. I don't care. You must take me with you. Otherwise, I will inform the handsome clan leader, and he will surely deal with you. Unable to shake off Xiao Bai, Su Bai had no choice but to concede. All right, I will take you with me, young clan leader. The two men, hand in hand with Xiao Bai, navigated through the crowd, attracting curious glances. Many women clasped their hands over their hearts, their eyes sparkling with delight as they gazed at Xiao Bai. Unfazed, Xiao Bai smiled back, igniting a flurry of excitement. Su Bai could no longer tolerate the spectacle. I say, little one, must you be so openly charming? What of me and Yu Qing? You said you were searching for someone, Xiao Bai replied innocently. The handsome clan leader said that the more unique I am, the more I should express myself and learn from his lessons. Oh, so Bai Moxuan did not understand the importance of self-expression in his youth? Given his current rigid demeanor, it is quite easy to imagine, Su Bai conceded. Yu Qing paid no mind to their banter. His focus was solely on the passers-by, particularly those of middle age and beyond. He scrutinized their hands, causing onlookers to glance back at him. Su Bai pulled him aside, cautioning, be careful staring so intently at people's hands. They may accuse you of harassment. After we send this little rascal to Bai Moxuan, let us swiftly seek out your future aunt. At a fan meeting for Bai Moxuan, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. Two individuals brought Xiao Bai to the venue. But upon arrival, they found themselves engulfed by a throng of admirers, making it impossible to approach Bai Moxuan. They decided to wait until the event concluded to escort Xiao Bai to the backstage lounge. However, perched on Su Bai's shoulder, Xiao Bai spotted Bai Moxuan, who was signing autographs. Unable to contain his excitement, the little one leapt from Su Bai's shoulder and squeezed through the crowd. Su Bai exclaimed in alarm, Hey little buddy, come back. Don't cause a commotion. Being young and innocent, Xiao Bai was oblivious to the implications of his presence. He maneuvered through the dense crowd, inching closer to the signing table, his youthful voice ringing out, Handsome clan leader. Bai Moxuan, feeling somewhat irritable, was jolted by the sound of Xiao Bai's voice. The child's appearance captured the attention of everyone present, prompting a wave of gasps from the crowd. This little boy resembled a miniature version of Bai Moxuan, a striking reflection of his younger self. In an instant, Xiao Bai bounded onto the stage and wrapped his arms around Bai Moxuan's neck, asking, Handsome clan leader, what are you doing here? Playing games? Bai Moxuan chuckled, pinching Xiao Bai's cheek. What brings you here? I missed you, so I came, Xiao Bai replied, nestling into Bai Moxuan's embrace. The manager's expression shifted dramatically, beads of sweat forming on his plump chin. Could this child be Bai Moxuan's illegitimate son? It seemed too uncanny. The resemblance was undeniable. He quickly approached. Hey, whose child is this? Mine, Bai Moxuan replied with a grin. Since the moment I brought him out. He has been my child. The manager staggered back a few steps, nearly losing his balance, but thankfully managed to steady himself against a table. Bai Moxuan, sensing his distress, reassured him, don't worry, he is my child, though not by birth. Relieved, the manager exhaled, you must let me finish my thoughts in one breath. You don't intend to drive me to the brink, do you? The fans below were taken aback by Xiao Bai's boldness, captivated by the striking appearances of both the man and the boy, yet their imaginations ran wild, much like the manager's, questioning whether the child could indeed be Bai Moxuan's illegitimate son. Bai Moxuan gazed at Xiao Bai, who, despite being new to the public eye, showed no signs of shyness. Flashes from cameras illuminated the scene as he lifted his head, his pink eyes fixed intently on the lens. With a smirk, Bai Moxuan stood up and declared loudly, "This is my son." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as an overwhelmed female fan fainted, collapsing against her companion. Bai Moxuan continued, "His parents have passed away, and now I am his father." This revelation sent the venue into a frenzy once more. The manager's eyes sparkled. Was this not an excellent opportunity? Though not biologically related, the striking resemblance and charisma suggested a natural child star potential. This father-son duo was undoubtedly marketable, as evidenced by the audience's reaction. The manager's smile broadened. "Little one, why not come over here with me?" Yet, Bai Moxuan firmly grasped Xiao Bai, saying, "No worries. I'll hold him while I continue signing." What a jest. Little Bai is but a child. If he were to disclose to his agent that they were originally foxes, would that not lead to a significant predicament? Observing from the periphery, Su Bo and Yu Qing could not help but exclaim that we are indeed in an era dominated by male allure. The sight of one large and one small figure has sent all the women into a frenzy. Su Bo remarked, "I have a premonition that Bai Moxian's agency will not let little Bai slip away." Yu Qing was taken aback, but quickly grasped Su Bo's implication. Indeed, they are poised to cultivate a young star. These two fellows have certainly stolen the limelight today. Su Bo rubbed his nose thoughtfully. If only Chu Yin were added to the mix, it would be even more delightful. By the way, should we make our exit? Without waiting for Yu Qing's response, Su Bo gave him a gentle push. What are you doing? Yu Qing's gaze was fixed intently on the opposite side of the square, where a gaunt man was staring back at him. Though the distance was considerable, Yu Qing sensed the hostility emanating from him, and his heart raced. Su Bo, it's him. Quick, pursue. As he spoke, he dashed out of the venue, traversing the square toward the street. In his haste, he failed to notice the man across the street who suddenly smirked and beckoned at him, revealing 6 fingers on his left hand. A jolt of fear coursed through Yu Qing, and he leaped over the roadside railing, landing on the street. Unbeknownst to him, a speeding SUV rounded the corner, and upon seeing a pedestrian, the driver blared the horn. However, the distance was too close for braking, and the tires screeched against the pavement as the vehicle hurtled toward Yu Qing. The driver, drenched in cold sweat, feared an impending tragedy and shut his eyes in terror, believing he was about to collide with Yu Qing. In that critical moment, Su Bo wrapped his arms around Yu Qing and forcefully pulled him aside, and they both tumbled onto the roadside as the vehicle sped past them, a gust of wind lifting their garments. On the ground, the sudden stop of the vehicle left 2 distinct black skid marks, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt rubber. Su Bo lifted his head to see they were still alive, and anger surged within him as he pointed at Yu Qing, berating, "Have you lost your mind?" Crossing the street without regard for oncoming traffic, the vehicle finally came to a halt, and the driver, trembling with fear, cautiously leaned out of the window. Are you all right?" We are fine. Su Bo waved dismissively. "You may leave now." The driver, fearing a potential accusation from the two, pressed the accelerator and sped away, while the onlookers gradually dispersed. Yu Qing sprang to his feet, immediately glancing across the street, only to find that the 6-fingered man had vanished without a trace. Cursed fate. How could he escape right under our noses? Yu Qing was filled with frustration. His appearance suggests he knows I have thwarted his vengeful plans. It is we who have interfered, Su Bo interjected, hands on his hips. I am involved as well. Yu Qing sighed. This man seeking me out cannot be a trivial pursuit. During our clash, he was able to sense my true energy. Every cultivator has a unique essence. And if he can achieve this, Su Bo, I may not stand as his equal. Nonsense. You were able to contend with his soul detachment before, Su Bo retorted, refusing to believe. Why the sudden loss of confidence? Previously, it was thanks to you that we succeeded. Your young blood played a significant role. Yu Qing remarked, no. Let us check on Feng Xiang and the others, just to be safe. Chapter 531. The awakening spell. I maintain that it is unwise, Su Bai interjected. That fellow might track us down, and before we know it, he could lead us right to Feng Xiang and the others, turning us into mere bait. We must not fall into his trap. Let us call Ying Ning and Cui Ying to take a look. Although Ying Ning is somewhat lacking, she still possesses some cultivation. What do you think? Su Bai's reasoning was sound, and Yu Qing nodded in agreement. It seems we have no other choice. The two surveyed their surroundings. Feeling a palpable tension in the air, Su Bai placed his hands on his hips. Let us first seek out Bai Moxuan and Xiao Bai. That is the only course left to us, Yu Qing replied, still unwilling to give up hope. As they departed, he glanced around one last time. Amidst the vast sea of people, there was no sign of the six-fingered man. The book signing event had concluded, and the crowd had dispersed. Bai Moxuan and Xiao Bai were now in the lounge, where the agent wore a rather avaricious expression. Moxuan, this child is simply a genius. Look, Chuyan has already received such a wonderful opportunity. Shouldn't you strive for advancement as well? A father-son duo would be splendid. It could broaden your market. You could accept endorsements and roles that were previously out of reach. Xiao Bai, do you wish to shoot commercials? Do you want to act? Yes, Xiao Bai replied innocently. That sounds like so much fun. You've set your sights on Xiao Bai, Bai Moxuan said, somewhat displeased, just as Xiao Bai clung to his neck, looking pitiful. Can I work with the handsome clan leader? That would be wonderful. I really like it. Clan leader? Why do you call him that? The agent tilted his head, perplexed. Do you fancy yourself an ancient person? If she likes it, let her call me that, Bai Moxuan replied. Xiao Bai. We will discuss this matter in detail when we return, all right? Seeing Bai Moxuan not outright rejecting the idea, the agent's spirits lifted. A father-son duo seemed promising. Why don't you head off first? I would like to stay a little longer. Please divert those fans, Bai Moxuan suggested. Has Shanzi not arrived? What kind of assistant is this? I heard she had personal matters to attend to and took leave, the agent explained. Among all the assistants, Shanzi has persevered the longest, so do not hold it against her. I harbor no grievances, Bai Moxuan waved dismissively. Farewell. With such an obvious dismissal, the agent hurriedly took his leave, leaving just the four of them. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the two, Bai Moxuan grunted. What trouble have you two gotten into now? It is not trouble. It is an issue brought by the Bu group, Su Bai replied impatiently. We have now attracted the attention of an expert. In recent days, Bai Moxuan had not been at the antique shop and was unaware of the events concerning Feng Xiang and the others. However, upon hearing Yu Qing mention the art of fate manipulation, he perked up. That person is formidable. I believe only my master could contend with him. Are you incapable? Su Bai pressed. When a brother is in distress, should you not extend a hand? It is not that I refuse to help. Chu Yin has gone off to film, and the company is utilizing me as if I were two people, Bai Moxuan explained. I am currently unable to extricate myself. You two must fend for yourselves. Yu Qing is correct. This individual is not easy to deal with. Last time, it was only through your combined efforts that you managed to prevent him from taking the souls of those three. From today onward, you must not part ways. If necessary, Su Bai can employ the power of the reverse scale. Su Bai licked his lips, pondering when he last encountered the reverse scale. The memory eluded him. Yu Qing bowed his head in contemplation, and the lounge enveloped in silence was suddenly pierced by the shrill ring of a mobile phone, startling Xiao Bai, whose ears perked up. What is that sound? It's merely the ringtone. Little one, you have much to learn. Bai Moxuan gently stroked Xiao Bai's head, a smile gracing his features. Xiao Bai surpassed him in many ways. In his own youth, a sudden fright would have caused his ears to transform into those of a fox, yet Xiao Bai maintained his composure. Bai Moxuan then noticed the grim expression on Yu Qing's face. What troubles you? An incident has occurred, Yu Qing replied. Su Bai, we must leave at once. Cui Ying and Ying Ning stood hesitantly outside the apartment, apprehensive to enter uninvited. The occupants within heeded Yu Qing's admonition and refrained from opening the door until he and Su Bai arrived, at which point they sighed in relief and unlocked the entrance. The four gathered in the living room, where the windows and balcony door were tightly shut, the lights illuminated, and talismans densely plastered across the walls. The ground remained dusted with stone powder, and 3 black talismans lay undisturbed upon the table. However, one among them lay motionless upon the sofa. Upon observing the two standing, Yuqing noted their pronounced dark circles. Have you not slept? The pair rubbed their eyes. We dared not close them. Why? If we sleep, we are tormented by horrific dreams, and should we fail to awaken, we fear we might end up like him. Feng Xiang remarked. It's dreadfully terrifying. The moment I close my eyes, nightmares ensue, as vivid as reality. Each time I awaken, it feels akin to dying. Li Hua and I manage to rouse ourselves, yet he cannot, and now lies as if lifeless. At first, he could scream, but now he resembles a corpse. We have not dared to sleep, having gone 10 hours without rest. You must see him at once. Strangely, look, there's a white mist emanating from his body, yet it seems unable to escape, Shui Ying observed. Yuqing, could this be his soul? Where is it? We cannot see it, Feng Xiang questioned in bewilderment. It is natural for you not to perceive it, Ying Ning interjected. This is not the time for such discussions. Yuqing, what is happening here? I comprehend now, Yuqing responded. When one is ensconced in slumber, the body and spirit become susceptible to external malevolence. The soul may even temporarily depart the body, leading to nightmares that disrupt one's psyche. I have sealed your yang energy, yet I cannot prevent your dreams. Can he awaken? Feng Xiang inquired. When he dreams, we attempt to rouse him. But, no need to elaborate, Yuqing interjected as he grasped the man's wrist. His palm warmed, resting over the pulse. He intoned the awakening incantation. Open the heavenly court, grant longevity. 3 souls and 7 spirits, return to the infant essence. Exterminate ghosts and demons, summoned from 1,000 spirits. Ascend to the supreme, merge with the sun. 3 souls to the left, 7 spirits to the right. Quietly heed the divine command, perceive the ominous. Depart swiftly, malevolence, for health and safety. Urgently, as the law commands. In that moment, the man lying on the sofa jolted upright, the white mist retreating into his form, vanishing swiftly. Yuqing exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it is not severe. His soul has not completely vacated his body and has now returned. The man on the sofa let out a muffled groan. His body feeling as heavy as if it were glued to the couch, unable to rise no matter what. He opened his eyes, saw the crowd, and inquired with confusion. What has happened to me? Feng Xiang attempted to assist him in standing. What sort of dream did you have? At the mention of dreams, the man's face turned pale with fear. Feng Xiang shook his head. It must have been a nightmare. You 3 must remember the awakening incantation I just spoke. Yuqing remarked. This spell is originally used in Taoist internal cultivation. Before you sleep, clench your teeth and recite the awakening incantation 3 times. It will fortify your spirit, ensure peaceful slumber, and prevent malevolent energies from intruding. Yuqing took up a pen and wrote down the incantation, distributing copies among the 3. They each accepted the spell. Visibly reassured, Feng Xiang, along with Li Hua, had not slept, and now they were yawning repeatedly. Feng Xiang asked, when can we leave this place? Yuqing replied, sealing your yang energy is not a long-term solution. The pressing matter remains to locate that 6-fingered man and resolve your conflict. For now, endure a bit longer. And do not forget to recite the awakening incantation. You may sleep now. We shall take our leave. As per the usual rules, do not open the door or contact the outside world, except for you. Feng Xiang reiterated, we shall certainly comply. After all, it concerns our lives. How could we not? The 3, being homebodies, had no qualms about remaining indoors. As the 4 departed the room, Feng Xiang and the others quickly secured the door. Noticing their trepidation, Shui Ying sighed, what shall we do now? Chapter 532. Pupils, let us seek our future uncle-in-law. Su Bai suggested, since we have not had luck finding the person, we must rely on the most primitive method of searching and see if there are any discoveries with our future uncle-in-law. The 4 arrived at the police station, where they encountered Su Bai's distant cousin, Su Xiaoxiao. In truth, Su Xiaoxiao was merely a year older than Su Bai, and at first glance, she appeared petite, resembling a middle school girl, lacking any semblance of an older sister. Upon seeing Su Bai, she immediately halted, and noticing the coffee she held, Su Bai remarked, cousin, did you not say you don't drink coffee? I recall you mentioned being allergic to it. This is for our captain, Su Xiaoxiao replied. He worked all night yesterday without returning home and has been busy in the office all day. Also, a person's constitution can change. Just because I was allergic to coffee as a child does not mean I am now. Are you looking for the captain? Shui Ying's heart stirred. This girl seemed overly concerned for Gao Mingyuan. While one might attribute this to a subordinate's care for their superior, Su Xiaoxiao's demeanor changed entirely when she spoke of Gao Mingyuan, revealing a hint of feminine softness in her gaze. Could it be that she has developed feelings for him? This is troubling. It seems Aunt Xuefan might have a rival. Gao Mingyuan, true to his earnest nature, was diligently working for the antique shop. When the five entered, he was dozing off while clutching a pile of files. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with a hint of compassion as she gently called out, "Captain?" Gao Mingyuan awoke, quickly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. "What brings you all here?" Su Xiaoxiao set down the coffee. "This is for you." "Thank you, Xiaoxiao. You may return to your tasks. I have matters to discuss with them." Gao Mingyuan was eager to send Su Xiaoxiao away, though disappointment was etched on her face. She departed politely, further affirming Cui Ying's suspicion that Su Bo's distant cousin had indeed developed feelings for Gao Mingyuan. As Su Xiaoxiao casually closed the door, Gao Mingyuan immediately produced a stack of documents. These are all the individuals with 6 fingers who are approximately the same age. Please review and see if anyone piques your interest. Yu Qing began to sift through the papers, recalling clearly the visage of the 6-fingered man he had seen days prior, a face shrouded in gloom, with drooping eyelids and strikingly white hair, unadorned by a hat. The man had even stretched out his hand to display his 6 fingers, a blatant act of provocation. After a thorough search, Yu Qing slowly shook his head. None of these are him. Gao Mingyuan deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping back into his chair. "I have done my utmost. I understand how challenging it is to find these few individuals amidst the vast sea of humanity." Yu Qing offered reassurance. "Future uncle, let us omit the word future." Gao Mingyuan chuckled, revealing a bright smile. "You all are quite the jesters. With your beauty, do you still require our teasing?" Su Bo replied playfully. "Very well. We shall not intrude upon our uncle any longer," Yu Qing said, feeling a twinge of urgency. "Let us depart." "Indeed. Uncle, please take care of yourself," Su Bo added. The 4 of them promptly excused themselves, and upon hearing their words, Gao Mingyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Originally devoid of energy, he quickly rose to escort the 4 downstairs, only returning after they were out of sight. As Su Xiaoxiao approached, she inquired, "Captain, is the coffee to your liking?" "I haven't had a chance to taste it yet," Gao Mingyuan replied, stretching lazily. "I think I will take a short nap, but the coffee will go cold," Su Xiaoxiao remarked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Not to worry, I haven't touched it. You may offer it to other colleagues to avoid waste," Gao Mingyuan said, completely oblivious to the melancholy in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes. Watching the captain's retreating figure, Su Xiaoxiao felt a profound sense of loss. Outside, Ying Ning tugged at Cui Ying's arm. "Could it be that your prediction has come true?" Having ventured quite a distance, Cui Ying suddenly had a bright idea to sneak back for a glimpse, fortuitously witnessing the scene unfold. Look at her expression. She seems truly heartbroken. "Hey, Su Bo, what sort of person is this distant cousin of yours?" "Just an ordinary person," Su Bo replied. "Our families had contact in childhood, but as we grew older, the connection faded. With the passing of the elders, the younger generations have drifted apart, which is quite common. Therefore, I know nothing of her life as an adult." "Do you 2 women need to be so nosy? If you aren't curious, why the fervor in sneaking a look?" Cui Ying teased. At a loss for words, Su Bo fell silent, and Yu Qing interjected, "All right, let us return." The 3, sensing Yu Qing's heavy mood, ceased their banter and headed towards the antique shop. Not far from the shop, at a fork in the road, Yu Qing once again spotted the 6-fingered man. "It's him. He has returned. Hey, this time, be cautious. We are merely assisting, and we must not jeopardize our safety," Su Bo cautioned, recalling the harrowing encounter from before. She quickly grasped Yu Qing's arm. "This man has appeared before us twice today. Even if we do not seek him out, he will inevitably cross our path. I believe the giant speaks the truth. This individual is clearly in a state of distress, desperately seeking those 3 individuals." Ying Ning remarked that his approach to find Yu Qing would indeed validate this. "The enemy advances while we retreat," said Cui Ying, suggesting they disregard him. The 4 of them chose to completely ignore the man and proceeded directly towards the antique shop. As anticipated, he hastily pursued them, causing a palpable tension among the group as they instinctively grasped the hands of their companions. Ying Ning expressed her concern. "What should we do? That person is approaching." The adversary was a human, a practitioner of the same mystical arts, making him a formidable opponent. Had he been a malevolent entity, talismans and incantations would suffice. Yu Qing furrowed his brow, taking a few steps forward before abruptly turning back, swiftly charging towards the man. "If you have business, direct it at me, and spare my friends." The six-fingered man extended his left hand, demanding, "Where are those three hiding?" "I do not know," Yuqing replied resolutely. "I will not allow you to take their lives." "To take a life demands retribution," the man rasped, speaking with deliberate slowness. "Their careless actions have extinguished a vibrant life. This constitutes murder and warrants a price. You have disrupted the balance of yin and yang with your arts," Yuqing countered. "You may manipulate fate through geomancy, but exchanging lives is not permissible. Given your considerable skill, you should grasp this truth." Reasoning? The six-fingered man's footwork was astonishingly swift, and in an instant, he was upon Yuqing, grasping his throat and pinning him against the wall. "I have lost the most precious person to me. This debt must be settled." The man's actions were as quick as lightning, leaving Yuqing no time to react. Upon colliding with the wall, clarity suddenly washed over him. "Do not err again. You are meddling where you should not. I had no intention of harming the innocent, but you have forced my hand," the six-fingered man retorted. "Cease this." A powerful gust swept through, momentarily obscuring Su Bai's vision. When the wind settled, the sight of a dark-faced man wielding a soul-binding chain left Su Bai astonished. The Wheel King? The fact that the Wheel King would personally intervene indicated that this six-fingered man was no ordinary foe. In a moment of desperation, Su Bai exclaimed, "Old Black, please save Yuqing." The Wheel King's expression shifted slightly. His dark visage revealed a fierce gaze, though his countenance remained unchanged. Realizing his blunder, Su Bai clasped his hands in apology, repeatedly begging for forgiveness. The Wheel King's presence caused the six-fingered man to loosen his grip slightly. "You hail from the underworld? If you are aware of the underworld, you should also understand that the balance of yin and yang must be maintained. Breaking it brings no benefit." Suddenly, the Wheel King hurled the soul-binding chain forward, and Su Bai witnessed a shadow darting out. Upon focusing again, he saw that the chain had ensnared the six-fingered man tightly. "You are consumed by grief over a lost child, but you cannot indiscriminately slay the innocent." Lost a child? It dawned on them that it was his son who had perished. "You cannot fathom the anguish of losing a loved one." The six-fingered man clenched his fists tightly. "Is this the legendary soul-binding chain? It is meant to capture spirits, yet it cannot bind a living soul." Chapter 533. The pupil Su Bai was now frantic. "Well, King, what sort of madness is this? What use is the soul-binding chain?" Moments ago, the six-fingered man, once consumed by madness, now widened his eyes in disbelief. Within his pupils, Su Bai perceived a fleeting silhouette, leading him to question his own vision. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he reopened them to find the image in the six-fingered man's gaze strikingly clear, an apparition of a youth, approximately 17 or 18 years old. Perplexed, Su Bai glanced around, finding nothing amiss, and pondered the origin of the boy reflected in the six-fingered man's eyes. He tugged at Yuqing's sleeve. "Did you see that?" "I did. But I also did not," Yuqing replied. Realizing that they were both witnessing the same enigmatic vision, the boy mirrored in the six-fingered man's gaze. Yet his whereabouts remained a mystery. Suddenly, the ferocity etched on the six-fingered man's face dissipated, as the boy within his pupils wore a gentle smile and appeared to be speaking. The six-fingered man's lips moved several times, yet no words escaped. Only the tears welling in his eyes threatened to spill over. The unspoken bond of paternal love required no verbal expression. Ying Ning, deeply moved by the scene, felt memories flood her mind, and her own eyes glistened with tears. With a swift motion, the Wheel King summoned the soul-binding chain, retracting it with a swift whoosh, causing the boy in the six-fingered man's pupils to vanish. The purpose of the Wheel King's action became clear. He sought to facilitate a communion between the six-fingered man and the spirit of his deceased son. As it was day, the spirit could not manifest, yet the Wheel King, as one of the 10 lords of the underworld, possessed his own means. The six-fingered man sank to the ground, murmuring, "I nearly caused his demise." "What is the meaning of this, Wheel King?" Yuqing inquired. According to the report from Bai Zhong, he began, "We consulted the Book of Life and Death and discovered a recent recorded incident. A 17-year-old named Shin Shanghai was marked for death a month ago, yet the Yama failed to retrieve his soul. The deputy Yama recounted that during the soul retrieval, he experienced a moment of disorientation, and upon regaining his composure, he could not locate Shin Shanghai's spirit. Furthermore, half a month prior, Shin Shanghai's soul was drawn into the underworld, and his lifespan was extended by 15 days, causing his reincarnation to be delayed, leaving him in the realm of the dead. He is my son." The six-fingered man trembled as he spoke. "I could have saved him." "Saved him?" The Wheel King replied coldly. It would have been a disservice. The art of life exchange is lost precisely because once a life is exchanged, there is no record of it in the book of life and death. When the time of true death arrives, the soul can never be reborn. The previous Yama sought to annihilate the incantation of life exchange for this reason. You were fortunate not to succeed. Had you done so, the child would never have reincarnated. Doomed to wander as a restless spirit, the six-fingered man was overwhelmed with shock. Just moments before, his son had appeared before him. Still the obedient child he had always been, smiling even across the divide of life and death. It pained him deeply to think that such a beloved child had succumbed to a terminal illness, while his wife had perished during childbirth. Her last words urging them to care for one another. The thought that he, now a father alone, could not see his son again filled the six-fingered man with profound sorrow. In his desperation, he resolved to take a bold gamble, employing the forbidden art to save his son. To ensure the plan's success, he had journeyed far into the mountains with his ailing child, unaware that 3 young adventurers would unwittingly disrupt his endeavor. At first, you endeavored to prolong your son's life, managing to keep him alive for an additional week. When that failed, you resolved to employ the art of life transfer to deceive the emissaries of the underworld, thereby allowing your son to continue existing. The Wheel King shook his head, stating that even without the untimely arrival of those 3 young individuals, your plans would not have succeeded. The art of life transfer had long been altered by previous kings of hell, with the fear that it could not be entirely eradicated, as remnants of it continued to be passed down. Could it be the Taoist? Subai inquired softly of Yuqing. It is highly probable, Yuqing responded, observing the six-fingered man's expression gradually calm, surmising that the presence of his son's spirit had restored his reason. The Wheel King remarked, as you can see, your son is currently undergoing judgment in the underworld. After cleansing the good and evil of this life, he will soon descend into reincarnation, embarking on a new existence. This is the true continuation of life. Surely, you have attempted to summon his spirit, but alas, it was in vain. Once a soul enters the underworld, summoning becomes futile. The six-fingered man sighed ruefully. Despite my considerable efforts, I still cannot retain him. You must not err again, Yuqing advised. Those 3 young individuals have their own parents. They are someone else's children. One father has passed, leaving only a mother. Your anguish today nearly inflicted the same suffering upon another mother. The six-fingered man suddenly reached out towards the air before him, his hand gently caressing as if touching his son's face. The Wheel King felt a stirring within and could no longer restrain himself, saying, in truth, it is not difficult for the 2 of you to meet. What do you mean? The six-fingered man asked. It is something to be understood rather than articulated. I have said all I can, the Wheel King declared. The time has come. He must swiftly return to the underworld. We shall take our leave first. The Wheel King promptly vanished into the air without a word of farewell. To which Subai grumbled, that fellow has no sense of courtesy. Yuqing turned to the six-fingered man. Uncle Shun, may I address you as such? Whatever you wish. After all, a name is merely a label. The six-fingered man waved dismissively. You have thwarted my plans, yet it is evident that your abilities are remarkable. No, esteemed elder. You surpass me. May I inquire which school you hail from? Yuqing responded politely. Let us set aside formalities today. I do not wish to engage in such superficialities. The six-fingered man raised his hand. I sought to eliminate them for my son. Today, I choose to relinquish that intent, also for my son. I shall take my leave. And let those 3 fend for themselves. Are you truly willing to spare them? Yuqing sought confirmation once more. The six-fingered man grunted softly and turned to depart, his silhouette imbued with solitude. Ing Ning remarked, although he is deeply saddened, there is a noticeable change in his demeanor. The heart's ailment requires a remedy for the heart. Chuang commented, it seems he has finally opened his heart. The news and presents brought by the Wheel King served as the best antidote. Now, can we consider releasing them? Subai proposed. Those 3 lads are pitiable, having been inexplicably embroiled in these matters, nearly losing their lives. Just as the group was deliberating, the six-fingered man returned, this time with an additional item in his possession. In but a moment, it was unclear from where he had retrieved it, a sword box, which he unceremoniously placed in Yuqing's hands, declaring, this is for you. Elder Yuqing stood perplexed, clutching a box. Before he could utter a word, the six-fingered man staggered away, leaving behind a cryptic remark. I have no one else to entrust this to. You are my adversary, yet you catch my eye. Perhaps it is fate. Open it, and see what lies within. Do not rush, Su Bai cautioned, his timorous nature surfacing. What if it is a trap? Wait until I have distanced myself. Leave me be, retorted Cui Ying. It is evident that the gentleman no longer harbors resentment. Allow me to unveil it. Inside the box rested a sword, its blade somewhat dulled, suggesting it had never been sharpened. Cui Ying, discerning in her knowledge, remarked, it appears to be an ancient sword. How curious that this gentleman would gift you such a relic. I cannot fathom the reason, Yu Qing replied. However, being an antique, it deserves to be cherished. Yu Qing resolved to trust his instincts and retrieve the three reclusive men. Initially, they were too frightened to emerge, only stepping out after Yu Qing assured them of their safety. Yet, they hesitated to disturb the furnishings within, insisting they would return to spend the night, just in case. This matter, they decided, was best left to their own devices. Upon returning to the antique shop, Su Bai immediately opened his computer, where a breaking news alert flashed on the screen. He idly glanced at it before leaping from his chair. Hey, come quick. The three crowded around as the report detailed a catastrophic car accident, accompanied by harrowing images. One figure stood out, his left hand possessing 6 fingers. Perhaps due to this distinguishing feature, the photographer had focused on him. As they scrutinized the mangled head, though obscured by blood, the face was vaguely recognizable. It was none other than the 6-fingered man who had just bid them farewell. Chapter 534. The Sword of the Tao. Recalling the words of the Wheel King, Su Bai suddenly comprehended. No wonder the dark-faced man had spoken so. It seemed that the father and son could meet again in the underworld, which implied that their reunion was not far off. How could this happen? Ying Ning felt a pang in her heart. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. Meeting in the underworld is still a meeting. Why wear such a grim expression? Cui Ying remarked. I am merely perplexed. Who exactly was he? This is a question I too wish to unravel, Yu Qing replied. He had no family. Cui Ying, I must identify the body and arrange for his final rites. The gentleman has no other relatives, which is fortunate, Cui Ying stated. I shall accompany you. No, I shall go alone. The morgue was perpetually suffused with an unsettling odor. Traditionally known as in ancient times, it has always served as a resting place for the deceased. Regardless of the era, it remains a location for the interment of bodies. The cold storage within the morgue often harbored numerous corpses, as it is uncommon for a body to be cremated immediately after death. Those claimed would typically be transported for burial ceremonies after 3 or 4 days, while unclaimed bodies lay in the cold storage until confirmed as unrecognized, at which point the hospital would hastily handle their remains. Just contemplating this made Yu Qing's heart uneasy. The elderly caretaker of the morgue, hunched and weary, noticed Yu Qing lingering at the entrance without stepping inside. He sighed. Some say that one should not hasten to cremate a body placed in the morgue, for there remains a possibility of revival. Some may merely be in a state of suspended animation. Yu Qing shivered slightly. Is it true? I was merely jesting, young man. You've been in a daze for quite a while. Why not step inside and identify the body? The elder remarked. Resting in the earth is the best outcome. Alone. Yu Qing entered the morgue, where the old man gestured towards a row of cold drawers. The victims of the accident are in there. Take your time to find them. As the old man exited, the chilling atmosphere of the morgue sent a shiver down Yu Qing's spine. He glanced around, but saw no lingering spirits of the deceased. Yet, the coldness enveloped him from head to toe. Taking a deep breath, he pulled open one of the drawers, revealing a lifeless female form, her head grotesquely crushed. An eye socket staring unblinkingly at him. He gasped and swiftly closed the drawer, placing a hand on his chest as his heart raced. Though he had encountered many phantoms, those were mere illusions. This was flesh and bone. Young man, the second drawer from the top, in the middle, is mine. The voice echoed, and Yu Qing felt a surge of relief. Turning around, he saw the ghost of a man with 6 fingers standing in the corner. Senior, I am about to meet my son. You have come to retrieve my remains, so my trust in you shall not be in vain, the 6-fingered man said. I have one last favor to ask. Please inter my ashes alongside my son's. His ashes are in. Yu Qing diligently noted the address, promising to fulfill the request. The 6-fingered man continued, They are coming for me. I must depart now, young brother. Farewell. That farewell signified an eternal parting. Yu Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Outside, the elder inquired, Did you find what you were looking for? Hurriedly, Yu Qing opened the second drawer from the top, in the middle, and upon seeing the familiar face, he exhaled in relief and exclaimed, I found him. Unaware of the 6-fingered man's name, Yuqing decided to temporarily store the body in the hospital before retrieving his son's ashes. In a small county not far from the capital, Yuqing and Su Bai located the urn inscribed with the name Shin Chenghai, as they were not direct relatives. Retrieving the urn required considerable effort, inevitably involving financial incentives. Fortunately, they discovered the final answer here. The six-fingered man was named Shin Tian, as recorded in the mortuary's ledger. Observing Yuqing lost in thought, while holding Shin Chenghai's urn, Su Bai urged him, "Let us go." The names Shin Tian and Shin Chenghai were ultimately etched on adjacent gravestones. Each held a bouquet of flowers, placing them reverently before the memorials. Cui Ying and Ying Ning were burning spirit money, with Cui Ying stating, "Senior Shun, your concerns are laid to rest. Please embark on your journey peacefully, and reunite with your son before entering the cycle of rebirth. In this life, our fates conclude here. The items you entrusted to Yuqing will be safeguarded." The spirit money flared up dramatically, and Cui Ying patted her chest, saying, "It seems the senior has heard us." Yuqing and Su Bo bowed before the gravestone, and only then did the four of them descend the mountain. Upon receiving the news of Shin Tian's demise, Feng Xiang and the others naturally breathed a sigh of relief. Though they resolved never to venture into the deep mountains again, nor to intrude upon others' homes uninvited, at the very least, they would learn to call out first and await permission from the hosts before entering. Feng Xiang had intended to pay his respects to Shin Tian, but alas, the other two steadfastly refused, and thus the matter was laid to rest. What troubled Yuqing the most was that sword. Fortunately, a week later, Tang Sansheng returned to the antique shop, providing an opportunity to unravel the mystery of Shin Tian's identity. The sword was housed in a box made of Wangwali wood, and Tang Sansheng remarked, "Such a precious item. Yuqing, it seems you have encountered a benefactor." Wangwali wood is a rare material primarily sourced from Hainan, historically favored for imperial artifacts. Its value is surpassed only by that of rosewood, owing to its remarkable stability, remaining unwarped and uncracked regardless of temperature fluctuations, and possessing a certain resilience. Tang Sansheng's assessment of the box's worth stemmed not only from its material, but also from the ghostly faces, wood nodules present on Wangwali, smooth and even, resembling the patterns of a fox's head, an old man's visage, and the hairs of an elder. Connoisseurs of antiques refer to these as ghost faces. The box exhibited a pattern resembling a fox's head, a delightful coincidence given Yuqing's affinity with the Fox clan. As Tang Sansheng extracted the sword, he observed the cloud patterns and a row of small seal characters adorning it, the craftsmanship remarkably intricate. Grasping the hilt, he noted its smooth texture, indicative of frequent handling, as the wooden grip had absorbed the oils from the hands that held it. However, in stark contrast, the blade appeared dull. Had it been regularly employed, it would surely have retained its sharpness. Tang Sansheng seemed to come to a realization as he pressed down on the blade, a surge of energy rebounding, leading him to discern that the sword's aura had been sealed. Does Boss Tang know of Shin Tian's background? Su Bo surmised from Tang Sansheng's composed demeanor that he had pieced together a considerable portion of the mystery. Yuqing, do you believe there exists a sect of sword immortals within Taoism? Tang Sansheng suddenly inquired. I have never heard of such a thing, Yuqing replied. I learned my Maoshan techniques from my father, who was self-taught. Thus, I am rather unfamiliar with various sects and factions. I nearly overlooked that detail, Tang Sansheng remarked. The transmission of Taoism has given rise to numerous sects over time. However, one lineage has often been overlooked and even met with skepticism regarding its existence, which we refer to as sword immortals. Sword immortals? Su Bo jested. That sounds remarkably akin to elements from a game. Do not jest, Tang Sansheng admonished with a light slap to Su Bo. The concept of sword immortals has ancient roots. It was hinted at in Lizi, though regrettably, few possess the insight to notice such nuances. Despite the abundance of texts within the Taoist canon, discussions surrounding the lineage of sword immortals are either glossed over or entirely omitted. In fact, Elzu's complete works records that within the sect of immortal swords, there are two types of swords, the magical sword and the Taoist sword, the latter being the Taoist sword. Suddenly, Su Bo recalled a figure. Oh, I remember someone, Lu Dongbin. He is associated with Taoism, right? In popular lore, he is depicted as a wandering figure bearing a sword, known by the title Qinyangzi, a Taoist priest wielding a sword. Correct? Chapter 535, The Position of the Five Ghosts. Indeed, Lu Dongbin is regarded as the patriarch of the sword immortals, Tang Sansheng remarked. Chunyangzi is a renowned immortal in Taoism, and according to folk legend, he is one of the 8 immortals. His birth name was Shaoxian. He was originally a scholar, passionate about learning since childhood, well-versed in various texts, yet he failed the imperial examinations 3 times. At the age of 46, he persisted in taking the exams. Upon arriving at an inn in Chang'an, intending to drink away his sorrows, he encountered a Taoist in a white robe who inscribed a poem on the wall, sitting and lying. I always carry a flask of wine, lest my eyes recognize the imperial capital. He felt he had found a kindred spirit and befriended him. Under this person's guidance, he began to study Taoism, mastering the art of the heavenly escape sword technique, often brandishing his sword to vanquish demons and eliminate harm. Thus, the legend of the sword immortal was born. However, perhaps due to the absurdity of this tale, fellow practitioners often regard the sword immortal with skepticism. Tang Sancheng pointed to the sword hilt and said, "The small seal script engraved here reads, sitting and lying. I always carry a flask of wine, lest my eyes recognize the imperial capital," signed by Chunyangzi Daoist. Therefore, Shen Tian's identity becomes apparent. The 4 remained silent as Tang Sancheng continued, "In my opinion, this Shen Tian is indeed the heir of the sword immortal, adhering to the teachings of the Taoist sword. I have heard that disciples of the sword immortal must venture to perilous cliffs to procure spiritual herbs, practice fasting, and cultivate their breathing to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Their methods differ significantly from those of urban practitioners of the golden elixir. If they encounter venomous snakes or fierce beasts in the deep mountains, they subdue them with sword energy. This is entirely unlike the incantations and talismans employed by practitioners of Maoshan, yet it does not imply they are incapable of using spells. On the contrary, their understanding of yin and yang surpasses that of others. They only resort to spells in dire situations." "I did not expect such a venerable figure," Yu Qing murmured. "Though he is indeed a high being, the fact that he has entrusted you with the sword indicates he no longer has an heir," Tang Sancheng replied. "The heirs of the sword immortal lineage are often stubborn and eccentric. If one does not appeal to them, they will not pass on their legacy. It seems Shen Tian values you, as he has entrusted you with such a precious token. I never anticipated being involved in such affairs, and yet it has brought me good fortune. Is this considered a blessing in disguise?" Cui Ying expressed her excitement, albeit with some confusion. "However, there is only this one sword. I cannot discern how it might assist us." "No, take a closer look," Tang Sancheng urged, pointing at the sword. "The sword remains unsealed because it lacks spiritual energy infusion. Yu Qing, why not try?" Yu Qing took the sword, feeling its substantial weight. "It is heavy," Tang Sancheng instructed. "Use the blade to pierce your palm, merging your blood with it." Yu Qing hesitated at the sight of the dull blade, prompting Tang Sancheng to reassure him. "Fear not. Since Shen Tian has entrusted the sword to you, you are now its master. Be bold in your endeavor." With determination, Yu Qing pressed his hand firmly against the blade, allowing blood to flow forth and stain the sword. A bright light flashed, illuminating the blade, and Yu Qing's heart soared. "Boss Tang, indeed, it appears to have recognized its master." Tang Sin contemplated for a moment and instructed, "First, tend to your hand. Then fetch a basin of pure water and a small cup, preferably one made of jade. Search the shelves outside. There must be a jade cup. Additionally, procure a handful of white rice and 3 incense sticks." Yu Qing understood that the proprietor had his reasons and promptly gathered the items: the jade cup, the white rice, and the incense, though the pure water proved more challenging. It had to be natural spring water. Chlorinated tap water was utterly unsuitable. It needed to be sourced from a river, lake, or stream. Su Bai eagerly volunteered and, accompanied by Ying Ning, hurried to the nearest lake to collect some. After a flurry of activity, it was already deep into the night. With everything prepared, they awaited Tang San's command. The white rice was placed in the jade cup. Water filled the basin, and the incense was nestled among the rice before being lit. Observing the completion of the setup, Tang San remarked, "Now, submerge the cup in the water." "Submerge it? Won't it sink?" Su Bai exclaimed in astonishment. Tang San shot him a steady glance, prompting Su Bai to retract his challenge. "I was wrong. I shouldn't question authority." "Good to know," Tang San replied with a sense of satisfaction. To everyone's surprise, as the jade cup filled with rice and incense was placed in the water, it floated effortlessly on the surface. Yu Qing, now grasping Tang San's intention, realized that he was forging a bond with the sword. Without further instruction, he retrieved a talisman paper, used his own blood to inscribe the symbol, and affixed it to the sword. Kneeling before the pure water, he performed 3 deep bows. Tang Sen smiled gently. The pupil shows promise. Upon completing the salutation, the sword's radiance intensified. Tang Sen declared, "This sword is now connected to your spirit. You shall be its master. It is a weapon against demons and evil, an unstoppable force." Su Bai shook a wooden box he had picked up. There is something else inside. The box contained a partition. Upon opening it, they discovered a tome of Taoist scriptures. As he flipped through the pages, he found instructions on how to cultivate tranquility and absorb the natural energies of the universe. The final page prominently featured the sword techniques of Taoism. Tang Sen chuckled. A bonus indeed. Yu Qing, if you follow the teachings for a year, your prowess will surely increase. Shen Tian is truly generous, though it also reveals how rare the lineage of the celestial sword is. Otherwise, it wouldn't have found its way to a stranger like you. Yu Qing felt increasingly apprehensive. I fear I cannot bear this responsibility. You underestimate yourself. Both you and your father are self-taught, relying on ancient texts, yet you have mastered the art of Moxuan with remarkable skill. In comparison to your father, Yu Bai, you surpass him. It is your fortune to inherit the celestial sword, Tang Sen asserted. In my view, you are now the successor of the celestial sword. Isn't that somewhat presumptuous? This feels a bit awkward, Yu Qing replied. Shen Tian has passed, and there are no other heirs to the celestial sword. You are now tasked with carrying on this legacy. If Shen Tian were aware, he would surely be pleased. Tang Sen continued, resolutely. It is settled. Shui Ying added, indeed. It is a fine idea to take on more disciples in the future. Yu Qing, overjoyed at acquiring the sword, felt a rush of excitement. It is splendid, yet I remain uncertain of its purpose. Tang Sen replied, that is easily tested. Let us venture outside and find a few malevolent spirits to challenge. Find malevolent spirits? But, Tang boss, there are hardly any ghosts outside, let alone evil ones, Su Bai countered. Su Bo remarked, you haven't visited the antique shop in quite a while. You must be unaware of the current situation. Tang San Chung has been absent from the shop as he is accompanying Shin Bing, also known as Xiao Ning, abroad to meet her future in-laws. Unfortunately, the encounter did not go well. The in-laws, having adopted a westernized worldview, harbor distrust towards him and do not hold him in high regard. Fortunately, Tang Sancheng maintains a positive mindset, believing that as long as he approaches the situation with enthusiasm, he will eventually win their favor. Su Bo briefly elucidated the present circumstances, prompting Tang Sancheng to fall into contemplation. It is indeed challenging to locate ordinary ghosts, yet there exists a place where malevolent spirits undoubtedly dwell. What place is that? Yu Qing inquired. The 5 ghost position, Tang Sancheng replied. The solitary and wandering souls are scarce, but they are not entirely absent. I understand, Yu Qing affirmed. Do you wish to accompany me? Absolutely. The trio exclaimed in unison. Outside, Shuexiang and Shuefen overheard their conversation and exchanged knowing smiles. Shuexiang remarked, Ying Ning is truly ill-suited for Qing Qiu. With her temperament, the elders could hardly tolerate her presence. My sister-in-law would certainly not allow it either, Shuefen softly added. Let us not speak of Ying Ning. Even I am reluctant to return to Qing Qiu at present. Is it due to that man named Gao Mingyuan? Shuexiang, having experienced love, understood the tumultuous feelings involved. Cherish it well. With Mo Xian as the clan leader, Qing Qiu will undoubtedly undergo significant transformations. Our past tragedies will surely not repeat. Shuefen paused. If you wish to apologize for not defending me back then, there is no need. Shuexiang smiled gently. It is through such experiences that he remains forever in my heart. This outcome is, in truth, quite agreeable. As they conversed, the 4 emerged excitedly, with Yu Qing carrying a sword box, pondering that in the bustling city, bearing a sword would attract too much attention, and thus chose to take the box along as well. Chapter 536, The 4 Treasures of Moxuan Mother. Aunt, we are leaving, Ying Ming cheerfully announced as she trailed behind Yu Qing. The so-called 5 ghosts position refers to the locations of malevolent spirits corresponding to the directional entrances of homes. Yu Qing knew the incantation. When the main door faces true north, the 5 ghosts reside in the west. If facing northeast, they are in the southeast. Facing east, they are in the south. Southeast leads them to the east. South directs them to the northeast. Southwest points to the north. West indicates the northwest. And northwest reveals the southwest. The entrance of the antique shop faces true south, placing the 5 ghosts in the northeast. Yu Qing guided the trio towards the northeastern direction. Along the way, They occasionally spotted a few ghosts, who remained concealed in the dark alleys, seemingly fearful of something. Su Bo remarked, "It's your turn, handsome. Go inquire what they are afraid of." Wei Jia emerged from the jade, striding confidently towards the three spirits. Upon seeing a fellow ghost approach, they appeared less frightened. However, upon noticing the box in Yuqing's hands, they shrank against the wall, wishing they could meld into it. Yingning observed, "Look, they are all terrified of this box. No wonder the sword is capable of vanquishing demons and dispelling evil." The innocent joy of Yingning left Su Bo in a state of helplessness. "Child," he remarked, "their fear serves little purpose. What they truly dread is not the box or the sword within, but rather the entity that could cause them to vanish or even disappear entirely." After gathering information, Wei Jia approached and said, "They report that numerous spirits have recently departed under the influence of a female ghost, never to return. Now, upon encountering her, they flee in terror. Fortunately, the Yin officials are also active, waiting here to escort them away." Yingning's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Is she a remarkably beautiful ghost? To lure so many souls, it must be more than mere beauty, wouldn't you agree? Chuang chuckled at the absurdity of it all. With the Yin officials overseeing matters, we need not concern ourselves. Let us proceed to the 5 ghost position and test our sword skills. The 5 ghost position, located directly northeast, faced a particular household where a shadowy figure was perched upon the window, strange sounds emanating from within. This figure was known as the Big Head Ghost. Yuqing remarked, "The Big Head Ghost is not malevolent. Let us find another." "Is the Big Head Ghost a good spirit?" Yingning's eyes widened in disbelief. But he looked so terrifying. The Big Head Ghost, with a head thrice the size of a normal human, struggled to balance as he leaned against the window. Yuqing explained, "Typically, the Big Head Ghost appears alongside roads, moving at a languid pace. Observe, he must support his head with both hands to walk. He poses no immediate threat. Currently, he is likely captivated by something inside. Let us investigate." Sensing an unusual presence behind him, the Big Head Ghost turned, eyes wide with fear, attempting to flee. Though his movements were painfully slow, reminiscent of a slow-motion replay. "I mean you no harm," Yuqing assured him. The Big Head Ghost exhaled in relief but continued to move away, his pace resembling that of a tortoise. Su Bo exclaimed in frustration, "This is infuriating. At this rate, how long will it take?" Yuqing offered a wry smile. "Humans have their mannerisms, and ghosts have theirs." Peering through the window, Yingning discovered that the object of the Big Head Ghost's fascination was an adorable, rosy-cheeked infant, alone in a crib, playfully gnawing on his own toes, drooling cutely. The strange sounds they had heard earlier were merely the result of his antics. "So, he was merely watching this little baby," Yingning remarked, astonished. At that moment, Yuqing identified another entity, the seizing green ghost. Many believe that those who die in red garments become vengeful spirits, seeking retribution against their enemies. Hence the common fear of the red ghost. However, there exists a spirit even more terrifying, the seizing green ghost. Legend has it that one who suffers deep-seated hatred, yet cannot avenge themselves, may lie in a coffin for 49 days without sustenance, transforming into a half-human, half-ghost entity known as the seizing green ghost. This spirit is marked by intense resentment. As blood reverses course at the moment of death, it turns green after 49 days. Hence the name Green Blood Vengeful Ghost. The seizing green ghost's body remains lifeless yet unyielding, and if endowed with the power, it can even resurrect, transforming into a demon corpse. Before them stood not merely a specter, but a formidable malevolent spirit. Yuqing opened the yellow pearwood box, retrieving a sword and clasping it firmly in his grasp, hastening toward the ominous figure of the specter. What had initially felt like a burdensome blade now seemed remarkably light, fitting comfortably in his hand. Sensing the impending threat of the sword's aura, the specter lunged at Yuqing, its claws aimed directly at his face. Should the malevolent spirit's grasp land upon him, the ensuing wound would swell and fester within 2 hours, leading to certain demise unless the malevolent essence was swiftly eradicated. The specter was still over 2 meters away when Yuqing swung his sword with precision. The blade's fierce energy struck the specter, eliciting a piercing scream as it was violently propelled backwards several yards. Stepping forward, Yuqing focused his spirit and channeled all his strength into a decisive strike, cleaving the specter in twain, its form dissipating into 2 streams of dark vapor that vanished into the air. Such a formidable sword energy. Yuqing gazed incredulously at the weapon in his hand. The malevolent spirit, born of hatred, possessed greater power than most, rendering many artifacts ineffective against it. Previously, only the dragon energy of Su Bai had managed to significantly injure the specter, yet even that had not vanquished it entirely. This sword, however, had performed the extraordinary feat. Was it not more fearsome than my own reverse scale power? Su Bai felt a sudden pang of disappointment. Not quite, Yuqing replied. I just exerted all my energy and harmonized it with the sword's essence to achieve that. He was not being modest. He had indeed poured every ounce of his strength into the strike, eager to discover the sword's potential. The results were astonishing. As the four reveled in their excitement, a chilling, ghostly wail echoed from the direction the large-headed specter had departed. Yuqing dashed forward, spotting a dark mark on the ground. Yet the specter had vanished without a trace. Given its swift speed, it could not have strayed far. A furrow formed on Yuqing's brow. Could it be? The disappearance of the large-headed specter likely mirrored the fate of the previous spirits. It had been spirited away. Ning recalled the simple, earnest expression the specter had worn upon seeing her, her eyes glistening with concern as she lamented, "What if something has happened to it?" "That will depend on the motives of those who captured it," Yuqing responded. Ying, observing Yuqing's solemn demeanor, surmised his thoughts. Had Yuqing not engaged with the specter, he might have been able to rescue the large-headed spirit. Now, with its disappearance, Yuqing, true to his nature, would undoubtedly feel a sense of guilt. Ying offered reassurance. Yuqing, it's all right. At least we know that a female spirit is causing the disturbance. I hope the large-headed spirit is safe, Yuqing murmured. Suddenly, Su Bai heard a rustling sound. Following the noise, he spotted the Wheel King and his grandmother. Grandmother, what brings you here? Su Bai exclaimed in astonishment. The large-headed specter was a bait set by the Wheel King, Bai Hong explained. We must follow its trail. How do we follow it? Su Bai inquired. With a cold smirk, the Wheel King gestured toward the ground, revealing a faint green line. This is the trace left by the large-headed specter. By following this path, we shall locate the one who abducted it. 6 individuals followed the verdant line, traversing bustling streets and winding alleys, passing through the vibrant heart of the city and venturing into the outskirts, ultimately making their way into the depths of the forest. There lay the renowned princess tomb. However, it was regrettable that this was not their final destination. Until now, conditions had been relatively favorable, as they had the luxury of transportation. From this point onward, they had to rely solely on their own feet. And Su Bai felt a tingling sensation in his soles. How much farther must they go? The Wheel King had already ceased his stride. We are nearly there. He extended a finger and tapped the air, causing green luminescent specks to materialize. Su Bai, filled with curiosity yet hesitant to inquire of the Wheel King, turned to Bai Zhuang. Grandmother, what is this for? Chapter 537. The 4 treasures of Moxuan II. These are the spirit servants of the netherworld, Bai Zhuang explained. The Wheel King has sent them to scout ahead. The green specks darted forward, and before long, a fog of emerald hue began to envelop the area. Su Bai, anxious, exclaimed, "Have they found something?" The Wheel King's countenance darkened. "They cannot enter. It appears a formation has been set." The green mist coalesced back into specks and returned. Whereupon the Wheel King waved his hand, causing them to dissipate. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Curious, is it truly that formidable? Let us proceed and investigate." Su Bai discerned that the Wheel King was feigning nonchalance, his earlier expression having been quite grim. It seemed he was reluctant to lose face against such a formidable opponent in the netherworld, and felt compelled to maintain a faade of composure. Su Bai refrained from confronting him, silently following in his wake. As they climbed over a hill and gazed down, Yuqing remarked, "A natural basin." Below lay a dense fog of gray, resembling a pulsing heart from afar, formed by countless souls pressed together, exuding a heavy aura of yin. The surface was shrouded in a thick, crimson mist, resembling semi-coagulated blood. Ying felt an icy chill enveloping her entire being, a coldness seeping from her skin to her very core. Yuqing, wielding his sword, attempted to draw closer, but a tremendous force thwarted his advance. The Wheel King declared, "It is futile. You cannot approach." Ning, concerned for De Tu Gui, asked, "Has De Tu Gui been drawn in?" "It is likely," the Wheel King replied, his expression tinged with frustration, although he concealed it well, gritting his teeth as he continued. "This is an ancient formation, forged from yin spirits. Should outsiders enter, they would be obliterated. I would be left soulless, and you would be reduced to a pool of putrid blood. It is indeed powerful. It is no exaggeration to say that this place could become another netherworld. Su Bai shivered. Who possesses such formidable power? This location bears great significance. The epicenter is the most concentrated area of yin energy, far surpassing the epicenter itself. The Wheel King confessed, "This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. It seems entry is impossible." Yu Qing inquired, "Well, King, now that we have located all the souls, what shall we do next? This matter is of utmost importance. Bai Zhuang, we must hasten back to the netherworld to report to Yan Wang and devise a strategy," the Wheel King instructed. "You shall return for the time being. Do not disclose this matter to outsiders. We will reconvene once we have results, and until then, do not act recklessly." Understood, the group responded in unison, gradually departing. Ning walked a few paces before turning back to gaze at the trapped souls, her heart heavy with sorrow. Will they simply vanish? They still appear to be well. The Wheel King remarked, with time passing, one may lose track. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he and Bai Zhun promptly departed, while Su Bai and others returned to the antique shop to await news. As dawn broke, Yu Qing visited the site once more, where the scene was starkly different from the previous night, resembling a tranquil valley amidst the mountains. Wei Jie, still shaken by the events of the prior evening, cowered within the jade, refusing to emerge. Observing this, Su Bai suddenly pondered. Spirits can inhabit jade artifacts, suggesting that many souls are concealed within such mediums. It remains uncertain whether the underworld officials have taken note of this. Perhaps it would be prudent to offer a reminder. Cui Ying remarked, "At present, the netherworld is their safest refuge." Yu Qing nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Su Bai and Ning sat at the table, indulging in a hearty meal, seemingly unconcerned. Cui Ying, with a hint of irritation, chided, "You two heartless souls, how can you still eat at a time like this?" Ning, aren't you worried about the head ghost? I am concerned, yet worrying proves futile, Ning replied, feeling aggrieved. I am hungry. What is there to worry about? It's the King of Hell and the Wheel King who need to seek our assistance, Su Bai stated. Whether we choose to intervene is entirely up to us, right, sister? Cui Ying smirked slyly. That is indeed the case. However, one must consider the debts incurred. Who was it that took the netherworld pearl and was subsequently saved? The obligation remains. If we choose to disregard the matter, we can, but you, Su Bai, cannot. A piece of fried dough lodged in Su Bai's throat, which he struggled to swallow until a gulp of soy milk finally washed it down. Grimacing, he said, I have fallen for their trick. How so? The voice of the King of Hell suddenly resonated. He stood in the corner, wearing a smile as he observed Su Bai, who felt the king's demeanor conceal the knife behind his smile. Su Bai grunted, regardless, I owe you a favor now, so whatever you say is fine. The Wheel King grunted in agreement. Debts must be repaid, and favors returned. It is only just. Now let us not digress. We have come to request your assistance. The King of Hell announced. Gather 4 specific items, and we can dismantle the ghost formation from last night, allowing all spirits to regain their freedom and restoring order to the realms of yin and yang. What for items? Yu Qing, being a Moxuan sorcerer, was asked by the King of Hell. Surely, you are aware of the 4 treasures of Moxuan? Indeed, I am, but the 4 treasures have long been lost. Yu Qing replied. What are the 4 treasures of Moxuan? Could you clarify? Su Bai inquired, dissatisfied. The King of Hell elucidated. The 4 treasures of Moxuan consist of the Jade Seal, Jade Tablet, Jade Talisman, and Ink Stone. The Jade Seal, crafted from white jade, is flawless and inscribed with the 6 seal characters of the 9 elders. It is said that this Jade Seal was carved from the remnants of the Heesher Wall, possessing the power to ward off evil and calamities, and any object bearing its mark can dispel misfortune, not to mention the seal itself. Where's the Jade Seal? The last recorded appearance of the Jade Seal was during the Ming Dynasty, specifically in the Hongwu period. The seal was brought into the imperial palace, where Zhu Yuanzhang, the Ming Taizu, intended to transform it into the imperial seal inscribed with the words Fengtian Chengyun. However, on the first day, the engraver etched the 6 characters Fengtian Chengyun, only for the seal's face to inexplicably transform the following day into the 6 characters Jiu Lao Xian, Du Jun Yin in seal script. This bizarre occurrence persisted through 3 attempts, with the seal's face remaining unchanged. In his frustration and doubt, Zhu Yuanzhang ultimately had no choice but to return it to the Taoist priests of Moxuan. After that, the whereabouts of the seal became a mystery. The King of Hell remarked, however, I possess exclusive information. This jade seal lies within the mausoleum of the Taizu. Su Bai understood that this was indeed good news, as at least one of the 4 treasures had been located. The second of the 4 treasures is the jade gui, which is lustrous and translucent. Its top features a design resembling a bat poised for flight from a distance, while up close it resembles a dragon soaring in the heavens. The middle design evokes the image of a vast, misty sea of clouds, and the lower design resembles a traditional ink wash painting of overlapping mountains. Each section, top, middle, and bottom, though part of a single jade piece, is distinctly different, naturally formed, and exquisitely crafted, long revered as a divine object in Taoism. The king of hell furrowed his brow, stating, "Legend has it that this jade gui can change colors with the passing of the seasons. Furthermore, during spring and autumn, a layer of moisture often appears on its surface, and in ancient times, the Taoist priests of Moxuan could only use it during significant ceremonies." Yu Qing interjected, "I am aware of this. The jade gui has indeed been passed down. However, this statement is not entirely accurate, as it has only been preserved in a specific Taoist temple and has never been revealed to the world." The king of hell responded, "This matter is not insurmountable. It merely requires some effort." "Then please, continue with the third treasure," urged Shui Ying. "The jade talisman," she replied. The jade talisman, also known as the heart-stabilizing talisman, bears the 6 characters He Ming Tian Di Ri Qi in seal script. This talisman corresponds to the ancient beliefs of the 5 elements and directions, serving as a token, often appearing in halves that unite or inscribed with symbols. It is typically made from wood, bamboo, or jade, and its whereabouts remain unknown. The king of hell said, "This time, it is indeed lost without a trace, devoid of any clues." Yu Qing frowned slightly. "Is it only by gathering all 4 treasures that we can rescue those souls? Do you know what that formation is called?" The Wheel King remarked with displeasure. "If there were other methods, would we resort to such a tedious pursuit? That is an ancient formation. Only by retrieving the 4 treasures do we stand a chance of breaking the formation, but even that is not guaranteed." Chapter 538, The 4 Treasures of Moxuan 3. Su Bai felt a flush of embarrassment, while Ying Ning, enraptured, inquired, "What is the final treasure?" "It is the Haiyan," Yu Qing replied. "When a Taoist priest conducts a ceremony, writing banners or proclamations, it is customary to use a cinnabar brush. Cinnabar takes a long time to dissolve in ordinary inkstones. But if placed in this Haiyan and warmed with breath, it dissolves instantly, allowing for immediate use, and it is said to dissolve just the right amount each time. This, I learned from Boss Tang." Suddenly, Su Bo felt a shiver run through him. "This inkstone, I have heard of it. Legend has it that in the upper left corner of this particular inkstone, there were once 2 natural patterns, delicate as small fish. When ink is poured onto the stone, the ripples mimic the fish swimming, a sight most remarkable. It is said that at noon every day, the 2 little fish would naturally swim into the ink pool, frolicking for a brief, while before returning to their original positions, motionless. Hence, this phenomenon has been vividly termed the return of the fish at noon." Yama nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Furthermore, it is rumored that during the late Qing dynasty, Zheng Jiza, the son of Zheng Guofan, visited Moxuan to admire this treasure. After the old Taoist of Moxuan recounted the wonders and uses of the inkstone, Zheng Jiza was so astounded that he accidentally dropped it, resulting in a blemish on its upper left corner. From that moment forth, the 2 little fish could no longer return at noon, and the whereabouts of this inkstone became a mystery. Among the 4 treasures, only 2 can be traced." Yu Qing remarked, "It seems the first step is to visit the tomb of Emperor Taizu to search for the jade seal. You don't have much time." Yama responded, 1 month. Within this month, we must gather all 4 treasures. What do we stand to gain?" Su Bo inquired. Yama exchanged a glance with the Wheel King and replied slowly, "I will investigate on behalf of your grandfather." How does this exchange sound? Su Bo was left speechless, a flicker of excitement creeping in. "Is this true?" "Indeed, I shall exert every effort," Yama affirmed. Seeking assistance, Su Bo turned to the other 3. Yu Qing nodded. "As it pertains to the Moxuan sect, I am naturally involved. I will accompany you, and I believe they feel the same." "Indeed. We are all in the same boat. Do we have any choice?" Shui Ying added, "It all depends on the situation with Bai Moxuan." The Wheel King spoke in a grave tone. "If we are to act, we must do so swiftly. 1 month is not a luxury. We must begin with the jade seal." Su Bo suddenly recalled a person, Luo Tian. The peculiar inkstone was undoubtedly known to him as a top-tier appraiser. If he could enlist his help, they might glean valuable insights. Su Bo promptly contacted Bai Yi, explaining the situation. Bai Yi, occupied with tasks for the Yin organization, could not return to escort him to meet Luo Tian. However, he arranged for Su Bo to meet Luo Tian directly, which coincidentally allowed Su Bo to retrieve the 2 jade pendants that had been repaired. These 2 pendants were shattered during their previous quest for the chitin treasure, and now, after restoration by Luo Tian's company, they appeared indistinguishable from their original state, with not a single crack visible. Cui Ying gazed at the pendant in her hand, overwhelmed with emotion. It is as if it has not changed at all. Just because it appears intact does not mean it is, Luo Tian remarked. An object that has been broken and mended cannot undo its past. However, if the surface restoration brings peace of mind, then this outcome is still commendable. So, what brings you here this time? Cui Ying hastily tucked the pendant away, while Su Bo began to mention the inkstone. As expected, Luo Tian's brow furrowed slightly. The inkstone is coveted by every antique connoisseur, yet, like the 9 tripod cauldrons, its whereabouts remain unknown. The last known tale of this inkstone involves the Zhong family, and after that, its journey is shrouded in mystery. There is even speculation that this inkstone may no longer reside within the country. Mr. Luo, this matter is of great significance. We implore your assistance, and we are willing to compensate you. Cui Ying said anxiously, we have only a month left. Is it really that urgent? Luo Tian replied. It seems you have encountered troubles again. Regarding the financial matters, I will try to reach out to the underground black market abroad to see if I can uncover its whereabouts. Ying Ning, somewhat puzzled, tilted her head and asked, what is the underground black market? The black market refers to an unrecognized trading arena operated outside of governmental oversight, dealing in a myriad of goods. Su Bo interjected. This includes numerous antiques, typically circulated through illicit channels. Given the fame of the Ha Yen, if it were to appear in legitimate antique markets or auctions, word would have spread quickly. Therefore, the most plausible scenario is that it has been lost, lying undiscovered in some corner of the world. Another possibility is that someone possesses it, facilitating its circulation in the black market through multiple transactions. Luo Tian regarded Su Bo with newfound respect. Young man, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about the market. Indeed, with only a month at hand, I can only do my utmost. My terms are simple. If I find it, let Bai exchange a painting. What painting? Su Bo felt a twinge of anxiety. Whether in the realm of the living or the underworld, these characters are cunning, always reluctant to suffer a loss, often resorting to exchange conditions. The Qianli Jiangshan too. Luo Tian smiled, clearly pleased with himself. Su Bo grimaced. The Qianli Jiangshan Tu Bai Wang Shiming from the Song dynasty, one of the top 10 masterpieces. Boss Luo, you are asking for quite a hefty price. Rest assured, I wouldn't ask unless I was certain that painting is in Bai Yi's possession, Luo Tian asserted. I will search for the Ha Yen, and if I do not find it, the exchange will not be valid. Should I locate it? It will depend on whether you can persuade Bai Yi to part with the painting. It is quite fair, wouldn't you agree? Su Bo muttered softly. Is it really fair? We now depend on you. All right then, it's a deal, Luo Tian laughed heartily. Be sure to inform Bai Yi. Once outside the antique street, Cui Ying shook her head. None of them are easy to deal with. How pitiful are we, risking our lives at the forefront, only to end up sewing garments for others. That is not entirely true. Didn't the king of hell promise to help Su Bo find his grandfather? Ying Ning said innocently, if we can truly find grandfather, grandmother's worries will be resolved. Silly girl, it's all just a blank check, Cui Ying replied. Grandmother spent decades searching. Her past is inconsequential, but after becoming a reaper in the underworld, the king of hell must be aware of her situation. If there were any leads, why wouldn't he have informed her sooner? Clearly, he intends to keep us in suspense, leaving the existence of any clues entirely at his discretion. Tell me, isn't that a blank check? Cui Ying's reasoning was astute. While Ying Ning appeared struck by lightning, her small face etched with grievance. How can it be like this? I told you, you are too innocent. Is there truly such fairness in the world? Su Bo remarked with a sigh. However, he had come to terms with the situation. Little girl, let us do our part. The king of hell has issued a worthless promise, and we are in the same boat. The 4 treasures of Maoshan sound easy to obtain, yet with only a month. Whether we can find them remains uncertain. Thus, we haven't really lost anything. Let us consider it a stalemate. Only then did Ying Ning feel somewhat relieved. As Su Bo's eyes shifted, he suggested. Perhaps we should refrain from notifying Boss Bai for the time being? Cui Ying, sensing Su Bo's intentions, responded with a smile. You little rascal, it seems you're beginning to play mind games. Su Bo chuckled. What can I say? Once their negotiations with Luo Tian concluded, the four began preparing for their journey to the tomb of the emperor. Su Bo researched and discovered that the tomb of the emperor remains one of the few imperial tombs that has never been looted. It is said that on the day of the funeral, the coffins were carried out from all four city gates simultaneously, heading in 13 different directions. Shortly after Zhu Yuanzhang's funeral, rumors spread in Nanjing that he was not actually buried within the Shaoling mausoleum. Rather, it served merely as a symbolic grave, while his true resting place was beneath the Sanqing Hall of the Chaotian Palace. Yu Qing also found in the Mingshan classics that a remarkable event had transpired at the Shaoling mausoleum. Following Zhu Yuanzhang's burial, a woman's weeping echoed from within the mausoleum each night, particularly haunting in the depths of the night. Some daring citizens organized nighttime excursions to the entrance of the mausoleum, seeking to uncover the source of the sorrowful cries. Amidst the intermittent sobs, they learned the truth. The mausoleum merely housed a few of Zhu Yuanzhang's ceremonial garments, and his body had never been interred there. Empress Ma, alone in the underground palace, mourned her husband, resulting in her heart-wrenching lamentations. The unrest at the Shaoling mausoleum left the nearby populace in trepidation. Ultimately, a Taoist named San Shuzi from the Mingshan ancestors performed a ritual which silenced the cries. Chapter 539. The Sand Fox events chronicled in the Mingshan texts are seldom recorded in official histories. However, their existence suggests a basis in reality. Thus, it is evident that the tomb of the emperor does not lie within the Shaoling, and the folklore regarding Zhu Yuanzhang's remains being transported into the underground palace carries considerable weight. Yu Qing retrieved an ancient map and meticulously marked the 13 directions. Su Bo inquired, "Have you made any discoveries?" Zhu Yuanzhang, well-versed in astronomy and somewhat knowledgeable in geomancy, must have chosen a site of great auspiciousness. Yu Qing pointed to the 13 directions, stating, "As you can see, departing from the capital, these 4 directions are immediately disqualified. They correspond to the 4 malevolent positions known as the 5 ghosts. Consequently, these 4 directions can be eliminated, leaving us with 9 options. Choosing one from 9 is no small feat," Cui Ying gasped. Stay calm, stay calm," Yu Qing murmured to himself, his gaze fixed intently on the map. Suddenly, he struck his thigh with force, exclaiming, "In terms of burial sites, 1,000-foot mountain signifies momentum, while a 100-foot mountain denotes form. If we consider the alignment, there is only one location that meets the criteria." He pointed to a mountain on the map, declaring, "It is here." Su Bo circled it with a blue pen, asking, "Are you confident?" Yu Qing elucidated, "When the momentum and form align harmoniously, it is auspicious. When they are in discord, it portends misfortune." Among the remaining 9 directions, the momentum and form are consistently at odds. When the momentum is malevolent and the form is auspicious, only 1 out of 100 blessings may endure. Should the distant momentum be favorable while the nearby form is ominous, calamity will follow shortly after burial. Thus, this location is indeed the most favorable for here. Both momentum and form align favorably. The other 3 exchanged glances before Su Bo decisively proclaimed, "We trust you. We shall proceed to this site." This time, Bai Moxuan could not accompany them. The crux of the matter lay with Xiao Bai. After being targeted by the management company, Xiao Bai was set to undergo performance training. Having just emerged from Qingxiu, he was still unaccustomed to the outside world. Bai Moxuan, concerned that Xiao Bai might inadvertently reveal their identities, decided to stay by his side. Thus, the 4 of them packed their belongings and embarked on a nearly sleepless journey to their designated location, a range of deep mountains. Before entering the mountains, Ying Ning's gaze was captivated by the crystalline surface of a lake. Such pristine water. This lake, though not vast, resembled a transparent emerald. Strangely, when the gentle breeze brushed over it, not a single ripple disturbed its surface. It was beautiful, yet lacked vitality. It was stagnant water. Yu remarked. This lake must have been formed postnatally, altering the spirit of the mountains. No wonder the Ming dynasty has only been around for 276 years. The selection of the imperial tomb site was meticulously considered, both to align with the emperor's identity and to choose a location with auspicious feng shui that would benefit future generations. The founding emperor was no exception. Yu Qing spoke with conviction, clearly possessing confidence regarding the location of the tomb. Su Bai urged, "Young man, where shall we begin?" Yu Qing produced a compass, taking a few steps in all directions before decisively stating, "East." After walking east for a while, Yu Qing frequently glanced back. Shui Ying inquired, "What is it? Do you sense something following us?" As the wind began to rise, Yu Qing chuckled, "Perhaps I am merely being paranoid. If Boss Tang were here, it would be much easier. He could discern the sounds behind us." Ying Ning tilted her head with a mysterious smile. Before Yu Qing could question her, she swiftly dashed back. Su Bai, fearing for her safety, reached out to pull her back. "Don't go over there." Ying Ning had previously mentioned that her greatest talent was her speed in fleeing, her feet seeming to be equipped with wheels. Thus, Su Bai's effort proved futile. Ying Ning darted forward, surprising the person hidden behind the rocks. By the time they attempted to conceal themselves again, it was too late. Ying Ning had firmly embraced her, her voice ringing like silver bells. "Why are you following us?" Su Bai and Yu Qing exchanged glances. From Ying Ning's tone, there was no hostility or fear, rather, a hint of surprise. Su Bai hurried over, only to find that the person Ying Ning had gripped tightly was a woman whose face he found strikingly familiar, though he momentarily could not recall her name. Ying Ning prompted, "It's her." Shangguan Chuqing. Shui Ying, filled with skepticism, asked, "Miss Shangguan, why are you following us?" Bai Moxuan is not here. Shangguan Chuqing appeared quite different from their last encounter. Today, she had gathered her hair into a ponytail and donned a casual, agile mountaineering outfit that added an air of boldness to her demeanor. Nevertheless, her essence remained serene, held tightly in Ying Ning's embrace. She made no effort to break free. When faced with Shui Ying's inquiry, her gaze lowered. "This has nothing to do with Bai Moxuan." Suddenly, Ying Ning tilted her head in confusion, exclaiming, "Oh, your scent is quite peculiar. Besides the fragrance, there is another aroma." Shangguan Chuqing instinctively recoiled slightly. Ying Ning, having an epiphany, raised her hand with excitement. "I know. You smell like a fox. But you are not from the Qingqiu clan. What kind of fox are you?" "Fox?" Su Bai, perplexed, inquired. "Miss Shangguan, are you also a fox spirit? Might you release me for a moment?" Shangguan Chuqing replied, "I harbor no ill intentions. If I wished, I could have acted before you even noticed." As soon as her words fell, her expression abruptly shifted. "Quick, hide." "Why?" Ying Ning queried, bewildered. Without allowing them time to ponder, Shangguan Chuqing seized Ying Ning's hand and pulled her behind a large rock, instructing, "Everyone, hold your breath for now. What scheme does this woman have?" The four, albeit skeptically, obeyed her. Yet, Yu Qing had already begun to be wary. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. A group of four, clad in black caps and carrying backpacks, passed by. Su Bai observed that each of them bore ropes similar to those they carried. Could these four also be treasure hunters? Once the four had moved on, Shangguan Chuqing exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Ying Ning's bright eyes appeared close before her, mere inches from her face. "Do you know those four?" "I do not," Shangguan Chuqing replied. "I only know they are treasure hunters. Competitors often clash when paths intertwine." "How do you know we are going treasure hunting?" Ying Ning pressed on. "Because I overheard a conversation between Bai Moxuan and you," Shangguan Chuqing explained. "It was unintentional, merely a fortunate coincidence." "Oh, so your relationship has reached this point," Shui Ying remarked with a teasing smile. "However, Bai Moxuan is quite astute. How could he allow you to overhear the call?" "I believe he intended for me to," Shangguan Chuqing sighed. "He knew I would surely follow. My head is spinning. Can you be more straightforward?" "Sister, speed it up," Su Bai urged anxiously, realizing the four had already headed east, fearing they would get ahead. As they walked and spoke, Shui Ying stood up. "Miss Shangguan, I will temporarily place my trust in you." The five maintained a safe distance from the four ahead, and Shui Ying continued. "Do you all recall our conversation with Bai Moxuan before we set out? He mentioned it was inconvenient for him to come, but assured us someone would ensure our safety, claiming it was all a matter of fate. Miss Shangguan, we are eager to understand what this fate entails." Shangguan Chuqing responded, "I am indeed of the fox tribe, though I am half human and half fox. To be precise, I am a descendant of the intermarriage between humans and foxes, which grants me the bloodline of the Sand Fox clan. Yet I am not much different from you." Su Bai felt a stirring in his heart. Was Shangguan Chuqing's situation not akin to his own? He was also a descendant of the union between humans and dragons. "Bai Moxuan, oh Bai Moxuan, this is your tribulation. You are destined to be entwined with such individuals." Ying Ning's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she scrutinized Shangguan Chuqing. "Are you of the Tushan clan?" "No," I am of the sand fox, Shangwan Chuqing clarified, otherwise. How would I be here in the desert? I see, Yingning replied, but why do you wish to protect us? Because it is by Moxuan's request, Shangwan Chuqing stated. Shangwan Chuqing remarked, I must fulfill this obligation. It is a pact between the sand fox and the Qingqiu fox. In essence, I am now the bodyguard of Bai Moxuan. And saving his life was a serendipitous occurrence. Miss Chui has mentioned that he stated over the phone that someone would come to protect you. He has already alerted you. Initially, I intended to follow in the shadows, but I did not anticipate your vigilance, which allowed you to uncover this villain. Chui shook her head. We will discuss the matters between your two clans later. Miss Shangwan, may I inquire about your abilities? Is your skill set sufficient? Shangwan Chuqing replied. Especially my speed of movement. Yu Qing believed her. He had sensed something amiss behind him long before, yet each time he turned quickly, he saw nothing. When Yingning first spotted Shangwan Chuqing, she was merely 4 or 5 meters away, tailing them closely. If it were not for her agility, evading their line of sight would have been impossible. The 4 individuals ahead understood the situation, but observing their synchronized movements and complete gear, it was evident they were seasoned operatives. After pursuing for a short distance, they heard the sound of a gunshot, startling the 5, who quickened their pace. Ahead lay the mountain path descending, with a water channel crossing at the foot of the mountain. At that moment, a lifeless body lay on the ground, face up, limbs sprawled out, the victim having suffered a gunshot wound to the head. The bullet had penetrated the temple, blood spilling profusely in a spray, and the metallic scent mingled with the wind. Su Bai covered her mouth, while Yingning had never witnessed such a gruesome scene, and nearly cried out. But Chui swiftly placed a hand over her mouth. Chui shook her head at her, and Yingning nodded in silent agreement. Among the 4, only 3 remained. The leader held a smoking gun in his hand, kicking the corpse before retrieving a piece of jade from it. Damn it, I despise traitors. With someone like you, how could I possibly let you enter the ancestral tomb? Dream on. Brother, can this prove my innocence now? The tallest man inquired. Zuofeng, this time I trust you. But your performance will be scrutinized once inside, the leader responded, handing the gun to the tall man. Finish him off. Yingning widened her eyes. The man on the ground was already dead, and yet this person instructed him to shoot again. What purpose did this serve? Zuofeng coldly chuckled, aiming the gun at the lifeless body, and with a sharp crack, blood splattered anew. The corpse convulsed slightly as Zuofeng remarked, It's just killing. It's nothing remarkable. The leader removed his hat, revealing a shadowy visage adorned with a hooked nose, his smile foreboding. Well done, let us proceed. Chui scrutinized Zuofeng, her expression shifting subtly, and as the 3 turned to depart, Zuofeng was the last to leave. He quickly tossed an object onto the corpse, and Chui observed keenly, waiting for the 3 to exit before hastening towards the fallen body. Though the corpse could not be revived, something black had landed upon it. Suppressing her nausea, Chui retrieved the object from the bloodied ground. A tracker. Oh, it's the latest model. From their conversation, it was evident that the deceased had taken something from the leader, leading to this unfortunate fate. Su Bo remarked. Yet that fellow, Zuofeng, seems to be disbelieved by the leader. With a tracker here, could he possibly be playing a double game? It is highly probable. Chui suddenly chuckled. We are about to witness an intriguing spectacle. Shangwan Chuqing said, What are we waiting for? Let us pursue them at once. Shangwan Chuqing moved with astonishing speed, leaping far ahead in mere moments. Su Bo, having observed the agility of the 7 evils, noted that this woman was equally adept. Chui pinched Su Bo. Stop staring. She belongs to Bai Moxuan. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm merely observing, Su Bo protested, before dashing off. However, Shangwan Chuqing paused. Turning back to Yu Qing, are you skilled in selecting locations? Let us assess whether their choice is sound. Yu Qing nodded. Ahead lay a thicket where 3 individuals had commenced digging. Nearby, a Luoyang shovel rested, its tip smeared with specks of vermilion. Yu Qing surveyed the surroundings, somewhat surprised. Their choice appears correct. Evidently, they possess expertise. That works in our favor. Let them lead the charge, Chui stated, her gaze fixed on Zuofeng, who was engrossed in his excavation. A smile crept across her lips, which Yu Qing noticed, igniting an inexplicable feeling within him. Chui, do you know that fellow? Chui responded vaguely. One could say so. What do you mean by one could say? Either you do or you don't, Su Bo retorted, displeased. This is not the time for frivolity. They are armed, Chui asserted seriously. You wouldn't want to lose your life, would you? Su Bo promptly fell silent. Shangwan Chuqing declared, 2 of us shall descend while the rest keep watch above. I will deal with this man. Ying Ning cautioned, be careful. Fear not. No one who can match me has yet been born, Shangguan Chuqing replied with a faint smile, swiftly darting away like a flash of lightning, carrying with her the fragrance of fragrant flowers. As the lookout turned to call out, Shangguan Chuqing seized his shoulders, driving her knee into his abdomen. Taking advantage of his momentary bend, she struck the back of his neck with a swift palm, sending the burly man collapsing in a heap. Shangguan Chuqing gestured to the others, prompting Ying Ning to exclaim, impressive. She embodies a female version of Brother Moxuan. No wonder Bai Moxuan sent her here. Let us proceed. Cui Ying approached Shangguan Chuqing, not in haste to descend into the pit, but instead rummaging through the unconscious man's belongings. She retrieved a compact handgun and a few bullets, filling the magazine before securing it on her person, then playfully patted the man's cheek. Brother, we shall borrow this. Shangguan Chuqing was already the first to descend into the pit, lowering the rope gradually. Her body was as light as a bird in flight, and with a few deft touches against the earthen wall, she landed gracefully on the ground. Subsequently, she signaled to those above that she had safely arrived. The cooperation among Shangguan Chuqing and the others was remarkably seamless. Compared to Bai Moxuan, she exuded a gentler demeanor. Before descending, Su Bo had a sudden inspiration. He removed his socks and stuffed them into the mouth of the unconscious man, then bound him with rope and tossed him into a nearby thicket. Ying Ning remarked, your socks are so foul. Are you trying to wake him with the stench? Just in case, Su Bo chuckled. Let's go. The 4 of them made their way to the thieves' tunnel, where Shangguan Chuqing was already crouched and crawling through a tomb passage shaped like a Chinese character. This passage was constructed from neatly arranged gravel, indicating it was not a hasty creation by previous intruders. Su Bo felt a surge of excitement. This passage might be the very route leading to the mausoleum of the founding emperor, and he had not anticipated such ease in their journey. Shangguan Chuqing moved quickly, yet the individuals ahead had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, remnants of their passage remained visible on the ground. However, these disordered traces abruptly ended, leaving Shangguan Chuqing perplexed. As she was adept at navigating underground but lacked knowledge of mechanisms, where could they have gone? Yu Qing crawled forward and began to feel around above him. A square stone block was slightly loose. With a firm push, the stone wall before him descended, aligning perfectly with the stone pathway beneath, creating a seamless opening. As the entrance gaped wide, a chilling wind swept out, causing Yu Qing to frown. Such a potent, malevolent spirit. There must be wronged souls trapped within. Upon hearing Yu Qing's serious tone, Su Bo swallowed hard. Are they the ones buried alongside? The tomb passage is far too narrow to be that of an imperial mausoleum. Cui Ying interjected. It is likely a burial site for accompanying individuals. If that is the case, we are getting closer to the founding emperor's tomb, Yu Qing stated. I will go in and take a look. Just as Yu Qing was about to proceed, a mournful wailing echoed from within, revealing that it was the soft sobs of women. Ahead, a fire ignited, its glow starkly illuminating the darkness. The mournful cries transformed into piercing screams, and Yu Qing clenched his fists. That fire was ignited by the Zhengyang talisman, and those cries were the anguished screams of the wronged souls being reduced to ashes. Ghosts can embody both good and evil. Although the large-headed ghost is difficult to behold, its heart is kind. These wronged spirits were likely the concubines who were buried alongside, trapped here for unknown reasons, and now that someone had arrived, they were met with an enemy, incinerated by the righteous flames. A sycophantic voice emerged from within. Brother, you truly possess remarkable skills. Of course, would anyone dare descend without such prowess? The speaker's tone was filled with pride. These are all the concubines who were buried alongside. Finding this place brings us closer to the founding emperor's tomb, and the jade seal will soon be ours. Upon hearing this, the 4 eavesdropping were taken aback, except for the oblivious Shangguan Chuqing, who maintained a calm demeanor. The 2 men were also after the jade seal, and Cui Ying wore a peculiar expression, tilting her head slightly, as if finding the situation amusing. It was not the time for conversation, so Yu Qing refrained from questioning her, choosing instead to listen to the movements of the 2 men inside. What is this? A voice exclaimed in astonishment, followed by the sound of gunfire. The shots rang out in rapid succession, and Cui Ying could sense the shooter was in a state of panic. But what of Zwafeng? Why had he not uttered a single sound? As Cui Ying found herself in a state of confusion, the laughter of Zwafeng erupted. Brother, fret not. This hand poses no threat. Look, it merely caught the hem of your trousers by chance, and now it's been reduced to tatters. Yet soon enough, Zhou Feng's mirth faded. Damn, this time it seems genuine. Where did these things spring from? Cui Ying yearned to illuminate the situation with her flashlight, but feared detection by the two men, so she restrained herself and listened intently to the commotion within. Ah! A true shriek pierced the air, more harrowing than the previous ghostly wails. The dim light from the two headlamps barely revealed one man, thrashing violently, seemingly attempting to escape from something. Yu Qing observed closely and discerned something writhing on the ground. They had encountered a dire predicament. The man referred to as brother was convulsing frantically, while Zhou Feng paid him no heed, swiftly retreating into the gloom. Cui Ying could not help but curse. That scoundrel. Sister, do you know him? Su Bai grew increasingly puzzled. Since earlier, Cui Ying had consistently monitored the individual named Zhou Feng, her demeanor suggesting a profound camaraderie between them. He is our adversary. We must remain vigilant against him to avoid being outmaneuvered, Cui Ying warned. He is quite cunning. Shangguan Chuqing interjected. That person, is he dead? The one called brother stood rigid, the light of his headlamp dimming, revealing a multitude of slender worms obscuring the beam. Su Bai cautiously switched on his flashlight, casting it in that direction. A wave of nausea washed over him as he glimpsed the grotesque scene, nearly causing him to regurgitate the food he had just consumed. The worm-like creatures, resembling earthworms, raised their heads and swayed side to side, their bodies a muddy hue, yet adorned with strikingly vibrant red tips. The peculiar tome gifted by the mole had documented these creatures, known as Little Reds. Su Bai noted a crimson liquid oozing from the tail ends of the worms, bright red at the head and bleeding at the rear. Indeed, the Little Reds. These worms would feast upon human blood without harming the flesh. Getting entangled with them is akin to being bitten by leeches. They are nearly impossible to shake off. Su Bai remarked. How did Zhou Feng manage to escape unscathed? Ying Ming pondered aloud. From his demeanor, it appears those Little Reds posed no threat to him. Big guy. Does the book mention any methods to deal with them? Little Reds also thrive in a miasma of darkness. To combat them, one must utilize the urine of a child, Su Bai replied, his face tinged with embarrassment. Shangguan Chuqing and Cui Ying exchanged knowing smiles, while Ying Ming appeared perplexed. Child? Where did all these questions come from? Turn around. You too as well, Su Bai urged. It will soon be too late. That rogue has already made a considerable distance. This was indeed true. The three young women turned away, and as Ying Ming heard a strange noise behind her, she finally grasped the meaning of child's urine. Her face flushing crimson. Su Bai shot a glance at Yu Qing and muttered, Too little. Haven't you drunk any water today? Yu Qing felt utterly embarrassed. Could you please refrain from speaking? At long last, the ordeal came to an end. The two individuals exchanged glances at the vial containing the child's urine, and a sense of perplexity enveloped them. Surely, this scant amount would not suffice for 5 people. Suddenly, Yu Qing had a brilliant idea. I have a solution. She retrieved a stack of yellow talismans and poured the child's urine over them. I will go first, shortly thereafter. You can traverse the path marked by the talismans. Young man, you are truly ingenious, they remarked. This was akin to conjuring a passage with the talismans. Indeed, the most optimal approach. Yu Qing meticulously laid the talismans on the ground, assembling them into a narrow pathway. The malevolent spirits, known as the Little Reds, sensed their presence and surged forward. However, upon contact with the talismans, they recoiled as if shocked by electricity. Seeing this tactic prove effective, Su Bai graciously allowed the ladies to proceed first. Cui Ying, Shangguan Chuqing, and Ying Ming walked ahead, while he took up the rear. Historically, Su Bai and Cui Ying had always positioned themselves in the middle. Today, he proudly embraced the role of the rear guard. Yet, his pride swiftly evaporated upon encountering the upright corpse. Previously, the Little Reds had thoroughly obscured the body, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Now, their entrance drew the spirits away from the corpse, which was now completely exposed. The once imposing figure had transformed into a pallid cadaver. The Little Reds drained the life force without leaving a trace. Externally, the body bore no wounds. Yet its complexion was ashen, and its outstretched hands were devoid of vitality, rapidly becoming desiccated. The lifeless eyes, wide open and devoid of emotion, stared blankly at the group. The body remained upright, showing no signs of collapse. As Su Bai advanced a few steps, he noticed a stone propped against the back of the corpse, and a realization dawned upon him. As Su Bo continued his exploration of the tomb chamber, he noted its vastness, a stark contrast to the narrow passage they had traversed earlier. Within, rows of wooden coffins were neatly arranged, simple willow-wood coffins adorned with conspicuous coffin nails. When one passes into the afterlife, the coffin lid must be sealed and secured with nails, typically 7. The hue of these 7 nails was peculiar, and Yuqing discerned their significance. Those are blood nails, treated with turtle blood and allowed to dry before use. Turtle blood is a powerful talisman. The souls of these women, buried as accompaniments, are unable to escape, all thanks to these nails. This practice is not merely a defense against tomb raiders. It also exploits the grievances of these wronged souls. Chuaying felt a pang of sorrow for the young women who had met untimely deaths. Yuqing's voice broke the silence, urging, "Hurry, we must move swiftly. The talisman paper will disintegrate." Having been soaked, the talismans were on the verge of tearing. The 5 of them stepped onto the talismans in quick succession, and Su Bo, being the last, faced the gravest danger. The talisman beneath his feet showed signs of imminent rupture. As the little reds broke through the deteriorating talismans, one of them pursued closely behind Su Bo, sending a chill down his spine. He hastened his pace, desperate to keep up with the others. Chapter 542. The Treasure Hunter 2 at the forefront. Yuqing had already glimpsed the grand entrance of the tomb chamber, from which Zuofeng had mysteriously vanished moments ago. Swiftly, Yuqing traversed to the entrance, placing the remaining talismans at the threshold, enabling the 4 companions to pass through. With this, they effectively barred the sinister red entities from pursuing them. Finally, as Su Bo stepped over, he exhaled a sigh of relief, having successfully evaded those ghastly creatures. Now, the 5 of them finally possessed the leisure to examine the wooden coffins made of willow. Su Bo remarked, "These do not resemble the coffins of consorts. They must belong to the palace maidens interred alongside them." The fate of the palace maidens during the Ming dynasty was indeed tragic. Chuaying sighed, recounting, "It is said that those condemned to be buried alive were gathered in one place. Before the burial, they were offered a final feast. When the time came, the officials and eunuchs led the maidens and consorts to a prearranged chamber, furnished with a series of grand chairs, each draped with 7 feet of white silk. Under duress from the officials and eunuchs, the maidens and consorts were compelled to ascend the chairs and place their heads into pre-tied nooses. Once secured, the eunuchs would remove the chairs. Ying Ning cried out, covering her ears, "I do not wish to hear this. I do not wish to hear." Chuaying shrugged. "Hanging is but a triviality. There are more heinous methods. It is said that mercury was injected into the bodies of the maidens and consorts, akin to the creation of young boys and girls, to preserve their beauty, ensuring they could serve the emperor even in death. The food of the interred maidens and consorts was laced with a sleeping drug, causing them to swiftly succumb to slumber. Once unconscious, the eunuchs would commence the injection of mercury into their bodies. Many would awaken in agony, yet Chuaying ceased her narration, for tears had begun to well in Ying Ning's pink eyes. Shangwan Chuqing sighed. "It is a pity these women spent their lives ensconced in the depths of the palace, only to meet such a sorrowful end." The coffins appeared rather plain, likely belonging to the maidens. Su Bo turned to leave, urging, "Let us hasten. These ghastly red entities nauseate me." The red figures on the ground were arching their bodies towards them, writhing together in a dense mass. They halted before the talismans, while more piled upon the layers, resembling a cluster of match heads. Ying Ning swallowed hard and hurried after Su Bo, who was bent down examining the footprints left by Zuofeng. Following these tracks, Su Bo arrived at another tomb chamber, smaller in size, yet oddly arranged. 13 Nanmu coffins formed a square formation, and on the western wall, there were 13 niches, filled with a conglomeration of incense ash, hardened over time. "These must belong to the interred consorts," Chuaying observed. "The quality of the coffins has indeed elevated." From the footprints left by Zuofeng on the ground, it was evident that he had lingered here, ultimately standing before 13 niches. Chuaying remarked, "After the death of the Ming Taizu, according to ancient customs, all concubines of the imperial harem who had not borne children were to be buried alive. However, in reality, many who had given birth also found themselves on the list of those to be interred. Given the advanced age of the Ming Taizu, many of the concubines had already perished, leaving only a handful behind. Ultimately, only 13 were buried, which is not an excessive number. Indeed, early death leads to early reincarnation. What purpose do these niches serve? Ying Ning inquired. They are intended for future generations to come and pay their respects with incense, Cui Ying retorted. What nonsense! The deceased are gone. Do you expect their descendants to come here to worship? Cui Ying said with irritation. That fellow Wu Ti have taken notice of these niches without reason. I shall investigate. No, allow me to take the risk, Yu Qing insisted, unwilling to let Cui Ying venture into danger. Typically, such tasks were assigned to Bai Moxuan, who bore a protective talisman from Fu Yu, rendering him immune to poisons and adept in skill. Even if he triggered a trap, he would manage just fine. Shangguan Chuqing tugged at Yu Qing's arm. Wait, look. Only 3 of these niches bear fingerprints. That man named Zuofeng only disturbed these 3. Understanding the implication, Yu Qing decided to examine these 3 niches. Inside, he discovered traces of having been touched by hands. Could it be that he had taken something from within? With boldness, Yu Qing reached in, and his complexion changed. There was a finger. He pulled it out, startling both Ying Ning and Cui Ying into retreating a step, while Shangguan Chuqing remained unfazed, remarking that such things were plentiful in the desert. This doesn't seem to be a finger, she stated. Yu Qing squeezed it and immediately sighed in relief. It is a plant. Gaining a bit more courage, he rummaged through the other 10 niches, finding a similar fleshy plant in each, totaling 13. Zuofeng had not taken them after all. He had no interest in these, Cui Ying noted. Yu Qing, put them away and investigate what they are upon our return. We must hurry to find him. Yu Qing stowed the 13 plants into his backpack and was about to leave when Shangguan Chuqing raised a hand. Wait, do you hear that? A faint sound emerged. Cui Ying perked up her ears and suddenly walked towards one of the coffins, noticing that a coffin nail had fallen to the ground, leaving the lid slightly ajar. Is someone inside? She called. Knock, knock. 2 sounds emanated from within, as if someone was rapping against the coffin lid. Yu Qing stepped protectively in front of Cui Ying as a withered hand shot out, flinging the coffin lid aside. Simultaneously, a pair of robust hands emerged. Oh my, there's a zombie. The scene before Cui Ying was nearly enough to unhinge her jaw. Zuofeng was tightly embraced by a desiccated corpse. Had the female corpse been vibrant, the sight would have been one of vivid life. Yet, alas, though she wore intricately designed court attire from the Ming dynasty, her face was parched, her head resting on Zuofeng's shoulder, an utterly bizarre tableau. Seeing Cui Ying cowering behind Yu Qing, Zuofeng urged, novelist, lend me a hand. Just as Yu Qing was about to advance, the corpse's skeletal hand twitched, revealing remnants of flesh not yet fully decayed. Where's the vermilion gun? Yu Qing inquired. Cui Ying suddenly realized, drawing out her vermilion gun and aiming it at the head of the creature. With a steady hand, she pulled the trigger, and with a resounding bang, the head exploded, splattering the remnants of its brain matter. Fortunately, Zuofeng, quick-witted as he was, exerted all his strength to duck just in time, avoiding a face full of the viscous fluid. This was a zombie that had not yet fully evolved. A single vermilion bullet had dispatched it with ease. As Zuofeng extricated himself, the lifeless body collapsed, landing with its opulent attire upon the cypress coffin. Zuofeng chuckled, extending his hand toward Cui Ying. What a coincidence. Cui Ying swatted his hand away. With you, coincidence never bodes well. Let me make myself clear. I have saved you once. Therefore you owe me a favor. Should any disputes arise shortly, you must prioritize my request. After that, we shall rely on our own abilities. Zuofeng was unperturbed, brushing off the dust from his clothes. That was my own negligence. I nearly fell prey. But it won't happen again. Hey, what's going on? Subai interjected, bewildered. Sister, I'm utterly confused. I've heard of ghost hunters, but treasure hunters? Cui Ying pointed at Zuofeng. This is the legendary treasure hunter. His aim is to procure the items his employer seeks in exchange for a handsome reward. Given our past collaborations, why not form a temporary alliance? As long as our objectives do not conflict, we can each pursue our own tasks. What do you think? Zuofeng added, but why the career change? You've shifted from writing novels to this. It turned out that this fellow was indeed a treasure hunter, having made Cui Ying's acquaintance back when he was in the country, often providing her with writing material, though not entirely accurate. This man preferred solitude and had experienced many intriguing adventures, but ordinary people would hardly believe his tales. Some would even be wary and report him, bringing unnecessary troubles upon himself. Yet, he found that Cui Ying was different. She possessed an innate sense of discernment, knowing what to say and what to keep to herself. The matters buried in his heart could be selectively shared with her. Over time, they developed a tacit understanding. He would speak, she would listen. and they would keep each other as secrets. Chapter 543. Fire-glazed Cui Ying, familiar with him, spoke directly. What is your objective? Let us play a game. Zhuo Feng suggested, stretching his limbs. Let us emulate Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang and write our goals in the palms of our hands. What do you say? How juvenile. Su Bai muttered. However, Cui Ying readily agreed, and they both used ink pens to inscribe their intentions in their palms before revealing their jade seals. Su Bai couldn't help but exclaim, Damn, aren't you our adversary? Sensing Cui Ying about to speak, Zhuo Feng interjected. I know what you wish to ask. You want to know who my employer is. You are aware of our industry's rules. Confidentiality is paramount. Very well, I want to inquire further, Cui Ying replied. What about the two individuals who accompanied you? Are they also treasure hunters? Zhuo Feng's expression grew complicated. Have you been following me? Nonetheless, it matters little now, for both of them are deceased. Those two individuals were seasoned tomb raiders. The leader was known as He Qi, a ruthless figure once entangled with the underworld, while his partner, Su Erxi, was a traditional northern school tomb raider. Unfortunately, He Qi was domineering, always demanding 7 parts of their spoils, leaving Su Erxi with a mere 3. Over time, this inequality festered, and he secretly appropriated what rightfully belonged to He Qi. When discovered, it cost him his life. I, too, have endured hardships. I heard whispers of their intentions to infiltrate the tomb of the founding emperor, yet He Qi never placed his trust in me. Just moments ago, he put me to the test. It is of no consequence now. Su Erxi is but a corpse, and even if I were to take another shot, the outcome would remain trivial. You all witnessed how He Qi met his demise. How naive of me to have hoped for companionship, a chance to ease my burdens. Cui Ying furrowed her brow. This man was not speaking the truth. He concealed a tracking device, and Zhuo Feng had accomplices, yet he remained silent about it. This matter is far from over. Treasure hunters rarely form absolute friendships, for they are driven solely by self-interest. How naive to think that by bringing these two along, you could abandon them once you succeeded, right? Su Bo remarked, recalling how fierce Yi Jianhong had been earlier, questioning why she hadn't pursued him. While he managed to escape swiftly, I possess this, Zhuo Feng said as he crouched to retrieve an object from the ground, a gourd that had rolled away. Inside was a charm capable of warding off evil, a trinket pilfered from He Qi. The one knowledgeable in Taoist arts was He Qi. He had just employed the Zhenyang talisman to dispel those vengeful female spirits. Yet, because Zhuo Feng had stolen his protective talisman, He Qi fell victim to Yi Jianhong. Reflecting on how He Qi had previously killed Su Erxi, Su Bo pondered whether this was a form of retribution. This explanation resonated with Yu Qing, who accepted it. Yi Jianhong was a spectral entity. There were other means to repel such beings beyond the use of boy's urine. His curiosity about the relationship between Zhuo Feng and Cui Ying was piqued, but he chose not to delve deeper into it. They were now in the burial chamber of the concubines, and the tomb of the founding emperor should not be far away. Upon exiting the concubines' mausoleum, the expansive stone platform before them elicited gasps of astonishment. This platform, remarkably vast and devoid of any adornment save for the shape of the Big Dipper, was immense, capable of accommodating a game of mahjong for a dozen or more tables. Such a colossal stone, without any seams suggesting assembly, must have been a natural formation, a feat not easily achieved, yet he was an emperor and surely had his means. The stone's surface had been polished. Aside from the Big Dipper design, it was exceedingly smooth. Yu Qing inhaled deeply, detecting a unique scent emanating from the stone, mingled with a lingering fragrance of incense, indicating that a ritual had undoubtedly taken place upon it. In this enclosed space, the aroma remained fresh, allowing future generations to catch a whiff of it. This scene, however, reminded Su Bo of the Yaoguang. The tombs of the Ming dynasty were often associated with the Big Dipper. Yu Qing, what are your thoughts? He inquired. Yu Qing replied, It has long been established that the emperors of the Ming dynasty were buried in a manner resembling the Big Dipper, lying on their sides with legs slightly bent. As if in slumber, the ancients likened the purple star constellation to the emperor's abode. The Big Dipper was regarded as the pole star, pointing directly north, positioned at the center of the heavens and associated with the purple tenuity. In ancient times, celestial changes were often interpreted as omens of fortune or misfortune for humanity. The purple forbidden enclosure corresponds to earthly sovereigns, serving as the residence of the Emperor Star. Hence, the North Star, recognized as the abode of the heavenly emperor, bears an air of mystery. What does the Beidou stone tablet represent? inquired Shangguan Chuqing. Since time immemorial, emperors have considered themselves the earthly emissaries of heaven, invariably linking their fates to the celestial realm. When the skies shift, they gaze upon the heavens, perceiving death as a passage to ascension, and ascension, in this context, implies residing upon the North Star. Zhuo Feng, contemplating, almost pointed but then retracted his hand, pondering whether they should head towards the North Star. Realizing this, he glanced at Yu Qing and expressed gratitude. Be cautious of him, Yu Qing. Suddenly, Cui Ying lunged at Zhuo Feng, executing her signature move by raising her right leg high and striking his shoulder. The tranquilizer gun Zhuo Feng held dropped to the ground, and Cui Ying promptly retrieved it, asserting, Zhuo Feng, they are of great significance to me, particularly Yu Qing. Should you dare to harm him, I shall sever all ties with you. Zhuo Feng, cradling his shoulder, felt a fleeting sense of loss in his eyes. It has been nearly a year since we last met. It seems your life's trajectory has altered, he declared. From this moment on, we shall each pursue our own paths. Cui Ying advanced towards the northernmost star, urging, let us move swiftly. Noticing Zhuo Feng in pursuit, Shangguan Chuqing kicked the ground, sending dust into Zhuo Feng's face. Blinded, he shook his head vigorously, and in that moment, Cui Ying and the other four had already departed from the stone tablet, their whereabouts unknown. In a brief span, Cui Ying and her companions had veered towards the extreme north. As the stone door descended behind them, a pang of loss washed over Cui Ying. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Qing and the others stumbled momentarily before halting. Yu Qing pulled Cui Ying close, exclaiming, it is the fire glaze. To the north, they encountered not a tomb chamber, but a vast expanse of fire glaze. A delicate layer of glass spread across the ground, concealing peril beneath, should one tread carelessly. The shattering of the glass could ignite a fierce blaze, hence its name. In their haste, they were fortunate that Shangguan Chuqing was quick-witted and halted her step. We cannot traverse below, we must ascend. Su Bai raised his gaze to the sturdy stone wall above. He pressed a switch at his waist, and a rope with a sharp hook embedded itself into the wall. Testing its stability, he declared, it's secure. I shall go first. With the rope in hand, he took several steps back, sprinted, and leapt high without hesitation. Today, Su Bai exhibited unprecedented courage. As he landed, his heart too sank. He turned to call out to Ying Ning, come here. Ying Ning felt warmth in her heart, wondering if the towering figure had rushed forward to welcome her. Shangguan Chuqing chimed in, I will assist you. With her support, Ying Ning successfully landed, and in that moment, Su Bai felt as though she had fluttered into his embrace like a delicate butterfly, feeling the warmth emanating from him. Ying Ning blushed and gently pushed away from Su Bai. Yu Qing then instructed, Cui Ying, you go first. Cui Ying gazed upwards at the rock overhead, which had already been drilled 3 times. The segment of stone appeared distinctly unstable. Deciding to deviate slightly, she felt an ominous premonition as the rope slipped from her grasp. Indeed, the rope failed to reach the summit, plummeting instead from midair. The sharp steel hook struck the fragile glass below, shattering it with a resounding crash. Almost simultaneously, flames leapt forth, and Su Bo felt a surge of alarm. The oxygen in this place was already scarce, and the ignition of the flames would hasten its depletion. Sister, hurry over. Su Bo shouted, the oxygen is slowly diminishing here. Yu Qing hesitated no longer. Gritting his teeth, he flung his rope with precision. Without allowing Cui Ying a moment to protest, he wrapped his arms around her waist, and together they fell to the opposite side. As he released her, Yu Qing felt her clothing thoroughly drenched. It's all right now. What do you mean it's all right? Don't you feel short of breath? Su Bo interjected. We must leave quickly. It would be perilous if that brat left Feng arrived here now. Cui Ying's expression stiffened. He won't give up. He is a treasure hunter after all. Never mind him. Let us quickly search for the jade seal. In their haste to escape, the 5 supported each other as they advanced. Shangguan Chuqing eyed the ground with suspicion, feeling that what she tread upon was not stone but something springy, akin to walking on a trampoline. The sensation intensified with each step, leading her to a halt. Do you feel that? She asked. It feels like rubber, doesn't it? Su Bo replied. Yu Qing recalled the finger-like plants in his bag and promptly retrieved them. Could it be this? A look of terror crossed Ying Ning's face. They've grown. They're still alive. Yu Qing tossed them away. Before he could comply, the finger-like plants were drawn down by an unseen force, landing precisely between 2 stone slabs. The ground trembled slightly beneath, and similar plants emerged. causing the five to feel as if their souls were about to escape them as they slowly retreated. "What on earth is this?" Su Bo exclaimed. "They are alive." He continued. "It seems we have disturbed something we should not have. We must leave, quickly." A natural fear of the unknown gripped them, and the five dared not linger with these strange entities. They hurried forward, acutely aware that the fire glass and these inexplicable beings lurked beneath the stone slabs. They shared an unspoken consensus. The tomb of their ancestor must be nearby. As they pressed onward, two lights suddenly appeared ahead. "There are eternal lamps," Su Bo remarked. Eternal lamps have been lit in households since ancient times. Once ignited, they cannot be extinguished until the oil is exhausted, and the wick ultimately extinguishes on its own. This venerable tradition is also observed in the tombs of Chinese emperors, symbolizing the hope that their resting places may shine as brightly as their palaces did in life. At that moment, two large celadone jars flanked their path, filled with waxy lamp oil, each containing a wick. These were the eternal lamp wicks. Their flames burned feebly, nearly touching the solidified oil within the jars. However, as Su Bo approached, both eternal lamps unexpectedly extinguished simultaneously. Suddenly, Su Bo's heart raced as he glanced around, noticing no peculiar beings emerging, and finally let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the recent combustion of the fire glaze had altered the oxygen environment here. Their extinguishment was due to insufficient oxygen. There are eternal lamps abroad, and it is said that within the tomb of Pallas, the son of a king of ancient Rome, there burns a lamp that has persisted for over 2 millennia, impervious to wind and water, extinguishable only by removing the strange liquid within its bowl. Chuang skeptically remarked, "Is there truly a lamp that never extinguishes? That seems impossible." Su Bo examined the 2 green porcelain vats, tapping his fingers on their surfaces. "Listen, they are hollow. I mean, the walls of these vats are indeed hollow. They should contain water to cool the lamp oil. The wick can be soaked in vinegar, as the oil consumed by lamps primarily evaporates due to heat rather than burning. A vinegar-soaked wick can maintain a low temperature. However, a burning environment always requires oxygen. The eternal lamp here is accompanied by a stone door, behind which lies a celestial map. This celestial map is ancient, previously mentioned by Boss Bai, and it has been discovered that the market has unearthed celestial maps from the Qing dynasty, delineating the southern and northern poles, listing the 28 traditional Chinese constellations, and recording over 1,000 stars. The illustrations and texts feature Arabic numerals, Roman letters, and Chinese characters, indicating that these celestial maps are products of ancient Sino-foreign astronomical exchange. In contrast, the celestial map on the stone door is devoid of foreign elements, representing a truly ancient celestial map. Celestial phenomena refer to the visibility, darkness, and positions of celestial bodies. Ancient peoples utilized these observations to predict fortune and misfortune in human affairs. Within the imperial palace, there existed a celestial official system that observed celestial phenomena to discern auspiciousness. Now, the coffin of the great ancestor might lie just behind this celestial map. How shall we open it? By blasting it. Firstly, none present have brought gunpowder or possessed the capability to do so. The field mouse did not accompany us this time. Secondly, this celestial map evokes a peculiar sensation in Yu Qing. Having studied the Moxuan technique, Yu Qing's understanding of celestial phenomena is merely rudimentary. Yet it is evident that this is an auspicious map. However, if it were to be separated, the auspiciousness and inauspiciousness would become indistinguishable. Could this imply a deeper significance? Shangguan Chuqing also scrutinized the celestial map, even counting the stars depicted. "Oh, have you noticed? There are not many stars here, only 397 in total. Does this hold any special meaning?" The moon among these 397 stars naturally enjoys the spotlight. The celestial map features the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise in each cardinal direction, representing seasonal celestial phenomena, and together with these stars and the moon, they form a complete celestial map. Yu Qing, perplexed, furrowed his brow deeply, pondering, to open this door, the key must lie within this celestial map. Yingming tugged at Su Bo's arm. "Big guy, what are you thinking?" Su Bo cradled his head in his hands, murmuring, "Just give me a moment longer. I am beginning to grasp something." 397, 397. He incessantly replayed the life of the Ming dynasty's founder in his mind. It is a universal truth that individuals reflect upon their lives before their demise, inevitably leaving a mark in the realm beyond. To illustrate simply, Even ordinary people have their names inscribed on their gravestones, along with their birth dates and dates of passing. Countless numbers flashed through Su Bo's mind, and when summed, they equaled 397. According to historical records, Zhu Yuanzhang's fifth great-grandfather was Zhu Chongba, who married a Chun and fathered 3 sons. The eldest was named Zhu Luer, the second Zhu Shire, and the youngest Zhu Bailu. Zhu Bailu was the great-grandfather of Zhu Yuanzhang, known as the fourth great-grandfather. Subsequently, Zhu Bailu wed a Hu, and had 2 sons, the elder Zhu Siwu and the younger Zhu Shu. Zhu Shu became Zhu Yuanzhang's great-grandfather. Further down the lineage, Zhu Shu married a Ho and had 4 sons, Chu Yi, Chu Er, Chu Wu, and Chu Shi. Among them, Zhu Chu Yi was Zhu Yuanzhang's grandfather. Zhu Chu Yi later married a Wang and had 2 sons, named Wu Yi and Wu Si. Zhu Wu Si was Zhu Yuanzhang's father. Having recounted this lineage in one breath, Su Bo noticed the astonished gazes fixated upon him and promptly unraveled the mystery. You may add the numbers within, and they will yield 397, which also signifies the essence of the life of the Ming dynasty's founder. This celestial chart serves as his family tree. And what of it? The outcome is paramount. We must breach this wall, urged Cui Ying. 397 signifies both an end and a beginning. Su Bo stood before the celestial chart, scrutinizing it closely. The moon. Yes, it is the moon. No, it cannot be that obvious. The only entity present is indeed the moon. Su Bo crouched with his head in his hands, and when he finally lifted his gaze, illuminated by the headlamp, he discerned a minuscule star nestled at the moon's periphery. Due to the angle, it had been obscured from view when standing. It was etched faintly, inconspicuous among the multitude of stars and the moon. This reminded Su Bo of the transformation from an insignificant star to one that is exalted, akin to the life journey of the Ming dynasty's founder, who rose from beggary to emperorship, an analogous trajectory. As his fingers brushed against the tiny star, no larger than his thumb, he pressed down firmly, and the entire celestial chart suddenly illuminated. He stepped back, and a voice of amazement emerged from behind him. Incredible! This wall is hollow and transparent. No sooner had she spoken than the celestial chart abruptly dimmed, gradually dissolving into nothingness before the onlookers. The exquisite celestial chart vanished inexplicably, wax droplets cascading down and pooling on the ground. Cui Ying marveled. It is made of wax. Unbelievable. The small star was connected to the ignition mechanism within. Pressing it ignited a flame, illuminating the entire celestial chart. Yet, despite its surface mimicking the appearance of rock, it could not alter the fact that it was, in essence, wax, ultimately fading into oblivion. As the facade was stripped away, the stone wall behind it was revealed, and the true stone door lay just beyond. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Yu Qing had never felt such admiration before. He clapped Su Bo on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Now I truly comprehend the brilliance of an IQ of 180. It's good that you understand," Su Bo replied smugly. "Are your eyes open today? Enough of the chatter. The oxygen here is dwindling. We must make our exit immediately," Cui Ying cautioned. "Do you not feel that breathing is becoming increasingly arduous?" Ying Ming innocently shook her head. "Not at all. I almost forgot that you are all extraordinary individuals." Cui Ying sighed. "It seems I alone bear the burden of suffering." To alleviate Cui Ying's discomfort, the others dared not delay any longer. They promptly activated the mechanism on the stone wall, and the door swung open. The sight within the tomb chamber startled everyone, not due to its grandeur, but rather its stark simplicity. The Ming dynasty eschewed opulence. Yet the tomb of the founder contained no lavish treasures. Instead, there were 12 stone statues lined up on either side, with a massive coffin positioned at the end of the 2 rows. The founder had received sage advice. The arrangement of the coffin resonated harmoniously with the feng shui of the ground. Yu Qing remarked, "Alas, a lake has inexplicably appeared above, disrupting the entire layout." The fortune of the Ming dynasty was not destined to endure. Su Bo suggested, "There is nothing outside. Let us examine the coffin." "Allow me." "No, let me." Shangguan Chuqing interjected. "He entrusted me with your care, so I shall undertake this risk on his behalf." Shangguan Chuqing pried open the coffin nails, took a deep breath, and lifted the lid. As it opened, a strong herbal scent wafted out. "Musk, borneal, and cotton grass. These are all preservatives," she noted. The other 4 gathered around to witness an elderly man's serene visage, but the memories of his life had faded away, leaving only a shell behind. He was clad in the burial garments of a deceased Ming emperor, yet what captured attention was the layer of pale yellow waxy substance covering his body, approximately 3 centimeters thick. These medicinal materials coated the corpse entirely, forming a waxen shell. The coffin was crafted from cypress wood, while the inner coffin was made from fragrant Namu wood, their heavy texture and fine grain contrasting with the eerie, preserved body within. Shangguan Chuqing searched thoroughly, but found no jade seals. Strange, there are no jade funerary objects. Su Bo's gaze fell upon the hands encased in the wax shell. To see more clearly, he leaned closer to the corpse and finally discerned the hands, which were notably swollen. "We must break the wax shell to proceed," he stated. Shangguan Chuqing produced a knife, declaring, "I will do it." The dried wax resembled amber. As the blade descended, a sharp crack resounded, and the entire shell split apart along the incision, tilting to either side. A strange odor surged forth, prompting Shangguan Chuqing to turn her head. Just as Su Bo reached out to touch the corpse's hands, she cautioned, "Wait, use this first." She retrieved a vial of liquid, clear and colorless, akin to water. Su Bo inquired, "What is this?" "This was given to me by Bai Moxuan. He said that as long as it is poured over the corpse." Shangguan Chuqing explained while tilting the bottle, letting several drops fall onto the corpse's hands. With a hissing sound, a plume of black smoke erupted, and Shangguan Chuqing pulled Su Bo aside. Fortunately, he anticipated this. Chuaying remarked, "Bai Moxuan has never held any affection for such items. This potion was likely prepared by Fu Yu, and I suspect it pertains to the prevention of poisonous curses. This is the ghost curse." Su Bai added, "Many individuals, upon their death, find curses placed upon their burial items or their corpses. Should tomb raiders disturb them, they will undoubtedly fall victim to the curse. Thus, the Miao people refer to these tombs' curses as ghost curses. When afflicted, the manifestations vary greatly." "My goodness, Bai Moxuan, you have finally done a good deed." Ning pointed at the corpse's hands and exclaimed, "Look, one hand clutches something. Let me see what it is." This time, Su Bai did not stop her. Ning carefully pried open the hands, revealing a pair of jade seals. "Oh, why are there 2 jade seals?" Chuaying examined them and chuckled, "Truly, fortune is on my side." She whispered a few words into Yu Qing's ear, and he suddenly understood, nodding in agreement, "I shall follow your lead." With the jade seals acquired, Chuaying inhaled gently. "The air is growing thinner. I must move closer to the tomb's entrance where the air will sustain me. Let us hurry, for the ghost hunter remains nearby." Suddenly, Ning's eyes widened. "The statues. They are shaking." The 24 stone statues, which had stood firm, began to tremble violently, threatening to topple and crush everyone beneath them. Ning was the first to flee, crying out, "Oh mother, I am so frightened. Run." Su Bai felt a mix of tension and amusement as he hurried after her. The statues quaked for a moment before crashing down with a thunderous roar, raising clouds of dust. The ground shook violently, causing the group to sway back and forth before finally stabilizing. In contrast to Su Bai's ease, Yu Qing wore a grave expression. The statues were enormous, and given their momentum, they could devastate the structure of this underground tomb, potentially leading to a catastrophic collapse. Su Bai understood this as well, though he said nothing, running faster than a rabbit. He and Ning had already escaped through the stone door, heading toward the fire glass trap from whence they came. From a distance, Chuaying spotted Zuofeng near the fire glass. He appeared unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the tremors beneath his feet. Upon seeing them, he even whistled. "It seems things are going quite smoothly." Chuaying shot a glance at Yu Qing. "Do not pay him any mind. He intends to reap the rewards without effort." One by one, the 5 leapt across. As the others jumped, Zuofeng sidestepped. But when Chuaying descended, he surprisingly pushed Yu Qing aside, extending his hands to catch her and, in the process, brushed his hands against her waist, saying, "You've lost weight in my absence. It seems you've endured quite a bit." Chuaying pushed him away. "Enough of this. The place is about to collapse, and our lives are at stake." Su Bai glanced at Yu Qing, noting his anxious expression. Indeed, this treasure hunter was now a thorn in Yu Qing's side, one he wished to remove swiftly. Zuofeng cast a furtive glance at Chuaying's backpack. In response, Chuaying seized his collar. "Do not entertain thoughts of the jade seals. They are ours now, do you understand? This is far from over." As Zuofeng's words fell, the ground quaked violently once more, and he raised an eyebrow. "You are quite right. Escaping with our lives is paramount." The 6 individuals fled from the scene, returning to the tomb chamber where Yidian Hong resided. Zuofeng cursed under his breath, exclaiming, "These damned earthworms." A sudden thought crossed Cui Ying's mind as she nudged Zuofeng, suggesting, "You possess a magical artifact, do you not? Lead the way." Zuofeng stumbled into the tomb chamber, feeling an invasion of malevolence. Yidianhong and the others rushed towards him, prompting Zuofeng to brandish a gourd, warning, "Stay back. It could cost you your lives." Observing Zuofeng's frantic escape among Yidianhong's group, Cui Ying burst into laughter. "Take your time. I shan't see you off." Su Bai and Ying Ning erupted in laughter as well, while Shangguan Chuqing was unable to conceal her amusement at Cui Ying's antics. Yu Qing, prepared with a talisman soaked in boy's urine, laid it out in the tomb chamber, just as before, stepping cautiously. By the time they exited the chamber, Zuofeng had vanished. Cui Ying furrowed her brow, knowing Zuofeng, he would never concede easily until the very last moment. Cui Ying's hesitation made Yu Qing anxious. "Hurry, did you not hear that sound?" The tomb chamber behind them had warped, its internal structure completely dismantled. The five of them scrambled to the surface, the ground trembling increasingly until a deafening crash rang out, followed by a gradual calm. Ying Ning stared at her feet, disbelief etched on her face. Will they truly vanish completely? Chapter 546, The Contract 1. No news has been reduced to mere pulp, Su Bai remarked. "Child, one becomes accustomed to such sights, after all. They are all deceased. This outcome bears no consequence for them." Cui Ying sighed in relief and suddenly addressed Yu Qing. "Yu Qing, show me the jade seal." Nodding, Yu Qing produced a jade seal. Curious, Ying Ning leaned in to examine it closely, but an overwhelming sensation swept over her, making her feel as if her body had become leaden, rendering her immobile. Struggling to turn her head, she noticed the others shared similar expressions of peculiarity. Yu Qing's hand relaxed, causing the jade seal to roll onto the ground. A pair of feet appeared beside it, and Zuofeng bent down to retrieve it. Meeting Cui Ying's gaze, he smiled faintly, "Farewell." Cui Ying found herself frozen, helplessly watching as Zuofeng walked further away, only for him to suddenly turn back. "Don't worry. This is merely the result of a muscle relaxant vapor. Its effects are rapid. In 5 minutes, you shall gradually recover." "Thank you." Su Bai wore a grimace, as the muscle relaxant rendered his face oddly animated, his mouth curving slowly in a comical manner. After enduring the 5 minutes, he finally regained the ability to move his hands, which flailed in the air as he cursed aloud. "That scoundrel! How can one take such advantage? I curse his entire lineage." Cui Ying struggled to extend her arm, her body still aching. The aftereffects of the muscle relaxant were astonishing. She tugged at Su Bai. "We must leave at once." "Leave? What shall we do without the jade seal?" Su Bai exclaimed, his temper flaring. "Sister, you know him. We must storm his stronghold to retrieve the jade seal." Yu Qing interjected, "We will leave first. Heed my words." The five individuals supported each other as they departed, unaware of the distance they had traversed. It was only when Cui Ying softly remarked, "Do not react too strongly. The jade seal remains. Have you forgotten?" That they paused. The jade seal existed in 2 pieces, and the one Yu Qing had just revealed was not one of the 4 treasures of Maoshan. Shangguan Chuqing comprehended. Did we deliberately allow him to succeed? She understood his relentless nature. He would not rest until he achieved his goal, and for now, they had managed to deceive him. As Cui Ying continued speaking, her pace unwavering, she warned, once he discovers the truth, he will undoubtedly retaliate. We must leave this place immediately. Su Bai felt a heavy weight in his stomach as the 5 of them made their way out of the mountains, without pausing for breath, heading towards the capital. Their pallid faces attracted much attention along the way, leading to requests for identification. Upon their return to the capital, Bai Moxuan greeted them with a complex expression. "Have you been buried in the earth?" Yu Qing sighed. "It's a long story. We need to take a bath." Bai Moxuan's gaze fell upon Shangguan Chuqing. "Thank you. Can you now believe?" Shangguan Chuqing's words startled everyone. "I merely abide by the contract to protect you. I can also safeguard your friends. My approach towards you holds no ulterior motive. I shall take my leave now." Bai Moxuan inquired, "What is happening here?" Su Bai touched his nose. "It seems you have angered someone." Despite her having saved him, her origins remain mysterious. Bai Moxuan felt a tumult of emotions. She was correct. His decision to send her was a test, leaving him speechless. Cui Ying rolled her eyes. "It is said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea. Yet, I find your heart even more inscrutable. You are clever, and she is clever. It appears you have encountered a formidable opponent." As he gazed at Shangguan Chuqing's retreating figure, Bai Moxuan felt a pang of loss. For the first time, he questioned the validity of his decision. Xiao Bai perched on Bai Moxuan's back, tugging at his ear. Handsome chief, have you made a mistake? Perhaps. Bai Moxuan shrugged. We'll discuss it later. Upon returning to the antique shop, the group's hearts found solace. Left Feng had likely sensed something amiss with the jade seal. But where would he seek them? The thought of Left Feng's despondent demeanor made Chueying chuckle. He has his day now. Chueying placed the jade seal in Bai Moxuan's hands. This is the true 4 treasures of Maoshan. Bai Moxuan gripped it tightly, assuring, with this in my possession, all shall be well. The 4 then proceeded to bathe, and afterward, they lay exhausted. Shuexiang entered with food. You have worked hard. Please eat something, Yingning. Yingning inhaled. It smells wonderful. What is this delicacy? This is an exclusive recipe from the imperial kitchens of the Tang dynasty, your father's favorite. I sneaked into the palace to learn the secret. Shuexiang smiled serenely. You converse while I step outside for a moment. Holding her father's cherished treat, Yingning carefully took a bite, the fragrant flavors prompting her to close her eyes in delight. Meanwhile, Chueying conveyed the details of their harrowing adventure to Bai Moxuan, who remained most intrigued by the coffin of the founding emperor and the medicinal wax layer encasing the corpse. Subai took a bite of the delicacy and remarked, it is quite simple. Within the tomb, I heard Shangwan Chuqing mention musk, borneal, and wicking grass. These are all preservatives. Generally, the ancients would either begin consuming these substances before their demise or apply them to the corpse's postmortem to prevent decay. The waxy layer you see is formed by these substances being applied to the exterior of the body. I estimate this was done immediately after death. Although the application may be uneven, it has already formed a protective waxy shell that serves to eliminate bacteria, prevent their intrusion into the body, and retain the body's moisture, thereby achieving sterilization, disinfection, and preservation. Chueying nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Furthermore, the coffin is made of Namu wood, while the outer coffin is crafted from cypress, both possessing qualities of hardness, fine grain, and resistance to decay. The tomb lies deep underground, where the temperature remains relatively stable throughout the seasons. The coffin is sealed in 6 layers, isolating the air and humidity within from the outside environment. These factors almost create a vacuum within the coffin, allowing the body to be preserved intact. Subai continued, what perplexes me is why he held on to a jade seal with one hand. It could be related to feng shui, Yu Qing suggested. Although the founding emperor had a rudimentary understanding of feng shui, it is unlikely he possessed the capability to arrange a celestial chart or summon a specific phenomenon. Behind him, there must have been someone of great skill assisting him. What have we stumbled upon that would cause the entire tomb to collapse? The most probable cause is the celestial chart, Subai replied. Secondly, it concerns the waxy shell on the body. These 2 elements, when disturbed, triggered the hidden mechanisms, ultimately leading to the tomb's complete collapse. This reminds me of someone. Bai Moxuan interjected. My master's father, Xianjing. Please wait a moment. I will make a call. After a lengthy absence, Bai Moxuan returned, prompting Su Bai to inquire. Who is Xianjing? The one who consumed the elixir of immortality from Penglai, Bai Moxuan replied. Noticing Su Bai's pale expression, he couldn't help but tease. What? Do you not believe it? It is not a matter of disbelief. I wonder if the elixir truly exists, Su Bai said. It does exist. Xianjing and Su Fu were both disciples of Guguzi, with Xianjing being the youngest. He was expelled from the sect for not adhering to its rules. Although he was unruly, he possessed extraordinary talent, arriving at Penglai before Su Fu and consuming the elixir. This act compelled Su Fu to embark on a perilous journey to the east with young boys and girls. Xianjing and Su Fu shared a profound brotherly bond. He infiltrated the palace on Su Fu's behalf, deceiving the Qin emperor with lies, only for the emperor to realize his defeat on the day of his death. All orchestrated by Xianjing. Ironically, Xianjing was also responsible for arranging the emperor's posthumous affairs. It is said that no one can enter the emperor's mausoleum. Yet my master did so, albeit only once. The sights within remain etched in his memory, a journey led by Xianjing. Can we also enter? Subai asked, filled with inexplicable excitement. The mausoleum of the Qin emperor. This is the dream of every adventurer. Do not harbor such illusions. The moment my master exited the Qin emperor's mausoleum, Xianjing sealed the entrance completely, Bai Moxuan stated. Chapter 547. The contract too. So, does that mean Boss Tang is immortal? Subai swallowed hard. Indeed. It seems you were unaware. Witnessing the astonishment of a few individuals, Bai Moxuan shrugged and remarked, "This is not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in the fact that after Xianjing attained immortality, he manifested in various dynasties as both a sorcerer and an architect. The tombs he constructed are intricately designed, and my master and my father nearly perished within them during their escapades. While you may claim that the design of the emperor's tomb is exquisite, I ponder whether it was indeed engineered by my master's father." "Did you just call Bostang?" Chuaying inquired, her understanding dawning. "Indeed, if it is confirmed that my master's father was responsible, then there is no point in further deliberation." Bai Moxuan continued, "This also explains why he holds 2 jade seals." Su Bai, intrigued by the tale of Xianjing and Tang Sancheng, urged, "Could you share a bit more?" "The story is rather lengthy and cannot be recounted in a single sitting, but I shall share it with you all when the opportunity arises," Bai Moxuan replied. "If I were to encapsulate this narrative in 2 words, it would be mysterious tomb." As soon as he concluded his statement, his phone rang. Upon answering, it was evidently Boss Tang on the other end. Bai Moxuan's furrowed brow smoothed out, revealing a look of comprehension. After hanging up, Yingning promptly asked, "Brother Moxuan, what did Boss Tang say?" "My instincts were correct. My master's father, during the Ming dynasty, entered the palace under the guise of a folk marvel and was close to the emperor. The emperor's knowledge of geomancy was derived from him, and he remained by the emperor's side until his twilight years. The plan that allowed Zhu Yunwen to escape was also inspired by Xianjing, who was acquainted with Liu Bowen." Su Bai felt a complex swirl of emotions. The fates of Yao Guang and Qinglian had intertwined with Zhu Yunwen from the outset. Had it not been for the need to protect this newly ascended emperor, their destinies would have diverged entirely. Yet, the involvement of Xianjing in their fates raises the question, did this inspiration align with or alter their destinies? Indeed, you must have surmised that the tomb was also of his design. As for the 2 jade seals, one of them is among the 4 treasures of Maoshan. Yu Qing was correct. It plays a significant role in geomantic configurations. The other seal bears its own considerable significance, Bai Moxuan elucidated. That seal was gifted to the emperor by his dearest brother, Su De, prior to his ascension. "Ah, the bond of brotherhood," Chuaying remarked. "It is said that individuals attain sudden clarity before death, and all their deeds come rushing to the forefront of their minds. He must have had profound realizations about his actions before his demise, yet the most vital things are clasped in hand after death, by which point it is far too late. Bai Moxuan, Zwafeng will not relent easily. You shall safeguard the jade seal. He has never encountered you, ensuring its security." Chuaying asserted, "We can now proceed to the next step. If it pertains to the jade guai, my master has already commenced his investigation. Since it is concealed within a certain Taoist temple, there are not many temples my master has yet to visit in this world," Bai Moxuan stated. "We may bypass this stage. What remains are the jade talisman and the Ha Yen. We must await Mr. Luo's news regarding the Ha Yen. As for the jade talisman, it is the most enigmatic of the 4, with no leads whatsoever," Su Bai lamented. "With no clues at all, how shall we proceed?" "Simply seek out treasure hunters," Bai Moxuan suggested, glancing at Chuaying. "Are you not acquainted with one?" Zwafeng. Chuaying remarked, "I concede that he is indeed an exceptional treasure hunter, endowed with a wealth of information. However, we have outmaneuvered him this time, and he may not assist us in locating the jade talisman. If that is the case, let us seek out other treasure hunters." Bai Moxuan replied, "The remuneration is not an issue. Do you know how to make contact?" "I am aware of a website where one can leave a message," Chuaying responded. "He informed me of it." "Very well, let us proceed immediately. Our time is limited." Bai Moxuan gently patted Xiao Bai's head. "Are you tired?" Xiao Bai's eyes had already begun to droop. The adult's conversation held no interest for him, and he was unable to stay awake any longer. Nestled in by Moxuan's embrace, he found it easier to drift into slumber. Upon hearing Bai Moxuan's words, he relaxed instantly. Closing his eyes, Bai Moxuan rose to his feet, stating, "I will take him home. I will safeguard the jade seal." "Hey, you must take full responsibility. At this hour, losing him would spell trouble," Su Bai remarked, resting his hands behind his head, leisurely observing Bai Moxuan. Bai Moxuan grunted softly, preparing to leave, when Chuaying interjected, "Shouldn't you apologize to Miss Shangwan?" "I know my own measure," Bai Moxuan replied coldly, exiting the antique shop. He raised his gaze to the heavens, then glanced at Xiao Bai, who had succumbed to sleep. A thought stirred within him. After returning Xiao Bai home and entrusting him to Fu Yu, he made his way to the hotel. Yet, standing before room 1209, Bai Moxuan hesitated. His intention was not to offer an apology, a voice in his mind insisted. Nevertheless, another voice countered, suggesting that since he had come of his own accord, it implied a concession on his part. The door swung open, and Shangguan Chuqing appeared unfazed, likely having seen him through the peephole. Before Bai Moxuan could speak, she said, "You did not believe what I told you last time, so I feel it necessary to present evidence. Please, come in." Shangguan Chuqing effortlessly diffused her own awkwardness, and Bai Moxuan stepped inside naturally. On the table lay a sheet of Xian paper, its calligraphy remarkably fresh. Noticing his gaze, Shangguan Chuqing smiled. The Xian paper is ancient, yet the writing is new. By conventional logic, it must be a forgery. Bai Moxuan, caught off guard by her insight, felt a twinge of embarrassment and muttered, "What is this?" "A contract established between the Qingqiu and Shahu clans," Shangguan Chuqing explained. "3 agreements. I saved you once in the desert, and now, at your behest, I protect your friend. Only 1 agreement remains." Bai Moxuan picked up the paper, noticing the signatures of 2 individuals. One was his father Jiaying, while the other, he did not recognize, was named Wushang. Wushang is an ancestor of our Shahu clan and has long since passed, Shangguan Chuqing indicated, placing her finger on Wushang's signature, which immediately began to glow faintly. Bai Moxuan, somewhat convinced yet still skeptical, placed his finger on Jiaying's signature, and a similar light emanated forth. With a grunt, he conceded, "I believe." Shangguan Chuqing smiled gently. Now is not the time for such discussions. Bai Moxuan felt a jolt within, finally yielding, "I am sorry." Shangguan Chuqing finally smiled. "You, my dear, carry too heavy a heart. When I resolved to approach you, I chose to unveil the truth. Yet, you remain skeptical, testing me by compelling me to fulfill the first condition. Now, only the final task remains. Remember to utilize it wisely." Bai Moxuan indeed felt a twinge of guilt, but he could hardly blame himself. Much like the tale of Aladdin's lamp, such extraordinary claims are difficult to accept at face value. Therefore, Bai Moxuan refrained from disclosing this to Su Bai and the others, preferring to confirm the truth before revealing anything. The best method of verification lay before him, since he could not accompany them to the ancestral tomb. If Shangguan Chuqing were willing to go, it would lend some credibility to her words. "You have yet to examine the contract. Do so carefully," Shangguan Chuqing said. "Allow me to brew you a cup of tea." Bai Moxuan picked up the contract, eager to uncover the outrageous deeds of his father. Fortunately, his father merely intervened to save a person named Wu Shang, who, like Shangguan Chuqing, was not of pure fox lineage. It was precisely this that afforded his father the opportunity to play the hero. 3 times, the descendants must repay their debts. This was a pact sealed in blood between the two, adorned with 3 blooming yimi flowers on the rice paper. Now, 2 had blossomed, leaving only 1, which represented the final chance for repayment that Shangguan Chuqing had mentioned. Bai Moxuan chuckled and placed the contract back on the table. "I need to ponder where to allocate this last opportunity." "Feel free," Shangguan Chuqing offered the tea. "Thank you, and I apologize." Bai Moxuan expressed his remorse once more. "You seldom utter apologies, do you?" Shangguan Chuqing remarked suddenly. Chapter 548. Reunion. Bai Moxuan was taken aback. "How did you know?" "Your expression is quite awkward, betraying your unfamiliarity," Shangguan Chuqing replied, pulling back the curtains. Sunlight illuminated her, and for a fleeting moment, Bai Moxuan felt as though she was bathed in radiance, akin to an angel. Bai Moxuan set down his teacup. "Since we have established the contract's authenticity, I shall take my leave. By the way, do not undertake any actions on my behalf without my consent before I notify you. The events in the desert shall not be repeated." Shangguan Chuqing lowered her head with a sigh. "Do you not think we are rather alike?" "What do you mean?" Bai Moxuan asked, somewhat puzzled. "We are equally composed and equally suspicious. You test me, yet I can discern your intentions," Shangguan Chuqing replied. "Perhaps we could become friends, or we may end up as strangers." Bai Moxuan gazed into Shangguan Chuqing's eyes. "Let us see how this unfolds. It is premature to draw conclusions about friendship or estrangement." Chuaying opened her laptop, and Su Bai immediately leaned in, only to be met with a slap to the face from Chuaying. "Do not peek. What is there to hide?" Su Bai replied. "Is it not merely a website? This website is extraordinary, incomparable to ordinary ones. Moreover, Zuofeng has stated that it is something only I should know," Chuaying insisted. "So, please step aside." "Sis, you keep mentioning Zuofeng. What is the nature of your relationship?" Su Bai inquired, touching his nose. "Is there some romantic inclination between you two? What nonsense are you spouting?" Zuofeng and I are good friends. Do you understand? Cui Ying remarked. There exists more than mere love between men and women. Your perspective is quite superficial. The youth, however, harbored a different sentiment, for his heart had been wounded by the interaction between Cui Ying and Zuofeng, leaving him to sulk alone in a corner. Nursing his wounds, Su Bai erupted into laughter. Aren't you going to offer some comfort? Cui Ying replied with a serious demeanor. Is it necessary to dwell on that? You ought to recognize what our priorities are at present. We must leave promptly. Su Bai smacked his thigh. Yes, Your Highness. You rascal, Cui Ying muttered under her breath, reopening her notebook to swiftly input a series of addresses. On the dark screen, there was only one entry point. It was Cui Ying's first time accessing this website. And she couldn't help but be taken aback. Why is it so simple? Just when she anticipated a more impressive display, she felt a sudden disappointment. Could Zuofeng be deceiving me? No sooner had she voiced her thoughts than an alert sounded. Please provide your contact number. A long dialog box appeared, limited to numerical input. Cui Ying entered her phone number, and suddenly, the screen turned pitch black. The dialog box vanished, leaving only a farewell message. How polite, she mused, recalling the absence of a welcoming sound upon entry, such snobbery. With no leads in sight, this was the only course of action left, like searching for a needle in a haystack. With a month at her disposal, she felt uncertain about how to proceed. The thought of that heart-like core sent a shiver down her spine. Recalling Su Bai's words, Cui Ying stood up to seek Yu Qing. She opened the door to find Yu Qing seated, with Su Bai and Ying Ning flanking him, appearing helpless against their antics. Cui Ying widened her eyes. What are you two up to? Comforting a wounded heart, Su Bai replied with a chuckle. Have you managed to sort things out? Not exactly. But I left my phone number. That website is rather unsettling. Cui Ying sighed. Aside from waiting for news from Boss Tang and Mr. Luo, it seems we are left with nothing to do. Let's consider this a respite, although we've pledged to do our utmost for the underworld. What can we accomplish if it's beyond our capabilities? Do they intend to seize our souls? Su Bai maintained his usual optimistic outlook. Let nature take its course. Suddenly, Cui Ying's phone rang. The caller ID displayed an unknown number, causing her to hesitate before answering. Hello? Please provide your contact address. Someone will reach out to you shortly. The voice was chillingly devoid of emotion. Cui Ying's hand trembled inexplicably shortly. Yes, it's merely a matter of proximity. She glanced at Su Bai, who gestured towards the antique shop, which appeared to be just an ordinary establishment to outsiders. Cui Ying relayed the antique shop's address, but the caller hung up without even saying goodbye. How rude, Cui Ying scoffed. If they are indeed operating on a principle of proximity, they seem to have a wide reach, Su Bai commented. I wonder if they will show up immediately? Cui Ying pondered. What Su Bo referred to as immediately proved to be just that. Merely a quarter of an hour later, an individual arrived at the entrance of the antique shop. He looked up at the sign of the shop, which bore no name, and placed his hands on his hips. Can such a shop really do business? Truly. I wonder if they will be able to pay up. Lately, fortune has not been on my side. Upon entering, he was taken aback to see a familiar figure standing inside, retreating 2 steps in shock. Curse them, it's this group again. Cui Ying was equally astonished upon recognizing the newcomer. How could it be this guy? No wonder he arrived so swiftly. He has been searching for us in the capital all along, hasn't he? Although Su Bo was also surprised, he approached the newcomer with a hearty laugh. Oh, it has been such a long time. What shall we call this? A natural affinity? Or perhaps fate? Spare me your theatrics. You have caused me no end of trouble. In my line of work, I have never faltered until now, Zuofeng replied with irritation. Cui Ying, you leave me utterly speechless. Aware of her position, Cui Ying smiled apologetically. Well, we all have different stances but the same goal. Allowing you to win would mean our own defeat. My apologies, it won't happen again. Look, the situation has changed dramatically. Suddenly, we have become allies, or rather, employers. Zuofeng plopped down onto a chair. Wait a moment, first tell me how I failed. What about that jade seal? It is indeed in your possession, isn't it? Truth be told, it matters little whether it is genuine or not. The piece you took is also a jade seal, authentic Ming Dynasty merchandise. If the employer doesn't want it, keeping it would be a windfall for you, wouldn't it? Cui Ying explained. In fact, there are 2 jade seals. You wish to reap the benefits without effort, waiting outside for us to emerge, thinking you could take advantage. Now you see, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Ming Dynasty jade seal? Zuofeng leapt to his feet. Am I the one profiting? I failed to complete the task, and that seal is to be returned to the employer. I have gained nothing, but shame instead. My dignity as a treasure hunter has been trampled beneath your feet. Goodness, how much resentment must one harbor to lament so dramatically? Su Bo was rendered speechless, while Cui Ying let out a soft grunt. You do paint a tragic picture. Your improvisation is rather impressive. Zhuo Feng inhaled deeply, shaking off his displeasure. All right, I have vented my frustrations. Now, tell me, what are you seeking? Cui Ying punched Zhuo Feng lightly on the chest. You rascal. According to our rules, we discuss the item first and then negotiate the price. Whether I accept is for me to decide. Zhuo Feng glanced at the antiques displayed on the shelves. Surely, you didn't bring all these in, did you? This shop is not ours, Cui Ying stated earnestly. Do not divert the topic. Let us discuss this inside. Zhuo Feng shrugged. Intrigued, and with a smirk, he entered the room occupied by Su Bo and Yu Qing. The Jade Talisman, also known as the Heart-Pacifying Talisman, is inscribed with the 6 characters of the decree from the Emperor of Heaven. It combines the ancient 5 elements and the 5 directions. In ancient times, talismans served as tokens, either as halves that unite or as symbols drawn upon materials, typically made of wood, bamboo, or jade. For now, this is all we know. Cui Ying observed the expression on Zhuo Feng's face, noticing the subtle downturn of his lips, indicating his discomfort. Indeed, treasure hunters have always been enigmatic figures, navigating obstacles that seem insurmountable, uncovering treasures that elude others. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 549. A new face. However, the tactic of provoking him was swiftly discerned, prompting Zhuo Feng to grunt in discontent. That assertion is flawed. Much like the fabled 9 tripod cauldrons, no one has ever managed to locate them, correct? This artifact you seek is akin to the legendary 9 tripods, a divine presence that only the gods could unveil. You ought to seek the divine, not a mere treasure hunter. TCH, I knew this decision was unreliable, Su Bo remarked. This man has demonstrated through his actions that there is no certainty here. Let us send him away. Alas, our funds appear squandered. Upon the mention of money, Zhuo Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. Wait, how much are you planning to spend? Is discussing money even relevant at this point? Cui Ying retorted. Big guy, escort him out. Su Bo shrugged. Let us go? Not so fast. Let us first discuss the financials, Zhuo Feng declared, firmly planting himself. Money. Wasn't he at his utmost ambition to amass enough wealth to retire comfortably on a secluded island? Then tell me, what was the last payment from your employer? Cui Ying inquired, genuinely curious about who else would seek the Jade Seal. 1,500,000. Zhuo Feng replied, visibly agitated, lamenting the loss of his reward alongside the Ming Dynasty Jade Seal. 3 million. We'll offer 3 million, Cui Ying proposed. How does that sound? Zhuo Feng closed his eyes, his arms crossed, exhibiting a conflicted demeanor. Su Bo pulled Cui Ying aside. Sister, are you out of your mind? 3 million is no trivial sum. Who is going to pay that? If he truly can find it. Our previous gains were substantial. 3 million is indeed feasible, Cui Ying argued. What? Are you being stingy? 3 million. Sister, can I afford to be anything but? Su Bo replied irritably. You've known him for ages. Can't you negotiate a discount? Fortune favors the brave, Cui Ying reassured her. Besides, this venture isn't entirely without risk. If he fails to locate it, we can simply save that money. Su Bo cast a pained glance at Zhuo Feng, who indeed seemed swayed. Zhuo Feng paced a few times, then suddenly grinned. 3 million is worth the gamble. My dream of an island is within reach. I'll take this job. He produced a device resembling a handheld computer, performed a series of operations, and placed it before Cui Ying. Please confirm the amount and affix your fingerprint. This will serve as our contract. Cui Ying, albeit skeptical, pressed her fingerprint down. A beep resonated, and her fingerprint was instantly recorded. I didn't expect you to possess such advanced technology. It's essential to prevent any defaults. We can proceed with confidence, Zhuo Feng asserted. No one has ever managed to evade their debts with us. Are you threatening us? Cui Ying furrowed her brow, harboring resentment. Preparing to retaliate against us? Tell me, Zhuo Feng, who is the individual employing you to locate the Jade Seal? Zhuo Feng tightly sealed his lips, merely gazing intently at Cui Ying. Feeling unsettled under his scrutinizing stare, Cui Ying waved her hand dismissively. I am aware of your customs. I shall refrain from inquiring further. I will take my leave now, and should there be any developments, I will contact you. Zhuo Feng turned his gaze towards Yu Qing and suddenly broke into a grin. I would appreciate it if you could look after Cui Ying. Aren't you leaving? Cui Ying retorted angrily. Unfazed, Zhuo Feng flashed her a smile before leisurely exiting the antique shop. Cui Ying turned back to Yu Qing, who simply chuckled. You two share quite the bond, akin to brothers. Cui Ying remarked. This fellow enjoys playing pranks. You aren't feeling jealous, are you? Yu Qing scratched his head. I am rather inept with words and struggle to charm women. I know, Cui Ying replied, but you will prioritize my safety in perilous situations. Yu Qing, if you harbor any doubts regarding Zhuofeng and me, consider befriending him. You will discover that he is a good person. I will, Yu Qing assured her. Oh, I can hardly endure you two. Such a significant matter is addressed so nonchalantly. Youth, do you possess any valor? You ought to confront him, challenge him to a duel, and inquire whether he has designs on your woman. Su Bo shifted the conversation. Nevertheless, we still rely on him to assist us in locating the jade talisman. Let it be. The four placed their hopes entirely in others, and after a week's wait, they finally gleaned a glimmer of hope from Luo Tian, who had uncovered a potential presence of high yen in the black market, right in the capital. Such an astonishing coincidence. Sitting in Luo Tian's antique shop, Su Bo's face radiated with joy. Observing Su Bo's elation, Luo Tian promptly doused it with cold water. Do you know what an underground auction is? Literally, it implies an auction that cannot be exposed to light, existing solely within the black market. Mr. Luo, is that correct? Su Bo asked. Indeed, Luo Tian affirmed. One must not underestimate such underground auctions. The items therein have diverse origins, some of which you would not find in legitimate auctions, yet you can encounter and possibly acquire them in underground auctions. Luo Tian continued. The suspected high yen is about to emerge in the underground auction, and the situation is rather complicated. We must procure it? Cui Ying inquired. Indeed. We must bid, not merely purchase. We will be competing against numerous individuals. If it truly is high yen, the number of bidders will likely be substantial, thus increasing the difficulty. You must be prepared with ample funds to compete. Rest assured, I will accompany you, Luo Tian declared. Upon the mention of finances, Su Bo felt overwhelmed. Mr. Luo, can you provide us with a baseline figure? There is no upper limit on bidding. Luo Tian fixed his gaze on Su Bo. The more, the better. Su Bo glanced back at Cui Ying and Yu Qing, feeling helpless. When is the underground auction? The night after tomorrow, Luo Tian replied. If you are certain about attending, meet me here at 11 o'clock in the evening. Do not worry, as your advisor. I will not charge you a fee. I can determine the authenticity of high yen with just a glance. You may rest easy. Then we shall return and calculate how much we can bring, Su Bo lamented. Is card payment an option? No, Luo Tian stated. It must be cash. Rest assured. Although it is an underground auction, it is a place governed by its own rules. Luo Tian remarked. Carrying cash will not pose any issues. Su Bo exhaled deeply, pondering whether this arduous endeavor was truly worthwhile. After all, this money was earned through the sacrifices of many. Was it merely for the promise of the King of Hell? Is it worth it? This question lingered as they returned to the antique shop. Noticing Su Bo pacing back and forth, Cui Ying inquired, what is the matter? Are you feeling reluctant to part with the money because it was hard-earned? It's not just the money I'm reluctant to part with. It's the effort of everyone involved, Su Bo replied, surprising Cui Ying. My grandfather has always been a distant figure, elusive and intangible. I only know him through the words of others. For such a person, should I cast aside the hard work of you all? Just as Cui Ying was about to respond, Su Bo continued. We have ventured into the tomb of the rebel king and the dragon veins, faced various specters and adversaries, and have narrowly escaped death numerous times. Big guy, what is wrong with you? Ying Ning observed that Su Bo seemed unusually troubled. Are you losing confidence? Su Bo replied. We keep engaging in these inexplicable actions without any assistance in locating my grandfather. Before he could finish, Ying Ning dashed in front of him and pinched his cheek firmly. Ouch, that hurts. Are you crazy? Su Bo exclaimed. You're the one who has gone mad, Ying Ning retorted. Have your heart, liver, lungs, and even your brain all gone awry? The King of Hell stated that if we assist him, he will do his utmost to help find your grandfather's whereabouts. That is hope. With hope, we should act. Why fret over spending money? She then handed him something. Chapter 550. A meeting gift. Ying Ning produced a stunning jade pendant and pressed it into Su Bo's hands. This is a Tang Dynasty jade piece my mother gave me. It's absolutely genuine and worth quite a sum. Su Bo's mind raced. Then I shall accept it. Cui Ying, baffled by Su Bo's lack of courtesy, interjected, Hey, how can you do that? It's fine. I can only assist so much. There's an auction in 2 days. Let us settle accounts now and see how much we can gather. Ying Ning blinked, speaking mysteriously, if it comes to it, Perhaps I should steal it? If we can't bid successfully, we may have to resort to such unorthodox means. Shui agreed, her resolve hardening. Once they voiced this, it seemed less daunting. Subo had recently given his money to his parents and could not retrieve it. Fortunately, he still had some funds on hand, and Yuqing and Shuiying managed to gather 3 million. Reflecting on Luo Tian's words, Subo's heart remained uneasy. Bai Moxuan was the key player, and he decided to call him. Bai Moxuan proved to be straightforward, promptly arriving with a suitcase of money, slamming it onto the table. Look at your lack of initiative. It's just money. Any treasure in the antique shop can be liquidated immediately, each worth a fortune. Why sit on your assets? Are you fools? The four were momentarily speechless, and Ning Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. But these items belong to Boss Bai and Boss Tang. How can we just take them? What a jest. You foolish girl, have you been with Su Bai for too long, causing your mind to falter? These possessions belong to me, and to you as well. Bai Moxuan's voice resonated with authority. If you need them, feel free to use them. As long as Mr. Luo confirms that the inkstone at the auction is authentic, we will retrieve it at any cost. Do not lose my presence, understand? Su Bai pouted. This rascal. He delivered a punch to Bai Moxuan's chest. You scoundrel. Upon opening Bai Moxuan's box, he discovered 20 million in cash. Bai Moxuan, with a serious demeanor, stated, keep in touch with me at all times. If it is insufficient, I will send more immediately. If all else fails, as you suggested, resort to force, swift and decisive. Su Bai sighed. What sort of individuals have I come to know? With the auction approaching, the four engaged in discussion. Ying Ning and Yuqing would remain outside, while Su Bai and Shuiying accompanied Luo Tian to participate in the auction. At the appointed time, the four reconvened with Luo Tian, who had arranged for transportation. They arrived at an inconspicuous alley. Su Bai surveyed the surroundings. Strange, where is everyone? There are rules here. Vehicles are not permitted to linger nearby for safety reasons. Luo Tian explained. Yuqing glanced at the rooftop. It seems they must be hidden up there. Ying Ning was thrilled. Great. If they're up there, no one will see us. The three exited the vehicle, which promptly departed. Shuiying inquired, is the driver reliable? Rest assured, he is experienced. This is not his first time, Luo Tian replied with a smile. Follow me. Upon pushing open the ancient wooden door, they were immediately greeted by someone who, upon seeing Luo Tian, expressed exuberance. It is our honor to have Mr. Luo here, please. Su Bai was already aware of Luo Tian's unique status, but even an underground auction acknowledging it was quite remarkable. Luo Tian seemed unfazed, nodding slightly. Are many people attending today? Not particularly, the individual replied in a hushed tone, but there are unfamiliar faces. Unfamiliar faces? Luo Tian queried, surprised. Have they never appeared before? Never, and their attire is peculiar. They are masked, claiming to have facial injuries that prevent them from showing their faces. The individual added, this is strange. Mr. Luo, please pay attention. Thank you for the warning. Luo Tian casually handed a few bills to the individual. Please keep an eye out for any suspicious characters. The individual accepted the money without hesitation. No problem. The individual led the three inside, where they found the room furnished with old furniture, impeccably clean yet devoid of warmth. Shuiying sensed something amiss. Indeed, upon revealing a painting on the wall and turning a mechanism, a hidden door swung open. Luo Tian entered first, followed by the others, while the man behind them scribbled something on a piece of paper, presumably logging the attendees. Upon entering, Su Bai was astonished. The arrangement below was so formal. It bore no difference to the auction in the sunlight. The attendees were relatively quiet, refraining from conversation and deliberately maintaining distance. Luo Tian's arrival shattered this tranquility, causing a sudden commotion. Luo Tian merely smiled faintly, guiding the two to a central seat in the last row. This shall be our place. On the stage, there stood a solitary high platform, its backdrop tightly closed, indicating that the event had yet to commence. Su Bai began to scrutinize his competitors present, and as he glanced to his right, he beheld a stranger. Judging by his physique, it was undoubtedly a man of remarkable stature. Despite being seated in the corner and wearing a mask, he was an undeniable presence, drawing the attention of those in the front row who occasionally turned to regard him. Perhaps sensing Su Bai's gaze, the man abruptly turned his head, locking eyes with Su Bai. A chill ran through Su Bai. That gaze. He found it difficult to articulate his emotions. A sudden pang of intrigue surged within him, compelling him to approach this unfamiliar figure. Just then, the purple curtain began to part, revealing a man adorned in white gloves. Luo Tian announced, "It is about to begin." "Mr. Luo, is the individual emerging not the renowned auctioneer?" Chuaying inquired. "Isn't his presence here somewhat irregular?" Everyone understood the underlying tension, yet no one dared to voice their concerns. Should anyone speak out of turn, they would surely be dealt with. Luo Tian replied, "This setting adheres to its own rules. Once one enters, compliance is expected. Although our sole aim is the high-end, we must create a faade to deter any potential adversaries." Chuaying privately admired Luo Tian's strategic mindset. Remaining completely still would only invite speculation from their competitors, thus escalating the risk. Therefore, even if they were not interested in the preceding lots, they had to feign some degree of engagement. Su Bai's thoughts were not on the items presented on stage. Until the Haiyan's appearance, his focus remained fixated on the stranger in the corner, who evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Had they crossed paths before? It was a pity he could not remove the mask to ascertain the truth. The stranger displayed no fear in meeting Su Bai's gaze, even smiling slightly. Though masked, the crescent shape of his eyes suggested amusement. "What are you doing, Su Bai?" Chuaying pinched him, urging, "Pay attention to the stage." The first, second, and third lots had no relation to the inkstone, yet Luo Tian strategically placed bids, each increment modest. His involvement heightened the atmosphere, rendering the air thick with tension. Chuaying whispered, "Mr. Luo, you aren't particularly favored, are you?" "The organizers are quite pleased to have me," Luo Tian replied with a smile. "After all, I can enhance their profits." "Do you find this tedious?" he continued. Observing the blatant display of wealth among the attendees, such unrestrained ostentation is truly tiresome. However, once the item you seek appears, the ambience will surely shift. To Su Bai, these individuals seemed to be engaged in a numerical game. The figures they tossed around bore no semblance to actual currency. One would bid 1,000,000, and immediately, another would raise it to 1.5 million, as if they were giraffes vying for fruit atop a tree. He noted that the stranger in the corner had yet to place a bid. His hands rested calmly on his lap, exuding an air of composure. Could it be that his objective was also the high-end? At last, it was time for lot number 4. As the exquisite inkstone was presented, both Su Bai and Chuaying straightened their postures, while Luo Tian shook his head and advised, "You too, try to relax your bodies. Do not let anyone discern that this is your target." Indeed, they were 2 novice bidders. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to invigorate the atmosphere with lot number 4, the high-yen." The auctioneer, with a smile illuminating his face, caressed the high-yen as if it were his own child, utterly disregarding its immense value as an antique. "This particular inkstone possesses a unique function that I find difficult to articulate with mere words. Therefore, I have brought along a demonstration." With a gesture, he summoned an assistant who approached with a brush. The auctioneer accepted the brush and continued, "This brush is, in fact, a cinnabar brush, traditionally used in ancient times for marking and reviewing documents, as well as critiquing literary works, distinguishing it from the black ink brush. However, the cinnabar brush does not dissolve easily, hence the inkstone remains devoid of water." Observing the auctioneer placing the cinnabar brush into the inkstone, some in the audience began to question, has he forgotten to add water? Su Bai's heart tightened once more. The high-yen required no water. If, by chance, this cinnabar brush were to dissolve, it would confirm that this was indeed the high-yen. As the auctioneer lowered himself to gently blow on the brush, the breath reached the brush's tip, and a crimson hue blossomed, transforming into a liquid that flowed within the inkstone. Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd. Su Bai exchanged glances with Chuaying. Their target was now firmly locked in. Legend has it that the high-yen originally bore 2 natural patterns in its upper left corner, resembling 2 slender fish. When immersed in ink, waves would ripple as if the fish were swimming, a truly remarkable sight. Additionally, it is said that at noon each day, the 2 fish would naturally enter the inkstone's pool, frolicking for a while before returning to their original places. Hence the phenomenon was vividly referred to as the fish returning to the trough. The auctioneer continued his presentation. However, during the late Qing dynasty, Zheng Guofan's son, Zheng Jize, while visiting Maoshan to admire this treasure, was regaled by the local Taoist priest with tales of the high-yen's wonders. In his astonishment, Zheng Jize accidentally dropped the high-yen, causing a flaw to mar its upper left corner. Since then, the 2 fish have been unable to return to the trough at noon, which is why I cannot showcase this phenomenon to you today. The audience chuckled knowingly. Legends only serve to make the auction item appear more mysterious and intriguing, enhancing the excitement of the bidding. They listened, smiled, and let it go. Nevertheless, the authenticity of the high yen had been validated. The starting bid was set at 1 million. The auctioneer finally spoke. Bids must exceed 200,000. The bidding begins now. Luo Tian leisurely raised his hand. 1 million. Su Bai was taken aback. He had not anticipated Luo Tian to call out a bid so soon. Unaware of Luo Tian's intentions, the dignified man merely announced the starting price, subtly conveying to everyone his lack of significant interest in the inkstone. All that remained was to wait for the opportune moment to disrupt the other's thoughts and seize the chance. Yet, while Su Bai was momentarily lost in thought, the price surged to 2,200,000. Feeling anxious, he squeezed Cui Ying's hand. She immediately looked at Luo Tian, who smiled slightly. There are others waiting. Just like me. Following Luo Tian's gaze, he noticed a stranger seated in the corner. He murmured, he hasn't placed a bid. Yet his interest in high yen surpasses that for the previous 3 items. Bidders are akin to hunters. Their eyes gleam upon spotting their prey, no matter how well they attempt to mask their intentions. The man concealed his motives skillfully, and Luo Tian had nearly been deceived. But a fleeting glance confirmed that this individual's target was indeed high yen. Now, the real spectacle was about to commence. 5,600,000. A chill ran through Su Bo as the voice emanated from the corner. He had placed a bid. He quickly turned to Luo Tian, who had closed his eyes, seemingly contemplating the next bid. A faint smile graced Luo Tian's lips as he finally raised his paddle. 6,500,000. The increment of 900,000 made Su Bo swallow hard. Luo Tian glanced to his right, noticing that the man remained motionless. Was he unwilling to increase his bid? It seemed that an increment of less than 1 million was indeed a gamble. If so, it was quite disheartening. 7 million. Just as Luo Tian turned his head, the man raised his paddle, increasing the bid by 1,400,000. Su Bo exhaled in resignation, casting a helpless glance at the man, who suddenly removed his mask and spoke softly. Do you truly wish to compete with me? A shiver ran down Su Bo's spine. He stared in disbelief at the man before him. Pinching his thigh forcefully, he stifled a gasp. It was him, the man his grandmother had sought for decades. Su Bo? Cui Ying tugged at him, following his gaze, and was equally unnerved. This man bore a striking resemblance to Su Bo's grandfather, estimating his age. He appeared younger than he was, yet wasn't Su Bo's grandmother the same? Is it truly him? Cui Ying then realized that Su Bo shared a striking resemblance with this man, perhaps 60% alike. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Su Bo moved to approach. But Luo Tian held him back. You mustn't go over. It's against the rules. In that brief moment of hesitation, a hammer struck, and Luo Tian slumped back in his seat, vexed. Damn it, it's over. This absurd defeat left Luo Tian speechless as the auctioneer officially announced. Congratulations to number 7 for winning high yen at a price of 7 million. Seeing Su Bo's face turn pale, Cui Ying contemplated their backup plan. But if this man were indeed Su Bo's grandfather, could they risk pursuing him? Luo Tian urged Su Bo to sit. Don't worry. We shall discuss everything once the auction concludes. Remain calm. After the auction, there remained a crucial settlement phase. Su Bo watched anxiously as the man resembling his grandfather approached with a money box. After settling the account, he took possession of high yen, and panic began to rise within Su Bo. Yuqing and Ning Ning awaited news outside. What should they do now? Should they confront this man who bore such a striking resemblance to his grandfather? As Su Bai found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, the man approached him, closing the distance with an intensity that left Su Bai momentarily speechless. Standing merely half a meter away, the man's piercing gaze scrutinized Su Bai from head to toe, as if attempting to penetrate his very essence. Su Bai felt a dryness in his throat, unable to utter a single word. At times, when long-anticipated events unfold before one's eyes, they can evoke an unsettling sense of unreality, leaving one in disbelief. This seems to hold great significance for you, the man remarked, locking eyes with Su Bai before exhaling a long, contemplative sigh. Time is indeed a formidable force. Suddenly, he grasped Su Bai's hand and placed a square inkstone into his palm, declaring it a token of their meeting. Cui Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. You are Su Bai's grandfather? The man merely smiled before swiftly departing the venue. As realization dawned on Cui Ying, she hastily picked up her phone to inform Yuqing. Yuqing, pay attention to the man exiting now. No, The inkstone is secured. You can follow him. He may very well be Su Bai's grandfather. Su Bai's legs felt weak, and had it not been for Luo Tian's support, he would have surely stumbled. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his current predicament, he cast his gaze down at the inkstone in his hand, still grappling with the surreal nature of recent events. Just a minute ago, that man had stood so close. And it was that very proximity that had clouded his judgment, causing him to miss the opportunity to call out to him. Now, catching his breath, Su Bai frustratedly rapped his head, lamenting, "What on earth is happening to me?" "It's all right. Yu Qing has already followed him. Besides, you are well aware of Ying Ning's speed, so there's no need for concern," Cui Ying reassured him, her tone lighthearted. She gleefully took the inkstone from Su Bai's hands. A 7 million yuan meeting gift. Only a grandfather could bestow such a treasure. "Congratulations, Su Bai," Luo Tian, perplexed, remarked. "This is truly peculiar. I've never encountered anything like this before. By the way, I hope I haven't let you down. Remember to have Bai bring me the painting." Cui Ying was genuinely impressed. "Boss Luo, you've truly outdone yourself. This is akin to catching a wolf with empty hands."